officially go on the record and say that Jordan Love is winning the MVP this year. He played hurt for most of last season. The Packers still won 11 games. Let's not forget what he did to the Cowboys 2 years ago in the playoffs and how he took the Niners down to the wire. He's healthy. His receivers are healthy. This is a 5,000-yard, 40-touchdown season coming for Jordan Love. I'm Pat Boyle.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
At St. Jude, a family never sees a bill at all, not one bill. Your focus is supporting this child. It's like the world has been lifted off of your shoulders.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly once again in for Joe DeCamara today. Devin Caney is here. We're live from the Borgata in Atlantic City. And back in the studio, John Ritchie. Rich.
Roger that, Tom. Dev. What's up, guys? Hey, I wanted to mention, I do care what's up with you, but I also wanted you to know volcanoes can create lightning.
Is that right? Yeah. Wow. How about that? How does that work exactly, John?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah, I do want to know.
When individual ash particles rub together and form enough static electricity to generate a lightning bolt, that's when they create lightning. Or plumes of water vapor and ash can erupt with such force that they rise high enough to form ice crystals in very cold air. And those ice crystals then generate static electricity.
Wow. So you'd see lightning down in the lava?
That's that's crazy, man.
Yeah, it
lightning
is crazy.
And lava and volcanoes. That's pretty cool.
I'm having trouble envisioning it, but it sounds really cool.
It's a lot to handle. It's almost sensory overload.
It is. That's an interesting fact to start the day, and I'm sure just one of many pieces of enlightening things that John will drop on us throughout the course of the show today. But we've got a lot to get to today, guys.
Was that sarcasm, Tom?
No, it's not sarcasm at all.
That felt sarcastic.
You enlighten us every day, John. You enlighten me every day.
See, again,
and I'm grateful
is
for
that sarcasm?
It is not sarcasm.
Buzz, what do you think?
You can't tell.
It
a little
seems sarcastic to me.
Devin,
Just
am I
a
being
touch.
sarcastic? I mean, you're looking right at me.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Just a
Not at
skosh, Tom.
Even that response from Devin felt a little sarcastic.
I agree with that. I agree. Tom, are you on he's on a Calgon? Did you have a Calgon bath at the
A Calgon
What
bath?
are you talking about?
Calgon
No.
Take Me Away bath?
Is
Do
that
you guys
something that they
remember those
do?
commercials? You just tilt back in a bath like DeCamara would lean back in a Calgon bath. Calgon, take me away.
Yeah,
Bubble
I have no
bath.
idea.
No
I have
clue.
no idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking
I was
about.
What?
crossing
I don't
it,
know.
crossing
Yeah,
it
what?
weird. Well, Tom Kelly is down the shore. This is cool. He's down the shore. I was just wondering
Yeah,
if it was a chance to get in the the jacuzzi in there and
I
unwind?
I did
Because it
not.
feels like he's a tortured dad on most nights.
I didn't do that. I didn't do beer bongs on the beach as you suggested I do yesterday.
Oh, come on.
So I had to be in good shape for the show today, John.
Wait, so you didn't celebrate on the way down as we discussed?
I did not. I just kind of hung out last night, got ready for the show. And speaking of the show that we're doing right now, we have a lot to get to throughout the course of the show today. I'll be taking the Joe spot in Beat the Hammer at 7:45. So if that coming up, a lot of stuff going on throughout the course of the show today. But the big story today, guys, the Phillies' second half of the season gets started tonight after a few days off, and it's crazy. It's only 4 days off, but it feels to me like the Phillies have been off for 2 weeks. You get so used to being in the rhythm, them playing every day. They start back up tonight. Angels coming into town, and here we sit. Phillies 55-41. They're first place by a half game over the Mets in the NL East. We got, about 10 days until the trade deadline here. And I want to know for the stretch run as we start this show and we start the second half today, do you still believe in the Phillies? And if you want to get in, 215-592-9494, 215-592-9494 is how you get in to start the show. And it might sound crazy to ask about a first-place team, but let's face it, this has been an uneven year. It hasn't been, I'd say, smooth with the Phillies this year. They've had incredible starting pitching, but very inconsistent offense. A bullpen that has been, up and down, I'd say, at best so far this season. But when I look at this team, I still do believe in the possibility that they could get in the playoffs, they could make a deep run with the right moves. And I think that's really the big piece of it, is when we look ahead to the trade deadline, and it's easy for us as fans to say, we want to see them go all in, we want to see them make the big move. But you only do that if you really believe in the team. You only do that if you really think this team, this core, has a chance to make a deep run, win a World Series. I still do believe, despite their issues, despite their struggles, they have that ability, and want to know where you fall. 215-592-9494. Where are you, John? Do you still believe that with the right additions, this team has the capability to make a deep run?
Yes, I do believe that. I'm not a believer that Aaron Nola comes back and makes an impact. I am a believer that Dave Dombrowski goes all in this time. It's felt lukewarm the last couple trade deadlines, and this time we know what we need. Probably two arms for the bullpen, and an outfielder who is a righty who is awesome, who can swing and give us some pop and home runs. My gosh, did you see we're 18th in home runs? 18th in home runs in Major League Baseball. That is not expected. That's not what this payroll should indicate. So I do think that has to be better in the second half. Just like we know Bryce has to be better. We know his first half numbers, 261, 10 homers, 35 RBI. Not so, again, lukewarm. It's not good enough. I do expect Bryce to have a much better second half now that he's back and feeling better. I'm excited to see how he can carry us, but other guys have to pick up some slack too. Holy cow. 18th in home runs?
Yeah, and with this lineup,
it's
that's
only Schwarber who's actually outperforming or performing the way he should be in terms of the power numbers this season.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. With this lineup and the money you have invested in it, that's not good enough. 18th in home runs for the Phillies lineup is nowhere close to where it needs to be. They should absolutely be in the top 10. You need more power, as you said, from Harper. Now, with Harper, obviously, missed about a month when you're tallying it all up throughout the first half, but you need more from him. You need more power from Castellanos.
Here's the thing. When you project out his stats over 600 at-bats, if you project out his 10 homers and 35 RBI and 250 at-bats, that projects out to 24 homers and 83 RBI across 600 at-bats a season.
Right.
That's not the Bryce Harper we need to go win a world championship.
No, I mean, you need Bryce Harper to be one of the best players in baseball. Absolutely. And the question is really, besides Schwarber and Harper, and if we're counting on Harper getting it going offensively, where's that power going to come from? And when you look at this team, and again, we've talked so much about the trade deadline, and obviously we'll talk a lot about it today as well. There's some interesting news that came out over the last day or so. But it's always exciting to buy. You know, it's always exciting from a fan perspective to make that splash. But in reality, it's only smart to do if you really believe in the team and you believe in what they can do. And you know, the last couple of years, what bothered me so much is that this team had a legit shot. They didn't go for it. You let it pass. And when you look at them this year, have I been frustrated by the Phillies? Absolutely. Is it painful to watch sometimes? Yeah. But in the end, I do still believe that it's in there. Like, I believe if they get the jolt they need, because I think that's another element to making a big trade deadline move that we don't always put as much stock into. I think we look at it a lot from the on-field stuff, but I also think there's something that can do to a locker room and to a clubhouse that can kind of jolt a team forward.
Though.
Yeah,
I mean, that outfielder, or you know, that whoever that is, man, I don't even know who we're talking about here. Like, surprise us with something that wows us all.
Well, and I still
Changes
think
baseball.
That they can make a run if they get that piece. And what I think they need a real big impact bat. I think they need a real big impact reliever, and then probably another reliever to put in like the middle of the bullpen to supplement. So it's not going to be easy. I mean, I do think they need a lot, but if you still, and I'm speaking to, you know, Dave Dombrowski in the Phillies front office to a degree here, like if they really deep down believe that this team is World Series caliber, you need to go for it this year. You just have to.
I think the age factor is, you know, what you're implying is what you're, without saying it, sort of referring to in this situation as well. Do you believe? Well, you kind of have to, because Zach Wheeler and Bryce Harper are not going to be around forever. And the young guys are now, man, a lot older than people realize. So I think it is the age indicates the investment to up to this point already. These factor in as well. Our team is as good as we are because of the money invested. You know, it's all sort of symbiotically balled up into this big mass of everyone is in. We must be, because there's a limited period of time that the great can be great. And we got to try to strike now.
Absolutely. And if you want to get in, 215-592-9494, do you still believe in this Phillies team? And do you really think that with the right additions, this team still has the capabilities to make a deep run? Devin, what do you think? Do you still believe in this team? And do you think if they make the right moves, they can make a deep run in this thing?
Well, I think it's less, honestly, about the moves and more like the most important person on the team, in my opinion, going into this second half is Bryce Harper. If Bryce Harper plays like the Bryce Harper we know from seasons past, not the Bryce Harper that we've seen, you know, injuries aside, even just lack of production to start this season, then I think like when he has power, it's contagious in that lineup, and the guys feed off of that. He's certainly a lead by example type of guy. He's not, you know, Kyle Schwarber is like the overall vocal leader in that clubhouse, but Bryce Harper is the one, especially offensively, that when he gets going, he tends to set a trend for the rest of the team. So I think that it's massively important for Bryce Harper to get hot. I also think, you know, Richie mentioned the quote-unquote younger guys. It feels ridiculous saying that because they're like 28 years old at this point. But for Alec Boehm, for Bryson Stott, to really start picking it up, because, I mean, the trade deadline is around the corner. And, yes, I would love them to get 2 relievers and another righty outfield bat, but that's easier said than done. You're going to have to give up a lot to bring in 3 separate pieces. I think right now I was always pro bullpen, bringing in more help and more relievers. But the more I look at it, the more I think, you know, it would really ease up the pressure on this bullpen if they brought in a reliable bat who's able to add more runs. Because the Phillies, I believe, are averaging like 2 or less runs since the start of June, and they're at 500, and that's just not enough to win a playoff series.
Well, I mean, let's face it, that West Coast trip was brutal offensively. I mean,
my God.
They had the one game against the Giants where they scored 13, but aside from that, watching the offense in that stretch was just awful to watch. And I feel like we've had those weeks where, remember a few weeks ago, they had the week where they go to Houston and they don't hit it all. And it's like,
it's painful to watch.
They're susceptible to that. Yeah, it's just like, painful's the perfect word. Like, it is hard to watch when they go through those stretches. And you're right. Like, obviously, the deadline moves are going to matter, but they need the guys that are here to step up and get right for the second half.
Right. I don't think bringing in, even if it's an outside player, say it's Justin Crawford who's brought up, that's not going to be some miracle fix to this lineup, and they're all of a sudden. If that somehow happens, then great. But you need everyone else to also step it up. You need the former daycare to really figure out what's going on with their bats and start hitting more consistently.
Absolutely. Philly's second half starts tonight. Angels coming into town. Want to know where you're at with this team. Do you still believe in the Phillies? Do you still believe they can make a deep run? And I think that's really the question that they need to be honest about in the organization leading up to this deadline. Because if you do really believe, you got to take a shot. You got to go for it. So want to get your takes on that. Start the show. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494. Do you still believe in the Phillies? Second half starting tonight. Looking very much forward to that. Only been 4 days, but it feels like a lot longer without baseball. So the Phil's back tonight. Do you still believe in this team? 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summer's heating up, and soon it will be football season. So if you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store recently, had an amazing experience with Paul Cozy. He walked me through their stunning engagement rings, their custom in-house process, and the passion that drives this incredible family-owned business. So whether you're planning a beach proposal or getting ready for your own big moment, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and of course, cozy.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels. Tonight, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring tonight.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation. And save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics. Root score report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Dozens protest ICE in Bridgeport after a local grocery store raid led to 14 arrests. The NTSB releases a preliminary report on the skydiving plane crash that injured 15 people. A group of non-binary runners have filed a complaint against the Philadelphia Marathon over lack of inclusion.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
We'll see sun and clouds today with a high of 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glatt Hair. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Before that, the Phillies will host a 2026 All-Star Declaration at City Hall starting at noon today, featuring a performance by the Roots, former and current Phillies, including Bryce Harper and John Middleton, who will announce the date of next year's MLB All-Star Game here in Philadelphia. Do you have failing or thinning hair, wearing a hat too much this summer? Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at glatthairctr.com. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 71 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today. Heard Devin mention in the update there an all-star declaration today for the Phillies. I honestly, after watching the all-star game and all the stuff this week, I'm excited for this next year. Like, I want to find a way to get in there. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be awesome. So I was telling my friend, I just don't care typically about, I mean, we kind of talked about this on Wednesday. I just don't care for all-star games. Like, I think that they're kind of pointless. But the fact that it's going to be here next year, like, I will absolutely be all in on next year's all-star game. And hopefully we'll be in the building.
Yeah, like the home run derby being down there, the all-star game.
I mean, hopefully there's several Phillies in it, too. That would make it even more special.
Yeah, I think that definitely factors in. Like, if the All-Star game had been in Philly this year, I think the Phillies would have gotten more guys in. Like, first off, like Zach Wheeler would have pitched. I think, Christopher Sanchez would have gotten selected. Trey Turner maybe gets in. Like, I do think that probably factors in.
Yeah, I'm sure.
When it comes to it. But if you want to get in, 215-592-9494. Phil's second half starting tonight. And want to know how you feel about this team. And I think this is really going to be about what the organization feels about this team, too. Because we talk so much about the trade deadline. And sure, for us, it is always fun to want to make the big splash. But for them as an organization, for them to do that, they got to believe this team's capable of winning it all, that they're capable of making a deep run. And I would say in the first half of the year, I've been skeptical of this team is probably the best way to describe it. But I still think if they make the right additions, they have these guys coming back, they still, I feel like, have enough talent. And because of the starting pitching, I just feel like you need to take a shot, and I think this team is still capable of making a deep run. If you want to get in, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Ed in Phoenixville started out. What's up, Ed?
Morning, TK. Good morning, everyone.
What's up, Ed?
Not too much. John, the wife's angry at me because I set the wrong alarm on my phone this morning. Instead of silent, it was Van Halen's Eruption, and it jolted her. I mean, I loved it. She didn't, but neither here nor there.
Startling.
Really, yeah, it worked too well. But anyway, I'm all in on the Phillies, and I agree that we definitely need a bat. But I'm sort of the mindset that and I don't know if a player like.
You still there, Ed?
Named Ben yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
We got you now, yep.
Sorry about that. So there's a player from like 10 years ago in the Rays named Ben Zobrist who was kind of in positions and got on base. I think a player like that would be ideal because Castellanos, when he's hot, he can carry this lineup. But we need guys on base to drive him in. So, I mean, I don't know if going for like the outright slugger may be the best move.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, Ed, and appreciate the call. And
because the young guys, the quote young guys, haven't done what they've been supposed to do. I'll take anything. I'll take anyone that we can move. I'll take anyone who can hit, and slap hitters or home run hitters. Give me either.
Yeah, in an ideal world, though, I really do think they need power. Like, they need somebody who can make an impact with one swing of the bat.
I know in the second half that Bryce Harper, that's the thing. Maybe I'm foolish for believing he automatically will be better because I know how much it means to him. I know that he has been so clutch in the past, particularly, like big swings in the postseason. We've seen him do it. I know, the game doesn't get too big for him, that sort of thing. I think he knows how important it is this second half right now for this team. He needs to be the leader. Take this thing, take this bull by the horns and just, win. And the rest of this season has to build to a special postseason this time around because, fizzling out is just not going to cut it. anymore, and we're all aware. It's been almost a point that people don't even in that locker room, and they know there's no more talking. There is only doing. That's the way it felt when we started the season. And that's sort of the way it feels now emerging for the second half. They know what they have to do. The question is, do they know how to accomplish it? Do they know how to do it? I do think the experiences, the negative experiences that they've had, have to be contributing factors in a positive way. They're going to be better. It's just, I don't know how much better. And we know that we need to add at least 3 guys to be the best team possible.
And John, I don't think you are foolish to believe that about Bryce Harper, because that's my biggest reason of optimism as you look to the second half here. And especially like what we saw from Harper right before the All-Star break, I thought was extremely encouraging. And more than even his play on the field, it's the way he's kind of talking about himself. Here's Bryce Harper. This was after he had that really big game against the Giants where he had 4 extra base hits. Here's what Bryce Harper said after that game.
I'm really good. I mean, I really am. I don't want to, put that out there and everybody go, what's he talking about? But I know when I'm going well, and I'm one of the best in baseball. And, like I said, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I feel great. It's just putting myself into plus counts. I haven't done that. I mean, you guys have seen that, and I haven't done that. So I feel stronger than ever. I feel like today I think that was being able to kind of go oppo and do those things. Anywhere else, I might have 3 homers, right? So it's like those are things you think about. And I hate talking about individual and all that kind of stuff, but you guys know that. But today, like, it kind of just, if I get into good counts and don't swing it crap away or in or anything else, then, I'll be right where I need to be.
And I think that was really encouraging, because the one thing we know about Bryce is he's not good at, faking it. Like, we talk about his demeanor sometimes and, is Bryce happy? Is he having fun? Well, when he struggles and he's not feeling well about the way he's playing, he's going to show it and wear his emotions on his sleeve. The fact that he says there, I'm one of the best players in baseball, that tells me he's feeling good and gives me a lot of confidence in him heading into the second half of the season.
Yeah, it makes me feel better about his wrist injury, too. Or I don't want to call it an injury, but his lingering inflammation, because
I think injury's fair.
That was something that, we still don't really have a answer for or a solution, and it's something that you look at Bryson Stott, who said that he dealt with an injury that no one really knew about all last season. That's kind of curious, by the way, now that Bryson Stott is still not really hitting well. So you have to wonder, okay, well, was it the injury, or are you just do you just not have it? With Bryce Harper, as he gets older, you just worry you don't want something that's like an inflammation type injury to continue to affect him. I mean, look at Joel Embiid, not to bring up a sore subject, but when you get older and you're playing these sports every day, it's a concern. So I was really happy. It was like a relief to hear and also see Bryce Harper play that well. I just hope that he can do that more consistently in the second half of the season.
Absolutely. And I usually don't like when some of the rationale leading up to a trade deadline or something is, we're getting this guy back, and that's like a trade addition.
Yes.
I typically do hate that, but with Harper, I don't think it's completely untrue, because we have not seen, this first half Bryce Harper, that's not Bryce Harper. I mean, we know what he looks like when he's clicking on all cylinders, and I do feel like that week before the deadline gives me a lot of confidence that he's going to be that guy at some point. We look toward the playoffs, and obviously with this team, that's what it's all about. I mean, I still will worry about Bohm. I'll still worry about Castellanos, even a guy like Trey Turner. But I just believe fully that when you get to those big moments, Bryce Harper's going to come through for you.
I mean, you hope that he does, and I totally agree. I hope that they won't say that with Bryce Harper, but he would be an addition, I guess, if he can, hit the way Bryce Harper has hit consistently in the past. I just don't want to hear that, about Aaron Nola, about Alvarado, who can't even pitch in the postseason. I'm not even counting on Alvarado's return, just simply because regardless of how he pitches, he's not going to be able to pitch in the postseason. So that's you still need to bring in another reliever. And I just hope that that's not the mindset that Dave Dombrowski has. At the trade deadline.
Agreed. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Want to know, as we start second half tonight, are you still a believer in the Phillies as we head up to the trade deadline? Because that's going to be something that they're going to need to be honest with themselves about. If they think this team has a real chance, you got to give them the best opportunity and go get some real pieces. So you want to get in. Are you still a believer in the Phillies? You're welcome to. When we get back here, we'll throw out our side topic today based off a viral video that is circulating on social media. We'll get to that coming up, and we will follow up a little bit on the Joel Embiid story from yesterday. Thinking about it a little more, I have a little new take on it. So we'll get to that as well when we return. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is The Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, Tasty Cake has something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious Crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Bunker Buster deals at Del Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Toyota. DelToyota.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Pittsburgh Steelers made pass rusher T.J. Watt the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero report it's a 3-year, $123 million extension, which will net Watt an average of $41 million per year, edging out Myles Garrett's $40 million average. The extension comes days ahead of when veterans are scheduled to arrive at Steelers training camp on July 23rd. Elsewhere, free agent pass rusher Von Miller is signing with the Commanders, also according to NFL Network insiders. Miller, now 36, will join his fourth team since being drafted by the Broncos in 2011. Washington has the oldest roster in the NFL with an average age of 27 years, 291 days. And Chargers veteran wide receiver Mike Williams informed the team Thursday he plans to retire after 8 seasons in the NFL. Williams rejoined the Chargers this offseason as a free agent after stops with the Jets and Steelers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How you heat your water matters,
So whether it's a tank or a tankless model, choose Bradford White. Go to BradfordWhite.com. Bradford White, built to be the best.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine, its impressive fuel economy.
Still going.
It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom.
Nice.
But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself.
You're up.
Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
For well-qualified buyers, excludes S-Trim. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Corporation credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by Window Nation. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Before that, the Phils will host a 2026 All-Star Declaration at City Hall starting at noon, featuring a performance by the Roots, former and current Phillies, including Bryce Harper and John Middleton, who will announce the date of next year's MLB All-Star Game. In the NBA, 9-time All-Star Dame Lillard is reportedly returning to the West Coast, finalizing a 3-year deal with Portland. And in the NFL, TJ Watt has become the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for the second time in his career, signing a 3-year, $123 million extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 71 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Start your day with the
This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. I'm along with Devin Caney. We are at Borgata in Atlantic City. John Ritchie back in the studio today. What, John, you didn't want to come hang out with us today? I'm a little offended. Honestly, I do miss seeing your face this morning.
Yeah, I miss you desperately. Tom,
That didn't sound authentic.
No, it did not.
I'm talking about sarcasm.
Through a yawn,
Miss
yeah.
you desperately.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. No, I'm happy that Tom had a chance to unwind a little bit down there, take a little vacation. But I have a doctor's appointment back here that I have to go to, so had to stay close to that. I'll miss you guys. I'll see you soon. I hope.
Well, you really petered out there,
Have
John.
fun without me.
I guess I'll
frolic without
see
me.
you soon.
Hey, so I do think that, like, the description, how Tom was talkative Tom yesterday, and we were talking about that, and it's fun.
Well, I think you're the only
you were
person
talking about it.
Yeah, you're the only person who's talking about
I
that.
think
so.
often Tom seems like beleaguered Tom. Beleaguered Tom.
Beleaguered.
And that's why I'm glad that Tom had a chance to escape, down the shore, have a chance to unwind at Borgata and just take advantage of the beauty around. And it is
cool.
beautiful.
It is
you get
beautiful
a chance to
down
get away
here.
a little bit. I think you deserve that. And I know that, it just seems like Tom is beleaguered. It seems like he's got a lot of stuff going on. And he probably doesn't sleep very much. And he's on the morning show, and then he does the afternoon show, and then he does the evening show.
What
and
about
then
I've just been doing that.
I did the
Yeah.
afternoon show yesterday. What about me?
Devin's
Don't I
worked
deserve
more
to
recently
rest?
than I
That's
have.
true,
I'm
too.
beleaguered.
Yeah, Devin,
okay?
you're beleaguered too.
Devin, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were also beleaguered. I did not realize this. So this is good. I am not as beleaguered as you guys. I
No,
just
you
got
aren't.
back from vacation.
Yeah, you're vibrant and full of life, John.
Yeah, you guys are totally beleaguered and run down and disgusting and gross.
Oh,
and
wow.
This is the most
Okay.
That
You're
just took
horrendous.
a turn that I
And
didn't
this is
expect.
cool.
I don't know.
This is the most beleaguered has been said in WIP history.
Yeah.
I don't
No, I'm
want
glad
to
you had a
gloss over the
chance.
fact that Richie just called us disgusting.
Yeah, no,
that was more.
it-
that was directed at Tom.
It seemed unnecessary. Well, either way, I mean, I don't.
I wasn't
I'm-
calling Devin disgusting.
I mean,
Well, I don't like you
sounded
calling
like
me
you
disgusting
did, but-
either. Yeah, you jerk.
Well, that was just a poke. That was like guys slap you on the back, that
Yeah.
sort of thing. Not directed at Devin.
There you go. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Want to know, do you still believe that this Phillies team can win a World Series? That's Twitter poll question of the day at WIP Morning Show. Twitter poll question of the day sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Do you still believe that this core can win a World Series? And that's what the Phillies are going to need to figure out as we look ahead to the trade deadline and they decide what they're going to do here. Now, we'll get back to the phones in a second, but we did want to throw out our side topic today off of a video that was circulating yesterday, where I'm sure if you have any form of social media, you've seen this video and you heard Buzz play Coldplay on the way back from break there. This situation of the Coldplay concert is incredible. Now, they do the thing where they're going around, they do it at sporting events, concerts, whatever, where they show a couple in the crowd and, they're being all lovey-dovey with each other. And here is how it sounded as Coldplay and Chris Martin is the guy's name, right? That's the lead singer?
Correct.
Yes.
It was Chris Martin's voice.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Here was Chris Martin yesterday as the camera panned to this couple in the crowd.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
So the camera pans to them, and, they're like in a warm embrace. And these two could not have separated from each other quickly enough. The guy automatically sits down. The woman turns her back, and it comes out that this guy's like a big wig CEO.
Yeah.
And this was a situation where it seems like these two people were having an affair
and
were caught at the concert.
She's apparently the HR director of the company.
And he just lauded her hiring. He released a press release a few months ago saying how happy
you
she
know
was
more
hired.
details.
Yeah,
than I didn't even know that.
I'm like intoxicated by this story.
It's
but
Andy Byron, by the way,
Beleaguered
CEO
Tom.
of Astronomer.
Yeah,
Beleaguered Tom eating it all up. He enjoys the misery of others because he feels so beleaguered.
I don't enjoy the misery. I think it's a fascinating story. I think these people are idiots.
Well, it's
for
funny because
being
like
so public.
Well, so
there's-
public, and
yeah.
also like, why would you act like that? Like, if you just played it off more casual and didn't like hide as soon as you realized you were on camera, then maybe you could have played it off.
Oh, my
like,
Lord.
oh, we're just shy. I don't know.
Played it off. What are you doing?
These two weren't ready to have an
You
affair.
both made a commitment under God to another human being, yet you thought that was a good idea to do that at the concert. Like, that's what's crazy to me. And now it's blown up with good reason.
Well, I'll tell you what,
this
I think-
happens everywhere all the time.
I think that guy's going to be beleaguered. There's no
Yes.
question about that.
Oh,
He's going to
yes.
be beleaguered.
Yes.
But want to know for our side topic today, off of them getting caught at the concert, what's an example of somebody getting caught doing something they weren't supposed to be doing? Now let's keep it light here. Let's
Someone
not
or
get
something.
too serious. Someone or something who got caught. And I'll start with mine. Mine will be sports related. How about the Patriots back in the early 2000s? Spygate.
They didn't get caught enough.
What's that?
They didn't get caught enough.
Oh, you don't
Tom.
think? Do you think that really had an impact on the Super Bowl against them, John?
I think it must have. I mean, I wish I knew more decisively, but I was standing there. I was there all week. I was part of all of it. I didn't have a chance to play because I was on IR, though. I wish I would have been in there seeing it more, hands-on. But it feels like in light of all the other stuff, how could we not expect they would not have used whatever they had at their means to, spy or film or, watch us do things that they shouldn't. While we were at an off-site, practice facility, what would stop them from watching what we were doing in preparation for the Super Bowl? I don't think anything. I mean, it really, as I think back, it really was, something that you just assumed the other team was not going to do. So there really weren't safeguards like built up in a big way against it. So who knows?
Yeah, so that's mine. The Patriots getting caught for Spygate. What do you have, John? What's your example of somebody getting caught?
Oh, who or what gets caught? Again, who or what gets caught? I want fish to be caught. I want to catch fish. I have been taking my daughter fishing in the area now, weekend time. I think we're both ready to give up because we still have not caught any fish ever while going as the father-daughter, like weekend fishing trips have ensued. So I'd like to catch something. Please.
There you go.
God.
Well, best of luck as you embark on your fishing trip, John.
Thank you.
What do you have, Devin?
It's a very literal answer. I like it. I'm gonna go with. I feel like this was like crazy pop culture news. I don't remember when it happened. Early 2000s when Winona Ryder was caught like shoplifting.
Oh, yeah.
From a
Oh yeah, I
mall.
remember that.
Yeah. And now I'm so here for her resurgence with like
Stranger
Stranger
Things.
Things. She was in the Beetlejuice sequel. So
What did she try to steal? Was it a
I think
dress?
It was clothes. Yeah, it was some item of clothing. I don't know.
And did she ever admit to why that was? Did she have a stealing problem? Was she
a kleptomaniac?
People say I'm a
several
klepto. I'm going to get
celebrities who have been
treatment.
caught stealing, and maybe it's I don't know, for the thrill of it, because they make enough money. I guess they don't have to.
Yeah, Winona Ryder. She was in what, Beetlejuice, a bunch of big movies.
Yeah.
She didn't
Oh
need to be
my
going
gosh.
into
No,
stores
she didn't need to be
stealing
stealing.
stuff. Yeah. So
Maybe she just wanted to feel something. I don't know.
It seems like she's turned it around, so good for her.
Yes.
No longer beleaguered, Winona
longer
Ryder.
beleaguered.
What do you have, Buzz? What's your answer?
How about Lori Loughlin pulling all the strings to get her kids into
Oh,
college?
That's a good one.
Yes, that is a very.
And that
good
was a
one.
huge deal.
Aunt Becky.
Like Aunt Becky, sweet Aunt
Oh,
Becky,
my gosh.
going all around all of the rules to get her kids into USC. And she got
Yeah.
nailed for it.
Yeah, no, that is a good answer.
What a fiasco.
So give us who or what gets caught. That is our side topic today off of this Coldplay video. Which obviously I went down a rabbit hole with this video yesterday. It's such a funny situation, and I mean, hard to feel any sympathy for the people. I mean, you're going out, you're cheating.
Sympathy.
Yeah.
Like that's on you, man.
That is kind of on you, and also like, I mean, I feel like Coldplay handled it really in a comical way, but like, don't go to a Coldplay concert, then don't act like that when the camera's on you. Like that's kind of on you.
You're right. If he just played it cool,
right,
there wouldn't have been like this big viral outrage to it. This
no
is
one would
something
have
that
said
happens
anything.
all the time.
The way that they acted after, like, was why it's so fun. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, you knew that guy was in trouble.
And apparently,
he knew he was in trouble.
Someone tweeted from the concert that every single person or couple they showed on the Jumbotron at the concert after that Chris Martin was like, I wonder if these people are having an affair too. And what about these? And it just became the theme of the show.
No, they probably just left the concert right when that happened. Like, you just got.
I don't think they were having fun anymore. Yeah.
They were too beleaguered. 215-592-9494. Let's go to John in Allentown. What's up, John?
What's up, guys?
Hey, John.
Rich, are you on board yet? Are you on board yet?
About Tom being beleaguered?
No, John. I forgot about this. We have 3+ hours. I got to convince you to get behind Joe today. Come on, John.
Man. Team morning team, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
I'm all for that concept. I think this is a one-on-one situation. Joe versus Jack, where Joe is doing this to prove he's a better athlete than Jack. I don't agree with that concept. I do agree with Joe as a, teammate on the morning show. Like, I would get behind him if it were, I don't know.
A fist fight?
If we were picking teams for something. Like, it just doesn't feel like this was set up for me to be supporting
what if it was
Joe in this way. My heart is not behind Joe. My heart is behind Jack, actually, because I don't believe Joe is right in doing this.
Should be behind Joe, but your head should be behind Jack because you think he's better.
No, that's
the way to put it, John.
I believe Jack is better, but I believe it's problematic that Joe is even doing this in the first place, that he's challenging Jack because he thinks he's a better athlete. I think that's the haughty hammer.
John.
I object to the haughty hammer.
But he's not being the haughty hammer, and
that's the thing, Tom. Like,
John,
you are tricked. You're somehow tricked
you think I'm being
by the
duped
haughty
here.
hammer.
You think I'm being deceived. But, John, this is the problem. Like, you are speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Because on the one hand, you say you're so worried about Joe's health. This is something that participating in sports, exercising, running, doing these things, this is good for Joe's health. You should be fully supportive of this.
I'm very, very supportive of Joe getting in shape. Yeah, that's great.
You don't think this is helping him get in shape? He's working out for these events.
Absolutely. Of course. I mean, that's great that he is active. And, he talks about walking and that sort of thing. And I'm sure he's doing a little more than that as he tries to brush up for these sports. So good for him.
All right.
And you can see
John,
that he's lost some weight. That's great. So, yeah, I want him to be around for a long time. He's a good guy. I really do care about Joe in the big scheme, like in the grand scheme of things. That really is something that I talk to Joe about. Like, being
John.
healthier.
All right,
John, what do you got on the Phils, man?
Listen, unless your starting staff can pitch 9 innings every night, and you can change half of your batting order, this team doesn't have a chance to go to the World Series. That's the bottom line.
Doesn't have a chance.
Doesn't have a chance. I'm a realistic Phillies fan all my life, and looking at this, Stott is a failure. Bohm is a failure. The 2/3 of your outfield is a failure, and if you can't change all that, plus get bullpen help, which you're not going to be able to change all of that, and get bullpen help. This team, and if your starters can't go 9 every game, in the playoffs, you don't have a chance, man. You don't have a chance.
So, John, would you be better off with them, just giving up and not really making big additions at the deadline and kind of looking forward here? Is that what you think the better option is for this team?
That's what I think the better option is.
All right. Well, John,
kick the can next year.
What do you got for who or what gets caught, John?
Oh, man, Martha Stewart got caught with the online and insider trading and went to prison, dude. That was awesome.
Wow. Martha
Was
Stewart.
it awesome?
Yeah, thanks, John. Appreciate the call.
What's awesome about
What's
it?
with the Martha Stewart?
That Martha Stewart's a criminal.
I love Martha.
I think, she is awesome.
I forget where I saw it. It doesn't sound like Martha Stewart had like a horrible time in prison. By the way,
I don't think
she was in a very like white collar area.
Perhaps.
She was like, I think she. I forget where I saw. Maybe my wife was watching something on it, but she like started mentoring a lot of her fellow prisoners, and she's like friends with them now.
Love that.
How about
Talk about a
Martha?
resurgence.
She's a goat.
Martha
She's had a
and
resurgence.
Snoop
Yes,
Dogg.
she has.
My shirt in the studio here, my Snoop Dogg shirt from his own like personal collection that he handed to me. Snoop Dogg is best friends with Martha Stewart now. I think that they've like kindled like a true lifelong friendship. They're legit.
If you had said like this week's like quarter century week for the midday show, but if you had said 25 years ago that in 2025, Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart are going to be like best friends.
Can you imagine?
That's something I don't think anybody would have.
No,
never
probably not
in
on
a
a lot of
million
bingo
years.
cards.
Yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Want to know how you feel about the Phillies. Second half starting tonight. Angels coming into town. Do you still believe? Are you still a believer this team has the ability to win a World Series? Because, hey, that's what they're going to have to figure out. That's what they're going to have to be honest about as we lead up to the trade deadline here. I still do believe. I think this team, even though the first half has honestly probably not been that much fun to watch for a lot of people, I still believe it's in there with this team with the right additions. Do you believe? If you want to get on that, you're welcome to our side topic today. Who or what gets caught? That is our side topic off the Coldplay concert fiasco from the last couple days here. And when we get back, we'll continue talking Phillies. Also, we'll talk a little more about the Joel Embiid story from yesterday. That's coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the Morning Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton and Newtown Square.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Baseball is back tonight following the All-Star break. Yeah, no more home run derbies or swing-offs. Time to see how much gas Cal Raleigh has left in the tank. Will the Blue Jays and Tigers hold on in the American League? Is Ohtani winning another MVP and a championship? It's baseball's time to shine. Before we get real NFL games, of course, I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tonight, Angels coming into town. We'll obviously talk about that throughout the course of the show a lot as the Phils get going again with the series at home against the Angels. Do you still believe that this team can win a World Series? One of the things we're talking about today, we'll have Beat the Kelly is what we're dubbing this, Buzz?
Yes, it is officially called Beat the Kelly.
Okay, Beat the Kelly coming up.
You nervous?
At 7:45.
Are you excited?
I'm excited. What's the category?
I don't tell you that.
He can't tell you.
What are you trying to
I was trying to get him to I was channeling my inner hammer there.
Yeah, I know. You're looking for a little edge.
Yeah.
I'm so I know last time you were in, I did Beat the Beat where I did the Phillies questions, and I'm kind of glad that you're the one taking the heat today.
Okay.
After doing like the afternoon show yesterday, I just feel like my brain can't handle that right now.
Beat the Beat is such a great title.
It is. I'm pretty proud of that one.
That was a Tom Kelly production.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, I want to give Buzz some credit for Quiet Riot right there. Coming back with Quiet Riot from the break. Now that
I
song,
didn't appreciate Tom's groan there.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I hear the sentence, I got to give Buzz credit. It's just like
that song was not actually originally written by Quiet Riot, which is surprising to me because I was a huge Quiet Riot fan back in 1983, which is when that came out. That Metal Health was the name of that album. Back when you would listen to the whole album. But man, that song tore this country up, man.
That's some good
That
Quiet
was
Riot
like top
knowledge.
10 MTV video countdown. That thing was at the top and it was glam rock and it was just cheesy looking. But that's a great song.
Well,
great song to bring us back with.
There you go. Maybe it'll be maybe it'll be musical related. The Beat the Kelly at 7:45. We'll see.
It's sports. I'll tell you, it's sports.
Oh, good. All right, that's good. That's good.
all you're getting.
Pop
right now.
culture last time did not go well for me.
Yeah.
So,
that's not your forte, is it?
I'm glad we're doing sports today. 215-592-9494. So you want to get on the Phils, you're welcome to. If you want to try to convince John to get behind Joe today, we have 3 hours. 3 hours. By the end of the show, my goal is to get John
Joe
Ritchie
in his quest to prove
John
that
Ritchie
he's a better
admit,
athlete than Jack Fritz.
No,
when I don't believe that.
No, it's to support your teammate. You're thinking about it too literally. This is a personal thing, John. You need to get behind Joe. You need to support him. And this turned into a show versus show thing, whether you like it or not. I mean, the afternoon show has made this what it is. You got to get behind him. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. And our side topic today, who or what gets caught off the Cold play thing yesterday. But I did want to mention something else that came to mind with the Joel Embiid conversation. We talked obviously a lot about that article yesterday. And, I saw both sides of it, and I still do see both sides of it. Like, there's plenty of blame to go around when you look at the Joel Embiid era and why things have gone the way that they've gone. But the more I think about this piece, the more frustrated I get that Joel Embiid decided to do this right now. Because regardless of who's at fault, regardless of what the Sixers have done or haven't done, how they managed his injuries or not, Joel Embiid is still a part of this organization right now. And, I mean, he's supposed to be the leader of the team. This is supposed to be a year in which, theoretically, you're still trying to compete for a championship. And being in that spot in the organization, I don't know how doing this piece right now and coming out and basically burying the organization, which is a lot of what Joel Embiid did, I don't know how that's beneficial to anything for the team for this season. And it just kind of bothers me that he went about it this way. And again, I'm not saying everything, it's fully his fault for the way things have gone. I still do place the majority of blame on Joel Embiid for the way things have gone here. But I don't understand why he decided to do this interview right now. And I think with Joel, you always look at it, and I think he's a very smart guy. But we know he's passive-aggressive. And I do wonder, I never think Joel Embiid would be the guy to come out and say, I want to get traded, because I don't think he'd want the fans to turn against him in that way. I wonder if this is kind of a passive-aggressive, get-me-out-of-here situation with Joel Embiid. What do you think, John? What do you think, as a guy being a leader of a team, how is it beneficial to the team for him to come out and do this right now?
It's absolutely not, Tom, and it's a perceptive point by you. This is the way a thoughtful NBA player begins the, get me out of here movement. Like that, my fear is that's the way it looks. Doesn't it make sense that Joel he really is more of an introspective type guy than most NBA stars that I can think of. Doesn't it just sort of feel like this is him sending that salvo, like, hey, I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I can't do it anymore. So here's why, let me show you a little bit, let me give you a peek behind the glass. It just feels like he's trying to justify what would be the move that we, have debated for a couple of years now. Some of us longer than that. When should Joel be no longer a Sixer?
Right, and there are some people some people will just defend Joel regardless, and, it's never his fault, and he shouldn't be held accountable for anything. But I look at this situation, and I just think if your goal is really to try to come back and get the knee healthy and come back and win this year, to come out and say, basically, I'm not going to be part of team meetings anymore, I can't trust the guys around me, that's not beneficial to your team. And
that's crazy, Tom.
Yeah. I mean,
that part that you just mentioned.
You can't do that.
I'm not saying, I can't be part of team meetings. These are all things like, holy cow, is this really happening? You can't go back from that. If you no longer take part in team meetings, and it sounds like that's what we're talking about, there is not a future for you within this organization moving forward with this team.
Yeah, and he essentially said, he's not collaborating with the Sixers on his injury right now. He basically said, I'm going to play when I want to play, and, they're going to have to like it. And it just feels to me like this is like a soft trade request. He is trying to force the Sixers' hand here. But I don't think, I think he's got to be real about the options. Here's Bobby Marks yesterday on ESPN talking about the Sixers and Embiid and how this thing moves forward.
Partnership between Philadelphia and Joel Embiid, there's no turning back, right? They've got to make this work, certainly from the Embiid health perspective here. And I remember last September when Joel Embiid had 2 years left on his contract and he wound up signing that 3-year max extension. And that drew a lot of ire across the league. Why would Philadelphia commit another 3 years to a player that certainly is an MVP candidate, but it certainly has been injury related? And here you look at it. There's 4 years, $242 million. Malika, the last year of that contract is $69 million. That is the danger zone of contracts. So for both sides, they've got to make it work here, for better or worse.
And that is the mindset that I wish Joel Embiid had. Because, whether the Sixers want to trade him, whether Joel Embiid wants to get traded, logically, that's probably not happening right now. I mean, nobody's probably trading for him, considering his health situation and considering the salary.
4 years, $60 million, $60.5 million a year. Yeah.
They're just going to have to make it work here. And I again, part of it is because I do think Joel Embiid is very intelligent, and I think he's very measured, and I think when he does things, he does them for a reason, and there's a purpose behind it. And the more I think about it, the more I feel like he's trying to force his way out of here. And I don't like that being the mindset right now, because everybody's goal should be, okay, we might not be happy about how things went down. He might not be happy about the Sixers, how they managed his injury. I'm sure the Sixers aren't happy about the fact that he played in the Olympics last year. So it's time to put all that behind you and try to figure out a way to make it work. I don't feel like Joel's trying to do that right now.
I didn't really read it as that. I didn't read it as him, requesting a trade or wanting out. I read it as, because he even mentioned in the article, like, every time I talk to media, it gets kind of twisted and people overanalyze and we're doing it right now, but like, I'm kind of in the middle, because I don't like some of the things he said, but then at the same time, I do feel like it was almost an explanation, not necessarily excuse making, although I see how it could be read that way, but an explanation into just like what he's been through and his journey to like get to where we're at right now, which is, I think he's aware, like, not a good spot with the Sixers. And he's not, like, I didn't love what he said about the team meetings. I didn't love, that I don't know how I feel about him saying, like, well, I'm going to basically come back when I'm ready. I'm not going to let anyone force me to, because that hasn't worked in the past. But I also think, like, it hasn't worked in the past when the Sixers medical team hasn't really helped him. I mean, he said at the start of his career with the Sixers, he had interns helping him, and he was trying to tell them his foot didn't feel right, and they weren't believing him. So I think it was more like, this is my side of the story, so you guys all, are aware.
I don't disagree. I just don't, like, to me, there's just no productive value in coming out and saying that right now. Like, there's no value in coming out and saying that right now when you're still a part of it. You're still part of the organization.
Right. Like, would I have loved to see him, instead talk about how he's welcoming in and being a leader to guys like VJ Edgecombe and, the younger guys who are on the team? Yeah. Like, I don't think that it's productive, but I also, I don't think it's him saying, like, I went out. I think it's him saying, like, here's my explanation, whether it does good or not, which I don't think it's going to do much good for him.
Yeah, and that's just my read on it, but I want to know how other people feel. 215-592-9494. Do you think Joel Embiid wants to be a Sixer anymore? Because that was my biggest takeaway. I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think he wants to play here. I think he wants a fresh start. Whether that's going to work or not, we'll see. But again, just my read, not saying definitively right. Who knows what goes on with Joel and what he's actually thinking. But do you think Joel Embiid wants to play here anymore? I don't. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Get to everybody's calls when we get back. Beat the Kelly coming up at 7:45. I'm Tom Kelly. In for Joe DeCamera today. This is the morning show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your number one spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Let the Wild Fork Forkies help you grill up restaurant-quality seafood dishes at home this summer. We always just destroy their salmon. We love it all the time. But you also have to try the skinless halibut fillets. 2 pieces, just $25.98. I love halibut. Skinless mahi-mahi fillets, 1.5-pound packs, $13.98, or upgrade any meal without the prep work with their shrimp skewers. These high-quality large shrimp come hand-skewered and packed for ultimate convenience. Just marinade in olive oil, lemon juice, oregano, paprika, garlic powder, salt, and pepper to enhance their natural flavor. Toss on the grill for about 2 minutes on each side, and you've got a tasty addition to surf and turf, a salad, or a standalone appetizer. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
As we approach baseball's trade deadline, will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster deals all month long at Dell Toyota. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell continues its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 Toyota dealer with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Toyota. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Jack, sell them for less. Low APR % financing offer on approved credit. Includes all 2025 Corollas, Prius, and RAV4s. Dealer.494 not included.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The summer of performance is in full swing at Elite Acura with offers made for the road ahead. Nothing says summer like cruising in the 2025 Acura MDX. Available to lease for just $499 a month for 39 months. Or turn up the volume on value when you lease the 2025 Acura ADX for only $429 a month for 36 months. Claim your summer of performance savings in person or online at EliteAcura.com. Now through July 31st. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 7/31/25.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Dozens protest ICE in Bridgeport after a local grocery store raid led to 14 arrests. The NTSB releases a preliminary report on the skydiving plane crash that injured 15 people. A group of non-binary runners have filed a complaint against the Philadelphia Marathon over lack of inclusion.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Jesus Luzardo gets the start for a 6:45 first pitch. Before that, the Phils will host a 2026 All-Star Declaration at City Hall starting at noon, featuring a performance by the Roots, former and current Phillies, including Bryce Harper and John Middleton, who will announce the date of next year's MLB All-Star Game here in Philadelphia. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 75 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today. We're broadcasting live from the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. A beautiful weekend. Come on out to Borgata and down the shore. Should be a great weekend to be down the shore. Should be a great weekend to be down at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies back. They are taking on the Angels tonight. We were talking about it during the break. What kind of ovation do we expect Mike Trout to get tonight? Like, he typically gets standing O's when he comes back here, which I think I've always thought is kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I'm trying to find out the last time he actually played in Citizens Bank Park, because I feel like he's always injured.
Yeah, he didn't play last time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Very
sure.
banged up.
I think it was
Yeah.
22 they played here. That series where Stott had the walk-off home run. I think he played in that series.
Oh, yeah, that was right
Okay.
after Girardi got fired.
Yes, that was
Yes.
very early Rob Thompson.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, that was when everything turned around. Is Girardi gets fired, they sweep the Angels, Bryson Stott hits that home run, and then that turned the 2022 season around.
June 2022, according to Google.
So
Okay.
maybe Trout comes in and does some amazing things in this series, and Mike Trout is the outfield addition, and his body actually holds up, and he can regain the magic from 10 years ago in his career. Is that even feasible?
It would be a good story. It would be fun for us to talk about. Yeah. I think it would be an incredibly reckless move for the
I don't think they're trading for $300 million left on a contract.
Yeah, I mean, how much you say Buzzy's got left?
I'd have to figure out the years, but it was a $450 million contract, I think, to start. So whatever's remaining on that. I mean, you're talking about just casually trading for another Bryce Harper contract.
Well, and we're worried about like Bryce's health moving forward. Bryce plays a hell of a lot more than Mike Trout does. So probably not a well-advised decision for the Phillies to make.
Also, standing ovation. Like for what? Because he goes to Eagles games? Like because he's an Eagles fan?
I think that's why.
So stupid.
But that's exactly why it happens.
But like, has he ever even said he wants to play for the Phillies? Like, I just find that so stupid.
Well,
no, he said he wants to stay in LA.
It's a one of us type of ovation. That's all
but like, you can't.
He roots for our teams in other sports. Let's cheer him here.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I
no
don't
standing ovation, please.
No, please. Have some self-respect.
I know.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. A few things on the table today, though. Asking if you still believe in this Phillies core. Do you still think they can win a World Series? We'll get to some interesting audio coming up in a little bit here in regards to the trade deadline. Some Phillies-related things and some things about some players on the market. So we'll get into that coming up a little later in the show. And our side topic today, who or what gets caught? That's what we're talking about. What do you got there, John?
Devin,
what do you got for
can you imagine beleaguered Tom, being a disciplinarian as a dad with his 3 kids? I'm just trying to envision that. Like, beleaguered Tom. I'm very glad that you get to get away and escape to the luxury of Borgata Tom. But are you...
Can I say something real quick? Real quick? I am uncomfortable with how much time John spends thinking about me and my life. I mean, I'm just like, I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
It makes me a little uncomfortable, John.
Man,
I
really do.
You have
an
obsession
pictures
with me that's bordering upon unhealthiness.
I don't know about all that. I would like to see more pictures though of you and just like what you do on the weekends, stuff like that. It's just really hard for me to imagine you coming down hard like, come on guys, it's time to go. Like he's got 3 kids. Think about Tom Kelly.
I can picture that.
You
very
should see me
clearly.
when it's time to get the kids to bed. I go into disciplinary.
Have you ever seen? I feel like TK gets mad all the time on air. Like you can picture it very easily.
Yeah, I feel like I should be one of the easier people to picture. Getting.
But I feel like maybe the kids wouldn't take it there seriously.
I think
what does that mean?
I think it's much harder to think of like Jack with his 2 kids being a disciplinarian.
I can't picture that. I can't.
Well,
picture
Tom,
that.
we have learned on the air though that your oldest son, especially, doesn't really seem to take you seriously.
He doesn't respect you.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't respect me.
How old is he?
He's 4. So when a kid's 4,
a 4-year-old child does not respect you.
These 4-year-olds, they have. They have attitudes. These days.
He recently criticized Tom for using his hands too much on the air.
Yeah, he did. He saw a clip of me talking on YouTube, and he said, "Why do you talk? Why do you wave your hands so much when you talk?"
Man, you better tell him.
He's a very observant 4-year-old.
Exactly.
Hey, I guess that is.
I talk with my hands a lot too.
Yeah, it's something you got to do. It's a tick that I have. I'm trying to correct it since my son called me out for it.
Would you say that your 4-year-old son is he does not respect you?
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. And if you please want to try to talk some sense into John to support Joe. You're welcome to do that.
The next thing we're talking about is tennis, right?
We're talking about tennis.
Ball man.
You're the ball man, and you've got to pick a side.
I'm ball man. Like, I can't be supportive of one side or the other.
Yes, you can.
Ball man.
You've been very supportive of one side.
Yeah, you've been very supportive of Jack. What the hell are you talking about? You said you're rooting for Jack.
I'm right down the middle.
Well,
neutral Richie
as
over here.
As the ball man.
You just want to.
What is this?
He's obsessed with the ball man thing, like it's the night man now. And because
voice crack.
Well, you were here. He's the official ball man for the tennis match.
I am the ball man, Devin.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bob. Bob at Egg Harbor. What's up, Bob?
Hey, Tom. Hey, Devin. Johnny, I got to support you, buddy. I know exactly where you're coming from.
Thank you. Do you really?
Exactly.
It feels like I'm really on an island here.
Well, you're a world class athlete, and nobody else can understand that this guy is the furthest thing from an athlete.
Well, I don't know if we could call John a world-class athlete after seeing that clip of Dion roasting him yesterday. That was all over social media too, John.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tom, how do you think you would have done with that one?
It's Deion Sanders in his prime, man.
That play happened to me with kids in high school, so I don't have much room to talk.
Deion in his prime. Deion was like flying in a helicopter to go play for the Reds right after that.
The video is hilarious, though, to watch how badly you missed that.
I know. I mean, it was just me and him. I couldn't even touch him. I couldn't even lay a finger.
You missed him by like 3 yards.
Yeah. And then I floundered.
Yeah. That was good stuff.
Flopped around.
Joe beats Jack in a mental game in golf. John, your head would have exploded if you were there for the baseball, because the last thing he says before he goes to the field is, "Guys, I can hit." Well, if you can't hit Boban on the seventh Division 7 pitcher, I don't know what you can hit.
Division 7.
Yeah.
Division 7, he says.
Yeah.
So he still gets back after it. He goes, "Oh, I'm disappointed. I should have hit him." Well, then get up there and don't try to take strikes or don't try to take balls. Get up there and rope 4 singles, and you take the competition. That's what it happens.
Yeah.
You know?
I did think that he was probably going to try to, it feels like he's trying to outfox each competition. And that's not, and really, like, that's not the root of what he's doing this for. Like, the root of what he set out to do was to prove he's a better athlete than Jack. And that's not what he is.
A couple adjectives of an athlete would be fast, running, jumping.
Yeah.
The last things of him.
You know what the best upset would be if Joe's just like playing possum with the running and was intentionally running poorly, and he comes into the sprinting, and he's just like a speed demon.
We've seen over the years, like it, when he'll just try to field during, a game, a PAL game, prior to a Phillies game, or even at a Sixers game. I've seen him trying to defend the small children, like some second graders. And it's just, he's ineffective because he's incapable of running. Like, running is the core to any sport, unless it's like equestrian or swimming.
Or golf.
Swimming or golf, I guess, yeah.
Which he won, yeah.
That's the one he won.
What do you got on the Phils, Bob?
So, I don't think the way they're currently constructed, they have a chance, but I think, the bullpen or the outfield or the hitting's going to come back and bite them. Can't get all 5 pitchers to pitch 9 innings and win 1-0. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, what do you got for our side topic, Bob? Who or what gets caught?
So I had one, but I think I'm switching it up. I got a tiger.
A tiger? Okay.
Tiger Woods.
Oh, yeah. Remember he got, and his ex-wife was like, took a baseball bat or a golf club to his car or something.
Right, there you go, Bob. Appreciate the call. Yeah, at first I was thinking of physical tiger. I'm like, well, I guess they could get caught.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're a tiger in a zoo, you're caught.
Yeah, tiger. Yeah, tiger. That was a bad moment.
A tiger's skin. A tiger's skin is striped just like its hair is.
Oh, really?
Cool.
I didn't know that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Like if you shaved a tiger, it would still have stripes.
It's pretty neat.
That is very interesting fact.
It's crazy when you think about it.
He does not look like he's interested whatsoever.
Well, no, I'm interested. I just like when somebody tells you that a tiger has stripes on their skin just like their fur, like. Okay, I don't.
What
know
do I do
where
with
to
that
go.
information?
Yeah, like I don't know what the logical follow up is.
I think it's so fascinating. I really think it's fascinating. And the biggest thing I find most fascinating about tigers, I guess it's a hypothetical. If you're allergic to house cats, like I am, and like a lot of people are we allergic to a tiger too? Like, am I allergic to a lion?
Well, that's a good
Right.
That's a good question.
And if that's the case, if I'm allergic to a tiger and a lion, just like I'm allergic to the house cat or the barn cat, is that because it was an evolutionary advantage once upon a time when my distant ancestors were trying to figure out which cave to inhabit? Like they could send my relative into the caves to go be like the bomb sniffer.
Well, John,
but I'm the cave bear sniffer and the saber-toothed tiger sniffer.
There's a thing in front of you called a computer. You should look it up and see. Let's go to Pete in Florida. What's up, Pete?
Yeah, I had the greatest catch ever. Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky.
Well, yeah, he definitely got caught. I think a lot of the cheating scandals. Yes,
that is a big
my
cut.
My Phillies thing. I know you guys are busy. My Phillies thing is Sid Stott. He's batting 167 for July. Replace him with Sosa. Stott's been horrible.
Yeah, and that's something, and appreciate the call, Pete. I think that's something the Phillies might need to look at doing more, is playing Sosa more and playing Stott, less, not just against lefties, but maybe against righties as well. But I'm curious where you guys come down on this part of things, because you look at this lineup and you look at what's available at the trade deadline now, and I think most people are in agreement the Phillies need a right-handed bat, guy who can hit for power. Now, of the guys that are out there right now, it feels like the two who are most available are Brent Rooker and Eugenio Suarez, which are not perfect fits. I mean, Suarez is a third baseman. You trade for him. Obviously, you already have Alec Boehm. Rooker, an outfielder / DH, kind of like a Kyle Schwarber type, where you're going to lose offense or defense in the outfield if you trade for a guy like that. Are you at the point where you'd be willing to either move Bryce Harper back to the outfield or play Kyle Schwarber more in the field? I mean, I've been resistant to this point, but the more I look at this offense and the more I feel like they need a bat, I think you almost need to be open to it. Like, especially with Harper, I don't want to move him. But if you trade for a guy like Suarez, who would offensively fit perfectly. Guys hit 30 home runs, plays third base. What you could do is you could move Boehm over to first, move Harper back to the outfield. John, is that something that you'd consider doing?
I don't want to mess. If we're talking about in Schwarber's case, I don't want to mess with his DH status too much because, man, he's on the type of tear this season where he's in consideration. MVP type consideration. If he ties one on in the second half and goes on a tear, like Schwarjune normally goes. If he comes out of the All-Star break like that for a month, holy cow! Kyle Schwarber, his numbers, his slugging numbers, his on base, things like that. His average is, for an MVP, that's out. It's low. Where is he right now? 250-ish.
Which for him is
for
him is fine.
For
if
him,
he's hitting
that's
for that
great.
kind of power, yeah.
But if we're talking about grand scheme MVP, but I'm telling you, he could. I just don't want to mess. I don't want to mess with a great thing. Kyle Schwarber was one of the great things. The starting pitching, one of the great things about the first half. I want to leave that alone. But if it means if we got to put. If we need to add some pop offensively, I certainly understand. If that means sitting Bryce and Stott, I certainly understand. But if that means moving Bryce, I'm fine with that. Let's get pop.
And that's the only thing is, like, if that's the only way, if that's your only option to get a bat, I think you need to consider it. Where do you fall on that, Devin?
I mean, I like Bryce Harper at first base, obviously, like we all do. But I feel like I'm one of the few, like we talk about like Rhys Hoskins. I know that there were talks of, bringing him back, which I don't think is going to happen. That was a while ago. But like, we forget how it feels to have a first baseman who isn't that great at defense, who you never know if they're going to, make the catch for the out and make the play or not, where Bryce Harper is pretty solid in that. And I know that he's solid in the outfield too, but especially with his wrist inflammation, why mess it up, right? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I would prefer to keep him at first base. I wouldn't mess with moving him to the outfield. But if it brought in a bat that could definitely give this lineup a boost, I'd be open to it. I guess my question would be like if you brought in someone who was the name Rooker that you just mentioned,
or Suarez, yeah.
like could maybe they go to the outfield? Like why would that? So I would ideally want to bring in someone who could be versatile and play in the outfield instead of moving Bryce Harper to the outfield.
Yeah, and that's the issue. It just feels like there are kind of imperfect fits out there right now, where you'd love there just to be a corner outfielder available, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case right now.
Well, and I had heard rumors that the Phils were going after Byron Buxton from the Twins, and I was excited about that because he fits, I think, a lot of the areas that they need. He's an outfielder. He's batting pretty well. He was in the home run derby this year, and then he came out and said, "Yeah, I'm not. I have a no trade clause in my contract, and I'm not going anywhere." So that kind of dashed those hopes and dreams for him. But someone like him would be, I think, a perfect match for the Phils. It's just who else can you get who's available that's not like a Mike Trout, always injured, gonna take up a lot of money. Not that there's a salary cap, but I don't think that John Middleton's looking to pay too many other guys like the salary that Bryce Harper and Trey Turner are getting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we got Beat the Kelly coming up in a couple minutes here, so you want to call in, you want to get involved in that, 215-592-9494.
Hey, Tom.
To compete in some trivia here. What's up, John?
I'm allergic to lions also.
There you go. You're allergic to lions also.
Is that what you've been doing? You're just you're back in the studio, Richie, just Googling what you're allergic to?
No.
In terms of big cats?
No. But
no?
It is amazing. It is amazing.
Does Richie have a camera on him?
I don't think he does. So he gets to do whatever he wants.
No, he does. Tucker
he does?
texted me. Yes, him and myself both have cameras on us today. In addition to you guys, Tucker figured it out.
It's
wow.
like a puppy. Tucker? It's like a nanny cam that you have at home. Like when your dog is at home by itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Richie's on the ring.
We got to keep an eye on John.
Yeah.
Make sure he's not getting into the food in the closet or in the fridge. Let's go to Anthony in South Philly. What's up, Anthony?
Great show, everyone.
Thanks, you, man. Anthony.
So I want to talk about Embiid, and then I want to try and convince John. So Embiid is he's a child, and he's not a closer. If we're down 2 and you need a bucket, are you thinking, hey, you know what? Embiid's going to come through for us, or he's going to do 2 or 3 dribbles back in and then a fadeaway? The guy is so weak. It gets me sick that we're even talking about this guy. I can't believe they paid him, and I don't even like watching him. He's weak, and he's not a closer, and it's just so annoying that he's even putting all this stuff out there.
Well, Anthony, it's one of those things where nobody I don't think anybody would say everything that's happened here is Embiid's fault. It's not. I mean, there's a fair share of blame to go around, but I don't think I feel like with Joel Embiid, he wants the credit. He's fine with the credit when things are going well, but he's not willing to take the criticism when things go wrong. And when you're a superstar in the NBA, that just comes with the territory. That's how every superstar in the NBA is treated. You get the credit when things go well. You get the blame when things don't go well.
Yeah, I agree with you. And John, I got a lot to say, man. So do you consider this show like a family? Is this family to you?
Do I consider the show like family?
Yeah, your colleagues right now that you work with every day. Joe, is it family?
I think it's more team than family.
Fair enough.
No, I mean family is very, very near and dear and important to me.
All the time. And if he wins, which is a long shot because the guy's a giant underdog. You have to respect that. He's a giant underdog. Fritz, he's 15 years younger, and he played in college. So are you going to be happy?
Which is why, I challenge. I don't agree that Joe is the better athlete of the two. The premise of the whole contest is based on that.
I love it. Yeah. So, would you be happy if Joe wins?
Well, I would have to be. I would be amazed.
That's a no. That's a no.
Congratulatory toward Joe, but I would be shocked and dismayed.
Okay.
Because I think it's wrong that he believes that he is better than Jack.
So what you're getting at is that you're kind of like, this is against Joe. You think he's pompous. You think he's a little annoying. And you're rooting against him because you really don't want him to win. And that's what you should do. And here's my last thing. The Godfather, greatest movie. You guys are movie buffs. What's one of the famous lines in The Godfather? Which one of the famous lines?
Well, you give it to us, Anthony.
John, I love you. Never go against the family. Don't go against the family, man. You got to be on his side. He's an underdog. Root for him, and you're a pro athlete. How many times did you play against teams that you felt like, you know what, we don't have a shot here? But you know what? You still fought. You strategized to try and win, even though you were a giant underdog. You got to support this guy. He's on your team. He's in your family. That's all I got to say.
Well, there you go. There you go, Anthony.
Baby. Go, Joe.
Appreciate the call, Anthony. Thanks. If you want to get in, 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. We'll get to Beat the Kelly in a couple minutes here. You want to get in, call the contest line, 215-988-1258. 215-988-1258 to get in to compete against me in trivia. We'll get that in a few minutes. Did he do anything for you there, John, to kind of get you on Joe's side a little more?
No, not at all. The idea of team and family are very different. Team is very different from family, and that's okay. And again, I think people are looking at this very differently than I am, and you are very clearly. This is Joe versus Jack. I can, again, be supportive of Joe in other ways when I agree with him in his endeavors. This is one endeavor that I do not agree with.
Well, I just think you need to get behind him. I just think you need to get behind him because the afternoon show has made it into a bigger deal. But it doesn't seem like I thought I was getting in a little bit on Wednesday. It feels like we've gone backwards. In that regard. Let's go to Donald Chester. What's up, Donald?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Donald, what's up?
Man, okay, first of all, how's this? How about Donovan McNabb getting caught throwing up in the Super Bowl? How's that for something?
Well, that does fit.
Yeah, it's a famous thing. I think it's overrated, but yeah, it does fit.
Yeah, I'm not trying to win anything. I just wanted to put that out there, with that.
Well, I got you. What do you got on this? What do you got on the Sixers?
Man, I've been saying this ever since Richie was doing the midday with the Cameron. I just felt like the team itself never looked like anything like the '80s team, Now I realize that Embiid always has had issues. There was always something about him that made us, mad about him. However, I just remember as a child is that the Sixers tried to do right by Doc. They always tried to get him a piece, and they kept him in the finals. They kept him in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I just never thought that the Sixers did right by Embiid by getting him somebody that could also dominate the same way he did. So, me at this point, I can understand on the other side if Embiid is trying to push himself out, like you say. I can understand that.
Yeah, Donald, I don't agree with it. Like, I get that the Sixers haven't done things right, but let's not act like Joel's done everything right either. Like, I don't think that's the case, on that side of it.
That was my first point there because, see, I don't disagree with that. But when I go back to the 80s and I can look at something, I look at it, if Moses was able to dominate the paint, that means there was, you had Tony out there was able to shoot. You had, Bobby, and you had Doc, and was able to do things. It was just that it was just always to me, it was just always Embiid. It was always just Embiid, and nobody else. And no matter what Embiid did, it just to me, it just wasn't. Enough.
Yeah. That's the way it turned out.
I hear you, Donald. I appreciate the call. I don't think we can just like absolve Joel Embiid from any sort of blame and criticism here. Like, and I'm not saying the Sixers have done everything right around him. That's obviously not been the case. But like at the end of these series where they have lost, I don't think he's ever taken the full brunt of the blame or the majority of the blame. Like, it's always been, either Ben Simmons or it's been James Harden or, we never really come down on Joel, and he's been awful at the end of these games.
I mean, I feel like we as in Philadelphia fans and sports radio and like I feel like people do come down on Joel Embiid really hard.
Actually. I disagree.
They blame him for quote unquote giving up in the Celtics series. They blame him for not doing enough. They blame him for his play, which like I understand, but I also think it's more so. And what that article is kind of getting at, in my opinion, is saying like, yeah, you can have frustrations with me as the man, as the person, Joel Embiid, but what I do on the court is separate from that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's not like he's still a dominant basketball player, even if people and fans have issues with his attitude around the game.
Yeah, I get that, but I just think like when you look at like the end, like these series that they have lost, I feel like the brunt of the blame always goes elsewhere. I feel like when they lost the Hawks, Joel was terrible in that series, but everybody blamed Ben Simmons because that was the easy thing to do, Joel included. The end of the Celtics series, I mean, Joel takes some of it for that, but, I mean, I think James Harden gets blamed far more than Embiid does, and Harden was the guy in that series. He won the Sixers more games in that series than Joel did. He had 2 great games, and I just think, he likes to accept the credit, but doesn't always like to take his culpability in it with the blame, is the way
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So, but without further ado, it is time to do Beat the Kelly. Let's get Bobby in Bethlehem in here, who is our contestant today. What's going on, Bobby?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Do you feel confident, Bobby, in your ability to win this competition today?
Yeah, I would be a little less confident if I was going against the camera, so I feel pretty good against you.
Yeah,
that's kind of
they're fighting words to start here.
It's kind of a low blow, Bobby.
I will not claim to be the aficionado the Hammer is, but I still think I can take you down, Bobby.
Wow.
Now
it'll be a good competition. It'll be a good one.
All right, now is it time for me to step away into the soundproof booth?
Well, you've already flubbed this. You forgot to cue the open.
Come on, talkative Tom.
It's time to do Beat the Kelly.
The
Kelly.
It's time for Beat the
Kelly
on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I mean, have a feel.
That's
this
on
is
you.
Radio.
That's on you, Buzz.
What do you
You're
mean
the
it's on
producer.
me?
You're supposed to instruct me with these kind of things. You're producing the show. That's
you as the contestant in the camera chair, fire it. Seltzer doesn't tell Joe when to fire it. He just says it.
Well, they do it every week. Well, without further ado, should I step away now, Buzz?
Yes, now you should step away.
Wait. Before you do, are we same rules as
Same
Beat
rules.
the Hammer? 55 seconds.
55 seconds. These will be 5 sports questions. John has the timer. Bobby and Tom, a reminder, because Tom, you don't usually play this. Bobby, I'm not sure if this is your first time or not. You may either attempt to answer a question, you may pass. If you do attempt to answer a question and you are wrong, you may not circle back to it. If you pass, of course, you can circle back to it. And the time begins after I begin reading the first question. Everyone clear on the rules?
Yes.
All right. Same rules as always. All right. Yes, Tom, now you can scram.
Man.
All right, so Richie, you have the timer back
You're
there?
running it, Buzz.
Well,
Nice
listen,
job.
I mean, someone's got to take control. Tom's forgetting to fire the intro. He's just like, oh, do I step away now? How does this work? I mean, listen to the
Beleaguered
segment
Tom.
once in a while. Come on.
Talkative and beleaguered Tom.
All right, Bob.
I got the clock for
Yes.
you, bud.
All right. So Richie's got the clock. Bobby, you ready to play a game we call Beat the Kelly?
Let's do it.
All right, category for the week. So I don't know if you've been listening to the station this week, but on the midday show and all of WIP, it has been quarter century week here on WIP, things that have happened since the year 2000 in Philadelphia sports. So today's category is quarter century playoff trivia. These are all Philadelphia sports playoff trivia questions about the past quarter century. Are you ready to roll?
Let's do it.
All right, clock will begin after I finish reading the first question. Question number 1. There are two current NFC teams who have defeated the Eagles in multiple playoff games since 2000. Name both of them.
Tampa Bay Bucks, and the Seattle Seahawks.
There are 3 current National League teams who the Phillies have not played in a playoff series this century. Name one of them.
Chicago Cubs.
Since 2000, the Sixers have defeated 2 different teams in multiple playoff series. Name one of them.
Brooklyn Nets.
The 2010 Flyers overcame a 3-0 series deficit to the Bruins. They played the Blackhawks in the Stanley Cup Final. Name one of the 2 other teams they played that postseason.
Pass.
In the 4 major sports since 2000, Philadelphia's had 8 head coaches or managers make the playoffs and never win a round. Name 2 of them.
Time.
All right, not bad. That's a 2 out of 5. These were somewhat tough, and
Jeez,
you know,
man, it feels like they're long.
Little wordy, perhaps. I mean, I think if you can.
No, I think they're good.
I think they're good. They're about the
Yeah,
same
I
length
think
that
they're
James
good.
usually
Yeah.
goes. I feel like.
I think James's are usually wordy.
Yeah, James is like spitting them out really fast. All right, so
Yeah.
we're gonna
All
put.
right, how'd he do?
We're gonna
How'd
put
Bobby
Bobby on hold. Tom, we don't tell you how he did, but
I know that, Buzz. I know.
okay. Well, you've really been trying to get an edge here.
Did
Unsuccessfully.
you give him
I'd say.
extra time? That felt like it took a long time.
Did not give him extra time.
Hell yeah, we gave him extra time.
Yeah, we're actually trying to
Beleaguered
rig it
and
here.
talkative, Tom.
It felt like it took a
That's
very
how
long
we
time,
roll, man. We just bend the rules to try to cheat to beat you.
Richie, this is not the flex you think it is.
No.
yeah, exactly.
All right, Tom.
All right, let's go.
So the category for the week, in honor of it being quarter century week here on the midday show and really all across WIP, this is quarter century playoff trivia. Quarter century Philadelphia sports playoff trivia, things that have happened since 2000. Are you ready to roll?
I am ready.
All right. The clock will begin when I finish reading the first question. There are 2 current NFC teams who have defeated the Eagles in multiple playoff games since 2000. Name both of them.
The Saints and I'll pass.
There are 3 current National League teams who the Phillies have not played in a playoff series this century. Name one of them.
Pass.
Since 2000, the Sixers have defeated 2 different teams in multiple playoff series. Name one of them.
The Heat.
The 2010 Flyers overcame a 3-0 series deficit to the Bruins. They played the Blackhawks in the Stanley Cup Final. Name one of the 2 other teams they played that postseason.
Canadians.
In the 4 major sports since 2000, Philadelphia has had 8 head coaches or managers make the playoffs but never win a round. Name 2 of them.
Chip Kelly and Tony DeLeo.
There are 2 current NFC teams who defeated the Eagles in multiple playoff games.
Time.
Wow, we have a 2-2 tie.
Ooh. Do you have overtime?
Fortunately, I have
I'm disappointed in my performance. That was a bad performance.
Fortunately, I have prepared an overtime question. Now, the rules for this, for anyone unaware, is Tom is going to step away once again. It is going to be a question where I ask both of you to name as many blank as you can in 15 seconds. Bobby will go first. Tom will come back, and we'll see who can name more in 15 seconds. If you guys tie that again, I do have one final question that is guaranteed to settle.
All right, I'll step away in 1 second, but you're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting from the Tasty Cake Studios today at Borgata in Atlantic City. Let me know when to come back. Good luck, Bobby.
Man.
Gotta take your headphones off.
This is intense.
Oh, it sounds like Tom
Overtime.
tried to walk away with the headphones on still.
And he just ripped them
and
right off.
Devin
He
was
seems
laughing
flustered.
at him.
All right.
He seems flustered.
Bobby, you ready for this overtime question?
Hey, so I got the
wasn't
15. So
expecting
I'm going to
that.
be 15 seconds timing as soon as you
finish reading the question.
Okay, and that's 15 seconds, and then Bobby, you're going to have to just roll
Name as many as you can.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, you ready? All right.
Let's
The
do it.
Eagles won 3 playoff games during the 2017-18 season en route to their first ever Super Bowl victory. 10 different Eagles recorded a reception in those playoff games. Name as many as you can. Go.
Aguilar, Jeffrey, Ertz, Burton, Foles, Clement, Blunt, Ajayi, Selleck.
Time.
All right, I think he got 7. I believe he got 7 within the time frame. So we're going to put Bobby back on hold yet again. We're going to wait.
He's running. Love the hustle, TK.
Thank you.
Love the hustle.
So you counted 7. He said 9 names.
John, do you not know how this game works? You do this every week.
Yes.
All right. What do we?
One of them, we can go back and check the tape, but I believe one of them he said was incorrect. I now can't say who it was because Tom is back.
What are the rules?
All right. I'm going to read a question.
Okay.
You're going to name as many as you can in 15 seconds, all right?
Okay.
You ready? The Eagles won 3 playoff games during the 2017-18 season en route to their first ever Super Bowl victory. 10 different Eagles recorded a reception in those games. Name as many as you can. Go.
Alshon Jeffrey, Torrey Smith, Corey Clement, Jay Ajayi, Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, or not Dallas Goedert.
Time.
No.
Wow, a win for Bobby.
Oh, my God.
Way to go,
Disappointing
Bobby.
performance.
A 7-5 win in overtime.
7-5.
There we go.
Well, Bobby, congratulations.
I appreciate a good effort there, TK.
Nice.
Poor effort from me. Poor effort from me.
Now, why do you say that? That was.
No, I'm mad. I'm mad at myself. I choked. I choked in the big stage. I'm just like Joel Embiid.
Oh no. Oh.
Dallas Goedert.
I know Dallas guy. I was panicking. I was just thinking of recent Eagles. He came the year after. Yeah.
You didn't name Nick Foles?
Yeah, Nick Foles. That's a bad one. I should have remembered that. Nelson Aguilar was an obvious
Yeah.
one, too. Were those the two that he got?
Yeah, he did get.
And he got Brent Selleck.
Brent
I don't
Selleck.
know if you said Brent Selleck.
No, I should have said him over Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
But well done, Bobby. Nice job.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
There you go. So Bobby wins today. Was that the longest beat the hammer type thing ever?
I feel like it's been overtime before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're fine, honestly. Like, Joe's probably celebrated for longer than that.
I say, well, yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. Is the segment wraps up quicker when Joe's not here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe usually will he now strut around and do his whole victory dance through Borgata
Well,
for the
if
next
he
5
won,
minutes?
yeah.
Yeah, but he pretty much always win?
No, he loses.
No.
He loses. He'll have you believe he always wins. But he'll lose, and then if he loses, he just, like, ruminates over the questions and how they were worded unfairly, according to him, and how he, like, wants to redo.
So, Tom, these questions you got wrong. So the first
I should have gotten the Nets for the
can we
Sixers.
get answers?
That was bad.
Yes. So the first question was, there are 2 current NFC teams who have defeated the Eagles multiple playoff games since 2000. The Buccaneers and Saints are the 2 answers. Buccaneers and Saints have actually both beat them 3 times.
So you got half.
I forgot the Bucs game in 2021. That's the one I forgot.
Or how about the closing of the vet? Like, it happened 3 times.
I remember that one. You said multiple times.
Yes, 2021, and they also lost to them a couple of years ago, too.
Right, in 2021.
And 2023.
Oh, right. I forgot that
happened 3 separate times.
Right, yeah.
So,
That's one I should have gotten.
Bucs and Saints there. There are 3 current NL teams where the Phillies have not played in a playoff series this century. The Nationals, Cubs, and Pirates are the 3. They've not played any of those teams. Since 2000, the Sixers have defeated 2 different teams in multiple playoff series. The Nets and Raptors would have been the correct answers there. The 2010 Flyers overcame a 3-0 series deficit to the Boston, then played the Blackhawks, Devils in the first round, Canadians in the conference finals. And in the 4 major sports since 2000, Philadelphia's had 8 head coaches or managers make the playoffs but never win a round. Chip Kelly, Maurice Cheeks, Tony DeLeo, Jim O'Brien, Nick Nurse, Bill Barber, Craig Berube, and Dave Hackstall.
That was one. I was just trying to cycle through those bad Sixers teams and their coaches.
Tony DeLeo was.
I was proud of the Tony DeLeo.
That was a good pull. And
I was proud of that.
That was just a force overtime with seconds to spare.
Yeah, but not a good performance. I'm disappointed. Good questions though, Buzz. They were fair. I'm not gonna do the hammer thing. I'm gonna take accountability.
Oh, that's refreshing.
Yeah, no problem.
Accountability in this segment?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I got to do a better job, as Andy Reid would say. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in some of the things we're talking about today, do you still believe in this Phillies team and their ability to win a World Series? We'll get to some trade deadline sound coming up in the next segment, some news that dropped yesterday, some of the players that could be available, and how it pertains to the Phils. But as we lead up to this deadline, second half starting tonight, do you really believe in this team? Because I think that's what the Phillies are going to need to be honest with themselves about. because we can talk about the deadline going all in, and I think all of us want them to for the most part. But if you're going to do that, you got to believe that you can win a World Series. I still think this team can, and I think so much of it comes down. The starting pitching is obviously phenomenal. Bryce Harper getting on the right track right before the break, that's an encouraging sign. I think they need to really give this team a shot, and to give them a fair shot, I think you need to go all in. So you want to do that, you're welcome to. Talking about Joel Embiid a little bit as well, fallout from that story yesterday, and this is just my perception of it here, but I think Joel Embiid doesn't want to be here anymore. Like, I think it was interesting timing for him to do this interview and have this piece released. First off, just even down to the day that it was released, the day after the All-Star game, one of the slowest sports days of the year. I think that was orchestrated. I think that was done for a reason. I think it was something that they knew, okay, this story comes out on this day. It's going to get a lot of attention. And I just don't know how, if Joel Embiid's real main focus was, all right, I'm going to rehab, I'm going to get my knee right, and we're going to come in and we're going to make another run at this thing this year. This is not productive. Like, I get wanting to, tell the story of your career, stuff like that, but that can happen some other time. Like, if you are trying to win right now, what's the point of coming out and airing all the dirty laundry of your Sixers tenure? What's the point of coming out and saying, well, I don't know if I can trust anybody because whoever leaked the Maxey thing is still here, and I'm not going to participate in team meetings anymore, and the things with my health in regards to the organization, we're not really on the same page, or the Sixers can, I'll play when I want to play, and they're going to have to deal with it. I just don't know how that's productive for the team right now, and want to know how you feel about that. Do you think Joel Embiid wants to be here anymore? I don't. And our side topic today, who or what gets caught off the Coldplay concert video that's been circulating on social media. So a lot to get into. Let's go to Joe Mayfair. What's up, Joe?
Hey, good morning. Tough loss for you, TK. Tough loss this morning.
That was a bad performance, Joe. Full accountability.
But it's exciting when it goes to OT like that, beleaguered and talkative, Tom.
I'll tell you what, that OT is stressful.
Really? Yeah, I could kind of sense that coming through. Like you sounded like it was touch and go there. Yeah, like you ran out of names, and it sounded like you were just spinning your wheels there for about 3 seconds at the end, which I'm positive, if I were in that situation, would happen to me. I am positive that name as many as you can in 15 seconds. I think that would drive me insane.
Well, I think Devin had the right idea to just go out on top. I mean, you had that great performance a few weeks ago.
I know.
And now you could just retire on top.
I learned from, the guys who retire and then try to come back and it doesn't work. Like, you just got to go out on top. You got to take your losses and cut and run.
Yeah.
So maybe you'll take a note from me, TK.
Yeah, before I get to the Phillies, I do call it the embiidisment error because it is an embarrassment. So it's just a play on words. Joel's never liked to be the center of the franchise. When Ben was here, he took most of the brunt. Jimmy Butler talked to the media more than Embiid, and then James Harden did as well. So he never wants to be the vocal. I believe that Devin was right. A lot of people do criticize Embiid, and I'm one of them. All would have been forgiven for me if he would have actually had a heart in Game 6 against the Celtics in the last 5 minutes of a close game to get us past the second round. But he decided to play a two-guard and lose the ball at the top of the key on 2 straight possessions, not go down low, not decide to take the team to the next level when the Boston Celtics were trying to give us that game. All would have been forgiven from my end if he would have came through at least once in his career here in Philadelphia.
Well, Joe, what killed me with Embiid was, honestly, I was impressed with him in that Knicks series. Is the way he came back and he's playing on one leg and he plays in Game 6, and I thought he showed a lot of guts in that series, and I came out of that series with a positive view of him, and that's why the Olympic thing just crushed me so much, because I'm like, okay, maybe this is the point he totally gets it. Maybe this is the point something's going to turn. And I understand him wanting to play in the Olympics. I totally get that. I don't have a problem with that. But, hey, I mean, you're a grown-up. You got to make grown-up decisions. And if you know that your knee is not right, your health is not right, that's got to take priority over playing in the Olympics, is the way I look at it.
I think that the fan base has been on the other side of Embiid well before the Olympics. I don't think we've liked him as much or cared in the Game 6. Listen, Game 7, Mother's Day, with Harden and Embiid both deciding not to show up. And for Embiid to come out and say he wished Harden was back. Well, yeah, because James is going to take pressure off you. There's no one on this roster that the media is not going to go after. Like, you're the center of the franchise. And he always crawls under a rock. He never shows up, takes accountability like number 5 did back in the day. And 2, he's never wanted the ball in the low block in the last 5 minutes of a game, in an important game, to either go to the foul line, to be on the foul line in critical moments where the microscope's on you, or to take the ball in an area where he can dominate. And by the way, I'm 7'1", and I can't get one offensive rebound in a Game 6 against the Celtics, by the way, either. Not one in that game. That game, for me, was the end of the Embiid era for just a no-show in the most important game against our number 1 rival in Philadelphia sports and basketball. So I wish Joel Embiid the best of luck. And this comes out after Kyle Lowry signed on July 7th. So process of elimination for me is Kyle Lowry to me would be the rat. No proof of it, but that would be common sense to me that he would be the rat.
Well, I got you, Joe. What do you have for our side topic today?
Well, I'm going to go a little bit of humor since the world today, and you know, we can't take jokes like on the ESPYs. It was phenomenal jokes, but we've lost our sense of humor as a nation. But Wile E. Coyote always set traps on, always tried to catch the Roadrunner, but he always caught himself in his own traps.
Ooh.
So I'm going with Wile E. Coyote.
Good answer.
Self-caught.
It's creative.
That is.
I like that.
That is a good one. Appreciate it, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that was is that up your alley? Was that popular when you were a kid, John?
Yeah, for sure. I was at a babysitter's every day because both my parents worked early, and so it was always on. Looney Tunes was always on, and I loved it.
Well, there you go. So good answer from Joe there. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. When we get back, I do want to mention a development in the NFL yesterday and how it relates to another team in the Eagles division and a player they're trying to get signed. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. They're so picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels. Tonight, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring tonight.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that, too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit GladHairMM.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster deals all month long at Dell Toyota. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. It's time to nuke your old car or truck. With the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell continues its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 Toyota dealer with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Toyota. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Low APR % financing offer on approved credit. Includes all 2025 Corolla, Prius, and RAV4s. Dealer fee $494 not included.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The WNBA All-Star Game is tomorrow, and a three-point contest is tonight. Missing during the festivities in Indianapolis? Caitlin Clark. She's out with another groin injury. Come on. She was the marquee name in her home city. I was going to tune in just for her, even though she's been in a shooting slump. WNBA players, stop killing the golden goose. Lighten up on the fouls. Just a little bit. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Labor's District Council Lesset Fund. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Jesus Luzardo gets the start for a 6:45 first pitch. Before that, the Phillies will host a 2026 All-Star Declaration at City Hall starting at noon, featuring a performance by the Roots, former and current Phillies, including Bryce Harper, and owner John Middleton, who will announce the date of next year's MLB All-Star Game here in Philadelphia. And the Eagles will receive their Super Bowl championship rings in a private ceremony tonight after production issues pushed back the date from early June. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor is building a better future today. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 75 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Do you still believe this Phillies team can win a World Series? That is our Twitter poll question of the day. As the second half gets started tonight, how excited are you guys to have baseball back? Doesn't it feel like a lot longer than 4 days?
It does. It does. And I always kind of laugh at the All-Star breaks. We all talk about it like it's like this 2-week-long break, and it's 4 days in a 162-game regular season. But it does feel like it's been a while. I'm excited for them to get back at it.
And get back at home. It feels like since they played a home game,
right? It feels
has
forever.
been a long time.
Yes,
Yeah.
it really does. Because it was like, I think they were home kind of over the 4th of July, but a lot of people, I wasn't in town. Like a lot of people were traveling, so I feel like I haven't been down to CBP in quite some time. So I'm excited.
you were in Montana.
I was in Montana.
Hugh was fascinated. I was working with Hugh that
dying.
week. He was fascinated with your time in Montana.
Yes, he was. I feel like people have been weirdly fascinated with my time in Montana, which is funny.
Why is it so fascinating?
I don't know.
Ask Q, man.
Montana's
I don't know.
beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Oh,
John, you
boy.
seem like you would fit in very well in Montana.
Yes,
You know,
John would fit in very
I've
well.
never been to Montana.
Really?
You just said it was beautiful. Were you
Well, no,
lying?
I've only seen pictures and videos and read about it. I've been to, I've spent a lot of time in Idaho. My best friend from college is from Boise. And,
Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And McCall, Idaho, he has a cabin in
McCall
McCall.
is beautiful.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I love
Richie,
Idaho.
you know I lived in Boise, Idaho for like the start of my career.
You lived in Boise, Idaho?
Yeah, it was my first on-air job. I was a reporter. I didn't work in sports. I worked in like regular news. I was a reporter for the CBS station in Boise, Idaho in 2016.
I knew that. We talked about the fact that they pronounce it Boise. Not Boise. And I had to learn that when I was out there. But yeah, my best friend from school is an Idahoan. So I love beautiful country.
Beautiful place.
But I've not been to Montana.
I could see John in retirement. Like, couldn't you see him just after he's done with his radio career, settling in on on a ranch, in a ranch, on a ranch?
I want
on a ranch in
to-
Montana,
Yeah.
having a bunch of buffalo
I would
riding
love
them
that.
around.
No, I would
That's
love
the
I could
goal.
see
That
that
sounds
so
like
much.
a great retirement. Honestly, it's
yeah.
beautiful out there. It's getting very expensive though for real estate because like a lot of celebrities and like billionaires are buying up all these big plots of land out there and building their mansions. So. Got to move quick if we want to start that retirement plan.
Yeah, didn't like Brady have like a secret meeting with Stafford out there when he's trying to lure him to the Raiders?
It's because there's this place called Yellowstone Club, which is like a private section. I can't believe I'm diving into this lore for you guys right now.
Yeah.
It's like a private ski resort off of Big Sky, which is in Montana. It's like, I don't know, a little bit outside of Bozeman, Montana, and all these celebrities have like homes there.
Bozeman,
now because it's
Montana, where they
private.
make Gibson guitars.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's where I was in Bozeman or kind of near Bozeman, so I didn't know that.
You should recycle that for your fact of the day on Monday, John.
Yeah, when I was a player, for some reason there was a deal through our union where Gibson Guitars would give you the artist discount, and they would drop ship guitars right to your house. And so I was calling them all the time. I was calling that number. Like, as soon as I found out, because I was a union rep also for when I was a player. So as soon as I saw that information, holy cow, I'm calling Gibson. I'm going to talk about whatever the perks are that I can get just because I'm in the NFL. And they said no one else ever called. They said no one really cared about Gibson guitars back then, which is unfortunate because they're beautiful
awesome.
instruments.
Well, make sure you get yourself one. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. So you want to get on the Phillies. Do you still believe this team can win a World Series? Talking about Joel Embiid, your reaction to that article, which came out Wednesday. I'm sure some people still working their way through reading it. It took a long time to read. But thinking about it a lot, I feel like it's over here. Like, I just think it would be better for both sides to probably part ways. I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's really a viable solution right now. And I just try to think of the motivations of why Joel decided to do this interview right now. And I feel like if the goal is to come back and really get healthy and try to make another run at this thing, I just don't think this would have been productive. And, I feel like he wants to leave here. That's my grand takeaway, but would love to get your takes as well. 215-592-9494. And our side topic today, who or what gets caught off the viral Coldplay video of the people having the affair. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Chuck in Mount Airy. What's up, Chuck?
What's your TK? What's up, man?
What's up, Chuck?
John, what up, John? Welcome back.
Thanks, Chuck. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm not doing bad. Not doing bad.
Good.
Whoever else is in the studio, how you doing? I think Dev is in the studio. Who else in there?
I'm here. Hey, Chuck.
Hey,
Buzz,
what's going
Fran, Tucker.
on? Okay, well, everybody. Hey,
Lewis is back here.
Tucker
All right.
left. Tucker
Yeah.
went to get a
Going
coffee.
to show, I tell you, if big people are in and out. I tell you, I don't know who's in from day to day, so I just say everybody. But listen, let me say this, right? You know, the Phillies, I don't think they got a chance of making the World Series unless they make a trade or two at the deadline. You know, they got to get a bat, a center fielder preferably, and a reliever, and then I'll be on board with them. But as far as Joel Embiid go, listen, I want to let people know out there, if people think I'm the ultimate Joel Embiid hater, I didn't start souring on the guy until I seen things in the playoffs that I didn't approve of. You know, it has nothing to do with his injury history, okay? If he was just injured, I would still like the guy. But, I mean, when you call out in a playoff game, you know, when you could have took a commanding 3-1 lead against Toronto, who went on to win a championship that year, you could have probably won the championship. Who knows if you take them out? You know, it was wide open that year. I can't get with you. You know, when you mope in the series against Miami and you're one, and it's tied 1-1, and you mope because you found out you didn't win MVP, I can't get with you. You know, and you don't want to talk to your teammates when you're doing a playoff series. I just can't get with you, man. You know, when you have a 6-foot guard like Trae Young come in and just house you, you know, and he's the better player on the floor, you know, in that series, I can't get with you. And when you got Doris Burke, who calls you out, him and James Harden, walking up the court in Game 6 against Boston, at home. I can't with you, man. You know what I mean? This is stuff right here that has turned me off from Joel Embiid. It has nothing to do with the injury history. So I'm tired of people saying that, because he's injured, this is why people are sour on him. No, it's the things he's done in the playoffs why people are soured on him. When he could have been the best player on the court, he chose not to be.
Well, Chuck,
I've never heard somebody call out during a playoff game.
Well, Chuck, and it's not just the playoffs. And one of the things, honestly, that disappointed me the most about that article is they asked him about that Maxey meeting. And he still thinks like he was wronged because somebody leaked the details of the meeting. Like, that just shows me, like, dude, that's not the problem. Like, the problem is that Tyrese Maxey had to tell you what to do to begin with. Like, that's the bigger issue. And the fact that he doesn't get that is so disappointing.
It's the mentality, man. You know what I mean? It's the mentality. I remember vividly against Al Horford in the playoff game. P.J. Tucker coming up to him wanting to, give him a pep talk. Like, it's just the mentality, man. That's why I don't like Joel Embiid. I will never like the guy. Is he a talented player? Absolutely. We've seen his talent. But does that translate to the playoffs? When you had a chance to win a championship and you was healthy in a series, you called out sick. When you had a chance to beat Miami, you got mad because you didn't win an MVP, you moped, and they wound up losing that series. Like, you're supposed to have been the best player on the floor. And I tell you, when he played against Toronto, he had a squad that year. You had Jimmy Butler. You had Ben Simmons in his prime. You had Tobias Harris. You had J.J. Redick. You had a team, man. You had bench players. That was a very good team that year. And it was a deeper team that year. And we still lost that series because our best player chose not to show up when it counted the most.
I got you, Chuck. What do you got for our side topic? Who or what gets caught?
A mouse in a trap.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a really good answer.
Appreciate the call, Chuck. That was...
I don't know how none of us thought of that before.
The simplest answer.
Yeah.
But at the same time, a very creative answer.
Yeah.
So,
almost so simple that I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
I like that.
An enlightening answer from Chuck there. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. And with the Embiid thing again, I think anybody who reads that article, it's impossible not to at least feel for him on the human level and the stuff that he's been, because obviously he has been through a lot.
But then
right.
I check myself, Tom, because I realize that is the intention. This article was put out there by his camp to make us realize just how hard he's had it. To make us realize the knee that was so swollen, the quotes in there from, I forget who it was. It was a teammate talking about how
it was Batum.
Yeah, Nick Batum saying, I saw his knee. I don't even know how he was playing. This information is being disseminated to us for a reason, and it feels so intentional now. Sometimes it bothers me while reading through all of that Joel really feels like this is the beginning of the end.
Right.
And these are the reasons he is providing. Joel is so deep and complex, not just as a basketball player, but as you learn more about him and you read the article, you learn just how everyone realizes that. And this feels like it's what someone who's deep and complex does when they're building a case for why they shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and I that's the way I took it, John. And I just think, the timing of it is just not – it's not productive for the team. And if that's the goal is to win, this is not gonna lead you down that road in a productive way. And I just – that part of it does bother me. And again, when you look at it from a human level, I think anybody can be supportive and understand what he's gone through. But at the same time, the stuff about that meeting with Maxey in Miami, that disappoints me so much. That he's still so focused on, somebody leaked it, and that's not fair, and that's not right for me. When the problem is, that shouldn't need to happen in the first place. You know, like, you are the 10-year veteran. You are the guy who's supposed to be the leader of the team. You have a guy who came into the league 3-4 years ago who, I mean, honestly cares for you. I mean, Maxi's one of his guys, is telling you these are the things that you need to do. That shouldn't be happening. And that's something that Joel should recognize, but I don't think does. And that's concerning. Let's go to Mario in Pottstown. What's up, Mario?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you're all having a good Friday morning.
Thanks, Mario.
As far as the Phillies, I think you guys just need a reliever and then like a center fielder. If you got those two pieces, I really think there may be a shot.
Just like an all-star center fielder and an all-star reliever. That would be nice, Mario.
That's all we need.
Yeah, as far as that.
It's
and then
doable.
As far as the whole Joel Embiid thing, I feel bad because I'm not that I necessarily feel bad, but he does get a lot of slander. And, it sucks. I think all the blame shouldn't. I feel like all the blame is being placed on him, and it shouldn't be. The Philadelphia 76ers organization also had a lot of drafting issues that they had. And then, with Joel Embiid, his injuries, they're inevitable. I mean, that kind of thing happens. It just sucks. His attitude is definitely what sucks. Him playing in the Olympics, and then getting hurt, like that definitely sucks when he couldn't play against the Knicks. But I don't think necessarily all the blame should be placed on Joel Embiid. I feel like he gets slandered the most when a lot of things were inevitable that happened.
Yeah, maybe I'm reading it differently. Maybe I'm the minority here. I know he's taken some criticism, but I just feel like after the Hawks series, most of it went to Simmons. After the Celtics series, they both got it, but I thought most of it went to Harden. I just feel like typically, he's never the first guy who takes that blame.
Yeah, and as a leader, you should be. But I definitely think that there's some things that happened that were out of control, and now he's just angry. I think he wants out. I think the whole reason the press release and all the stuff that's coming out is because he wants out. I think that's the bigger reason behind it. Philadelphia is a hard city to play in. It's extremely difficult. So I think he just wants out and see what he can get with the rest of his career.
Yeah, I hear you, Mario. What do you got for our side topic today?
But for the side topic, I actually have a question.
Sure.
Do you think you'd be able to get out of that? Like, what would be, if you were a young guy and that happened to you, you just got married, what would be your excuse or the lie that you would tell your wife that you think you could get out of that?
I don't think there's any way this guy's getting out of it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, Mario.
I don't know if there's any. I think it's pretty.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. Did you see his wife already removed his name from her social media?
And I saw, and in her, like, that could also just be for privacy, because everyone's probably
fair
trying to scope her out. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine that she's not going to be very happy with her husband after seeing that.
I saw a pretty funny meme. It says, this guy was worth $1.2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore. You could say he's probably worth about half that now.
Yeah,
that's not
probably.
a meme. It's just a tweet.
Oh, it was a tweet? I thought it was a meme. I thought I saw it in a picture.
In meme, I don't know.
Maybe you saw
it in both.
See how quick Buzz is.
Yeah.
Just
I
told you so. I told you so. He's so quick.
He was very
to do
ready
that
to
all
call
the
you
time.
old.
Yeah.
Yeah, very ready.
What is that
All the
conversation
time.
like when you get home, by the way? Like when you walk in the door, you're like, hey.
So
Did you have a good time tonight? Or what is the first thing out of your mouth when that happens?
So it's not what it looks like.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how that conversation goes down.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I would imagine either way, not well.
No.
It probably didn't end well.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to assume. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in,
kids involved in this. I would assume. I don't know much about.
I believe
their
they
families.
do have children.
You know what? Just such a shame.
Yeah.
When I was
but
in
it
college,
did give us a funny internet moment.
It did. When I was in school, was the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky thing. I was going to school with his daughter and watching that media circus follow.
You went to school with Chelsea
girl.
Clinton?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dan Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm like, are we just gonna?
We're not gonna just blow
I knew this information about John. That's why I guess I didn't react.
I didn't know that.
It was.
There was Secret Service all over the place.
Well,
at
first
campus,
of all,
right?
there were always Secret Service with the president's daughter. These
Do
acting
you guys
president's
remember
daughter.
that movie?
There's like 6 of them
Yeah.
around her at all times.
The president's daughter.
Was that
it has
Eric
song.
Matthews was in it?
Yeah.
They were dressed up like college kids with backpacks, but they always had the little earpieces in. So you knew, and they built like a special little area for them to live in the dorm, like next to her and stuff, and that was amazing. But you had cameras following this poor girl around because of the infidelity of her dad. Just unbelievably depraved to think about how hard that must have been for her.
Yeah, no, that had to be rough. I mean, to be a college kid I guess the only thing worse would have been being high school at the time.
Just can't escape the faults of your father, essentially, all day, every day. Ugh.
Yep. Tough situation for her, and I guess for the kids of the Coldplay couple now, I suppose.
Yeah.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But did want to touch on something else real quick, because one of the guys we've talked about as far as the Eagles potentially targeting, as of a couple weeks ago, T.J. Watt, the Steelers making a bunch of moves.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Speculation as to whether that would happen. T.J. Watt re-signs yesterday with the Steelers on a monster contract. I think it was 3 years, $120 million.
$23 million.
It's $41 million a year.
Wow,
highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for the second time.
That's pretty incredible, and. That comes on the heels of the Myles Garrett contract.
And next will be Micah.
Well, that's why this is good news for the Eagles here. And Micah Parsons, this is some interesting audio we've got for you. Do you know who Micah Parsons, so take a guess, who he spoke to about his contract situation?
Oh, boy, I don't know.
The Undertaker. He was on the Undertaker's podcast.
Yeah.
I think it's called 6 Feet Under, appropriately. And here was Micah Parsons talking with the Undertaker on his contract and whether this thing's going to get done. Yes.
How are we coming along with the contract, man? Can you talk about it? Because look, I
listen.
He had to get a drink of water.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
We obviously want to get done early. We want that relief off our backs, but obviously ownership is always going to make it drag out, make it more complicated than it has to be. Lack of communication in that standpoint. But I just always say, God has me this far. He ain't done with me yet. So I just keep working, keep going, and then when it come, I'm gonna be ready. But it ain't gonna be no drop off.
It seems like to me, like they would want to get it done because there's a few other contracts out there that are going to probably say what you're going to end up getting paid.
I would never understand it. We wanted to do the contract last year. It was just kind of like we want to do Dak and CD, and then you go out there, perform again, and then, you would think like, all right, we'll get it done early. We know there's some guys that's about to get ready to get repaid, like Miles, Max is gone. So you would think like, hey, let's get ahead of that. You know what I mean? I just never understand, when guys come into the league and they're consistent and they, they perform well, why they got such an urge, but then there's guys that just have one good year or maybe 2 good years, and it's just like they get it right away. And even now, you got TJ and Max and all these other guys that's getting paid, and you can't want us to take less because you just decided to wait,
You know what? I don't have any doubt. You're going to get what you deserve to get, and I can't wait for you to do that, man.
Well, and the Cowboys have obviously made a massive mistake waiting on this contract, and it's hilarious just the Undertaker knowing better about NFL contracts than the Cowboys do. Like, he says it right there. Like, well, them waiting, doesn't that mean you're going to end up getting more? Like, how have the Cowboys screwed this up so bad? I mean, they're going to end up
because it's the Cowboys.
It's the same exact mistake they made with Dak, waiting so long. They had to pay him a ridiculous amount. And now Parsons, Myles Garrett gets what he gets. TJ Watt gets what he gets. Micah Parsons is going to get more than both those guys now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
It's Jerry
it's
Jones
the opposite
and the Cowboys doing what they do.
The opposite of Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman and Joe Banner before him, they have gotten ahead of everything, almost like they've got a crystal ball. And you always kind of know a guy who's up and coming, a guy who proves himself early in his career, pro career. They are going to re-up him in such a way that he's loving life. He's getting rewarded for his great play, but the Eagles have made it a practice to do it early enough that it always becomes a value eventually. You just look, my gosh, A.J. Brown getting voted in as in the top 100 as whatever he was ranked. I think he might have been the top wide receiver on the list. A guy who, when he was paid the way he was paid, there were those who said, "Oh my gosh, you can't pay a wide receiver like that. The Eagles don't pay a wide receiver like that." The Eagles paid A.J. Brown like that, and then they paid Devontae Smith like that. Both guys who were at the top of the wide receiver, pay scale when paid. But now all these other guys, all the guys who complained, all the other guys who held out, all the other guys who were upset during the process for Cincinnati, for example, they've been re-upped and they're getting paid more than our guys. Yeah, Howie is brilliant.
Absolutely. No question about it, John. And you brought up the receiver point, and it's a great one. I mean, the Eagles signed Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown before the season, I think within a matter of weeks. I know A.J. happened. I think it was the night of the draft last year where they signed him. And now you look around the NFL, like you said, the Bengals, it cost them waiting on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Now they're paying both of them a ton of money.
Yeah.
You look at Washington. I mean, Terry McLaurin came out the other day
Yeah.
and basically said,
Great example.
He's not happy with his contract.
Right.
And it's just like I find myself saying this like once every few weeks, but we're just so lucky to have Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
And the
We
way
are.
he gets in front of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the Eagles like coming off of a Super Bowl championship and an incredible season, and they're going into training camp starting next week with no drama, right? Like I know last season we had still some I know there was the Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni comments, but then the Hassan Reddick situation, and now it just feels really good that everyone's kind of settled up, and you don't have to worry about anything like that happening. I don't want to jinx it by saying that, but Howie Roseman is the best GM in the NFL for a reason, and they avoid situations like this.
Yeah, and I think that is a big part of why they had decided what to do with C.J. Gardner-Johnson too, because I think they saw the writing on the wall. Okay, some safeties are getting paid.
Yeah.
He's probably going to want a new deal. Is this the kind of personality we want if he's unhappy with his contract? And I think that's part of the rationale of well, let's just move on. But it's going to be interesting. And going into camp next week, I'm really excited to see what this team looks like, and I'm pretty excited about this defense. I know we look at it and we think that they have flaws on that side, but I want to know what you guys think of this. I don't think we're talking nearly enough about Jihad Campbell. I mean, he's going to miss some time at the beginning of camp, but Cooper DeJean missed, the first 4 or 5 games last year. He ends up being a massive impact player for you, and kind of a similar thing. I mean, Jihad Campbell fell to the Eagles with the 30th overall pick in the draft. I think this is a guy who, when we talk about the defense, I don't think we bring his name up enough, but I think he's going to be a massive factor for the Eagles.
I do too. By the way, he's throwing out the first pitch at the Phillies game tomorrow night. They just announced. No, I agree, and I saw he's doing off-season workouts with Drew Makuba, the other safety that the Eagles drafted. I don't want to say high expectations because I feel like setting high expectations only leads to being kind of disappointed. But I think Jihad Campbell's going to be a very good player for the Eagles, and I think earlier than people assume he will be. I mean, he participated in the final day of their mini camp that they had. What was it, a month ago now?
Yeah.
So I mean, that if he's able to do that, then I have a positive outlook. Then
Is he
he'll be ready for
expected to
week one.
be camp hitting?
I don't think anyone's updated that yet, but I don't know.
I think he's on the PUP list as of now.
Is he on the PUP list?
Or he might. Maybe don't. I don't
think
know.
he
If
I don't
that's
think he's
true.
on PUP.
Okay, maybe he's not.
Yeah,
I
don't
thought
think
that
Then
was
he wouldn't be able to participate in minicamp, right?
right.
Now, so did Nakobe Dean participate in minicamp?
No, Nakobe Dean. He's going to be out a while.
He will be
He was
pup.
there, but he did not.
Yeah.
He would likely be pup then, and Jihad Campbell. I guess if he was doing what you said, the OTA practice, Devin, that's such a great sign for all of us. And there's another guy, Smile Mondon, that we haven't talked about at all. 5th round draft pick that it seems like he's been out there, he's been playing, he's been getting his feet wet. But remember Zach Bond, you got Trout Jr., You got a lot of guys who've got a lot of talent if they're healthy enough to play. Man, Jihad Campbell, though, I did not realize that he could be ready to go for the very beginning of training camp. That's really exciting.
Yeah, and we'll see. And even if he's not, though, like I'd be okay with holding off because again,
it seems like they will do the conservative thing because that's always how they tend to operate with the medical stuff.
Right.
It's tough in this situation because as a rookie, you really want to get him reps, especially if he's going to be your Mike linebacker potentially. You know, your off the ball inside guy. You want to get him on the field doing stuff, but at the same time, you want to be cautious with what he's dealing with.
Is that how you think they're going to use him, John, or do you think they will use him a little bit on the edge?
I think, I would imagine they'll use both. What they prefer, what is he best at? I can't wait to see that part. I think it's such a unique skill set, such a unique package. What we're talking about here is another guy who's kind of like Micah Parsons. You know, that idea, a guy who can do a little bit of everything as an off-ball linebacker, who can line up and put his hand on the ground. He can be your edge and beat offensive tackles with his pass rush skill set. That's pretty unique, and it's something that he's going to continue to work on and develop. That's what he talks about. I would guess that, you know, those moves and that hand fighting, and it's almost like martial arts. You know, those can always be improved. The feel for those, all those movements and everything, you know, they work those things until it just becomes second nature. So he can always keep getting better and better and better at the counters and everything else that you need to be truly excellent coming off the edge. I would imagine a guy like that with the instincts, you put him off ball, you let him see things, you let him run and react. I think early on you'll see more production from Jihad Campbell as an off-ball inside linebacker than as an edge rusher. But that's just what I would guess.
Yeah, but definitely an exciting thing. I want to know, what are you most excited about heading into camp? Jihad Campbell, I'm excited to see what he looks like, and I think he's going to be a big-time player for this team, big-time contributor whenever he's ready to go. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot about the Phillies today. Do you still believe that this team can win a World Series? This core can win a World Series. When we get back, we'll get back to everybody's calls. Also, some reports on the Phillies deadline, one from Ken Rosenthal and a couple reports on guys in the market from Jim Bowden. So we'll get to that when we return as well. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara. This is The Morning Show. We're live from Borgata right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The humidity is thick out there. You've got the AC running on blast, the fans on, and the shades closed, but the heat still seems to be seeping into your home. That is until you replace your old drafty windows with energy-efficient, top-quality ones from Window Nation, like I did. And I'm so glad Window Nation replaced our upstairs windows before the heat, because the cool actually stays cooler. And I'm so thrilled with that. I set the AC 2 degrees higher now than I used to, and it feels colder. So right now, you can get 50% off all Windows styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. And did I mention installation only takes 1 day? Or in my case, 1 nap. It was a snap. It was a blink of an eye. And Window Nation, they make it so easy to replace your windows, whether you're up against a packed summer schedule or mentally preparing for another busy fall. Personally, I wouldn't procrastinate another day if I could save this big on upgrading my home. Don't miss Window Nation's biggest deal of the year. Get 50% off all window styles now through July 31st. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him.
Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis.
I haven't played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every life on the road matters. That's why New Jersey's safe passing law requires you to leave 4 feet when passing people walking or biking. If you can't, reduce your speed to 25 miles per hour. Safer roads start with you, New Jersey.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Stars and Stripes Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harleys. Stars and Stripes Harley needs to make room for more minds. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Stars and Stripes Harley.
See dealer for details. Save amounts differ by 2023 models available.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree, what's the squawk?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Brian from Springfield. You're on the air.
Any great deals on a new Ford F-150?
You bet your tail feathers. Here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home a new 2025 F-150 for only $339 a month. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. 2 years ago, the Portland Trailblazers said goodbye to a franchise icon, Damian Lillard. After a very uneven 2 years in Milwaukee, Lillard's back in Portland. A 3-year deal includes this year, which will be nothing but rehab. Nice work from the Blazers, who essentially loaned Dame out for 4 players and 3 first-round picks. Will they be competitive when he gets back? We'll see. But they are in a better spot with him now than before he had left. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Sponsored by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Jesus Luzardo gets to start for a 6:45 first pitch. Before that, the Phillies will host a 2026 All-Star Declaration at City Hall starting at noon. Ryan Howard and Bobby Abreu will throw out the first pitch tonight, and Eagles rookie Jihad Campbell gets the ceremonial first pitch tomorrow before the game. The Eagles will receive their Super Bowl championship rings in a private ceremony happening tonight after production issues pushed back the date from early June. Home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 75 degrees. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. We are broadcasting live from the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. 1 hour left for us today. Midday show coming up at 10, but time to get in. 215-592-9494. Talking about a lot of things today. More fallout from the Joel Embiid story. And, you know, whether you read it the same way I do, that I kind of think it's a cry to get out of here. Like, I don't think Joel Embiid wants to be here anymore. I think it was interesting for that piece to drop when it did, and I just don't see how it's productive moving forward. If the goal's to win, to, you know, come out and pretty much bury the organization, air out all that dirty laundry, I don't think it's all totally wrong. Like, I don't think the Sixers were justified in a lot of things they did. They've done a lot, made a lot of mistakes over the years, but I don't think it's helpful moving forward. So you want to get in on that. Also talking about the Phillies. Our Twitter poll question of the day at WIP Morning Show on Twitter, and our Twitter poll question today sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com, at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. And a question today, do you still believe this Phillies team can win a World Series as we head into the second half and really the stretch run here? Got about 10 days till the deadline, and a lot going to be determined here in the next few days. So,
oh, man.
So
well, we need to see just the position. We need to see the attack position from Dave Dombrowski. You know, like over these next however long it is, 10 days, trade deadline that we're talking. Is that how much we're talking? 2 weeks?
About 10
13 days, whatever it is. We need to see the proactive Dave Dombrowski, the overactive Dave Dombrowski, the Dave Dombrowski that's willing to pony up, in some cases, guys that, we know the names of, guys who are in our farm system, but we are aware of. Now is the time to pull the trigger on these deals that get you bigger name guys. I'm tired of the way that last year the trade deadline felt, where it was, man, this is lukewarm. Why aren't we fully in? But, hey, it's good enough. Carlos Estevez, he was pretty good. He's now an all-star for someone else. He was pretty good. Let's get lots of activity working prior to this trade deadline. Let's see you go all in, because this team needs it if we're going to win a World Series. We can win a World Series. We just need serious Dave Dombrowski, I don't know, what would you call it? Motivation, activation, aggression. Yeah, sure. I think that's what I need to see.
Agreed, and we'll get to some interesting sound regarding the Phillies' approach to the deadline in a minute. But first, no drop of the week this week. Drop of the week would be sponsored by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination. I think the drop of the week this week would have just been John saying the word beleaguered.
Yeah, probably. That would be a good one.
Yeah, he was saying beleaguered a lot.
Well, I've been saying sensitive, Tom, also. Sensitive and talkative
talkative Tom.
Sensitive Tom.
You said that
Tom.
Quite a bit that week, too.
Beleaguered Tom.
Yeah, beleaguered Tom is my favorite. 215-592-9494. Get back to the phones in a minute here. But first, some interesting reports regarding the trade deadline. First off, just talk about the Phils needing aggressive Dave Dombrowski. Here was Ken Rosenthal talking yesterday about what he's hearing as far as how the Phillies are going to approach this thing.
I expect they're going to be active for multiple relievers, and they need a big one. There's no question about that. Alvarado's coming back in August, but he's not going to be eligible for the postseason after getting a PED suspension. They are a team that would be in the mix for all of those controllable relievers in the AL Central we were talking about. Clase and Jax and Duran. David Bednar would be another possibility for them. Any reliever out there is someone that they're going to look at. There's also been talk with them of an outfielder, and it could be someone from their own system. Justin Crawford is someone getting a lot of mention, Carl Crawford's son. But ideally, it would be someone a little bit more proven. Maybe a center fielder that would enable them to move Marsh to left at certain times. I see them being quite active. Dave Dombrowski knows that this team's window does not go on forever. Schwarber and Realmuto, free agents after this year. They probably will try to re-sign both. Then they've got a lot of money coming off the books after 26. So they are an interesting team in an interesting place, and I do expect them to be aggressive and active.
And I would hope that's the case, but hey, I mean, we've heard that each of the last 2 years, and they've been anything but aggressive and active.
Well, have we heard that, specifically that they, because
last year
this is
we
now, did. Yeah, I mean, and Dombrowski did that interview, oh my gosh, who was it with, a couple weeks ago, where I think it was all smoke and mirrors. He was like, I think our lineup is fine. We're not looking to do that. And now you hear rumors that they like Buxton, they like some other potential bats, some other relievers. The thing is, you're not going to get all of them. There's no way, I think that they'll sacrifice and trade some of these top prospects. I don't think they'll trade in Andrew Painter. I don't think they're going to trade a Justin Crawford. So it's what you're able to get in return for the guys that you're willing to give up. And I just don't think it's going to be a massive haul like everyone wants. I don't think you're going to get 3 players, maybe 1 or 2.
Right. Yeah. I think everybody's in play except for Painter. I think Painter's probably the one they won't trade. I think everybody else got to be on the table, though.
Well, so what I've heard is that they're interested in bringing Justin Crawford up and seeing what he's able to do, even in a platoon situation in the outfield. The issue I have with that is why would you wait until after the trade deadline to do that?
It's basically
just do it now.
Well, what it looks like, and this is what's frustrating, is it looks like it's just an excuse not to make a trade. You know, and it's like, oh, well, because can't you already see Dave Dombrowski after the season? Well, we thought Crawford was going to come up and help.
Yeah.
Well, you could have brought Crawford up in June and actually seen if he could help you.
Right. And it also just puts a lot of pressure on a young kid who, hasn't been in this big of a spot. And from what I've heard of Justin Crawford, like that doesn't seem like that's going to really be something that could affect him. But it's not like bringing up a young 20-something kid is going to fix all of your issues. Like I would love if he came up and was great, but you still have some holes. Like you still have Bryson Stott, who is second baseman, who has been hitting like a 206 since the start of May. So, like, you have other issues that you need to address that are bigger than what one kid is going to be able to fix.
Absolutely. Now, as far as the relievers go, one of the real big names out there is Emmanuel Clase. Here's Jim Bowden talking about Clase and what he's hearing with him.
I keep hearing Emmanuel Clase's name, and I think Cleveland's at the point now where they're looking at their lineup. They're 26 in runs scored, 20th in home runs, and they're feeling like, look, we can put Cade Smith closing. Let's move on from Clase. He's got an affordable contract. He's signed. We can do well prospect-wise. So, I think they can move him. And teams like the Phillies and the Mets and the Tigers, they have enough in their farm system to make a deal. I think he more likely goes to Philly or the Mets than the Tigers. I'm not sure they're going to trade him in their own division unless they get overwhelmed.
I mean, Clase would be a heck of an addition. But the one thing that does worry me about him, and especially on this team, he's been great in the regular season. He has not been good in the playoffs. And last year against the Yankees, he had a nightmare series in that ALCS.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard him as a name that's been tossed around that the Phillies have been attached to. Look, even if he hasn't pitched well in the playoffs, like I'd still rather the Phillies go for him than the Mets, right? Like you don't want them to not go after him, and then he goes to a direct competitor. So
if it's him or Romano, I'll take my chances.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I also think the Orioles have. I mean, what if the Phillies just brought back Sir Anthony?
That would be well, they're not going to. I don't think they're going to. They're not going to do that because I think they know how dumb they
know
look.
it. Well, yeah, and that's also why, like with the Rhys Hoskins stuff, like they're never going to do that because that would be admitting that they made a mistake.
The Sir Anthony thing just bothers me so much because, like, you gave him up for Austin Hayes. Yeah. And he's pitching great this year. Yeah. And he would have been perfect in the bullpen. I get he wasn't having a good season. Mm-hmm. It just felt like a little early to give up on him last year. But here's one more, and we talked about Byron Buxton a lot. You mentioned this earlier, Devin, but here was what Buxton had to say at the All-Star game regarding a trade with him and whether he'd waive his no-trade clause.
I mean, I see them, but they don't dictate what we got to do on the field to get ourselves right.
He's being asked about
what? I can't be traded. I got a no-trade clause. I'm a Minnesota Twin for the rest of my life, so that's the best feeling in the world, knowing I get to walk into a clubhouse and it's going to say Twins for the rest of my life. I'm a Twin. That's home.
It's hard to hear the question there, obviously.
Yeah.
But Byron Buxton asked about being traded, and he sounds like he doesn't want to waive his no-trade clause. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to freeze your ass off in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Rather than get traded here and go try to win a World Series. But I don't. I guess. Do you think? Do we think that's real, guys? John, do you think that's real, or do you think that's just posturing?
I think. I can't imagine you would not consider other possibilities in sports if I'm in a position where I could go to a different town in a different city that has a better chance to win, that has a pretty, that nicer living conditions for my family, like all that sort of thing. I think anything should be potentially negotiable. Even when there's a no-trade clause involved, he can lift said no-trade clause. Can he?
Well, we couldn't hear the question there, but wasn't it a Braves? They're asking about the Braves specifically.
I'm not sure.
Okay. I need to go back and check in the written articles about it, but I'm pretty sure it was like a specific team ask.
Okay.
So when I first saw that he had said that, I was like, oh, well, he's just, posturing. But the fact that he goes on to say, like, oh, it's the best feeling in the world to know that, like, I'm going to be a Minnesota Twin for life. I just don't know if he'd go that far if he was just posturing.
Well, and I also think maybe he's trying to help the organization out a little bit. Like, obviously he seems happy there. Maybe that can get them a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that could be trying to do the Twins a solid on his way out. Because that would be a perfect fit. I mean, that's the guy who I become more and more interested in Byron Buxton because the year he's having is pretty incredible. And you just stick him out in center field, then you can just do away with Kepler. You can just totally get rid of him. Marsh can kind of be the platoon guy with whoever you have in left. Why am I forgetting?
Otto
Kemp. Yeah, that's the name that was escaping me there. But yeah, I mean, Byron Buxton would solve a lot of your issues.
Yeah, he would. Do you think maybe the Twins would just take Max Kepler back?
No.
Throw him in the trade.
I like the thought, but I don't think so.
Tom, you talked about the injuries, though, with Trout. Buxton's played more than 100 games twice in an 11-year career.
Yeah,
but his contract isn't as egregious as Trout.
No, I understand it's not. I'm just saying if we're going strictly on the injury thing, he's even hurt more than Trout is.
Yeah, but I mean, with Trout, it's more about the contract to me than anything else. I mean, you're not going to take on that kind of contract. But with Buxton, I mean, if you're desperate, I mean, nobody's going to be a perfect fit. But I would make that kind of sacrifice for a guy like Buxton and what he could provide for you. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Neil in the Northeast. What's up, Neil?
Well, shout out to Devin and Ruben Amaro Jr. and also UTK and Al McGurney in the Citizens Bank broadcast booth. And Devin, of course, the show 8 a.m. tomorrow with Ruben Amaro Jr.
That's
you should
right.
hire Neil
I really
as like
should.
Neil is the biggest fan of your show with Ruben.
Every time he just gets that plug. You plug my show better than I do, Neil. So thank you for that. And yes, Ruben and I will be on air at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the Buxton thing, but the only thing is you have to give up almost all the prospects. I mean, he's so much of a, like that. Maybe, you were talking about the reliever with Cleveland. How about Quan, too? If you could actually get a package with both of them, like Quan and that, or maybe even Ward out of the Angels because he does have like over 20-something home runs. So even though his average isn't that good, like that. But I think Dombrowski has to make a move, like whether it's the reliever at Cleveland or Chapman or Miller or Batista. I think he has to, and they got till July 31st. There's 13 days, and it's about time that Dombrowski does what he did with Detroit and Boston and be a Hall of Famer, like make a decent deal with the Phillies, and I think that maybe could, make them a World Series contender. But Dombrowski has to make some good deals.
Yeah, and Quan's interesting because he's not like what you would think the Phillies need, a left-handed hitter, more of a speed leadoff guy at the top of your lineup. But I do think it would make sense. Like if you got Quan, you could put him in the leadoff spot. You put Turner too, and then it just lengthens everything out a little more, where you could have Schwarber hit. Clean up behind Harper. So, yeah, I'd be interested in Quan. I think even though he's not typically the perfect fit, I think it would be interesting to add him to the lineup.
Yeah, and Embiid, I think he's either a medical buyout or he is going to go to another team. But I don't think he really has value because he hardly played any games, last year. And he might be a player like Yao Ming or Bowie that it's just that, like he's not conditioned, well, and, like the chronic arthritis, might be the case that he doesn't come back from that, so.
Yeah, maybe. Do you got something for our side topic, Neil?
Well, I think Britney Spears and her dad, like that whole thing about her money in the estate, and she finally freed up that she could manage her own money. I think that was like a troubling thing, even with like Dr. Phil involved and, the estate and Britney's money or whatever. So I'm glad that she finally got control over her own account in the estate.
Appreciate the call, Neil. I'm not familiar enough with that. Was that somebody get caught in that or?
I don't think anyone got caught, unfortunately. Like I agree with what he's saying. It was wrong. I didn't even know that I don't know if she definitely has control over her money and estate at this point. I think she still is like some sort of supervision. I don't know.
Her parents were like taking
I like
her
the
money.
idea. I just don't know if it fits the side topic requirements.
Yeah, but a good innovative idea from Neil there.
Yeah.
And Neil really does love your show.
He does.
Every time.
He does.
Man.
I promise I don't pay Neil, and every Saturday morning he is the first caller on the board. So
he is.
We appreciate Neil. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Well, at least Neil finally, after weeks, added me in.
It's like, Tom, you do a good job too.
I was very happy
That's
about
good.
that. Neil, at least I'm getting the pat on the head from Neil now after complaining.
Devin, were you here for the one time he called in and complimented, I think, the entire WIP staff besides Tom?
No. It was the last time we were here, I think. And he's like, the morning show.
The midday show's great. Afternoons is great. Buzz is awesome. Rob Cherry's great at night.
I took a
John
lot of
Johnson
offense to
overnight. He's like, who else am I missing? Oh, right.
Neil's a big snack.
Rob Ellis. Yeah, and Tom's like, okay, I'm like 12th on the list.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Neil.
That's funny.
But it's nice
Gotta love Neil.
Hear Neil give me some props now. Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson. What's up, Ken?
Good morning, everybody. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
So on the Phillies, real quick, because I want to get to Joel Embiid. I actually got an advanced copy of Dave Dombrowski's post-trade deadline comments, and he says he really likes their club, and they didn't really feel like they needed to do a lot. And the video...
Oh, that can't happen.
Don't pay any attention to the fact he's wearing the same shirt he wore when he did it after the last trade deadline. It's not just a reboot of last year's trade deadline comments. So, he's not. There's nothing out there to do. I mean, there's really nobody out there to really make a tremendous impact, especially the bat you need. So I just don't know what anybody thinks he's going to do. He's never done it before. Not here. So, on Joel Embiid, there's a couple things. I read the article. I don't know why. I don't really care that much about the Sixers, but it's an interesting topic to me. Once again, it's ESPN. This might as well be a public relations piece masquerading as journalism. So you can't really take ESPN seriously as a journalistic outlet. The only one I feel any sympathy for in the entire article is the poor Golden Doodle Klaus that got crushed by the elevator. And let's
that was actually very heartbreaking to read about.
Yeah, let's put that into context. Here's a guy who has an elevator in his house, who spends 18,000 words painting why he's a victim his entire life. So, the question to me is not does he want to be here? The question to me is, why would you want him back? I mean, does it ever work out where a guy goes to these lengths to so publicly and in a detailed fashion wreck the organization that employs him, and then everything just gets mended and it comes back and it's all good? I mean, he's already said he's never going to participate in a team meeting again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would we want this guy back? I'm not questioning him. Like, the injuries are the injuries, right? And he's got no question he's got bad luck. How many times can you get elbowed in the face and have your face broken, right? So there's no question it's bad luck. But this has to end, because the organization is has been a joke for my entire lifetime, frankly. And I'm older than anybody in that studio. I mean, they've won 2 championships in the history of the franchise. But it's 18,000 words of Joel Embiid basically, convincing you that you should feel sorry for him, and that nothing is his fault, and that everything that he has done that is good is all on him. So he makes a comment about James Harden and giving up on James Harden. And I can't understand, am I missing something? Because didn't the Sixers opt into the second year of Harden's contract, and then he demanded to be traded? Who's giving up on who there?
Right.
So,
and Ken, this is the thing. I find it hard to believe that the Sixers didn't ask Joel Embiid his opinion on James Harden ahead of time. I find that very hard to believe that, okay, well, they made this decision on what the team's going to look like moving forward without any input from him. I don't really believe that, honestly.
This is the Hindenburg, crashing into the Titanic while it's going down in front of our eyes, and we can't see it. There's no way to salvage this.
Yeah, I agree, Ken. What do you have for our side topic answer today?
So I'm sure nobody in the studio remembers this, but once upon a time in 1980, a guy named Gary Hart ran for president, and he told the press, "Follow me around," because there were intimations that he was being unfaithful to his wife. So he told the press, "Follow me around," and they did, and it took him about 2 weeks to catch him being unfaithful to his wife.
I have not heard that one. Appreciate the call, Ken. Thanks. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
Tell them to follow you around if you actually are doing something
yeah,
wrong.
if you're trying to prove a point and then that happens, probably not the best idea.
The haters said he couldn't do it, and they were right. Shout out to the haters.
there you go.
You've never seen that tweet?
I don't know what you're. Have you seen? Do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay.
It's kind of like a meme, as you would say, TK.
But like an actual meme, not just a viral tweet.
Not just-
Well, I do think I saw that in meme form, Buzz.
Okay, I found a viral tweet, which was exactly what you said. So if you can come up with the meme, I'll buy it. Until then,
yeah, I don't feel the need to prove anything.
I'm not surprised.
So, yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. A lot of stuff coming up in the next segment. You want to get on Time's Yours, you are welcome to do that as well. Time's Yours coming up at 9:45, 215-238-4500. Get in on the Time's Yours line. A lot of stuff coming up in the final segment. We'll look ahead to the weekend as well. All that coming in the final segment of the show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamera. This is The Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As we approach baseball's trade deadline, will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with a BetMGM network. With the football season on the horizon, I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs win total, which is set at 11.5. Odds makers project this total as a complete coin flip, and based on the 54.55% implied probability to the under, I will lay my money there at -120. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter or beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer storms can spell
spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open. Come celebrate during our grand opening block party, July 18th and 19th. We'll have free food and fun for the whole family. Plus, take advantage of huge grand opening discounts on the top Forest River floor plans. Tour hundreds of new RVs along with a large selection of quality pre-owned RVs. Don't miss the grand opening block party at the all-new Forest River RV dealership in Berlin, July 18th and 19th. Get all the details at forestrivernewjersey.com/grand opening.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Now save up to 60% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out the Mattress Warehouse floor model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery, 0% interest financing, and their signature one-year lowest price guarantee. Don't wait. These Black Friday deals in July end real soon. Do what I did. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster deals all month long at Dell Toyota. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. It's time to nuke your old car or truck. With the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell continues its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 Toyota dealer with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Toyota. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Low APR % financing offer on approved credit. Includes all 2025 Corollas, Prius, and RAV4s. Dealer.fee $494 not included.
94 94 WIP Sports Update.
This sports update brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. The Phillies return from the All-Star break, hosting the Angels for a 3-game series beginning tonight. Jesus Luzardo gets the start for a 6:45 first pitch. Before that, the Phillies will host a 2026 All-Star declaration at City Hall starting at noon today. Then Ryan Howard and Bobby Abreu will throw out the first pitch tonight, and Eagles rookie Jihad Campbell gets the ceremonial first pitch tomorrow. The Eagles will receive their Super Bowl championship rings in a private ceremony happening tonight after production issues push back the original date from early June. Weather sponsored by Window Nation. Partly cloudy with a high of 85. It's currently 75 degrees. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the morning show. Tom Kelly in for Joe DeCamara today.
I was just watching you, Tom.
We'll be back on Monday. Are you
That
watching me?
creepy.
Yeah.
But it's not surprising to me.
I was watching Tom on
When were you watching Tom?
on the YouTube feed, and I felt like he does look beleaguered. He looks especially beleaguered today.
Has anyone
As
looked up
Devin's
the
reading
actual definition of beleaguered?
I have not looked it up. I'm scared of what I'm
Beleaguered,
gonna
you know
find.
what it is. It's like
haggard?
Someone who's just constantly miserable, like
In a very
suffering.
okay, in dictionary, in a very difficult situation, or surrounded by armed forces aiming to capture it or force surrender, besieged.
John has no clue what beleaguered.
What are we talking about?
What are you talking about? What,
Who got caught?
beleaguered
Tom
is
Kelly,
like
by
suffering.
military.
You're constantly
Oh, so that
troubled.
was the adjective of beleaguered. This is the verb is to cause problems or difficulties for. Lay signs in a place, besiege. I don't know. I don't know.
He has no clue.
I don't know.
What are you talking? No.
Maybe I'm beleaguered by working with you all week.
Do you not? Beleaguered means you are
Suffering or being-
subjected to constant or repeated
harassment.
trouble or harassment.
Yeah,
like, do
harass-
I really have to?
harassment.
Working
from
with
you,
you.
saying beleaguered.
You're the reason why I'm beleaguered.
I didn't say.
You're the
didn't-
one who's
I didn't
harassing me.
provide a reason. I stated that you are beleaguered. So now you are confirming that you're beleaguered, Tom.
Yes.
Beleagured, talkative, sensitive, Tom.
Sensitive. Even when I'm miles away from you, you still find a way to beleaguer.
Yeah, you're picking on TK.
Yeah, to beleaguer
I'm
me.
picking on TK. What?
Yeah.
What are you talking
You
about?
you called him sensitive.
He's just.
You've been saying he looks
Well, he just said that I
beleaguered.
beleaguered him.
I mean, I already had to go to HR about him once. I mean, I don't want to have to do it again.
John, pick on someone your own size.
I
How about
feel
that?
like he's not. I feel like he's not learning his lesson.
I was just looking at Tom. I mean, watching Tom on the YouTube, and I thought, man, he looks tired. He looks.
I actually had a great night's sleep last night, but thank you for
Really?
saying that. Yeah.
That's
Did you
nice.
really?
That's nice
Yeah.
for you.
Did you get a nice dinner and stuff? 'Cause-
I did not. I did not know. But I had a
You gotta live it up.
Very nice, nice restful sleep down here last night.
Well, that's good because you had a chance to really do for you yesterday, Tom.
I was not beleaguered yesterday. Time for
Yeah.
a window into the weekend. Sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. So we got the Phillies and Angels this weekend. Golf fans, the Open Championship.
You
going
love
on.
golf, Tom.
And I do. I like watching these major tournaments. Are you a golf on TV fan, John? What?
I've never heard someone sounds so excited. while
John,
saying
what
no.
what are you going to be doing this weekend? What's the window into your weekend?
He's fishing, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I will fish early with my daughter, Marlo.
What are you fishing for?
Hopefully, I'll be able to get my son up to do that, too.
How early do you go out?
I don't know. Well, as early as I can get them up, I guess. But again, I don't know where to go where I'm going to catch fish.
I was just going to ask, like, is this saltwater? Like, are you going to the shore to do
I'm going
this,
for
or
bass,
this is freshwater?
Local, freshwater,
Okay.
streams, creek, pond, that sort of thing. We're just looking for spots. I'm going to
Do
do
you know
that.
how to? Do you know how to bait a hook?
What?
Do you know how to bait a hook?
Yeah, Tom.
All right,
Are you
all right.
serious?
I'm just making sure. I don't know.
Come on, man. Do you?
I don't. No, I'm not a fisherman.
Oh man. Okay, so, whoa. That's incredibly troubling. You've never been fishing?
Not since I was a kid. No, I don't have very much interest in fishing.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know how to bait a hook, Devin?
Is that when you put like the worm or bait on the hook?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could do that.
I
Do I have
think-
interest in doing that? No.
Right. There's a big difference between knowing how to and actually doing or wanting to.
Yeah.
DeCamera also has no desire to fish. I have a major desire to fish. That'll be early in the morning, and then I get to hang out with Alicia. We go walking. We're doing exercising.
lovely.
It's exciting.
I'll be walking and gardening and I don't know, trying to go out and be active.
Nice. Well, I think what you need to do, John, I think this is probably good. This would bring you guys closer together. Is you and Joe, I think, need to just go fishing together. And maybe you can do that.
I've offered this.
You can
I've
do that
offered
on the
this many
weekends.
times.
You've offered that to Joe to go fishing with you? I don't believe that.
I have, and he does not take me up on this.
Because I think if you guys went fishing
many weekends, Tom, I have offered this.
And you shared a day together, non-work related, maybe you'd understand a little better why Joe needs your support.
No, I have tried to share those days with Joe. He never takes me up on it. He, like you, has no clue how to fish.
Yeah, I can't
and doesn't
imagine
really
Joe would be a
desire
good
to learn to
fishing
fish.
partner.
The visual of Joe fishing is pretty.
Can you imagine? I think
He's
it's
pretty
a
high
show.
maintenance.
I
Like,
think
he'd
it's a
need a
show
snack.
stopping idea.
He'd need very specific circumstances.
Is there air conditioning on the boat?
No,
Right,
guys, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there eventually. Joe will catch a fish. I don't know. I can't imagine Joe getting out there and not getting sick. Like, if we go on the ocean, I
you
think
think
he'll
he'd
be
get
ill.
seasick?
I think he will certainly be ill.
Ooh.
So maybe we need to start, creek, pond, river, whatever that would be. Freshwater, bass, that sort of thing. Sunfish even. Maybe just start super easy for him. I think it'd be fun. As a show, we could go and we could all learn as a group. Joe and Jimmy and whoever else. I don't know, Rhea.
I mean, we're right here.
Devin.
so-
Yeah. I mean, thanks for the invite. I don't know. You're mentioning everybody else.
Tom, you said you don't really want to fish. Like you're.
We can
well,
still go.
if you invited me, maybe I'd go.
I'll
I
drink
would
a
love to
beer and
fish with you,
tan
Tom.
while you guys fish. That's fine.
Well,
Yeah, I'd come out and watch
can
you
do
fish and
that
drink.
while fishing.
Yeah.
it is.
If I'm on a boat, that's fine.
Yeah, kill
If
two
you
birds
can
with
get
one
us out on a
stone.
boat, John, I'm down. I'll go fishing
Yeah.
with you.
Well, I don't have a boat.
Okay, well, you
I'm
can
just
rent
talking
one.
about
You're
like
rich.
walking to where you throw. No, wait. Who's rich?
You're rich.
The
Tom,
former
you're
NFL
Played
player
in the NFL.
conversation.
No, Tom. Who was Tom telling me about that was so rich?
I don't know what you're talking about. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But now it's time to do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Time's yours, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Tom's a
John,
spoiled
listen,
rich
I am
kid.
with you, brother. You do not let TK bully you into getting behind Joe DeCamara just because he's your teammate. It's kind of like this Joel Embiid situation. He has the personality of Ben Simmons, the skill of Hakeem Olajuwon, and the body of Greg Oden. And the Sixers got behind him for an additional 3 more years. That won't work out too well, will it?
Ooh.
No, probably not.
That really is a nice analogy there. How's that make you feel?
Not great.
Tom?
It doesn't make me feel great. What's next, Buzz?
Talkative, sensitive Tom.
Buzz?
John Ritchie, live your life. Don't listen to them. There's a very good reason why you're not supporting Joe. He's a jerk. He's our jerk. We love him, but he's a jerk. Don't root for him. I'm not rooting for him. Most of the Delaware Valley is not rooting for him. We don't care he's an underdog. This humble, pious act, John called it out, he is manipulating the entire Delaware Valley into thinking that he is being not pompous.
Don't listen to them, John.
No.
Don't listen to them.
This is what I'm
There
saying.
you
though.
go.
It's an act because he knows he's swaying the people who are undecided, or he's even swaying people who are rooting for Jack. Because it's all an act.
Thank you so much.
No, I
Thank
think
you
he's
so
more-
much
I think
for
Joe-
being concise with that times yours call, because now I can just refer to that. Really, can we just can we cut that, clip that, so anytime someone is bothersome, like talkative and sensitive Tom, I can play that clip.
We need John, you need to understand that Joe is trying to change as a human being. Joe is trying to be less pompous. He's trying to be less arrogant.
Beleaguered and deceived, Tom. Beleaguered and deceived, Tom.
You just got to buy into what Joe is selling you. That's all. Let's get one more in here.
John Ritchie, you just don't get it. Haughty Hammer is shtick. He's trolling you. It's false bravado, maybe even to compensate for his low self-esteem. If you think Joe really believes he's a better athlete, you just don't know Joe.
I agree.
I
agree.
Deep
How did they
psychoanalysis
Yeah.
of Joe.
It is amazing. People supposing they know Joe. People know Joe. I think I know Joe too sometimes. And I think, Tom, you are being deceived by Joe, and you're eating it up hook, line, and sinker, like the fish that I hopefully catch this weekend.
Oh my God! Clip that, Buzz. What happened there, John? Jeez, that was rough.
Like
that
the
was
fish
a rough
that I
look
hopefully
for you.
catch this
That was
weekend.
like a Joe DeCamara voice crack times a million.
He was gearing up to hit the finisher, too.
You sound beleaguered, John.
Man, yeah, you do sound beleaguered. Let's shut it down.
The Times Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
That is the worst, though, when you're getting all fired up to make a point and you think
And your
like,
voice just
your
betrays
voice just
you.
goes on you.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
It's tough
man,
luck.
That's
It's a
rough.
tough
But
luck.
I can't say I feel bad for John.
I don't think it's bad.
It's
I really don't think
I mean,
it's
he's
that
been picking
bad,
on you
guys.
all day.
Yeah, I mean, John's not a very nice guy.
No,
It's
he's
one of the
not.
things I'm learning.
Yeah,
about
he's
him.
just he's a mean person.
And I also,
at his
yeah.
core.
And I really don't worry too much about the voice crack thing, because it does happen to all of us.
Okay, well, that's important to get out there. So everybody make
I
sure
feel fine about it.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dom. What's up, Dom?
How you doing, huh?
Dom!
What you thinking about?
I don't know. What's
What'd you
going
say, Dom?
on, Dom?
What you thinking about now?
I don't know. This is
What are you thinking about, Dom? You called
What
us.
are you thinking about?
Me thinking that Joel Embiid, he's a bum.
Well, I don't know. I can't really hear Dom. I can hear the guy over
Yeah, there's
here.
a guy.
What's it? Did he break news to us that the Eagles won the Super Bowl? Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, I think he was just. Yeah, he said Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Devin, did you know that?
And I said, yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, the
Go
Eagles.
Birds!
Yeah, go Birds. There you go. Final read on our Twitter poll question of the day. Twitter poll question of the day is sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com at WIP Morning Show on Twitter. Do you still believe this Phillies team can win a World Series? John, your guesses this week have been pretty bad in regards to the Twitter final results. Way off. And you usually have your hand on the pulse.
Yeah.
Where do you guess today?
Okay, so the way it's worded is, do you believe the Phillies have a chance to win a World Series?
Can win, yes.
Can win. All right, so that does feel like this is going to be more than 50% because people are hopeful coming off the All-Star game, and it is achievable whether you want to believe it or not. So I'm going to say 60% say that they think we have a chance to win it all.
Much better today. Much closer today. 55% say that they think the Phillies can win a World
That's
Series.
more than I would guess. Like I would assume that the general sentiment was more negative than that. So I'm glad it's positive. But
yeah, me too.
I just wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, and I think, this next week or so is going to be really important in terms of how people feel, because I think everybody knows, and we've watched them all year, they need some kind of a jolt. They need some kind of a jump, and hopefully they do get that at the trade deadline, because it doesn't just feel like this team needs something like that.
It does. I've genuinely questioned at times, if they're bored, if they almost have the same mentality of nothing matters until we get to the postseason and prove ourselves again. And because you see that when they have a bad game, they usually come back with these massive 13-0 wins, like we saw a couple weeks ago. They need something. They need some.
They're budgeting.
A jolt is a good way to put it. They need something because it's lacking energy.
Yeah, for sure. So that'll do it for us today. Fun week this week. Joe will be back on Monday. So I think they're going to try to do the tennis challenge next week. So, John, we got to get your ball man outfit together. All right.
I am the ball man.
What I want you to do, can you take a picture of yourself in the ball man outfit this weekend and send it to me?
A video.
You got to get your ball man outfit ready.
A video, and you have
need
to
go
say,
find one.
You have to do the ball man thing that you just did.
And doesn't he needs the short white shorts, right?
Yeah.
The short shorts.
And a sweatband, like a white sweatband
white
headband.
Shorts.
Short white shorts,
I
white
need to get
t-shirt.
white. I don't have white.
Well, you need
shoes.
white.
Well,
white
guess you're not.
everything.
You and Alicia can walk yourselves to the store tomorrow.
Ooh, I'll go to the mall.
Perfect.
I'll go to the mall and walk
There you go.
there.
There you go. So that'll do it for
It's a
us
long
today.
walk.
Thank you to Buzz for producing, Louis Coco back in the studio, Fran, Tucker, everybody down here who helped out as well. Stay tuned. Midday show coming up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Like the fish that I hopefully catch this weekend.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare complex.
Like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guaranteed smoking price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is back underway after the midseason break. One matchup to look forward to is New York traveling to Atlanta for a huge series to start off the second half of the season. New York signed Atlanta's former ace in the offseason, and he will have a chance to get going against his former team. Will New York continue their dominance, or can Atlanta get off on the right foot? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Empower.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Myles Garrett once slammed the door shut on a return to Cleveland before he agreed to stay with the Browns. TJ Watt's future in Pittsburgh looked murky until yesterday when the Steelers made him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Done with this drama. Trey Hendrickson will still be a Bengal. Terry McLaurin is not leaving Washington. Dallas will still be home to Micah Parsons. Contract negotiations should be between team and player. Stop taking us fans along for the ride. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. In for Hugh today as we finish out the week. Elliot Shore Parks. Elliot, how you doing?
What up? How's it going? How you doing?
Good. Great. Kyle's back behind the glass. We got a lot to get to today. And Elliot, you get to be here on a fun day. So we'll have Scott Franzke coming up with us at noon, as he is a Franzke Friday. Phillies open up the second half tonight of the season against the Angels. We'll get to some trade stuff, including an idea that's been in my head for years that I can't get out, especially tonight. And, of course, finishing the Phillies. We'll get to some storylines for training camp, which starts...
I was about to say, the best time of the year is starting next week.
Is it like Christmas for you?
Dude, training camp is my favorite time of the year. Better than the regular season. Maybe the postseason we could debate. But training camp is... I can't wait.
Well, it's your time to shine. It starts Wednesday, and a big move in the NFL yesterday with a player the Eagles had at least been rumored to have maybe some interest in. So we'll get to all that, and try day today for a pair of Phillies tickets. But, Elliot, you get to be here for the end of Quarter Century Week. Now, you were with us on Wednesday in studio, and you gave us, we debated Sixers top fives, but I have the voting in front of me here, Elliot.
You have the final results.
I have the final results from all the listeners and the staff and kind of put it all together. And here's what we're going to do. So coming up in a little bit, we're going to unveil our full top fives, the three of us, including Kyle, who's behind the glass today. But what struck me as I went through all the votes, I felt like I was like crunching numbers like an office person.
Well, I saw you doing it when I walked in.
I felt like I had a real job. It was weird. Like I don't know how people do real jobs.
Did you use a calculator?
Yeah, I did at one point.
Look at you.
Yeah, I used a calculator. I had a spreadsheet. I felt like a real, like people that listen to us that have real jobs. I felt like you guys today. So
math is very nerve-wracking.
It is. Well,
you want to double check, triple check.
I was afraid of making mistakes.
Yeah, amen.
Well, especially because the vote was really close. So here is what I am going to unveil right now. I'm going to tell everyone the top four according to everyone. So this is how it came down when you combined your votes and all of our votes here at WIP. The top vote getter for the top five of the last quarter century was Brian Dawkins. You're not going to be surprised by these names. Brian Dawkins got the most votes. Allen Iverson came in second, Jason Kelsey third, and Lane Johnson fourth. They were pretty much on almost all the top fives in some order. Now some people, I think the staff was a little higher on Lane compared to maybe where the listeners were, but those four, as I started going through the numbers, it was pretty clear they were all going to make it.
So credit to the listeners for having Lane on it.
Yeah.
I think sometimes Lane gets a little overshadowed because of Kelsey, because of Brandon Graham. Lane's probably been the best player of all three of them. He has the 2 Super Bowl trophies, so credit to the listeners for having him on.
Well, so I agree with you on that. Here is what struck me, and here's where we need everyone's help today. Now, I was hoping we were going to come on here today and just unveil the top five, but
not that simple.
It's not that simple.
Lists are never that simple.
And the vote was too close. So I'm telling you right now, as I look at it, the vote is minuscule between the two guys that came in 5 and 6, or maybe 6 and 5, depending on how we go throughout the day. But we need your help because, Elliot, as I look at the vote, it came down to these two people for the final spot. And I think today the best way we could do this, like a tiebreaker on the show today with the listeners.
Ben Simmons one of them?
No, he's not.
He was not one of them?
I think I was trying to figure how many names I should tally because, some people were jokers and they put silly names on there.
Right.
So do I have to calculate them? So I think I had 15 or 20 names that had enough votes for me to count.
Noteworthy.
Yeah, noteworthy. But the two guys that were close enough that we have to debate for the final spot on the quarter century list was Jalen Hurts and Chase Utley. I mean, the votes were almost, I think there were 3 votes separating them in the listeners, and it was pretty close with the staff as well. Like, it was really close. Those 2 were clear the next 2 in the voting. Elliot, if you had one spot left on the quarter century top 5, who gets it? Jalen Hurts, Chase Utley.
Yeah, so we'll talk about our top 5s in the next segment, but spoiler, one of these 2 players is on my top 5, and I think he should be on every top 5. In fact, I would consider a term you guys use this week, he's a lock top 5.
Oh, boy.
He is on the list, and that is Jalen Hurts. This is a continuation of what has been dumbfounding to me all offseason. This idea that the quarterback of the Eagles that started the season, finished the season as Super Bowl MVP, is not on all these lists. As long as I've been in Philadelphia, the Eagles matter and the quarterback matters. And Jalen is already the best quarterback in franchise history. He is on a Hall of Fame trajectory, which is something we all need to wrap our mind around. If he wins another one, he's probably in. By getting one, he's already in the conversation. So if I look at Jalen versus Utley, here's the thing about this too. These are all fantastic players. The top 10, they're all great. But Jalen is one that has to be on it. I think Utley has an argument. Jalen has more than an argument. Jalen has a locked-in spot. So for me, it is clearly Jalen.
Well, there's no way Jalen has a locked in. Locked in is Allen Iverson.
Yeah, and Jalen is not on the level of Iverson or Dawkins yet. I get that. But he was the most important player on the best team of the past 25 years. The 2024 Eagles were the best team of the past 25 years.
That I agree with, yes.
Right? So he was...
But he wasn't their best player.
He was the most important player, and I think you could argue he was the best player.
Oh, he was not better than
Saquon.
Saquon.
Again, he is the quarterback. He's the quarterback of the team that has the most to do with whether they win or not. He just does, right? So,
but in this season, they asked him to do less than most quararberbacks.
But he still did way more than any other player on the team. His responsibility on the team was way higher than anybody.
Well, that's his position.
Yes, but that matters.
Right, but we say that with the idea that like the quarterback is the driving force of most football teams.
Correct.
And he wasn't for the most of the season. He wasn't.
No, he still was.
No,
Saquon was still really important, but Jalen was the driving force of the team. He touched the ball on every play. He called the majority of plays that they ran. So the most important, best player on the best team of the past 25 years, you don't think's a lock? That's crazy.
No, well, so here's the way. So I disagree that Jalen deserves a spot on the list. In fact, I don't think he should. I didn't have top 5 Eagles of the last 25 years.
That's crazy.
Let alone top 5 in the whole city in the last 25 years. So the way, there's a lot of ways to view it. There's like longevity, excellence. There's your how much you matter to the city and the teams. There's different ways. As I look at the list that is in front of us, right, the list that everyone's voted on all week, and that we have our votes, we have the listener votes, we have the staff votes, I think a lot of things are covered. Like Brian Dawkins, great Eagle, great player, and a Hall of Fame player in his sport. Allen Iverson, same thing, right? Check those boxes now. Neither of those guys champions, which is unfortunate. But like,
it is noteworthy how important they were and how great they were that they are locks on the list despite not being champions.
Yes, I thought the same thing. Okay, so Kelsey and Lane, to me, they represent the Eagles of this era. So like, I have that box checked, and both I think will be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day. And then you have the last spot, and you're not wrong in some what you said about Hurts, and he's super important, and he's the quarterback of the Eagles. But how could the Phillies of that era have no representation in the top 5? Like that's where, if I have to choose between Utley and Hurts, and it's not even like a Hurts isn't that good thing. It's just that would mean zero representation for that Phillies run. Like if you think about the last 25 years of Philadelphia sports, the Eagles 2 Super Bowls, and that Phillies team, and then the I guess like the special talents, but no titles with the Sixers. Like that's what stands out to me.
Right.
That's the last 25 years. And for the most part, unfortunately, the Flyers have been kind of out of sight, out of mind. They haven't really mattered as much as they used to in the 90s. So like, how do I have no 08, 09, 10 Phillies on the list? It can't do it.
So it's something I struggled with too. But I think what can maybe help you and why I ultimately land where I land is we are not doing the 5 players that represent the last 25 years. We're doing the 5 best players of the last 20.
Well, then there's no way Hurts belongs on there.
No, Hurts absolutely belongs on there. He does. Again, you just said yourself, the quarterback is the driving force of football teams.
Most times.
And always.
Almost
always. Almost always.
2022, I thought he was. I didn't think he was this past year.
Well, you're wrong about that. I mean, you can think that.
I mean, the team asked him to stop throwing the football.
But he still did throw the football.
Yeah, right, because that's his position.
Correct. And that's why it's the most important. That's why it's the most important.
But it doesn't mean you just get an automatic spot. Like there's going to be
but it kind of does. When you're the quarterback of the Eagles that wins the Super Bowl and you're Super Bowl MVP, you do kind of get an automatic spot.
Well, where's Nick Foles?
Nick Foles did not start and finish the season like Jalen did.
Okay.
And Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls.
Sure,
Nick, again, I think there'd be an interesting argument for having Nick.
Yeah.
But he really only had, 4 great games.
Now, Nick Foles, by the way, did get some votes. Like he had enough votes that I had to count them for the top 5 overall. I wasn't close to the top, but he did get some people interested in his name. 215-592-9495. Or where do you come down on this? We have 1 spot left. The voting was super close. So, the 4 locks were Iverson and Dawkins and Kelsey and Lane Johnson. They made most lists. They had by far the most votes. But then it came down to Chase Utley and Jalen Hurts for that final spot on the top 5 of the quarter century here in Philadelphia sports. Kyle, where do you come down as we have 1 spot left and we need everyone's help today to decide it? I think it's clear it's got to be Chase Utley.
Yeah, I really don't see an argument against Chase Utley. I'm sorry, Elliot, but like everything that Jalen Hurts has under his resume in terms of accomplishments, Utley has it while also being at the top of the league in his position for like a prolonged period of time. All these quarterback lists that we do, we have people, lunatics, I think, put Jalen up at 2, and then coaches, execs, the range is from 2 to 9. You wouldn't have anybody around Major League Baseball that knows what they're talking about or watch the sport put Chase Utley even below 3, I think, in terms of second baseman of that era. Like Chase Utley was 1 or 2, the best or second best, you could argue, second baseman in the league for a very long period of time.
I would say for like a 7-year stretch, a long time.
Won a World Series, went to another one. So, they both have been to 2 championships and have both won 1. I mean, and then plus, what was he, 5, 6-time All-Star in a row or something like that? I'm sorry. And while I have both of them in my individual top 5 lists, if there's 1 spot left, I think it just has to go to Chase Utley.
So, look. Again, to what I will say, any of these players we're talking about, whether it's you had them 6, 7, 8, they all have great arguments. These are great players we're talking about. But when you bring up the individual accomplishments of Chase Utley, yes, he does have a better resume, I would say, than Jalen does at this point. Jalen's also only played really 4 years as the starter, right?
4.
Chase has had his entire career. But the other thing, and this is just an unfortunate reality of this list, baseball players are the most replaceable players. I'm not saying they win without Chase Utley, but if you take Jalen off the Eagles, it is a bigger blow to the Eagles than if you took Chase off of those Phillies teams. So when you look at the responsibility that the player has, Jalen already has an outstanding resume. I'm not making an argument for a quarterback just because he's the quarterback. He's been to 2 Super Bowls and he won 1. And the Eagles are ahead of the Phillies in this city. So, yes, Chase Utley's obviously had an outstanding career. He's not in the Hall of Fame yet. I think Jalen probably has a better chance of getting in the Hall of Fame than Chase does, right? Because Chase is not.
I'm not sure.
Maybe he gets in, maybe.
So
but
Chase just got about 40% of the vote. He's moving up the
He's
ballot.
moving his way in.
Jalen Hurts is 5 years into his career.
Correct, but Jalen already has a Super Bowl, and we think we would probably all agree there is, a 40% chance he wins another one?
Would you say Jalen's already 40% of the chance to the Hall of Fame? Because Utley literally on the ballot is 40. He's actually halfway because you need 75%. He's halfway to the votes.
I think if you go to 2 Super Bowls, you win 1, and you win 80% of your starts, you are on the way to a Hall of Fame career. In fact,
I would say on the way.
If Jalen was a top 5 pick, I don't even think that would be a controversial statement.
Well, so don't you think, in a way, it's harder for Chase Utley to make his way into the Baseball Hall of Fame than it would? Like Eli Manning got 2 Super Bowls and was basically just became an auto lock for the NFL Hall of Fame.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. If Jalen gets another one, he's in.
But I don't know if that necessarily speaks to how great or elite Jalen Hurts is.
You're saying it's more about how the Hall of Fame works.
No, but I think it does, because what it shows is how important and how hard it is to win a Super Bowl.
I don't know.
The fact that when a quarterback has 2 of them, that's a massive deal.
Putting the cart before the horse a little bit here. Jalen Hurts got a long way to go to make the
Super Bowl. No, he does.
Super
But the
Bowl.
point
make the Hall of Fame.
But the point I'm making is Jalen is on his way to that, and Chase might not get in. You think he could, but his career is over, and he has not been a first ballot Hall of Famer.
You did say something that I think is part of the vote with this, and it's harder. It's sometimes the reality makes it harder for some guys, easier for others. You said Jalen only had 5 years of this quarter century to play, right? Utley had his whole career. But that's part of the list, right?
No, it is, agreed.
Some people voted Eric Lindros. He barely played in the 2000s, right? And we were joking the other day about Hugh. Hugh had 2 probably really great seasons in the NFL. And 2 probably for the Eagles, 2 or 3. But one of them was in the 90s. I obviously we're kidding about Hugh being a top 5 all-time Philadelphia athlete the last 25 years. But some people could have said, yeah, Hugh was really good. Maybe top 10, 15, 20 Eagle the last 25 years. But he only had two high-level seasons in the 2000s. So, like, I can't put Hurts there because he doesn't have enough time.
Well, but also
that's part of the voting.
You talked about, you have to have a Philly represented there, right?
Yes.
You also have to have an Eagles quarterback.
No, you don't.
When you have a quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls, it is the most important position in the city. You
don't.
You absolutely have to, especially when you have one that's qualified for it.
Well, so here's what I would say to that. If you think about the Eagles the last 25 years, I think you can make a case they're the third most successful franchise.
In the city?
In the sport.
In the NFL.
In the NFL, right?
Okay. I know you're not about to put the Sixers in.
It's the Patriots.
Yeah.
And it's the Chiefs, right? Okay. And then the Eagles. But I think the last 25 years, when I think about the Eagles, I think of Andy Reid, Howie Roseman, and I think of great offense and defensive lines more than they have an all-time quarterback. Like the Chiefs and Patriots, right away, what do you think of? Mahomes and Belichick and Reid and Brady. The Eagles, for all the success they've had very good quarterback play, but they haven't. Like, if you're doing this exercise in Boston, Brady's at the top of this list.
For sure.
Now, Jalen might evolve to become closer to this one day, but right now, the Eagles have had all this success, and I don't think quarterback's been the most, the greatness of quarterback hasn't been the biggest thing.
Right. So while I respect that's how you view it, it's also not my problem that's how you view it.
Well,
right?
That's the truth.
No, but I don't think it is the truth. The Eagles, for all the talk of Howie and the lines and everything, they didn't start winning until Jalen got here. Like, those years, I know the Super Bowl in 2017 was a one-off, right? 18, they weren't that good. 19, they weren't that good. 20, they weren't that good. Jalen got here, and Jalen, they still believed in the lines. They were still great GMs. The quarterback changed everything. 2022 is when they took off. 2023, Jalen didn't have as good of a year. Guess what? All these great players we're talking about didn't win a playoff game. Why? Because Jalen wasn't that good in 2023. Last year, Saquon was a big part of it, without question. But this team wins when Jalen is playing. That's just a reality.
But they weren't a bad team when he got here. I mean,
yes, they were.
No, but they had one bad year.
No. They did not have one bad year.
They did. They had one bad year.
In 2020, but they didn't win a playoff game in 2019. They didn't win a playoff game in 2018. They didn't win a playoff game in 16, 15, 14, 13, 12.
They did win one in 2018. They beat the Bears. Double doink.
Yeah, okay,
right?
You're right. My bad.
But they won the Super Bowl in 17, got to the divisional round in 2018, and made the first round in 2019. They had one down year, and then
and in 2021, how many games were they supposed to win? 5, 6?
I think they're over just like 6.5.
Okay, right? And they overachieved that. So
yes.
he did not walk into a great situation.
He didn't, but the organization has been good for 25 years.
Yes, for sure. But the point being is the organization's been good when they get good quarterback play. Like, yes, for as great as all the other parts are, when the quarterback's good, that's when the Eagles are good.
And what were the Phillies before that group came along? They were crap. Other than 93, the Phillies had a run for like 17 years of garbage, and then Rollins, Utley, Howard arrived, and they became an NL dynasty.
Yes, I agree, but Utley, while a great player, right, he had Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, they were all part of it. Jalen is more important than any of those three players. When you're the quarterback of the team, Utley is more replaceable than Jalen is.
215-592-9494. All right, we need your help today because we have one spot left on this list, and the voting was, I was surprised as I went through it. I was like, man, this is really, every time I added another vote, I was like, I don't know who's going to be on top.
Yeah.
Utley, Hurts, who should get the 5th spot on the list of the 5 best players Philadelphia sports last 25 years. Chris in Middletown starts us off on a Tri-Day Friday. Hey, Chris.
Happy Tri-Day Friday, man.
Chris, what's up today?
What's up, Chris?
Hey. It's definitely Chase, guys.
Oh, okay.
Anybody with half a brain knows it's Chase. So Jalenites led by, Mr. ESP in the studio today.
Yeah.
You keep drinking your Kool-Aid. The reality is still this. Jalen needed Barkley. Jalen needed the best offensive line. Jalen needed stud receivers, wide receivers, tight ends. Jalen needed the best defense in the league and playoffs to win that championship. If they had the third best defense in the playoffs, they lose because they never even advanced, probably beyond the wild card.
So Chris, I'm a big fan of your calls. I love when you call in. I think you're wrong about pretty much everything you just said. So number one, you say Jalen needs all these things, right? What about your boy Barkley, your Penn State boy, that didn't really do much until he came to the Eagles? He needs a great offensive line. He needs the weapons around him. I never hear anybody discredit what Saquon did because of the talent around him. You bring up the defense. Jalen needed a great defense, right? Patrick Mahomes has had elite defenses in Kansas City. He has the best defensive coordinator in the history of the NFL. No one ever brings that up when you talk about his Super Bowls. So you're right. Jalen needed great players around him, just like every other player. Utley had great players around him. I don't see you disqualifying Utley because of that.
Yeah, so in answer to your question, Pat Mahomes had a great defense and had Manny Mo and Jack at wide receivers. He had late-round draft picks as running backs that some of them were one-year wonders that necessarily didn't pan out. So he didn't have the top offensive line. The big difference is you're going to pick and choose on your argument, oh, this guy had a top defense. Okay, but one guy had the top at everything. He had the best running back in the entire league. He had the best offensive line in the entire league. He had the number one defense in the entire league. When one guy has all the chips and one guy has one or two of the five, you can't say it's the same.
But the difference to me is, and maybe this is where I view it differently than you, Joe, and Kyle, is one of the reasons Eagles' defense was so good is because the quarterback never turned the ball over. They were almost never put in a bad situation.
Because they took the ball out of his hands.
No, but they didn't take the ball out of his hands completely. No, you're right.
He threw the ball less than anyone.
Agreed. He threw it less, but the ball is still not out of his hands. He's calling the play at the line. He's the one that decides if they're running it or throwing it. He's the one that throws it. So you're right. He doesn't throw it a ton, right? But ultimately, he's still the most important player. So when you talk about why the pieces around him were all great, a lot of the reasons they're great is because of Jalen.
See, and that's where again you take one point. Yes, he finally did a better job of protecting the ball. And remember, again, they took it out of his hands. Because
he did a good job in 2022 too.
He was no. Beginning of the last season, he was a turnover machine until they went to the run game and pulled the ball out of his hands. And then give him credit in the playoffs. He did not turn over the ball. But just because he did one thing doesn't mean that one thing makes him great.
But that thing he's doing...
You keep trying to say, oh, just because he didn't turn over the ball, he was a major success. He did one thing great.
But the thing he did is incredibly...
He did not look good in those first two playoff games. You can't tell me he looked great.
No, he didn't look good.
In Green Bay, I think he was, or against Green Bay, I think he was better than you're giving him credit.
Didn't they not complete a pass for an hour and a half of real time?
Yeah. They were up 10-0 at the beginning of the game.
They had the ball.
Everybody wants to remove the situational part of this Eagles team. They were up big all year and they run the ball.
But hold on a second. You're up 10 in the second quarter or third quarter of a playoff game. You don't just take the air out of the ball.
Yeah, I'm not saying he was phenomenal in that game, but to act like he was bad against Green Bay or not impressive, I think is just not true.
He was not impressive against Green Bay.
No, not at all. I was at ESP. I was at that game.
So was I.
And I watched it. You can't tell me what I saw with my own eyes. He was not great.
He was impressive against the Commanders and the Chiefs.
What you're doing here is minimizing the turnover thing. The turnover thing is incredibly important. That is the most important part of the Eagles team. No, I'm not. When they win the turnover battle, they win the game.
You're right, Chris. We appreciate it. It's the most important part because of their great defense.
But the defense is also great because of the fact the offense never turns the ball over.
Right, but they play that way because they have that great defense. They asked less of him than other teams asked. Look, he had a good year, and they won the Super Bowl, and he played great. He's obviously been a tremendous player for the Eagles. Like, Jalen Hurts isn't bad or anything close to that. But this is like the best of the best. That's what you said,
yes.
And you're right. Like, we're not parsing like, is Jalen Hurts good? Like, not for that debate. If you don't think he's good, you're not watching.
That'd be an interesting debate to have one time.
Yeah, he is good.
Yeah.
He's a good player. But this is great. This is the
best.
But
he is great, is the point I'm making.
This is the best in this. And this has been a really good sports city for the last 25 years. Like, there are probably periods of 25 years we could pick out if we do a different range in Philadelphia sports where it's pretty bad. This isn't one of those, right?
Agreed.
Eagles have been to 4 Super Bowls. The Phillies have been to 3 World Series. The Sixers have been to the final. Like, there's enough championship caliber teams to choose from. I have Utley over. I mean, one quick thing you said, and we'll probably keep debating this. You said, Utley, you more replaceable.
Correct.
I don't know. If you went back to that run and you took Utley out and put the 9th best second baseman, right? If you were 6th or 7th, like where people rank Hurts, that'd be a big difference in the Phillies offense.
It would be, but it would also be a big difference if you replace Jalen with a quarterback that's 5-6 spots below. And you don't even have the best Philly. I
do.
Ryan Howard, in my opinion, is the one that should get
here's
on.
what we're going to do. Yeah. On the other side, we'll unveil our official top 5s, who we had, and your phone calls. We need your help today. 215-592-9494. Who should get the last spot? Quarter century top 5. The voting was super close. Hurts or Utley? Who would you put in? Midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Dozens protest ICE in Bridgeport after a local grocery store raid led to 14 arrests. The NTSB releases a preliminary report on the skydiving plane crash that injured 15 people. A group of non-binary runners have filed a complaint against the Philadelphia Marathon over lack of inclusion.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open. Come celebrate during our grand opening block party, July 18th and 19th. We'll have free food and fun for the whole family. Plus, take advantage of huge grand opening discounts on the top Forest River floor plans. Tour hundreds of new RVs along with a large selection of quality pre-owned RVs. Don't miss the grand opening block party at the all-new Forest River RV dealership in Berlin, July 18th and 19th. Get all the details at forestrivernewjersey.com/grand opening.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is back underway after the midseason break. One matchup to look forward to is New York traveling to Atlanta for a huge series to start off the second half of the season. New York signed Atlanta's former ace in the offseason, and he will have a chance to get going against his former team. Will New York continue their dominance, or can Atlanta get off on the right foot? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What we saw the last couple days, that's coming up. We got Phillies tickets on the line to see the Phillies or Red Sox Tuesday, July 22nd. Elliot, do you know about this giveaway we have? So it's Y2K Retro Night, celebrating the year 2000, which is
crazy.
Like perfect for this week on our show. But here are the 3 people that are going to be changing a base during the 3rd inning. John LeClaire, Mark Jackson, and 94 WIP's own Ike Reese.
Very nice.
It's straight out of a Tornado Shapiro bit.
It really
Look, just picture Ike running out there to change the base. Yeah.
I need Tornado Shapiro to throw the first pitch out that night. After the game, you can stay for a free concert performed by Nelly from the Infield Dirt. Yeah, I mean, it's wild stuff. All right, so we'll tell you about Tri-Day and how you can win those tickets coming up in a few minutes. First, though, before we go back to the phone lines, we need your help deciding the last spot on the quarter-century list. Top 5 athletes, Philadelphia sports, last 25 years. The guys that made the list and had enough votes to qualify were Brian Dawkins, Allen Iverson, Jason Kelce, and Lane Johnson. All right, let's unveil our official top 5s as part of the vote because we haven't done that yet. I think a lot of people probably could guess some of our top 5s based on the debates we've had this week. But let's go through the ones that we actually submitted. So here are my top 5. And this is the order I put them in. I had number 1, Lane Johnson.
Number 1 overall.
Number 1 overall.
Okay.
The best. I think there's an argument that the next 2 guys maybe are a little bit better at like overall in their sport, but Lane played in 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And he's the best player in his position in the league for a long time. Lane number 1, Allen Iverson number 2, Brian Dawkins 3, Jason Kelce 4, and I had Chase Utley 5, which is obviously why I'm arguing that Utley should be on the overall list top 5. So I went Lane, Iverson, Dawkins, Kelce, Utley as the 5 best the last 25 years.
Yeah, like I said, I think Lane is somebody that gets overshadowed a little bit, but he belongs on the list.
Totally.
2-time Super Bowl champion. 100%. Okay, so in order. So first let me say, I had like 6 guys that I almost put on, but didn't make it. Do you want to hear those guys?
Oh, like the honorable mentions?
Yeah, the honorable mentions.
It's like with these ESPN top 10 lists. They show
exactly,
you like the ones
correct,
that just missed.
So the honorable mentions for me were McNabb, Chase Utley, and Jimmy Rollins. I think they belong on a spot, but they were probably never actually going to make my top 5.
Jimmy was really interesting. He got a lot of staff votes, but less listener votes. So Jimmy's, I think it's tough to pick. It really becomes your favorite Philly of that run, right?
Because they all have their own argument.
Yes, they do. All right, so you had those guys just outside,
and then the ones that I feel bad leaving off: Ryan Howard, Jason Kelce, Brandon Graham. Like I think they belong on the list, but there's just not enough.
So Kelce didn't even make honorable mention. Like you didn't.
No, I'm saying these are higher.
Oh, okay.
These ones are higher.
Oh, so
these are the 3 I feel bad leaving off. I wish I had more spots.
So the first group was like 9 through 11.
Worth mention. Okay. So here's my top 5. Allen Iverson, number 1. I just think the fact that we all agree with it and he didn't win a title clear cut number one.
And he's your guy. He
is my guy. Like, he was my favorite athlete growing up. All right, number 2, and I think there's an interesting discussion to be had about him, but I still have Brian Dawkins there. What's tough for Dawkins is, as there becomes more Hall of Fame players that win trophies here, like, I just wonder where his spot, if it starts to be a little less of a lock.
It is. Well, what's interesting is Iverson and Dawkins, your first two, did not win championships.
Correct.
And I think 10 years ago, it would have been a little easier to have those two without question at the top because we weren't winning any championships anyway. But now, as the Eagles start winning championship after championship, I agree. There is something to, as time goes on, are they going to be looked at a little bit different?
Right. So, all right, those are my top 2. Number 3, Lane Johnson. You want to put him 1, I won't fight you on that. Great player, 2-time champion, plays for the Eagles, really matters. Good with that. Number 4, Jalen Hurts. Again, going to be a Hall of Fame player. Already the best quarterback in franchise history. You called that, by the way. I know you're backing off of that now a little bit.
Well, no, I'm not.
You are when it comes to respecting him and what that means.
See, two things can be true at once. He's the best quarterback in franchise history. I said that 2 years ago. Everyone was mad at me. He obviously is.
Yeah, good call by you. It's a shame you abandoned that.
I did not abandon. I never said he's not. He's obviously better than McNabb, but it doesn't mean he's a top 5 player in the city.
It does when you're the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team. It just does. And number 5 for me, Joel Embiid.
No.
Joel Embiid is arguably the most talented player we've had in the city over the past 25 years.
Sure.
Arguably the most talented.
Sure.
He is probably higher up in his all-time rankings in the sport than any of these other players. Like, he is maybe a top 50 player of all time.
Well, he's not higher than Iverson. Iverson's a top 20, top 35 player in the NBA history.
I love Iverson, but Joel, I think, was better at basketball than Iverson was. Iverson has the off-the-court stuff. He made the finals, and all those things matter for sure. And again, I have Iverson, but I do think Joel is higher. But regardless, move on from Iverson. I think he's higher than Dawkins, higher than Jalen, probably higher than Lane. Now, it's harder in football. There's more positions. Yeah. I get that. But this is not a list for the future. Like, I agree, Joel Embiid is cooked. I don't have expectations for him. It's not a list of right now because Joel's season was really bad. But we're lying to ourselves if we think over the past 10, 11 years, Joel arguably wasn't the best athlete in the entire city. He won an MVP. He almost won a few more. He was an all-star basically every year. He's one of the best scoring players in NBA history. And again, I know I'm the only one here that seems to want to take into account how important someone's job is. He was the reason the Sixers win. Like, when you're the number 1 guy on a basketball team, that matters more than being the number 1 guy on a baseball team. So for me, Joel is a top 5 guy.
Well, then what was Iverson? If not the reason that the Sixers won.
No, I have
Is
Iverson.
Is it dragging that one team to the championship? And
no
chance.
There's just no chance you could put Embiid over all these other players.
He's had better teams
Jason
around him, and he
Kelsey's
can't
on
get
your
past
list,
the
and
second
Embiid
round.
is.
Joel Embiid is just the most talented player we've seen.
Yeah, but
Jason Kelsey is obviously also very talented, but Joel Embiid was maybe the best player in basketball or in the top 3 for a 5-year stretch. Jason Kelsey, as much as, again, he's a great player, I feel awful leaving off, he was not a top 3 player in football.
But there's talent and then there's production. And he produced.
Well, Joel has that production as well.
But he didn't produce enough because he missed too many games.
No, well,
he just missed too many
miss games for sure. He did. But even with all his flaws, people are going to bring up. They're going to be like, he doesn't care. He doesn't. Despite all that, he was still one of the best players in the NFL.
Sure.
We can go NBA.
But he missed too many games.
We can go through all these players and say they're flaws, right? Yeah. All these players have flaws, and Joel does as well. But the difference is the other players we're discussing, Joel played at a higher level than almost all of them
on a part-time basis.
But
he was a part-time player.
Regardless, it was still a higher level.
I
It just
understand
was.
that, but I give more credence to if you could do it over and over and over.
But to be fair, he did do it over and over. He won an MVP.
Right, but he had won an MVP, but he also played, one season of 70-plus games, maybe in his whole career? I think that's all he did.
Yeah.
And he never played past the second round.
Agreed. He has flaws. He has flaws.
But these aren't flaws. These are major flaws.
Well, to be fair, Iverson, who we agree should definitely be on there, right? He missed time, but he showed up late to practice.
But he posted. He played more the most minutes in the history of the NBA when he left.
He did play more. I agree with that. But he also had 1 run in the playoffs. Now, Joel has none. Iverson only has 1, right? Iverson wasn't making the conference finals and the finals every year. Joel is just simply too talented to leave off this list.
There's no moments. There's no great Joel Embiid moment.
I don't disagree with you on that.
The other guys have
look, he had
rings
70
or moment-
points. He won
Oh,
MVP.
70
well,
points.
Doing the airplane down the
Against the Spurs in January.
70 points is still 70 points.
So Devin Booker has 70 points in a game. What does that mean?
Devin Booker's never won MVP.
Right, that's fine. But I could name guys like the guys that have 50 or 60 point games or 70. It's not. That can't put you on this list. This list is special.
And Joel is a special player.
Special talent.
It's a sacred list.
He is.
It is a sacred list.
He is. It is. Trust me, we love lists here. Me and you maybe more than most, right? But Joel is simply too talented to leave off the list.
I just can't do it. All right, Kyle, what was your overall top 5?
I think so. We did some back and forth about automatic spots on these lists. I think the automatic number 1 for everybody should be Lane Johnson, because nobody has the combination of resume, career Philadelphian, and talent.
That's fair.
As Lane Johnson does. Nobody in the quarter century has that combination.
Well,
like Lane
playing
does.
in 3 championship rounds. Is he the only one?
I mean, who's won 2 Super Bowls
Well,
or like 2 championships?
Brandon.
Right,
Brandon.
But
Jake Elliott.
But then you have Lane, who is a much better player than both of those
right,
guys.
Yeah. Like Hall of Fame player and played in 3 championships.
It's the
and won 2.
combination.
Yes.
Right.
You think he's much better than Jason Kelsey?
No, I don't think he's much better.
I think he's better.
Well, but
he probably has
if
less.
I- if
Does he
I-
have less all pros, all first team all pros? Because Jason had 5 or 6.
I'm not sure, but
No, it's probably tougher to make it at Lane's position.
yeah,
It probably
yeah, it is. And I think tackle, if we're doing the more important position thing, tackle's more important.
Yeah, you look at what they get paid.
Yeah. And just like a run of sheer dominance. And by the way, Lane was great from start to finish in his career, where Kelsey took a few years to, I think, like really get going and establish
So I
himself.
agree with that, but it is worth noting. I mean, Lane did get suspended. Like, he did have that down year.
Look at him now.
He has 5 all
Just
pro
saying.
teams. I think Kelsey had 6. 5,
Yeah.
6 to 5.
Okay.
Yep. Iverson is number 2. Look, and I'm not as adamant as Joe is. Like, if you were to put Joel Embiid on your top 5, because when you said Joel Embiid, Joe immediately was like, no.
I can't.
I don't think I'm that strong on it, but I do think Iverson belongs on it like a lot more than Joel Embiid does. I just do. Now this one, I think I share the same feelings as you guys do on this guy. I had the toughest time figuring out what to do with Brian Dawkins.
Yeah.
And like, because he might still be my favorite Eagle of all time, but like, it's weird to say that 04, like that era of Eagles football now like just pales in comparison to the one that we're in right now.
Yeah.
But I feel like Dawkins, just out of respect, deserved a spot on the top 5 list. So I had Brian Dawkins. Also had trouble with what to do with all these 08 Phillies. But I went with my favorite, the guy that I thought was like the most feared hitter at the plate whenever he stepped up there for a time, and that was Ryan Howard. So I put Ryan Howard up there. And then I had to give some love to my guy, Zach Wheeler.
It feels like you're on 7 right now. Are you still on 5?
Yeah, that was 5.
Okay, all right.
Well, because I think he commented on the Embiid thing without having him on. Yeah.
All right. You have Zach Wheeler in your top 5.
I do, yeah.
That's egregious to me.
Why?
So he's a great player, but doesn't have a title, right? And I'm just saying, it's part of this discussion.
But it's not his fault. I mean,
it's not
he kind
his
of has
fault, although
nothing
he
to do
did
with it.
lose his start in the World Series. But he
God
did.
forbid.
Well, he did. I mean, he didn't pitch great in the World Series, if I remember correctly.
No,
I think didn't he give up like 4 runs in 6 innings or something?
I mean, are you talking the Game 6 game? He got pulled before
The first game one.
Alvarez
He was
hit.
on game 1 of the World
Yeah,
Series.
I think
he didn't pitch great that
He
night.
wasn't great in that game.
They came back. They were down and they came back and really moved to hit the home run.
Yeah, I just think that while Zach Wheeler is obviously elite, and I think is maybe like deserves to be 10th or so, I just don't think he has any of the special moments or things that these other athletes.
Yeah,
have.
I know you're a Zach Wheeler hater.
I'm not a Zach Wheeler hater. I'm just
Well,
like a realist.
Oh yeah, didn't you
no,
have
no.
Wheeler
Yeah.
like
I had
8 or
him
9 on your list?
7, I think.
Oh,
it
I
was,
mean,
yes.
because
that was top 11.
Because if you
No,
know
it was
if you,
8. It
if
was
you know
8.
what you're looking at, we're witnessing a ridiculous run of dominance by Zach.
He is. I agree. He's absolutely an elite athlete.
And I think somebody from this era of Phillies baseball deserves to be on this list. And I think it's got to be Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, I don't agree with that last part.
Yeah,
I don't think
I
this
do
Phillies era has to be represented.
I think they do.
The way the 07 to see, that was the part of Elliott's list that I disagree with. Like, you have to have representation from 07 to 11.
And
it's the best run the Phillies
We're just
have had.
going to let this era of Phillies baseball, like, say
Well,
they
that's
say
up to them. They gotta get back to a World
But it
Series.
shouldn't be. Say 2022 was the peak of this Phillies run. we're going to act like that wasn't one of the most fun times we've ever had as
Sure.
Philly sports fans.
It was fun.
We've gotten we are spoiled brats, guys.
Well, that's the
We're
Eagles'
spoiled
fault.
brats.
That's
It's
the Eagles' fault.
We used to live in a city that every team that we held in such high regard hadn't won championships.
Yeah.
Brian Dawkins, Allen Iverson, all these guys. Like,
But you know what's
and
funny?
we're just going to let this 2022 Phillies team slip away just because of what the damn Eagles did.
So I agree with you on this, but 3 of the 5 in my list don't have a title. Iverson, Dawkins, and
It's
Embiid.
funny that sometimes we say the title is what matters, but then
then
when
Wheeler
push
can go.
comes to shove,
Right.
push comes to shove, you're right. Dawkins and Iverson got the most votes.
I do think with this list, Hall of Fame matters maybe a little more, and I think that all 5 of my guys will be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, so I think you're right on that. I think you're right. As much as I get frustrated with Joel, the Basketball Hall of Fame is just a different animal. He's clearly a Hall of Famer.
But even with it,
He's
even with
clearly-
it easy to get in, he would be a Hall of Famer in a tough Hall of Fame. Like he would get in the NFL Hall
Well,
of Fame.
I
if
don't
that
think
makes-
so. If he was a quarterback, like, would you say the NBA superstar and a quarterback are similar?
Yeah.
Okay, if he was a quarterback that never got past the second round and an MVP, Matt Ryan is he a Hall of Famer?
But I think Matt Ryan will get in.
Boomer Esiason won an MVP. He didn't win a Super Bowl.
Fair.
But
Joel was arguably a top 3 quarterback for 7 years.
I get it. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. Utley, Hurts, who gets that final spot on the quarter century list? Let's go to Ken and Cinnaminson. Hey, Ken.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good morning, Ken.
What's up, Ken?
So, I love when Chris from Middletown says anybody with half a brain, because I've always thought Chris from Middletown had half a brain.
Oh, man.
Neither one of these guys, frankly, belong in the top 5 lists for the last 25 years in Philadelphia. Kyle stumbled into something, as he normally is, stumbling when he comes on. Ryan Howard was the most feared hitter in baseball for 6 years. So if anybody from that team is going to be on this list, it's got to be Ryan Howard, not Chase Utley. But if the question is which one of these 2 guys, if you got 2 guys, neither of whom deserve to be on this list, then it's got to be Jalen Hurts. And the Jalen Hurts conversation is the exact same conversation as the Nick Sirianni conversation for the last 4 years. It's just we've replaced Nick Sirianni's name in the conversation with Jalen Hurts' name in the conversation, because now to suggest that Nick Sirianni is just incidental to the success of this football team at this point, you would have to just come out and openly admit to being an imbecile.
Yeah.
So we've taken Nick Sirianni's name out of this, and we've said, okay, so Jalen Hurts is just incidental to the fact that this team has gone to 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years when he's been the starting quarterback for the football team. And if we're going to start making lists, we can make a list like the list of quarterbacks that have taken the Philadelphia Eagles to 2 Super Bowls. That's a really short list.
Yeah, what is? It's a super short list because it's one. It's him.
And I love Chase Utley. I always said if you got a young kid and you want to teach him how to hit a baseball, just record Chase Utley's swing and say, do it like this. It was the prettiest swing I've ever seen. But Chase Utley was probably the 4th best player on his own team. So to suggest that he's one of the top 5 players of the last 25 years in this city, ahead of Jalen Hurts, and again, I don't think either of these guys belong in the top 5. I don't know where or why the Ryan Howard disrespect has become what it's become, to the point where, most kids who weren't old enough to remember that era, to see that era, are going to think Ryan Howard was just incidental to the success of the team.
Which he was. My theory on it, Ken, is we watched his full decline. I think sometimes it's better for a player to leave, and so we don't have to see them limp around. Like, Utley was a bench player for the Dodgers, and Jimmy, he stuck around. He tried to play for the White Sox and Giants. We didn't see any of that. We watched Howard on bad teams strike out a lot and really decline, obviously. At the end, I think that kind of hurt people's memory of what the great part was.
Well, yeah, and, baseball in particular is a slave to these numbers. So, if you look at Chase Utley's numbers, especially in the postseason, this guy's a 200 hitter in the postseason.
He did have a 6 home run World Series though in 2009.
He had a good stretch of 3 games in one postseason on a team that made the postseason 5 years in a row. And again, I'm not trashing Chase Utley, but the legend of Chase Utley continues to grow in this city to proportions that have become comical.
Well, so here's what I'd say that, Ken, we appreciate it. I think it's going to continue because I'm just going off the voting. The guy of that group that has the best chance to make the Hall of Fame is Utley.
But why do you think that is? Because he's the only one of the 3 that didn't win an MVP, right? Jimmy got one, Ryan got one. Ryan, I think, was better at his peak in terms of just a home run hitter, right? So why do you think Utley's the only one? Is
So,
it defense? Or?
I think it's two things. One, his position. There's very few great second basemen ever. So like there's lots of every era has like 5 or 6 power hitting first basemen. So Ryan could just blend into like the history of baseball with other guys like him. There's not many second basemen hit like Chase Utley, so I think it gives him an advantage. I think it hurts Rollins that he played in the same era as A-Rod and Garcia Parra and Jeter. He played like in a golden era of shortstop. So like maybe he was the 6th best at his position. Doesn't mean he wasn't great. It's just like he played with a lot of other great shortstops. And then I know people don't like know this or care about it, but like WAR is what people use to decide the Hall of Fame now. And Utley's clearly the highest one. And also, Howard got hurt, so his career, he stopped adding counting stats.
And he came up late.
It's just clearly Utley's got the best chance of Hall of Fame. All right, Elliot, before we go on, we do have a pair of tickets to give away. Tuesday night, July 22nd, Citizens Bank Park, Phillies, Red Sox. It's a big series next week. Y2K Retro Night. You can stay for a free concert performed by Nelly from the infield dirt after the game. Tickets or more information, visit Phillies.com. But it is a Friday, so let's do a little Try Day Friday in the midday show.
It's a Try Day Friday.
It's Try Day, Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, Elliot, concerts have been in the news cycle.
For better or worse?
For better.
What happened?
Yeah, for worse for at least 2 people, especially one guy.
Better for all of us.
Yes. I can't get enough of the memes for the Coldplay
it's
concert
unbelievable.
thing.
It is maybe one of the best internet moments. And I guess for those that don't know.
We should talk about it. But if most people probably have seen something of this. There was a concert the other night. Where was it in
I think
England?
it was in New York.
New York. Okay.
I could be wrong, but I thought it was New York.
It was at a football stadium, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a Coldplay concert, and there's a pair of people, a man and a woman. They were like dancing during one of the songs.
Well, no, just they were holding each other.
They were holding each other.
Yeah, that's just a better representation.
Dancing is not the word.
Yeah, they were holding each other.
That's a better way. They were holding each other. And during one of the songs, and they got put on the Jumbotron. So, like, everyone in the stadium saw it. And then, what was it, Chris Martin?
Yeah.
He kind of pointed out that as soon as the camera went on them, they very, very quickly, like, ducked away from each other.
And not just very quickly. They could not have looked more guilty.
Yes.
They were hiding their faces. They ducked. Like, it was,
Yeah, like, as if they weren't supposed to be together.
Correct.
Which we then have found out, because the internet does what the internet does, that they are not a couple. And the guy, at least...
Allegedly, it seems.
Yeah, at least the guy...
I think they made that pretty clear.
Yeah, they did. At least the guy seems like he has a family. So the whole thing is a disaster for them. But it's a hilarious moment for the rest of us.
Oh, the memes are unbelievable.
It is wild.
If you have not seen the video... You got to check it.
Just search Coldplay concert, and it will come up.
There's going to be a dateline on this.
Yes, it will come up very quickly. So it got us thinking about concerts. You got a Nelly concert here for the Phillies game on Tuesday night. So Try Day, a concert that we should see. You just went to a concert, right?
Well, I thought I was at the biggest concert of the year, although I don't know if Coldplay. Yeah, I saw Oasis overseas in Wales, which was really, really cool.
Was that the best one you've seen? Or at least most memorable?
So I actually think the craziest event I've ever been to, sporting or concert, so obviously concert, I saw the Spice Girls in Ireland. Let me tell you, I've never seen a city overtaken by fans. I mean, the Eagles in the Super Bowl is pretty close. But, yeah, I would probably say the Spice Girls in Ireland, just from a spectacle, was pretty wild.
Better show, Spice Girls in Ireland, or you saw Taylor Swift, right?
I did see Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift was better.
Yeah.
The Spice Girls weren't, I don't think they were great compared to Oasis. Was unbelievable to see. Taylor Swift was unbelievable.
And you saw Taylor, that was 2 summers ago at the peak, right?
Yeah, at the peak of it. And I saw Beyonce, no big deal to me. Also very good.
Oh, that was recent, yeah.
That was recent, yeah. But, yeah. Just travel around
seeing
concerts.
Beyonce, no big deal to me.
No big deal to me.
All right, 215-592-9494 for Try Day Friday. Best answer we get today to a concert we need to see.
What's the best concert you ever been to?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been to many.
You don't strike me as a huge concert guy.
Not. Yeah. Let's see. Before the show ends, I want to see if you can guess the first concert I went to. I mean, we're about the same age, so you might be able to guess.
So my first concert was also Spice Girls, ironically.
And so you saw him again, or that was the only
I've
time?
seen him twice. I saw him when I was in 4th grade, maybe, and then I saw him 3 years ago.
All right,
reunion tour.
215-592-9494. We're trying to figure out who will end up in the final spot of the top 5 quarter-century last 25 years of Philadelphia sports. Is it Utley or is it Hurts? Who belongs? Plus, we come back. The Phillies trade deadline is less than 2 weeks away. Phillies come back and they play tonight. And we're going to see a certain someone tonight that I've been trying to get on the Phillies for years. I am curious if everyone still wants him or still does it. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels. Tonight, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring tonight.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Summer is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Today, we celebrate a true legend. All of us at Odyssey Philadelphia want to wish a very happy birthday to our friend and partner from AVC Media Group, Dave Travato. Happy birthday, Dave.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
The summer of performance is in full swing at Elite Acura with offers made for the road ahead. Nothing says summer like cruising in the 2025 Acura MDX. Available to lease for just $499 a month for 39 months. Or turn up the volume on value when you lease the 2025 Acura ADX for only $429 a month for 36 months. Claim your summer of performance savings in person or online at EliteAcura.com. Now through July 31st. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 7/31/25.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Austin Simmons wasn't raised, he was built. His dad, David, drew up the plan. Homeschool, year-round training, no distractions. Now 19 years old, he's already earned a college degree in the Ole Miss starting quarterback job. We've seen this story before. Hyper-trained prodigies molded by ambitious parents. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it cracks.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Number 27, center fielder Mike Trout.
Oh, listen to that.
You grew
Listen.
up yeah, that's impressive. This is very impressive to see. These Phillies faithful give Trout a nice round of applause as Lee delivers a strike.
And we've been known to boo Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. Mike Trout, more popular than both. They gave him a standing ovation. That's pretty impressive.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilla, Elliott Shore Parks in for Hugh today. All right, we'll get back to all your phone calls here on Quarter Century. Who deserves that final spot? The voting was super close between Jalen Hurts and Chase Utley for the final spot on our top 5 of the last quarter century here in Philadelphia sports. And, of course, best answer we get today to the best concert we should go to, like a concert we can't miss, a concert we have to go to, will win a pair of tickets to the Phillies and Red Sox on July 22nd.
Are we opening this up where it's just like a band, or can we talk about a concert experience? Like, you need to see a concert. I don't want to take one, but at a certain venue.
No,
or
it
something.
could be an experience.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, like basically a show or a person. Like you can't miss them. You got to go at some point and see it. Best one we hear today will win the tickets to the Phillies and Red Sox on Tuesday. All right, so Kyle played us in there with a blast from the past when Mike Trout got a big standing ovation here. Well, the Phillies are back in action tonight. The second half starts tonight. Phillies, and they welcome in the Angels and Mike Trout. And look, I know we've had many conversations over many years about Mike Trout and the Phillies. I'm just going to make one final plea to everyone. The Angels are in. The Phillies obviously have, 13 days till the trade deadline? Mm-hmm. And I thought about it very simply this morning. There's no player the Phillies can acquire. There's no single bat that's going to be available better than Mike Trout. Mike Trout, I know people just stop paying attention to him because he's been hurt. He has played 70 games this year. His OPS is over 800. In his last... Let me pull it up. 41 games since he came back from the injury list. He has a 9-11.
Don't want him, sorry.
Well, that's okay, Jolly.
I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to play that right there, but
in his last 41 games, he has a 9-11 OPS. He'd be the second best player on the team the minute he walked in the door. It'd be Schwarber and Mike Trout. Like if his name was someone else and it wasn't all the stuff associated with his injuries, you'd say he's the bat. I would trade for Mike Trout right now. I'm curious if people still want him because Elliot, 5 years ago, it was like the dream to get Mike Trout. And then every time it comes up over the last 3, 4, 5 years, it feels like there's less of an appetite to bring in Mike Trout. I would still do it. If he's willing to waive his no trade and the Phillies could work out a deal for him, I would love Mike Trout in a Phillies uniform.
Yeah, so I think with a lot of things and all trades, it does depend on the price.
Yes.
Now, the issue with this, though, is even if, let's just say Mike Trout could come to the Phillies just for free. You don't have to trade anything for him. There is still the issue of his contract.
So it's 5 more years at $37 million a year.
Right. So that's a lot of money.
Yep.
The Phillies, while I give them credit for spending as much as they have, they are one of the teams that spend the most in baseball. It does seem they have a hard cap, right, where they can't just spend the Dodgers' money, right?
And we're kind of near that.
And we are near that. So if you acquire Trout, I don't think it's crazy to say you are hurting your chances at re-signing Schwarber. Because they're probably roughly what Schwarber is projected around $40 million a year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in the 30s.
Right,
Yeah.
so it's roughly the same. My concern with Trout is, I am not doubling down on an old roster. The Phillies are already an old roster that are probably at their last go at this, right? So if you acquire Trout, while I agree he does help the team this year, and he would be perfect, and I think he'd be a welcome vibe change too. Like I think he would become a face of the team, which I think is somewhat needed for
He
them.
also could invigorate the fan base.
Correct,
Who
yeah.
feels right now very down on them.
Yes, I think there's a lot of positives with him. But I think that you got to remove emotion from this and say, I'm not trading one of the top 3 prospects for sure. Definitely not doing that. If you want to say Castellanos for Trout, sure, I would probably do that. But there is the real contract part of this. So I am not as into it as you are.
I am curious actually how many people will be into it as I am. Again, if he is on the injured list, if he had played 15 games this year, the old thing would come back. He's always hurt. He's played 70 games. He has played since he came back from the injuries. He missed some time in May. He has been probably one of the 10 best hitters in baseball. He's hitting the ball harder than he has in 5 years. He's walking more than he has in years. Like I know his numbers aren't prime Mike Trout, but on this Phillies team, he'd be their second best hitter.
But he could also 6 months from now or whatever, less than that, 4 or 5 months from now, he could be another player that we're looking at and going, what a horrendous contract they have. Trey Turner has been better this year. Still, I would say not a great contract.
I agree with that.
Bryce Harper contract looks worse every single time he plays. And Mike Trout could be right up there with him, plus Aaron Nola. So you are really risking a lot for this exact team. And here's the other thing with Trout. Do I know he'll be good in the postseason?
Well, he's played 3 total games, and it was a decade ago.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and again, only 3 games. Wasn't good in those 3 games, for what it's worth, right? But I have no idea if he can handle pressure. He's played in an irrelevant franchise, basically never plays meaningful games out there. Is he going to be able to handle coming home to Citizens Bank Park and playing in the playoffs in Citizens Bank Park? I don't know that. So I'm not as sure as you are that he'll come here and absolutely dominate.
I'm not
play well, I should
right,
say.
and I'm not sure either because we've seen him just for 3 games. It was a decade ago. He could be a great postseason player. He could be a dud. I don't know. I mean, Roy Halladay once upon a time never made the playoffs, and then he threw no. We're searching for a bat. There's no bat they're going to get that's better. And I know Byron Buxton's name has come up a bunch in the last few weeks. He's hurt all the time, too.
And didn't he say he's not going to accept the trade?
He said he wouldn't waive his no trade. I'm telling you, I'd be shocked if the Phillies find a bat better than Mike Trout. He's here this weekend. I would do it. Kyle, I know every time we bring this up, you're always anti-Mike Trout. Where are you now? And Elliot, made the idea that maybe we shouldn't go double down on this. I'm desperate. I'm desperate for a bat.
But that's when you make bad decisions.
Well,
That's right.
we already made bad decisions. They paid Taiwan. They paid all these.
But
make another one.
No, hold
you
on.
sound like me with my credit card. It's like, well, I might as well just keep going at this point. Yeah.
Well, I need a bat.
But I think you're overstating how deep into this thing they are, because I think the best thing that Dave Dombrowski did this offseason was leave them at least a little bit of flexibility in terms of not fully overcommitting. I know they have a lot of money tied up in years to Harper, Turner, and Aaron Nola, but we're sort of at this inflection point with this Phillies team right now where we either can win the World Series or we have to start thinking about the next phase of Phillies baseball, and that means youth. Like the Mike Trout thing, I think would tip it over too far into where I feel like they're overcommitted. Because he's under contract for another
5 more.
I can't do that, man. And Joe, I'm disappointed because I told you last year to give it up, and clearly you didn't listen to me.
Oh, I'm not listening.
So
I've been locked in his last 40 games. I mean, the guy's red hot.
And you know what
He's
else?
on base the last 40 games. I mean, I listen to this. It's 433. 433.
That's awesome, but
awesome. We can't get 300 on bases.
First of all, he played 29 games last year.
I'm in the now.
He's never healthy, and in the now,
he's healthy right now.
Listen, he was and is a career loser. You're going to tell me that this guy?
It's an important point here.
This guy was with Shohei freaking Ohtani.
Oh, jeez.
2 lock Hall of Famers already on the same team.
It's
and they
baseball.
went to the playoffs once?
It's baseball.
He's a career loser.
Yeah, he has been a loser. Doesn't mean he can't become a winner here. Doesn't mean that.
To Kyle's point, though, I don't get the vibe Mike Trout super wants to come to Philadelphia.
He doesn't.
He's had a lot of opportunities to come here, unless it's for an Eagles game. He loves to come to Eagles games. But, are we sure this guy wants to come here? And I know he'd have to waive his no-trade clause, so he obviously needs to be into it to an extent.
Yep.
But you're right that they might not be a better bat, but when you take into account the entire situation, I think there are other players they could acquire that are not financially as terrible as Trout is.
I just want them to make him say no. Work out a trade with the Angels and make him say no.
What would you be willing to give up, though? Because that's an important part of this.
Sure. Obviously not their top prospect.
So you wouldn't give up Painter, Miller, or Crawford?
No, I would consider Miller or Crawford.
But you think, okay, so
I think that's...
Why?
I think that's bat bleep.
He's playing like one of the best players in baseball.
Joe.
All right, hold on. We all pumped up how good Trey Turner's been this year. His OPS is 50 points higher. He's still I think because sometimes when a player goes from their perch at all-time great and they're not that anymore, we forget that that's still really good. If he came here, he'd be the second best offensive player on the team. They're not going to accept nothing for him? You have to give something.
I think you're viewing this the wrong way. You are trading a future asset to make one desperate last attempt with this team. And that's not where you don't make smart decisions when you're desperate and when you're trying frantically.
We're going to waste this era?
I don't think it's wasting it. They've had their opportunity, and they have a chance this year. And you can acquire another player that doesn't, really hurt you for the future.
You guys too worried about the money.
You could say too worried about the money. The Phillies clearly have a hard cap.
But they also have Castellanos come off the books after next year. So will Taijuan Walker. And what's his name? Wheeler's going to retire in 2 years.
But that's the best thing that this team has going for them is that they're not overcommitted beyond 2 years from now.
We're going to do the blind resume thing at 12:30. If I gave you a blind resume of Mike Trout and his numbers, you would say, go get that guy.
Of course, but the blind resume, if it included his contract,
it's a bad contract.
And his injury history. You're right. He's been hot right now.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you make a massive financial commitment because of a small sample size.
I'm sitting here with Howie Roseman 1 and 2 over here with money.
Well, Howie Roseman wins a lot.
Let's just go get good players.
You guilt tripped us with that where they're going to waste this era. They can get Mike Trout or not and still win or not win the World Series.
Sure, but I want the last 2 deadlines. They got Austin Hayes and Rodolfo Castro. I want Mike Trout. I'm sorry.
There's a middle ground.
Yeah.
And by the way, the thing Elliot brought up about potentially losing Kyle Schwarber, absolutely not.
Well, you also have a hedge if you lose Kyle Schwarber. You have Mike Trout.
But it's not a hedge
I don't
you
like
want.
that hedge.
Why do you want to commit to 5 years of Mike Trout, who is hurt all the time? And how old is he now? He's got to be up there.
He's probably the same age as Bryce Harper. They came up at the same time.
Okay, yeah. So what?
He's 33.
33. So you're talking about committing to a player at somewhat max money for 5 years. For what? For one attempt? At a World Series?
Well, it's a hedge doesn't mean I'm also just saying goodbye to Schwarber. But if Schwarber leaves, at least I have a power bat that's on my team.
You're going to sign Schwarber as well? You think that's a financial possibility?
I think it could.
And you're then going to be committed to 4 guys that are in their mid-30s?
What else are they going to do? I mean, you guys act like they have.
There's a clear, smart thing to do here. If they don't win the World Series this year, you let Schwarber walk, you go to the young players, and you welcome the next era of Phillies baseball.
We also just assume the next era is Utley, Rollins, and Howard. How do we even know these guys can play?
You don't, but you're never going to find out if you keep paying 30-year-old players tons of money.
I just want Mike Trout. I'm sorry. You guys are making me feel guilty for one of the greatest players of all time, Robin Delco.
I don't think he is one of the best players of all time.
He obviously
You cannot be the best player of all time with 0 postseason experience.
He's one of the best players of all time.
And he's been awesome in an irrelevant franchise playing irrelevant games.
If you make a list of the top 25 players to ever play baseball, he's on the list.
And I think that's wrong, though.
Well, I mean, that's my list.
I'm just letting you know
Robin Delco is up. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Joe. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Rob. What's up?
Elliot?
What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
Listen, finally, a reason of voice this week on with you.
Oh,
Joe.
boy. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Elliot, you may be number 1 because you covered them and you're around the team all the time and you talk to Jalen, but I might be number 2 behind you. Joe, I got to come after you something you said a couple days ago.
Okay.
Because they like to take shots at Jalen. Him and that guy behind the glass like to take shots
No,
at him
no, it's not a shot. We're just trying to bring everyone back to reality here. We've lost reality.
The reality is he is elite.
No,
that is the reality.
That is not
It
reality.
is the reality.
Of NFL quarterbacks
You want to
today?
talk about resumes. You're so into Mike Trout's resume. What about Jalen's resume?
No, Mike Trout, forget resume. Mike Trout is playing right now better than any Philly except Schwarber.
In an irrelevant team for irrelevant games.
Yeah, he could hit here too. Rob, go ahead.
Joe, the one thing I want to take a shot at, you said a couple of days ago.
Yep.
Oh, well, the competition hurts beat in the Super Bowl as far as quarterbacks. Daniel Jones, this guy, right? You didn't criticize him. You just dinged him a little bit for that, right?
Well, no, hold on. The conversation was because someone was screaming about why doesn't Allen and why doesn't Lamar make the Super Bowl,
Okay.
and I pointed out that the AFC is more challenging. Like in the last 5 years, they have to all go through each other every year, right? Like Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, they have to play each other just to get to the Super Bowl. Forget who wins. They have to get there that way. Jalen Hurts, his first run to the Super Bowl came against Daniel Jones, and then Brock Purdy got hurt. Like,
So for what it's worth, I think Jalen's run to the Super Bowl this last year was either tied or in the top 3 for most combined wins of opponents. So he played teams that had a ton of wins. Now, we can parse how good they actually are, right? But in terms of total wins, I think only 1 or 2 teams have won a Super Bowl with more wins from their combined opponents.
This one was more impressive
than 22, for sure.
Sure, in terms of the opponents, yeah.
I'm not comparing him to Brady, so please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But he was in the easiest division of football for decades.
Yeah.
And so he didn't play those quarterbacks in the playoffs, but they put him in position to be the number 1 seed. They put him in position to get home field advantage. You don't think that had a huge influence on Brady's career?
Sure it did. Yeah, that's absolutely part of it.
Did we ding him a little bit for
Well,
that?
no, but he also in the playoffs had to go through Peyton Manning.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Joe. I'm not saying that's who he played in the playoffs. But say he plays Peyton Manning at his place most of those times instead of playing him at home where it's miserable and it's in fire.
Definitely an advantage for Brady. It was.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right. So
And you want to talk
I'm
about great defenses, by the way.
The Patriots.
And he had
And he had Belichick, the best
Correct,
coach at the time. Yeah, I know.
And look at his several first Super Bowls, 100-something yards, 200-something yards. He was,
Rob's kind of schooling you here, Joe. I'm
Well,
not gonna
no,
lie.
he's not. No. Actually,
Yeah.
Rob is actually bringing us to a good point, which is we're putting the cart before the horse. Like, there is a chance Jalen keeps getting better.
Yes,
and in
that's what I'm
5 years, he becomes a perennial MVP guy, and then all this
Well, he's
stuff.
already a perennial MVP.
Well, but he's not.
He is.
He didn't get a single MVP
He's
vote
been
this
in the
year.
right, but he
single one.
he almost won it in 2022,
And that's
he
it.
should have been in the discussion this year.
But
he wasn't. I get it, but I'm just saying you act like he's some role player.
But
That's
we can't just say he should have gotten MVP votes when none of the voters put him on the ballot.
Yeah, it's fair.
He didn't get Rob. The comparison to Brady early on is similar to Hurts. I mean, I agree with that. But then eventually Brady became the driving force of the whole thing. That wasn't him early. It's not Hurts now.
Well, and Joe, here's another thing real fast. Look at that Washington game. What point did Hurts get hurt? I was asking Kyle. What point did he get hurt?
They were up 7-0 in the first. He got hurt, and they finished the drive with a touchdown. Am I right on that?
Yeah, it was either the first or second drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was real early.
Yes.
Elliot. So my point is, and I know it's hard to say because it sounds like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth. Barkley had that one big run later on in the game, but you saw how it affected him, Joe.
Great
Barkley,
point.
in that game when Hurts came out. Could you imagine 4, 5, 6 games of Hurts not being there? Barkley wouldn't have had close to the season he had. The threat of him keeping that ball, the threat of him running himself, what that does to the defense, you don't think that has a huge impact? It takes away from his personal stats, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it also adds to Barkley's personal stats, right? So he
a
gets a
great
little
point.
share of Barkley.
So
right?
yeah, I
Am on fire
agree.
or what?
No,
agree.
you're
Well, hold
100%
on.
correct.
I agree. We're also, I think, taking some credit away from the coaching staff. That if they had to play with a different quarterback, they couldn't adjust the offense to adjust the running game to Saquon.
You don't think it'd be
Like
Joe,
if they run the RPO with Kenny Pickett, no one's respecting the quarterback run
But
part of it.
really quick. So when Jalen and Nick are together, right? They win about 75% of their games, 80%, something absurd like that.
Yeah.
I think without Jalen, Nick is under 500, 2-3. It's a small sample size, but that doesn't impact you at all. The fact that when Jalen plays, they win all the time, and when he doesn't play, they don't win.
Hear common sense.
Well, I mean, who are the games? They went to.
Well, I agree, it's a small sample size, but from 80% to under 500 is a pretty drastic change.
Sure, but I mean, one of those games was in Dallas when Dallas was like a 12-win team. Like they could have lost that game anyway.
Yeah, Jalen beats 12-win teams all the time.
All right. I mean, Rob, what is your point? I don't understand.
My point is, we can nitpick all day and say it's about Hurts, but then I can counter your counter, and you can counter my counter.
Well, that's kind of what we do all day. Yeah.
Didn't you nitpick Bryce Harper yesterday for not enough RBIs?
Listen, they want to put Schwarber in the Phillies, top 5 Hall of Fame, and the guy plays half of the game. He plays 10 minutes of it.
That's a good point.
I don't even think that. I don't even think he knew what his point was.
Rob, what's a
Rob's kind of toasting both of you guys right now.
Rob's in outer space.
I think he mixed up Schwarber with Harper.
Rob, what concert should we go to?
Listen, it's an event, and it's been a while with the last several years, and you get to see multiple stars, and you get to drink, have a good time. Barefoot Music City Country Fest at Wildwood, New Jersey.
When is that? Is that like the same time of the year?
It's the same time of the year. It's in June. It's already passed, but it's something you can go to next June, the June after that. Barefoot Country Music Fest.
All right, Rob.
New Jersey.
Good one. We appreciate it.
So I didn't really understand why that meant that he was more deserving than Chase Utley. I didn't get the Utley aspect of this.
People just want to defend Jalen.
Against what? But this
the-
is about putting him in the top 5
Against
of the
what?
last quarter
Against
century.
you two. That's what they want to defend him
No,
against.
because hold on. No, because
Against what?
Because you're acting like this is an attack. We're debating whether he's 5 or 6 on the best Philadelphia athletes of the last 25 years.
Right.
Why is that not okay for everybody?
It's okay, but the reality is, if it was any other quarterback, I shouldn't say that. For years, McNabb was basically ripped because he didn't have playoff success. And now we got a quarterback that has a ton of playoff success, and it still feels like it's not good enough to fully give him credit.
Well, because now I think we conflate issues a lot of times because we say winning is the only thing that matters. As a fan, yes, that's all anyone should care about. Then why do we get so upset when some random guy that we have no idea who the hell he is putting Jalen Hurts at 6 or say 9? Like, that clearly matters to you where he's being ranked amongst other quarterbacks. But whether or not he wins and where he stacks up against other players in the league are two entirely separate conversations.
So it definitely matters where he's ranked. I agree with you on that. It definitely does.
I'm glad we can admit that.
Yeah, of course it does. And it should matter because when he is ranked lower than he should be, that is unfair to his accomplishments. And I think that's really what with Jalen specifically. If you look at his entire football career, it does seem like he's constantly been slighted every step of the way.
Well, would you?
I think that's a theme with Jalen that is not there with other quarterbacks.
Well, but part of it, and I'm not saying this is his fault. It's kind of how things have worked out. He's played in probably the highest level program and then the highest level NFL team. So he's always been surrounded by a lot of talent. So it does. I think it makes it harder to truly evaluate how much is him.
So,
and I'm not blaming him. Like, I go to Alabama and he got drafted by the Eagles. Like, it's not his fault. It is what it is.
I would agree with you on that. But where I would maybe view it differently is the reason he's always at these elite programs and elite teams is because he himself is elite. He didn't get to go to Alabama and Oklahoma because he won the lottery. Like, he went there because he was one of the best players in high school football.
Yeah.
And then he went to Oklahoma because he was still considered one of the better
I agree with that. I don't think
And
he's
the
an
Eagles-
Eagle because he was viewed as an elite prospect. He was the 53rd pick in the draft. The Eagles were smart to see something in him.
Correct, but the Eagles did not become an elite team until he became their starting
geez.
quarterback.
See,
That's
back to
just
this
the
again.
reality. You can deny it all you want.
Because you're using a small sample to say
3 years? 3 years is not a small sample.
Hold on a second. 3 years? If I include it to 4 years, they had won the Super Bowl the year before.
No, I'm saying 22, 23, and 24.
Okay.
They would have been elite teams.
Yes, and they weren't in 18, 19, 20 before he got here?
No, they were not an elite team.
Right,
they
but
were they were a good team,
Right,
but
but-
they were not an elite team.
Right, but if I make the sample 4 years, they'd won the Super Bowl.
Agreed, but we can also look at this logically and say that over those 4 years, they really, in 17, they were amazing, and that counts, but it was a one-off. It was not the beginning of a great team. Jalen has turned them into a team that every year...
The Eagles are a great organization. Jalen didn't turn
part
the
of
Eagles.
that is Jalen, though.
I agree.
A large part
But you're
of it.
saying Jalen turned the Eagles into a great
Well, they
organization.
weren't one until he got here.
Yes, they were.
Where are all these winning seasons you're pointing to? You're right. In 17, they won one. But in 18, 19, and 20, they were not a special team. They won one playoff game in 3 years. And prior to 17, I think they had won one playoff game in like 8 years, maybe?
17, 18, 19. Super Bowl, NFC divisional round, and they got to the playoffs.
Correct.
And so the outlier to me was 2020. They had one bad year.
They won one playoff game in the 3 years prior to him being
obviously, we're looking at the same thing two different ways. It's like half dozen or six, right? Like,
no, I think actually you're looking at it wrong. I think you're miscounting the eggs.
Well, I'm giving facts.
I'm
17
saying-
Super Bowl, 18 divisional round, 19
Okay,
playoff.
let me ask you this. Has the team been better from 22, 23, 24, or from 17, 18, 19, 20?
This run.
Yes, that's the point I'm making.
I don't disagree with that. You're totally right. But my point
I
is,
know I am.
you're saying he's the reason. I could also say they also started drafting all these other good players.
Yes.
They didn't have Devontae Smith. They didn't have A.J.
But
Brown.
all
they
those
had
players
Leonard
matter.
Dickerson.
Correct, but all those players matter less if you don't have a good quarterback. It's like saying you have a great car with all these great parts, but the engine isn't that good.
I know. I just think it's not so much about Jalen. I think it's almost unfair to how great the team is to say it's because of him.
But that's just how football works. We do it with every other team. It's the quarterback. When you are talking about Eagles' opponent, the first thing you think of is, all right, who's their quarterback?
I know, but I just don't think he's the reason they became great.
All the other 31
teams,
the quarterback's the most important part.
It reminds me, and I mean this is a compliment, even though it makes people's skin crawl. It reminds me of the early '90s Cowboys. I don't think Troy Aikman was the reason they were great.
He was a Hall of Fame quarterback.
He was, and he was a very good player. But the reason they were great is they had 25 other good players.
Yeah.
And then he was kind of the cherry on top. All right, 215-592-9494. For your calls on all this, top 5 athletes, last 25 years of Philadelphia sports. The one spot that the closest voting was the last spot. Who belongs? Chase Utley or Jalen Hurts? I want to trade for Mike Trout. He's here this weekend. I think it's kind of being lost to people that he's back to playing quite well. Last 40 games on base is .433. He's healthy right now. He's played in 70 games. I would trade for him in a heartbeat and take the risk on of his contract should the Phillies trade for him. And when we come back, we've given you the staff list, the fan list. We'll look at how they differ and some of the voting things that stood out to me when I dove into the numbers this morning. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Elliot in for Hugh on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As we approach baseball's trade deadline, will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready, South Jersey.
everybody. Forest River by Camping World is celebrating their grand opening. All weekend, find incredible deals on a huge selection of products. Plus, meet WIP's Devin Caney Saturday from 11 to 1. That's Forest River by Camping World's grand opening, Route 73 in Berlin.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
75 overnight, tomorrow 85 and mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Elliott in for Hugh today. Quarter Century Week as we unveil the top 5. So by the end of the show, we're going to have the 5 locked in. We already have the first 4 spots. Iverson, Dawkins, Kelsey, Lane Johnson received the top 4 votes. But that 5th spot, Elliott, it was super close, and we're asking for everyone's help today to decide that final spot. So I was looking at, I told you earlier, I felt like I worked in a real office and had a real job.
I walked by. You were locked in.
Spreadsheet. I was doing all these things this morning and counting the data. And I had some things that stood out to me, and there was some real difference between the staff vote and the listener vote. So I'm going to give you the order of the listener vote. Just I'll kind of run down because you had your honorary mentions,
Yep.
and so here was the order of the staff vote. The listener vote. Brian Dawkins got the most listener votes by a lot. Allen Iverson was second. Kelsey third, Lane Johnson fourth. And then there was a pretty big gap after those 4, and then it went to Hurts and Utley, who were basically tied. Then came Jimmy Rollins, then Ryan Howard, and then there was another huge gap. So,
I do think the 08 Phillies get dinged because there's 3 of them.
And they split the vote.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right.
Yep. And then there was a huge gap after Ryan Howard. Then Bryce Harper got the next most votes from the listeners. Followed by Claude Giroux, which at first shocked me.
Talk about needing to put a flyer on the list.
That's exactly what I surmised. I was like,
That's the flyer they thought of when it came to...
I need a flyer, I'll put him.
Yeah.
Donovan was next after Giroux. Then Zach Wheeler, then Nick Foles, then Joel Embiid was after all of those.
So 2 things off of that. One, Joel, obviously way too low. He should be in the top 5. But has any player's stock taken a bigger hit over the past 2-3 years than McNabb? I mean, McNabb was the unquestioned best quarterback in the history of the franchise. And honestly, who was even close? You could argue Foles just because of the Super Bowl, but in terms of accomplishments, now, I mean, think about where he finished on this list. Would you say 8th or 9th?
Let me go back. So if Hurts was 5, Utley 6, they're very close, right? Rollins 7, Howard 8, Harper 9, Giroux 10, McNabb 11.
I mean, he finished behind Giroux.
Yeah.
Think about that. He had previously oversawn probably maybe the best stretch a team has ever had.
Mm-hmm.
You could argue some of the Phillies, but yeah, pretty crazy.
So then I looked at the staff voting, which obviously way less staff than listeners, but I tried to weigh it compared, versus the amount of votes. Dawkins, Iverson, Kelsey, Lane all led the staff. So we were all kind of in agreement with that. But Jimmy Rollins got a lot more staff love than the other Phillies. I would say Jimmy Rollins was way closer to Utley in the staff vote than the listener vote.
Yeah, I think Jimmy deserves credit for being viewed as the leader of that team.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little Jalen Hurts-ish to that, in terms of Jimmy probably gets more credit for the success of the teams than Ryan or Utley do. If that makes sense.
The other thing that struck me is Donovan got more staff love than he did listener love. Donovan got some staff votes. Bryce Harper got 0 votes from anyone here at WIP.
Wow. Talk about also stock falling over the past
years.
No,
I think that's fair. I don't think he's a top 5 guy in Philadelphia sports the last 25 years. I don't think he is. Now, Philly's list is different, right? You could put him on there, certainly. So
I don't even think certainly, for what it's worth.
You could.
I
mean, Kyle over here had him at an automatic.
I think Wheeler belongs ahead of Bryce. I think that debate's somewhat over. He's been a better Philly than Bryce has been.
I had him on over it. Yeah.
Right. So, and then if you do the 4 from the 08 team, I don't know what the argument for Bryce is.
Well, so all right, I'll give you the argument for Bryce.
Can't wait. I did it for 4
hours yesterday. So I think it's a very similar thing to. And now there's a difference here that the Eagles have just won the Super Bowl, so there's the backdrop of that.
Minor difference.
But Jalen Hurts isn't the best player on the Eagles. He's not. But
he's not. Yeah.
But he had. But the legacy will. The legacy will.
Barkley just ran for 2,000 yards.
Yeah, Lane Johnson's better. A lot of us put him number 1. I think that's AJ Brown's a better receiver than Jalen as a quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. We could go on. That's not the debate I'm trying to have right now. Even though we'll get more.
Yeah, I'll just sit this one out.
But no matter what, the legacy of that 10 years from now will land on Jalen's shoulders. Jalen Hurts gets credit with the Super Bowl. It already is. Bryce Harper, the same thing. Whether they succeed or they fail, no matter who was better, Zach Wheeler, Kyle Schwarber, it's all going to go back to Bryce Harper. Joel Embiid, he wears all the failures of the Sixers. I guess the way I'm constructing this list is a legacy thing, because we did the top 11 athletes in Philly sports, and I looked at that almost as who's the best player amongst these guys. In this list, the resume matters a lot more to me, and I just think being the face of an organization, you wear that resume more than anybody else.
So I agree with that. Now, I think a difference is Jalen and Joel have so much more to do with whether their team's wins than Bryce does. And I think they carry the burden of losses more than Bryce carries the burden of losses.
Well, maybe. I think that's
publicly.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a false perception, though. We've had a lot of Bryce Harper conversations on this show,
that's fair.
And people are very hard on Bryce Harper lately. By the way,
and his stock has fallen as the team has fallen.
A year ago, he would have gotten some staff votes, and a year ago, he would have been on more Phillies lists. Yeah. It's fallen.
By the way, the 2 people that I think a lot of people are saying is better than Bryce Harper right now, Kyle Schwarber, Zach Wheeler, they're not here if the Phillies don't bring in Bryce Harper.
So I agree with that point to an extent, but sometimes I feel like we treat Bryce like he's running one of those Ponzi schemes or something, where it's he got 2 people to come now, he gets the success for all they get, and then Schwarber got Castellanos. Ultimately, yes, he did get them to come here. I get that, but they didn't really start winning till Schwarber got here.
I know,
they didn't. Yeah, but again, to your point that you just made earlier, it is baseball as opposed to football and basketball. Bryce has less to do with that.
Sure.
I'm just saying, for better or for worse, the perception and the legacy always goes back to Bryce Harper. Whatever happens with this team will be looked at as a Bryce Harper accomplishment, more so than anybody else.
I agree with that.
I think that's right. I mean, now, whether that gets among your top 5, that's different. But I think that's probably the right way to look at it. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Pair of tickets, see the Phillies Red Sox on the line. Tri-Day Friday, a concert we need to see. And I don't think I need to go see the Coldplay concert. I've seen plenty of clips from one.
I don't think it's a good time to suggest to your wife to go to Coldplay.
Not this week. Black Gritty is up. What's up, Black Gritty?
Flip-flops, Joey Bear, Quinn, Jim behind the glass. Hey,
My
guys,
guy.
how you doing today?
It's been too long. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. It's great to hear your voice, man.
I missed you, big dog.
I know. It's good to talk.
You know what's amazing? This guy has you on his show. You've been cooking him for the last 2 months.
I know. It's
Cooking? This guy tried to sell us on Ace Bailey over VJ Edgecombe.
Still going to be right about that.
No, you're not.
Yo, you look like a little thing in the pot just jumping out, just getting free, getting free. I'll do it real quick. Joey Bear, do you like your job?
Yes.
Okay. Bring up Mike Trout again. I'm going to go file a restraining order and sit down in the lobby and make sure that you don't get on the airwaves. This dude don't want you, stalker. He doesn't want to leave. He is the Dame Lillard of baseball. He's never going anywhere. He likes the sunshine and the beaches, and his wife would slit his throat if he came back to
But Dame Lillard left. Dame went to the Bucks.
And where's he at now?
He went back yesterday. He went back to the place.
He went right back home. He's never leaving. Shut up, Joe Gilio.
I want a bat that can hit, Black Gritty. Why do we have... I don't want any more Rodolfo Castros and Austin Hayes and any of this crap Dombrowski's brought in. Get me Trout.
I know you didn't grow up with a black grandmother. What you want and what you get is two different things. You better shut up, these Brussels sprouts, punk. That's what it is. Now back to football and the things that matter. Kelsey... Man, I tell you what, I love Jason Kelsey, but he's a center. No man has lived more off of a speech than anything I've seen in my life. I'd love to have a beer with him. He's the player I'd want to hang out with the most in life, but him being third is just insane. Lane Johnson, when he doesn't play, you're sub 500. Just like when Hurst doesn't play, you're under 500.
That's a good point.
That matters. Kelsey leaves. I got a center in there backed up. That center goes down. I push the guard over there. He's playing half the game looking like an all-star. Apparently the center isn't that big a position. So him being third is insane. But it's Jalen Hurts that has to go on this list because the most important trophy in America and the world is the Super Bowl. Not only was the Super Bowl MVP, he almost got Super Bowl MVP in a losing event. He outplayed the other quarterback when they lost the game. Stop frowning on my guy, Joe Gilio, and keep getting cooked by flip-flops.
There's no frowning. All right, Black Gritty, what's the concert? What's the concert?
Well, I mean, if we had to do something, I'd just say we go to Taylor Swift, but we can't afford it, so we'd have to fly to Norway, get the tickets for $800 and live one of these Elliott flip-flops. How much are they paying him? How do you keep going on all these trips? This is a real question.
I'm lucky my wife does well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And Joe Gilio, don't make me get that restraining order, brother. I will be down
you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to keep asking for Trout. I'm sorry.
I talked to you.
All right, Black Gritty, we appreciate it.
I like the idea of threatening you over a take.
Yeah. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I mean, I've been trying this for 3 years with the Trout
I
thing.
will say there's no questioning whether you really want to trade for Trout.
I want Trout.
Yeah, like this is not you're just saying it.
No.
This is...
And I tried to make him give it up last year.
Also, they have not given me a better option. Like, you guys have had 3 years. You and Dombrowski have had 3 years to provide me. Like, if they get an outfielder that can hit, I'll shut up about this.
Why do I have to do it?
Well, because you keep saying they don't need him. Well,
Sorry, so
they don't need him.
They're running out Max Kepler and Otto Kemp.
Again,
they do
there's
need
a middle
they
ground
do
here.
need him.
Yes,
but
they
it's
need
just,
him.
It's not worth what it's gonna. It's the other impacts it has on the franchise are not worth it.
I understand, but I'm desperate.
They need what you believe he will provide for the
What
team.
he has been providing for the last 40 games.
So I asked you this.
Wow.
I asked you this earlier.
I'm living in the moment.
Yes, that's right.
I asked you this earlier, and you kind of answered, but I want all right, pretend you're Dombrowski. The Angels call you. Guess what? We're flying in town today. You want Mike Trout to stay here? Make me an offer. What is the most you are willing to give up? Not what you think will get it done. You get one offer to the Angels.
Okay, so I'm going to try to fit this what you set up. I'm going to try to fit into it because the money. Okay. I agree with you. The money long term is an issue for the Phillies
for sure.
So in order to make this deal, they got to take either Castellanos or Taijuan Walker. I need some of the money going back the other way because
now they're both expiring contracts though.
No, they both have one more year left.
Oh, they do. Okay,
yeah. So you take one of those deals off my hands. Castellanos obviously be the easy one because you just replace him in right field with Mike Trout, but whatever, take Taijuan. So they have to take one of those guys back. And then I would offer them, I'm not trading Andrew Painter for Mike Trout. I would offer them Justin Crawford. Like I'd give them the third best prospect in the Phillies system for Mike Trout. Crawford is a guy that is hitting 300 at AAA, but obviously the Phillies have some trepidation that he could really hit up here because he hits ground balls and he doesn't hit home runs. So look, he might be a good player. He also might be Johan Rojas, but a little bit better. I'm not sure Justin Crawford's like a future all-star in the major leagues, but he has some potential. So I'd be willing to give up one of their 3 or 4 best prospects and a contract I don't want.
So
not Aiden Miller and not Andrew Painter.
I'm not super into trading for Trout, but if it's Taijuan Walker and Crawford, I would need to sit down and have a real good look at the finances and understand that part of it. But if there was confidence that there would not really impact our spending, I would be willing to think about Crawford.
So I think the Angels are in a bad place because they either need to pay down his contract to get real prospects back for him, or they need to dump his contract.
Right.
So I'd be willing to take the contract and not give up like real huge prospects.
I understand loyalty to a franchise. It's just a bit of a red flag to me that he's not forced his way out of
I
there.
agree.
He's got no shot to win there.
I want him to ask out.
And he's doubled down there a bunch of times. So that is a red flag to me.
It's loser activity.
It is. I can't argue this.
This is why when you say he's one of the best players of all time, I firmly disagree with that.
Well, what would you do? Like, I'm not asking you to rank the best 20 players ever, but what do you do with them? You just leave them off the list?
No, I think he's just lower. If you are a player, and again, if you want to say he's a top 100 player of all time.
Well, clearly he is.
Okay, but that's different. When we're talking about the top 25, like rings have to matter and playoff experience has to matter. It's easier to do what Mike Trout did than say what Derek Jeter did, right? Like you could say Trout maybe is a better player than Jeter.
Sure, clearly is.
But you say clearly.
He clearly is.
Jeter had to do it in New York in the postseason. That is harder than what Mike Trout is doing.
Won 3 MVPs.
No, I know, but I'm just saying Trout has done it for it. Like Trout's career really doesn't matter. Like you can tell the story of baseball.
I'm trying to change that. Bring him here.
I know,
win a
but
World
that's why
Series.
when you say he's one of the best players, it catches my ear because I just think you can't say a player with 0 postseason success is one of the best ever.
Aaron in San Diego's up. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What up, Aaron?
Hey, Aaron.
It is an overwhelming Friday. You guys have put so much material on the table. Like, I don't know where to aim my flamethrower. I'm just so confused right now.
Aim it at Joe.
Yeah, I'll take the brunt of it.
Okay, so let's get to it. So first off, I wanted to touch base on Kyle, but we're going to save that for Monday when we get the band back together.
Okay.
And Elliot, in terms of bands, I'm a huge fan, Elliot, but NSYNC, Backstreet Boys,
so
Taylor
many hits.
Swift,
Yep.
and now the Spice Girls. I mean, you literally are like one Lady Gaga comment about losing your man card.
So I did see Lady Gaga in Vegas when the Eagles were there a few years ago.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah. Hey, you like what you like, you know?
Joe, there is no way that Trout is coming to Philadelphia. He's had every opportunity.
Yeah, but that's a separate
to come
debate.
here.
Do you want him?
No, he is an Eagles fan. He knows how critical and brutal Philly sports fans are. He's got a nice, cushy job in Orange County. He's probably got a house overlooking the ocean. He makes a ton of money. What incentive does he have to come to Philadelphia?
I make him say no. Work out a trade. Like, I want to make him say no. That I don't know if the Phillies or any team's really ever done that. They just maybe he wants to stay there. Work out a deal. Like, this happens sometimes in sports where players refuse to waive their no trade. Make him say no. And then if he says no, he's an all-time Philadelphia enemy. That's all.
I would actually bet money that there has been conversations over the year.
Oh, for sure.
And that he has told his agent that I do not want to go to Philadelphia.
If he accepted a deal, do you want him?
I would take him.
Well, there you go.
But again, I don't. He doesn't have that winning. He doesn't have that winning persona. He doesn't have that.
We have
championship
Max
mentality.
Kepler batting fifth some days. Like, do we realize what we're saying here? Winner. I don't care if he is a loser. He's better than Max Kepler, who's trying to win.
Well, being a loser would be a problem.
Yeah, but
it would be a slight issue. Yeah.
What's Max Kepler then?
Cheap.
A nobody.
He's cheap at least, though.
Joe, talking about championship mentality, let's get to the topic at hand today.
Okay.
In terms of the top 5 athletes.
Yes.
Finally.
Okay. So I was watching that quarterback series on Netflix, and the last episode had Joe Burrow sitting in his house on his couch watching the playoffs as he kind of went over what was another losing season for the Cincinnati Bengals. Out of his mouth, Joe Burrow said, the stats are great, but they don't really mean anything.
No one disagrees with this, Aaron. I agree with that.
Passing the ball can win you some games, but running the ball wins you championships. And that's why Jalen Hurts is the number 1 quarterback in the NFL
You got to stop.
Because his team runs the ball well, he's the best quarterback.
Every time that Hurts has gone up face-to-face with Mahomes, he has absolutely outperformed him on the biggest stages. And again, if you put any of those quarterbacks on the Eagles, their passing stats are going to go down dramatically.
It is true.
To win the championship, when it gets cold, you've got to run the ball.
And the thing that I will say, Aaron, that Joe does not bring up enough when talking about how he struggled against the Rams is he did have like a 45-yard touchdown run to start the game.
That was a huge play.
Yeah, okay. So just,
you know what?
Yeah.
The passing game struggled.
Right, but the passing game's not the only part of the game.
No, but the passing game is a huge part of the game.
It's a big part.
And
it was running 45 yards for a touchdown.
The passing game was bad.
It was not good.
No. Why can't we?
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It was bad. It was bad.
But like, okay,
Dude
thank you.
stood right in front of A.J. Brown at his locker and got the video of him saying the passing offense
That wasn't
sucked.
in the
Rams
in
game.
the playoffs.
I'm very open in saying, hold on, I'm very open in saying he was great in the Super Bowl. Can you say the Rams passing game that day was terrible, bad? Can you say it, Aaron?
Joe, I think your premise of the whole if the Jalen Carter thing didn't happen, then the Rams would have won the game.
Well, they probably would.
If Puka Nacua doesn't make an incredible catch the play before, then we're not even having this conversation. The game is over. The game is done. Where Saquon Barkley, instead of running into the end zone, kneels at the 2-yard line so they can kill more clock. This situation never happened. So
and if Bryce Harper doesn't hit Bedlam at the bank, then but these are all what ifs. We all know that. Also, I don't understand the Joe Burrow point. What is Joe Burrow watching the games and saying, he wishes he was in the
Joe Burrow realizes that the key to this whole thing is winning and winning championships.
Joe Burrow was in the Super Bowl before Jalen Hurts. Do you remember 4 years ago? You act like Joe Burrow loses every year. They went to the Super Bowl already.
Right, and what have they done since then, 4 years ago?
Yeah, because that team is a mess. Have you ever paid attention to the Bengals?
They're terrible.
So you think Joe Burrow needs more talent around him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course he does.
Checking.
The defense was the worst in the league.
Right.
But again, if Joe Burrow has more talent around him, he's not throwing for 4,500 yards.
I don't care about his stats, Aaron. I don't care about his stats. But that doesn't mean he's not.
But you do, because you're making the argument that because Jalen Hurts has less stats than Joe Burrow and Jackson.
No, he's just not as good at the position. I don't know why.
What are you talking about? He is the best quarterback in the biggest stage, dude. He is a Super Bowl MVP, which any quarterback in the league would rather have a Super Bowl MVP than a regular season MVP.
So let's do this for the 1,000th time. Eli Manning or Aaron Rodgers?
So are we talking about...
No, answer the question.
Just do it, Aaron.
Answer the question.
I would rather have Eli Manning
because
he
would.
brought me 2 Super Bowls.
No, but
the conversation's
if you were
over.
building a team, you're picking Eli Manning or Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, this is the problem. Aikman or Marino?
Here's the tough thing, Joe. It's about the off-field stuff with Aaron Rodgers.
How about you just use your brain, Aaron?
He's not a team guy. So are you trying to build a team, or are you trying to build a team with the best talent?
You build a team with the best talent, Aaron. That's how you build teams.
You build a team to win a championship, Joe. That's
with the best talent. That's how the Eagles got here. They built a team with the best talent and guys that work their butts off and all that kind of stuff.
But it seems like you're dinging Jalen for that.
No, I'm not.
It certainly seems like it.
How did we get to a point where if I say he's the 6th best quarterback in the league, I'm a hater.
I don't think you're being a hater having him 6. Who do you have 5th then? Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. So I would put Jalen either 2nd or 5th. Would be where I would put him.
2nd, what's the criteria there? 2nd would be
I think
resume.
2nd would be because he has the Super Bowl.
Right.
And then 5th, I think, would be taking talent more into consideration.
Okay. All right. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to do, obviously. We got to get through the votes today for where this comes down. Is it Utley or is it Hurts? Who's going to end up 5th on the list of the quarter century, last 25 years at Philadelphia sports? Who deserves the spot more? Coming up, we'll talk to Scott Fransky. The Phils are back. Second half starts tonight. I want Mike Trout. Do you? Yes, I still want Mike Trout here. A lot to do, including the tickets to give away to Phillies, Red Sox. Give us a concert we need to see. It is the Midday Show. Elliott in for Hugh on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Philly Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, and elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Summer's wildest night is coming, and it's one that only Delilah's The Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse can deliver. Be here on Wednesday, July 23rd, when the world's most amazing dance teams battle it out for Delilah's Diamond G-String Award. Arrive early for select open bar and gourmet hors d'oeuvres beginning at 7 p.m. Delilah's is located at 100 Spring Garden Street and has ample free parking. Reserve your table for bottle service by calling 215-625-2800 or visit delilahs.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. DJ Lagway didn't throw this spring, and the whispers of injury got loud, but Florida's QB1 showed up to SEC Media Days looking healthy and ready. Now the Gators are betting big that Lagway's raw talent, toughness, and year 2 leap can do more than just steady the offense. They think he can bring Florida all the way back. It's been a minute since Gainesville mattered on the national stage when it comes to football. With Lagway, this all may change. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing! It is a Fransky Friday in the midday show, sponsored by Morgan and Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, as the Phillies get set for the second half of the season. Back in action tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. Scott Fransky joins us right now. Scott, how you doing today?
I could not be better. How are you guys?
Scott, we're doing great and excited to talk to you and excited for the Phils to be back second half of the season. Scott, as you look forward here, obviously the trade deadline is the big thing now on everyone's mind with the All-Star break out of the way and the draft out of the way. Scott, if you had a guess, do you think the Phillies are going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline or more, hey, they're going to try to patch some holes? Because the last couple of years, it's felt more like they're patching holes than super aggressive to go get a difference-making player. If you had a guess, how would you guess maybe their mindset is this time?
I would guess that their mindset is to be very aggressive. Does that mean they'll make a bunch of deals that everybody loves? No, because the universe of available players is not maybe what it was in some other years. A lot of teams still think they're in it. A lot of teams might hold on to players. I think they're going to try to be really aggressive, but that doesn't mean they're going to hit on everything. But yes, I think they're going to try to make some big moves if they can do it.
So I agree. I do think they will try to be aggressive. But to your point, exactly, you can't just pick and choose from every roster, right? There's only so many available deals out there.
Right.
I know we agree there's multiple holes they could fill, but just from your point of view, if they could add an impact player, either in the lineup or the bullpen, which way do you think they would steer?
Well, I think they'd try both. I think they'll try both.
Right.
So
agreed. Yeah.
Put that out there. They try both. I don't think they look at it as an either-or situation. They're trying to do right? This and that. Now, maybe one gets done and the other doesn't get to the finish line, and that's what you end up with. For my money, if you could only make one deal, I would go get a lockdown reliever. I just think it's going to be – you're going to have great starting pitching. And you're going to have great starting pitching to get you to the playoffs, but I think you need a lockdown reliever to use in the biggest moments of the game, and it might only be once in a big moment in a game 2 situation kind of thing, right?
Right.
Because you're going to lean on your starters, but I just need I need a bullpen guy that's going to lock it down. That's for me. Plus, I think you at least have the potential that, Harper goes off or Schwarber goes off or Turner goes off, right? I mean, these guys could go off, right? And they could be that impact that you're looking for in a short series or whatever. But I just think I don't see anybody fitting that bill right now in the bullpen.
Scott Fransky with us. Start of the second half tonight for the Phillies. The Angels are in town, followed by the Red Sox. Scott, it felt to me like a change towards the end of the first half last weekend with something we see in the lineup or didn't see. Typically for the whole season, when a right-handed pitcher pitches, Max Kepler is in the lineup. And on Sunday against the Padres with Nick Pivetta pitching, he was not in the lineup. We saw Otto Kemp. And I know, they had some other stuff going on. Bohm was out. They moved the lineup around. Schwarber was one. But what did you make of that? Do you think that was a one-off, or maybe have we reached a tipping point here where it's a sign of things to come?
Yeah, I think there's probably more of that to come. I just think you, as an organization, you owe it to yourself. Like, could Otto Kemp do this? I don't know. He's hit a little better against righties than he has against lefties, to be perfectly honest. Could he do this? I don't know if he can. I don't know if he'd be what everybody's hoping for, some corner outfielder that can hit 30 bombs. Obviously he's going to have major defensive limitations. He hasn't had to do a whole lot out there in left, but and he's done okay. But we all know where the Phillies outfield defense is, and I don't know that you want to actively make it worse. I think they're just trying to find some offense from somewhere, and if it happens to come from Otto Kemp, great. So was it a one-off? In a sense, yes, but I do think they're willing to at least put their toe in the water and see if he can hit righties too.
Scott, there was an interesting story Matt Gelb had at the beginning of the break about the Phillies' approach and how it's worked in the first half versus how it hasn't. And I think we've seen some better things, right? Compared to years past, they've probably chased a little bit less. Trey Turner maybe has made the best switch compared to years past, and he's been more consistently good. But the power is also down. They've gotten to advantageous counts, and they haven't slugged like they used to in those spots. After watching the way the Phillies have hit the first half, do you think it's been a net positive, the change in approach, which is maybe a little bit less go all out to try to hit the ball hard and a little bit more of, hey, let's work better counts, let's put the ball in play, but the power is significantly down from where it's been. What do you make after watching it for a full half?
I don't know on that subject specifically. I got to be honest with you, because, if you dig really deep into the numbers, some of them are really strange, right? So, okay, patience, we'll get a pitch to hit, this, that, and the other. Well, as a club, at last check, they were hitting over 400 in the first pitch of an at-bat when they put it in play. They're hitting under 200 when it's a 2-0 count and they put it in play. How does that make sense, right? That flies in the face of that basic strategy. I don't know. Are they scoring more runs? Is that the net? I think everybody wants to see more slug. I think they likely will find more. I just think Harper alone will provide more of it in the second half. But I just think, for me, they just need some more kind of grinded out type at bats as they get through the middle part of the lineup. 5, 6, 7, 8. They just haven't driven in enough runs, those guys. They haven't produced enough when they're men in scoring position. And I don't know what the reason is, really, but they are going to have to find – JT's obviously swung the bat a lot better over the last 3 weeks. There's no question about it. But they've got to have those guys produce some runs, because it can't all be on those top 3 dudes. It won't work like that. Not over the long haul. It just won't work like that.
So you're obviously closer to the team than a lot of people. And one thing, from my perspective, I was lucky enough, I'm close to the Eagles. And last year, as they got good and it was the midway point of the season, there was a feeling in the locker room of, we have something special and we can do something special in the postseason. I'm curious, from your perspective, what's the vibe like in the clubhouse right now? Is it one of, hey, we have one of the better records in baseball, we can go out and do something? Or do you sense maybe more with the outside feels, which is there's a nervousness of maybe this is our last chance together?
It's interesting. I'm not sure if I would use the nervous part of it. I do think there's definitely a sense from these guys that they're unfulfilled, right? They have a goal. It's still out there. It's been out there for a number of years, right? The same way, you think back to Jalen and thinking about, losing that one Super Bowl, and he's coming back. He's coming back, right?
Yeah.
And they had that same sort of hunger, I think, and desire. But I also feel like they feel like they can be better than they've shown this year. And, again, can they? I don't know. Will they? I don't know. They're in first place, which is great, but I still feel like they have the same sense that we all do, that this team could be better than they are, than they have been. And, for all the things that have gone right, here's what you can add up that's gone wrong, and what would that mean? I just think the bullpen itself, if you look at the games that have either gotten away late or they just, the way these starters have pitched has been so unbelievably dominant. You could easily find 5 games in there, right, that should have gone the other way. Whether it's a run here or there or a bullpen, an out here or there from the bullpen, and all of a sudden you're talking about a 5-game lead. So I do think there's still that desire, that hunger. I think they're still very much the same as they've always been. Like a bad loss, it's over. The next day, these guys just move on. And I think that's a great trait for them, because they know how to, get up and do it again the next day and try to win a game the next day.
Scott, Bryson Stott, we've talked a lot about him this year, and they moved him all around the lineup. Early on when he was doing well, he was the top hitter, he was the leadoff hitter, and then they had to drop him down. And now a lot of conversation has gone on the last week or so is maybe should he just get less playing time? He plays against righties, not against lefties, but maybe just more Edmundo Sosa just overall at second base. What do you think about the way Stott played in the first half, and do you think the Phillies would maybe think about playing him less if he doesn't pick it up?
Well, I think they would think about it. Edmundo's splits are pretty obvious. He's definitely a guy who mashes left-handed pitching. And I just think as you go forward, unless something dramatically changes soon for Bryson, I think Edmundo is going to get a lot of starts when there's a lefty on the mound. Now, that's not a lot of games, obviously. It comes and it goes, and, you go through a week and you might see 3 of them, and then you go for another week and you don't see any. But I think he's definitely going to have to play more against lefties. I assume that's going to happen at second base. But Bryson is part of that group that I just talked about in that part of the lineup. He's got to do more. He's got to produce more. They just have to get more out of that because, again, you look at his numbers since April, since the end of April, and it's just not getting it done. And he knows it. He knows he should be better and could be better and is trying to get better. And he's hoping to find it. But I do think that's a spot where, again, for sure with a lefty on the mound, Edmundo's got to play more. He just has to.
Yeah, he has. And he seems to do a lot when he does against those lefties. Scott, we appreciate it. Hope the break was great for you. And we're excited to hear you back on the game soon. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, we'll talk soon. There we go. Scott Fransky, of course, with the Phillies back in action tonight against the Angels. That was an interesting question you asked about the vibe around the team because, I'm not there, right? We're not, you're around the Eagles all the time. We're not in the clubhouse all the time. I just get the sense watching them that it feels like there's a weight on their shoulders. I don't feel like the Phillies play freely.
So I think the Eagles last year had a weight on their shoulders. And, when a team wins a championship, obviously we romanticize the entire season. Like there were stretches last year, obviously, where they were not playing well. And there was a lot of pressure, especially on Nick. You think about after the Browns game, he shaves his head, he yells at a fan, and it's pretty ugly. But one thing that was always the case last year is they were so singularly focused, in my opinion, on avenging that Super Bowl loss. And there was, I thought, a healthy anger from the team of, we should have won in 2022. We blew it in 2023. We are not letting that happen in 24. And why I thought it was a good answer by him is, I wonder how the Phillies feel. Are they in unison of, we can do this and we are going to do it? Or is there a sense of, this could be it? I think with the Eagles, there was not really a nervousness of this could be it. I know on the outside we talked about, maybe Nick loses his job, but I don't think that was ever really going to happen.
It helped that they're young. They were younger.
Yeah, exactly. The Phillies are older. And so it was easier for them to lock in and say, we're in this together. The Phillies very much know that they are not in this together beyond this year. And Yeah. So I thought it was an interesting answer by him.
Yeah, and it could go one of two ways. They could channel and say, let's go finish this together, what we started 3 seasons ago,
Right.
4 years ago. Or it could the pressure could get to them. Your guess is as good as mine. I feel like the pitchers are going to do well. It's the hitters. It's the batters.
Well, and what's interesting about the Phillies is 2 years ago, or really prior to the Diamondbacks loss, I thought this Phillies team was one of the more clutch teams of my lifetime.
They had it.
Yeah, exactly. Where if there's a big at bat or what, like I would trust them to get it done. Now I view the Eagles that way. I mean, the Eagles, and I think that's the vibe I get being around the team this offseason is they know how good they are and they know how to get it done. Like they know the blueprint. They know if they do things a certain way,
they'll win.
They will win. I don't know if the Phillies feel that way, which is crazy because they were at one point the team that believed in themselves so much. I don't get the sense they believe in themselves the way they used to.
So here's a question for the trade deadline coming up then. Does Dave Dombrowski have to give them a boost? Because the last two, whether or not, and I know there's different things, like some people don't want to go all in with this team or you're worried about the future, but just for this particular team, I feel like they could use some jet fuel from the GM. Like, I believe in you. Go
Saquon,
win the World Series. Saquon was
to an extent. I know it's not midseason.
The last two trade deadlines for the Phillies have been like tepid. Like
Right.
Tanner Banks and Austin Hayes. That's more like we have enough here. I think it actually would give them a boost if he goes and gets a star player. Like, hey, I believe, now go finish it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, because the other interesting aspect to this, and Kyle has brought it up, is the next era of Phillies baseball. Like they are well aware that like Miller, Painter, Crawford, those guys are viewed as the next window.
Yeah.
And so if you're Schwarber or if you're Bryce or whoever, and it's a day after the trade deadline, and you know the team did not give up the pieces for the next window, that has to just amplify the pressure of our window, if not closed, is certainly, like right there.
Yeah, they're looking at the future.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are. 215-592-9495. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Let me check I haven't checked the poll question today, which of course is...
do you look at the percentages?
There's
no guessing here.
I have not looked.
Okay, all right.
Okay. The Twitter question is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Now, Kyle told me before the show, because he put it up before the show, it was like very close between... Utley and Hurts, and then very few votes for Joel. Is that
not surprising?
Is that still where it is?
I've not looked.
All
Yeah.
right, let me
I didn't know if I had to guess.
Well, you want to guess? All right. So you guess where it is right now, 2 hours into the show. So the poll question was, with one spot left on the top top 5 Philly athletes of the last quarter century, which of these players is most deserving of the spot? And we had 3 choices: Jalen Hurts, Chase Utley. We threw Joel because he was on your top 5.
Yes, and he belongs in the top 5.
Well, the voting would
so
say
I'm going to
otherwise.
guess Joel has 6%?
He has 7. You almost
Okay.
hit it on the money. So you have 93% to play with here.
All right, this is where, again, the math of not having real jobs hurts. So I'm going to say Jalen, because it's an online poll, has 52%.
You're very close. Jalen has 50%.
Ooh, okay. So that would leave Utley at 43%?
43. Hurts at 50, Utley 43, Joel at 7%, which is interesting because Joel's kind of, I wonder whose votes he's taking. Right, because if we took Joel out of the poll, it could be 50-50 or it could be whatever.
You could also argue Joel, talent-wise, is the most talented of the 3.
Yeah. I think he clearly is. He's the highest pick of all.
Now, what hurts him, in the same way I think it should hurt Trout, is Joel does not have postseason success. He has more than Trout does, but he has
I agree with that. Yeah.
nothing of note, really.
I agree. What do you got?
I don't know, man. I think I've just lost all faith in humanity at this point.
Because of the poll, because of the Jalen Hurts
This whole
stuff?
thing is...
You gonna be all right?
It is crazy.
Kyle needs a weekend
You're
here.
so upset, or not upset, that you're so shocked that the Super Bowl MVP.
Oh, I'm not shocked. I'm just like,
but the
it's,
fact that
it's starting to wear on me
the
a
fact that
little
you think
bit.
it's wrong. He is
Well, it is wrong.
But he is the Super Bowl MVP.
Wow, so he played pretty well in one game where they couldn't pick a defensive player to give an award to.
But not one game, the Super Bowl. I think we've almost got to a point where we diminish this.
No.
The
season does not matter as much as the Super Bowl. It doesn't.
But it's the context
not.
of all of it. The last season we watched, Jalen Hurts played for the most of the season, probably like between the 8th and 12th best quarterback.
Yeah, I would probably agree with
this
that.
season has been Hurts washed. The defense won that Super Bowl.
The defense was awesome in the Super Bowl. I agree.
The defense won the Super Bowl.
Yes, but he was amazing in the Super Bowl.
He was good.
No, he was amazing.
He was good.
No. Early in the game, when it was still close, he was amazing. And then when they were up a ton, obviously things changed.
I think people need to. We did the rewatch the 22 Super Bowl.
Yes.
We all need to rewatch that 24 Super Bowl. That defense was the reason they won the Super Bowl from start to finish. It's not even up for debate.
No, but like there is room for debate there, right? So first of all, the defense was unbelievable. Jalen still had to score points, right? Like Jalen still had to take care of the ball. Jalen had to get the team right. So all that matters. And I'm not doing this to diminish the defense. The defense was
too late.
No, but you're diminishing the offense. You're diminishing the offense.
As I should be.
No, I don't think you should be.
The defense won the Super Bowl
Yes,
for
the
us.
defense was awesome in the Super Bowl. I agree with you. They were better than the offense. But what you're doing is you're being like, well, he's Super Bowl MVP because he was great in one game. It is the game. Like, the game he was awesome in. And so that matters when people vote.
When Cooper DeJean returned the interception, 17-0.
Yes.
Right. And then the next drive for the
Bond interception.
The Bond interception. And they had the ball in the 12?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. I think the offense could have left the stadium and they win the game.
I agree with you.
Like they could have.
But the offense had scored 17 points at that point.
They had scored 10. Cooper
You're
DeJean.
saying after the. Oh, okay. You're saying I was doing after the AJ touchdown.
So the minute Cooper DeJean caught the football and ran into the end zone, it was 17-0.
Correct.
The next play that mattered was Bond's interception. They get the ball in the 12th. I think the starting offense could have left the stadium and they win the Super Bowl.
No,
what do you mean?
You think that
you don't think the backups could have scored a field goal from this 12?
Yes, I think they could have.
So it's 20-0. Do you think if it mattered, the defense was giving up 20?
I think there's a very real world where
McCollum came in the fourth quarter.
Hold on. First of all, they did give up more than 20 points the rest of the game. I know they took their starters out. I'm just saying. But again, you are viewing this as like a one-sided football game. The offense had to do their part to help the blowout as well. I get you're being extreme, but to say that 20 points is not a crazy amount of points for Patrick Mahomes and that defense.
They had 6 halfway through the fourth quarter.
Can I just give you the first 4 drives for each team?
Go ahead.
Eagles offense. Punt, touchdown, interception, field goal. Chiefs first 4 possessions. Punt, pick 6.
And then the next one was another pick.
That's 17-0 right there.
Yeah, the defense was amazing.
Okay. They won the Super Bowl.
I want to make it clear why I'm doing what I said. Because it can't just be Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl as the trump card for everything.
But it can be.
No, but it can't.
But it can because it's the most important card you can play.
No, but there's
and Jalen has it right now.
Each game has specifics. For Nick Foles' Super Bowl, he needed to play his ass off for 4 quarters.
Correct.
Otherwise, they would have lost. Jalen Hurts played very well. That's the truth, right? When he was on the field, he did a really good job. But I really mean it. The starting offense could have left when Bond intercepted the ball, and the game's over.
But the reason the starting offense could have left is because they scored 10 points or whatever at that. Like it was not 7-0 is the point I'm making. Is the offense also scored?
Yes, they scored 10 points.
Correct.
And the game
3
was
possessions, 4
over with 10 points.
But it wasn't over when Bond intercepted it. It was over when then AJ scored a touchdown.
Right.
And then the dagger for what it's worth.
By the time they scored off of Bond's interception,
the dagger.
Well, there's a reason they call it the dagger.
It was cosmetic.
The sideline didn't feel that way. Nick himself said, if we score here, it's over.
By the time the Eagles scored off of the Zach Bond interception on the short field, it was 24-0.
I know. The game was over.
It was the defense, guys.
The defense was great. I'm not diminishing the defense.
It was the reason they won the Super Bowl. It just was.
It was the reason in that game.
It was the entire season.
No.
What?
Dude, the defense was unbelievable. But again, you're not taking into account that a team functions. A team functions. Well, I'm excited for your weekend. It sounds like you have a fun weekend planned.
Bachelor party going on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's ruined right now.
No, but a team functions as well as the quarterback functions. That is how football works. The team is as good as the quarterback. The defense is as good as the quarterback most times because if the quarterback is playing at a high level, the defense is put in advantageous situations. The running game is as good as a quarterback. The offensive line is often as good as a quarterback. That's how it works. But
isn't it symbiotic for both sides?
Yes, but for some reason with this Eagles team, we act like Jalen's the one benefiting from everybody, and nobody's benefiting from Jalen.
Well, he was probably the weakest link on the offense for the season.
He was not the weakest link on the offense.
Was.
No, he absolutely was not.
Hold on. If it's not him, it's Mekhi Becton. Who else is a weaker link?
They're all awesome, but but it's true.
But by default,
we're not
somebody
talking
has to be
about
the weakest.
I get your point, but the way you're phrasing it is you're phrasing him as a weak link. He was not a weak link on the offense.
They went 8 weeks without a pass over 25 yards. 8 weeks.
Again, you need to add context to these things. Like the Ravens game, right? The Ravens game, his numbers are not great. We watched that game. He was awesome against the Ravens.
He didn't do much.
That's not true.
He had 11 completions.
Yes, but that is what the game required. Like you can point to these numbers, and I get that they tell a certain part of the story, but we watch the games, and when the team is up big and they're killing clock, that is going to
But they
impact.
weren't up big in Baltimore. They were down 9-0.
But they killed 11 minutes of the final 12 by holding onto the ball. That was the best outcome.
But I can't do what the game required thing. If Taijuan Walker goes out and pitches 4 innings, gives up 4 runs, but the offense wins the game for them, then Taijuan Walker did what was required for the Phillies to win.
This is it's become the old way to value a pitcher is wins and losses. We moved past that.
Well, but that's I don't think we should completely move past it. But regardless, wins and losses for a quarterback is far different than wins and losses for a pitcher, and you know that.
It is. But
because the pitcher doesn't pitch the whole game, right? So that's why we stopped using this.
It's just what the game requires thing. If you're doing the bare minimum, but they end up winning, then you can always say that so-and-so did what was required to win.
But here's why it's different for Jalen. He's been the starting quarterback for 4 years?
Yes.
How many games do you think we could come up with where he's the reason they lost?
Well, they don't lose many games.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Giants
because
game in 21.
Wins,
I mean, I could come
up with
the Eagles have good teams.
Because the quarterback's good.
Part of it.
No.
Part of it.
Large part of it.
No, but the ultimate
the
point
Bills
was
have a great defense.
Last
no one ever brings
season,
that up.
the Eagles were as good as they were, beginning with the defense and ending with the defense.
Okay, I
disagree.
Let me throw this in. And again, really the debate is Utley belongs over Jalen Hurts. We're just bogged down on the
Forgot
Hurts
about
thing.
Utley.
But, obviously Chase Utley should belong. We want your phone calls on that. But like the Rams game last year in the playoffs, what do you think the story on WIP and the conversation and the callers would have said the next day if they lost? Hurts.
If they lost,
Hurts.
I agree with you. But here's the thing.
That's why he said weak link.
But here's the thing. They didn't lose.
I know.
Correct. So you're right. In a hypothetical world where something else happened, maybe. But that's not what happens when Jalen's the quarterback. So we can point to all these, what if they lose this? What if they lose this? They didn't. Because Jalen has a long track record of winning.
Yes, but if other quarterbacks don't have the same luxury to play with all these good players. That's part of the story.
You act like other teams are just completely devoid of talent. Patrick Mahomes walked into a way better situation than Jalen did.
Have you seen the Bengals defense?
The Bengals defense is bad. I agree with you on that.
The Bills made the playoffs once in a decade and a half before Josh Allen arrived.
Yeah, and Josh Allen's awesome. He's a top 5 quarterback.
I
but
agree.
he also has talent. Their defense is very good.
I know, but we can't. Something has to give here. They have the best GM. They have the best coach and the best quarterback. No, like there's the top of the
Eagles. You're saying?
Yeah.
And they won the Super Bowl.
But they have the best GM. That's the drive. To me, that's the driving force of the whole thing. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all this, and we got to do a blind date with a Phillies trade candidate. Maybe it's Mike Trout. I'll say yes if it is. Your call is coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels. Tonight, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring that
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speed limits exist for a reason, to save lives. Ignoring them puts everyone in danger. Don't take the risk. Obey the limits and help keep our roads safe. We're all counting on you to drive responsibly.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The NTSB has released a report on the New Jersey skydiving plane crash that injured 15. Former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial is granted immediate parole in the 2023 shooting death of Eddie Irizarry. New Jersey police are reminding drivers not to engage in aggressive driving and instead call pound 77.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans? New talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's make a deal.
Welcome back. Yes, it is time to make a deal. We're going to go on a Phillies blind date here. Kyle will give us a resume here of a player, and we'll say whether or not we want the Phillies to go and trade for him. We can even try to guess if we can figure it out. All right, Kyle.
I feel like I'm on Love is Blind right now.
It's exactly what it is.
So I'm actually, this one I think is going to be pretty easy for you guys.
Okay.
A little bit less thinking in
There's
terms
no
of.
shot I'll get it, but I'll try.
Well, I'm not. This is more about whether or not you would be interested in the player.
Okay.
As opposed to guessing it. But I think this is going to be a clear yes from everybody. I just looked up and down his stats, and I can't really find something where I'm like, I can't find any reason to not want this guy, barring the asking price being insane, which I don't think it would be. So this is a right-handed relief pitcher, 30 years old, is a 2-time All-Star, pitching to a 2.53 ERA in 2025. It's not even his best season in terms of ERA. Coming off of, I would say, without a doubt, his worst season as like a full-time relief pitcher. 5.77 ERA last season, so I guess that's something notable to look at. But he's a career 3.27 ERA guy, so that was definitely on the very low end of ERA for this guy. 2.53 this season, 32 innings pitched. Now, 45 strikeouts in those 32 innings pitched, only 9 walks, and he has 13 saves.
So I actually think I know who this is.
Really? One more year of arbitration, so he's a free agent after 2026, and it is very clear that the team he's on is going to be selling. The 1 year left on the deal, the age makes me think that he would not cost you too much, but you never know. So I think I know the answer to this, but you guys both would be interested in this player.
I'm interested, yeah. I mean, the 5 ERA last year is like, that what happened there?
Yeah.
Is, can I try to guess the division he's in?
Yeah.
NL Central?
Yes. Can I guess the team?
Yeah.
Well, now actually, never mind. I'm wrong.
It's the
now there's the NL Central.
Pirates?
Yes.
So I thought it was actually the dude the Phillies had last year.
No.
Oh, which would have been interesting. Carlos Estevez.
His numbers are actually, I think, pretty good this year.
He's leading the American League in saves, Estevez.
Yeah,
he was in the All-Star game.
I think his stats are similar to who he just read.
Yeah. They probably are. Yeah. This is David Bednar.
It is David Bednar.
I would take David Bednar.
Yeah.
So
I heard his name a lot. I didn't realize just how actually good he was until I looked at his stats.
He's had a weird
really
year.
good.
So he was really bad the first 2 weeks of the season, I think, and that was a continuation last year. They sent him down to the minors. He went to the minors this season, and since he's come back,
I don't love that.
Well, the same thing.
Just saying.
It's kind of reminiscent. Remember, Alvarado was sent to the minors the year the Phillies made the World Series, and then he came back and dominated the rest of the way. I would take Bednar.
It was the strikeout numbers, the strikeout to walk ratio in 32 innings that really hit me. 45 strikeouts.
Is he close to 31? Do you know?
Yes. So I think he's, let's see, it says on
like,
his
is he going to be
baseball
32
reference.
all of a sudden, is my point?
No, well.
He turns 31 in October. So he'll play next season at 31 years old.
Okay, so you'll get a full year of him under 32.
Yep. Last year was the outlier. I mean, 2.53, 2.00, 2.61, 2.53. Last year was bad.
And what do you think it costs?
It's not going to cost you Miller or Painter.
Right.
Justin Crawford.
You think it would cost Crawford? And how much longer is he under control? How much longer is he under control?
This guy, the Bednar?
Yeah.
He's got one more year.
So you get him for 2 playoff races.
Free agent after next season.
I mean, it's not a nothing. You have to give something for
Crawford thing does make it interesting.
Would you? Sorry, let's just say they called today and said, "Here's Bednar. You give us Justin Crawford."
Yeah, good.
I would say yes.
I just don't think I would. Now, Fransky made a good point, which is the interesting thing about a reliever is he could have one big outing for you, and it completely changes your entire postseason. Like if he saves a game, not literally saves, but let's say he comes in the 7th inning and basically helps you win a game 2, then that's ultra important. But man, giving up on Crawford's future on a chance that he pitches in a high leverage spot, I just don't think I can.
So let me give you a comp. And the guy was just in the All-Star game the other night. In 2016, the Cubs felt like they were one piece away from winning the World Series, and they hadn't won in 100 years, right? So they really were interested in winning it. They traded Gleyber Torres, who was one of the top prospects in baseball, for Aroldis Chapman. And Aroldis Chapman saves huge games in October.
Yeah.
They win the World Series. Now, Torres has made 3 All-Star games. He's been a good player. Like, he's not an MVP, but he's like Justin Crawford. He could be a 2 or 3-time All-Star. He could be good. I think the Cubs would still make, like, if you go back, I don't think they regret the deal. I mean, they won the World Series.
The tough thing about giving up a young player is you basically have to win the World Series to make it worth it. If this guy that they trade for is awesome, now I guess you have him next year, but you don't win it, then the Phillies aren't rebuilding this offseason, but they are at a moment of change where they have to make a lot of decisions, and you will have given up one of the better young pieces you have on a hope you win it.
Ironically, the other side is in the late 80s, Larry Anderson was traded for Jeff Bagwell, and the Red Sox did not win with Larry Anderson, and Jeff Bagwell became one of the greatest players of all time. I mean, it's the risk you take. It's like trading a draft pick, like at the trade deadline.
I just think the Phillies got to try to remove emotion from this. I understand the desire to want to go in, It's just not a smart thing to do to
But
give
what
up
is the
one of
point of all this then?
The point of this is to remain competitive and give yourself as many chances at this as you can. The Phillies have a chance this year. We can debate how great of a chance, but they definitely have a chance to win it this year. If you trade one of these young pieces and you don't get it done, you could perhaps be severely impacting your chances for future years, multiple years.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I think this is why Howie's so good at what he does, because I think he assesses the now and the future better than anybody.
It's also different in football.
It is.
Yeah.
But I just, I don't know how bright the Phillies' future is. Like, what if Schwarber...
I don't think their future is bright unless these prospects are good.
Right, so what if Schwarber leaves and the prospects aren't as good as we think? They could stink anyway, and then they didn't even really... I think it would irk me 5 years from now from, the trade that, they went to the World Series, and then the next 3 trade deadlines were Michael Lorenzen, Austin Hayes, and nothing. And I'd say they didn't give themselves the best shot.
So I get that, but I don't think you can use past trade deadlines to impact a decision you make now. Those trade deadlines are already passed, and they already blew it then. But you are at a different point than you were 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, they probably should have went more all in 3 years ago
now
when the guys
time
were
to do
younger.
It. Correct.
They were more in their prime. Yeah, but we're here now. I would take Bednar. All right, 215-592-9490. Let's go back to the phones here. We're going to break this tie. It is Utley. It is Hurts, the final spot in our quarter-century top 5. The voting was super close when it came to all the listeners. We need your votes today. We'll add it up by the end and have ourselves a top 5. Rich in Northeast Philly. Hey, Rich.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Rich. What's up?
Oh, my goodness. Well, just craziness going on. First and foremost, I definitely think that you got to give the push to Utley. I think he definitely needs to go up.
Why?
Performance. He pulled the whole entire Jalen pulled us together, but not the way Utley did. He was just a beast, and as soon as he came up to the plate, the fans went nuts. Didn't matter what was going on. As soon as he came up to the plate, we thought we had a chance. He also did a lot of clutch things, I think, that were more clutch than Jalen, and it just stood out.
I mean, Jalen's been pretty clutch.
Yeah, but again, we talk about it. The defense, I believe, facilitates all the success that the Eagles as an organization has, which takes away from what he's done.
The defense is definitely part of it, and I don't know if you mean it literally, but I don't think they are the full reason for the success. I mean, the offense was really good against Washington. The offense was really good in the Super Bowl.
Sure.
The defense was better, but the offense was really good. And throughout the year, the offense had to make a ton of plays. I mean, there were lots of moments throughout the year where Jalen on 3rd and 4th down needed to make a play, and he did it. Think about the game after the Browns, right, where everyone's mad at him. They win the game. The Giants game. That game was close heading into halftime. Jalen on 4th and 3 hits AJ down the field for a touchdown, and that game's over.
A remarkably similar play to before halftime against the Commanders in the title game.
Exactly.
It's the same throw.
So I think we sometimes forget all of the big throws Jalen did make this year.
Well, he made one against the Jaguars to Devontae. He makes big throws down the sideline. It's the best thing he does
in big
as a
spots,
thrower.
though, the point I'm making. He's a good 3rd and 4th down quarterback.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let's continue with this chess. So point, counterpoint. So again, I would argue that with bullpen and pitching, you have a lot more on your shoulders as a pitcher, and again, you don't know if you're going to be getting yanked for another guy to come in a situation. So that is my argument, and also again, you have a whole supporting cast when it comes to the defense that you can rely on. It's a different story when you're standing on the mound by yourself. So
right, but Utley's not a pitcher. Right?
No, but we're talking about the Phillies, and we're talking about clutch. So that's what I'm saying. The context of the player and why they would get the nod.
Right, but then I guess my question to you would be of Utley, a pitcher, and a quarterback, there is far less pressure on Utley than those other two.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about 162 games versus 16. So context, this again, I would put Utley ahead.
The 16 games matter.
The other thing about Utley, I almost feel like, because everyone has a different favorite and who they like the best of that run, I always thought Utley's role as the one sandwiched in between Rollins and Howard was super important. He drove Rollins in a lot, but also part of the reason Ryan Howard had so many runs batted in is Utley was on base all the time. if Utley is not there, Ryan Howard's numbers are way different. Like, he was always on base for Ryan Howard. That was a big thing. Yeah,
Sounds like
huge.
Utley played with a lot of talent.
Sure he did.
Hey guys, real quick, I'm so sorry if I can interrupt. All right, so now the whole thing is, this rips me apart because I'm a 4-for-4 guy. I grew up in the city. What in the world has happened to the Sixers and the Flyers? Why? How in the world have we gotten to the point where it's not something where we're losing our minds, we're going nuts, and there's not something that is being done, and I mean done, where these guys are 2010, 15 years. The Flyers are the only ones that I could really give a thumbs up to in this conversation. I'm going to be turned 50 in less than 2 weeks, and what do I have to show for it my whole lifetime?
So
other than Phillies and Eagles success.
Yeah. So
but a midlife crisis over the Sixers and the Flyers.
It is funny because we said on Wednesday we're kind of living the golden era, like the 25 years, right? But not for the Sixers and the Flyers. No. And Broads made this point on his show yesterday. It is kind of sad how we've all just somewhat accepted the Sixers as irrelevant.
Yeah,
right. The Sixers were my favorite team growing up by far, and now. I mean, I still like the Sixers, but we've all just kind of been like, yeah, they're not going to win this year. And we just move past it.
It's apathy.
We would never accept that for the Eagles.
No, we would scream and yell until they fixed it. Rich, give us a concert we should go to.
Okay, so it's definitely got to be Dave Matthews Band because it's a whole entire band, and Red Rocks. Dave Matthews Band at Red Rocks is something that everyone and anyone in their lifetime should experience.
Red Rocks is the answer I was thinking of. In terms of a venue, I think that is the spot. I've never been. I really want to.
Where is Red Rocks?
Colorado. It's like outside of Denver.
Oh, like it's red. They're Red Rocks.
It's literally I don't know if they carved it out of the stone or what, but it is in the rocks. Like,
wow. Yeah. That sounds like an awesome place to go.
You should look at the pictures. It's really cool.
I will look at that. So he's right. He's right about the Sixers and the Flyers. They've just fallen. I mean, part of it too is the Eagles are one of the best teams in all of sports. Yeah. Like they're the most popular team in Philadelphia, and they've also become like if you make a list of the 5 best teams in professional sports.
Yeah, they're in the discussion.
They're in the discussion.
How many? Who's would be ahead of them?
So you could say the Dodgers. The Dodgers have won at a ridiculous level for like 13 straight years.
The Chiefs, I think, would have to be.
Chiefs.
I mean, I'm trying to think in basketball.
The Celtics?
The Celtics, maybe?
I think the Celtics and Eagles are pretty similar.
Yeah.
They both have been at multiple finals recently.
I mean, the Florida whatever and
Panthers?
hockey. Yeah.
I like the Florida whatever.
Florida whatever. Yeah.
Are you going to tell us about a soccer team that's in the mix?
I was thinking of it, but I'll save
hold
you
that
guys.
One? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously teams overseas that are way better, but that's
for a different show. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
What a dilemma I have. Yesterday I said that Utley didn't belong on the top 5 or whatever.
But now you're reconsidering.
Yeah. No. He still doesn't. But he belongs. He's over Jalen on this little thing you guys have going on today, mainly because of a longer tenure and better consistency. Jalen may pass him in 5 years, and we can revisit that. But I got to put Utley on there. It kind of pains me to do that.
But, I mean, isn't Jalen's resume somewhat comparable to Utley's in about half the time? I don't know. They both have a championship, right? Jalen's been to 2. Utley's been to 2.
Utley's was in 5 All-Star games.
Correct. I think Jalen would have been in 2
Pro Bowls?
2 Pro Bowls, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, Utley had way more time, and it sounds like they've accomplished, other than the longevity stats, like in terms of meaningful.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, but that's just longevity.
Right. Well, you can't make an argument if somebody played 1 year and another guy played 10.
Yeah, but it's not 1 versus 10.
No, but I think it does bring up a larger point. Like if we're just talking about best players, like Saquon had maybe one of the best seasons we've ever seen. I looked, he got maybe 1 or 2 5th or 4th place votes. Like people maybe put him on their list, but like he didn't get the votes based on his talent.
Yeah, and look,
he's
Jeff,
just been here 1 year.
I think your point is fair that obviously doing it for 10 years is more impressive than doing it for 4. Like I understand that it's harder to do it for a longer time. I just think that when you look at the difficulty of their jobs and the importance of their jobs, that kind of cancels out the longevity for me.
Okay, so Joe, I have a beef with you and with you, Elliot.
Perfect.
In no way do I want Mike Trout here. Mike Trout is the Joel Embiid of Major League Baseball. He plays on it. He's had great stats. He's hurt all the time. He plays on a team that doesn't give a crap. They're a badly run organization. Why would we bring that here? He's best known in this area for sitting in end zone and
True.
catching footballs from guys flipping it to him after they.
I don't disagree
scored
with
touchdowns.
almost all of that. Do you think they're going to find a bat better than him?
I don't know, but that's to be determined. I just don't want him. Like, give me anybody
And
else.
that's part of finding a better bat, by the way. When you say find a better bat,
So-
the contract and the person is part of it.
Sure. You know, I actually think
The contract is the biggest part.
Yeah, well, it is, and it's not good. I mean, I recognize that. And Jeff, I actually think we have gone the other way with the Trout fatigue. It used to be, oh, bring him here because he's from Millville. Now everyone's like, oh, he's a loser who just wants to come root for the Eagles. If his name wasn't Mike Trout, if it was Bob Smith, and I said he played in Los Angeles and he had these numbers and this is his career, I think more people would say, all right, maybe it's worth the risk. I think actually it's flipped to where people are like, I'm done with Mike Trout. He's a loser now.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree with you, but I do think it matters that he's never played in meaningful baseball games. Because
I agree.
The team is acquiring someone for the sole purpose of playing great in meaningful baseball games. They're going to make the playoffs without whoever they trade for. They're going to, be competitive. It's about finding someone in the biggest spots. Will they step up? And for what it's worth, in the biggest at-bat of Trout's life in the world baseball, whatever, he struck out. Like, he really doesn't. It's true.
It's sad that that's the biggest spot.
But it is, and he struck out, right? So there are not really any meaningful examples to point to where you would say Trout is someone you would trust in a big spot.
No, with that I agree. I'm looking for the best player, and I think it's almost fine on the radar that he's back. And because I'll be real, as someone who's wanted him here, he hasn't played super well in a while. This is the last month and a half's the best I've seen him in probably 3 years. Terrence in Springfield, what's up, Terrence?
Joe, Kyle, EST, what's up, my dog?
What up,
Terrence? What's up?
Hey, man, I got a couple of bones to pick with y'all, man.
Okay.
First of all, I'm out on the Trout thing, man. I feel like he's gonna be so excited if he does come here. He's gonna pop something or spring something the first day he's here. So I don't want Trout. I feel like he's injury prone. I'll take anybody else, but I do agree that we do need a bat in the lineup. But I'm a little out on Trout, being that what ESP says his track record of losing teams, he hasn't played in pressure situations, and his injury history. I feel like we already have enough injury problems with Harper and Nola that I feel like knowing the Trout. Let's get to the Jalen business, man.
Okay.
Because, I heard you guys talking about my man, and I agree with the other caller before. Right now, I feel like I told Kyle we had a little argument. Right now it's 50-50, but I feel like Jalen has the more upside right now. He's outperformed Utley. He's been to two Super Bowls. Utley's been to 2 championships, but that one versus New York, they got shut down. They didn't show up. I mean, New York outplayed them. They outclassed them in that World Series. So I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts, man, because I feel like, all right, imagine you guys in a barbershop. All right, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, Kyle, you're in the barbershop.
Joe doesn't go in barbershops.
Yeah, I just shaved my own head.
And you're in there with the other guy, and you're talking sports about sports teams. And they're talking about the Eagles and who's better than what team, what quarterback better than what team. Are you guys going to defend Jalen? Or are you guys going to side with a Cowboys team or a Cowboys fan or a Chiefs fan? Because I feel like he doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah,
for
Kyle,
what
if
he
you're
does,
on the
man.
bachelor party this weekend and they start ripping into Jalen, what are you going to say?
What are you going to say, man? You guys
I'm going to join him.
Well, Terrence, here's my answer. I'm going to do the same thing I do here. It depends on what the conversation is. If someone comes up to me and says, Jalen Hurts stinks and Jalen Hurts is worse than Dak, I'll say, no, you're wrong. Jalen Hurts is a really good quarterback. He's a champion, and Dak's never won anything. And he's declining anyway. But if someone comes up to me and says, Joe, actually, Josh Allen is terrible and Jalen Hurts is better, or Josh Allen's a loser and Jalen Hurts is better, I'd say, come on, man. Jalen Hurts is good, but Josh Allen's not a loser. I would say the same thing I say here every day.
I don't think you're getting invited to any Terrence's parties.
Well, what?
But
I wish I was.
He's not the weakest link of the team. Like, he had a different coordinator in a 5 year. I don't think any other quarterback can perform on a high level the way he has with 5 different coordinators in the last 5 years. No other quarterback can do that.
Perhaps not. That's certainly an attribute of his that he adapts very well.
Yeah, and they were. We know going into the season that they're a run heavy team because they figured out when the offensive line wanted Sirianni and they said they wanted to run the ball more, they wanted to pound the ball, control the clock more. We knew this, but we know Jalen Hurts. He didn't have a good season overall passing wise, but I feel like we can't knock him for that Rams game. It was a snow game.
Matt Stafford threw for 320 yards. Snow game.
He was throwing Dickie Duck passes the whole game, and we were playing all summer.
Thinking dunk.
I can do that in the snow.
No. See, now the barbershop talk's going off the rails.
But did Stafford run for a 45-yard touchdown?
No, he did not.
Okay, so again, I understand the obsession with passing, but I think we go too far where it's all you focus on.
But when you say, okay, that's fine. Wouldn't you say if
Stafford had a 45-yard touchdown pass, I think that is something you guys would bring up quite
Could you
a bit.
imagine Stafford with a 45-yard
Yeah,
touchdown
that'd be
run?
crazy.
It'd be wild.
Yeah.
But that's fine. And I know with Terrence, quickly, give us your concert we need to go to. What do you got?
I will, quick question back. Terrence Hurts has a good year throwing the ball.
Concert.
They don't win the Super Bowl. Where you guys going to rate him at? Where you guys going to put him at? If he has a great year throwing, but he doesn't complete the job, and he had an excellent season, but he doesn't finish the job, will we get put up there with the top quarterback?
If he has an excellent season, like he's an MVP candidate, I'll probably rank him higher.
What if he has a crap season, Terrence?
Then this is another discussion.
What do you got for us? What is the concert we need to go to?
I mean, I've been actually privileged to go to a lot of concerts, man, in my life. 2 years ago, my daughters, man, and I don't compare it to the Cowboy Carter tour, but I went to Beyonce to the Renaissance, with my daughter, the Renaissance tour in Philadelphia. That was pretty good. She brought out Jay-Z. It was a great concert. And
See, I wish she would have brought out Jay-Z in New York when I was there. It was disappointing she didn't.
But it's a great experience, man. These people go crazy for Beyonce. Yeah. She's one of the, her, Taylor Swift. I don't understand that they get so much the crowd, the fans, they go crazy about these stars, man. But definitely a good experience.
You got it, Terrence. We appreciate the phone call.
So what's his answer there? Beyonce, I guess.
I wrote down Beyonce. Okay. He was all over the place. That's all right. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls. Final hour to get in the voting. Who deserves the last spot? Hurts or Utley, the quarter century top 5 in all of Philadelphia sports. Also, when we get back, we are 5 days away from
best time of the year.
From Elliot's favorite time of football season, the start of training camp. We'll get some of the biggest storylines Elliot is looking forward to at Eagles camp. That's next on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe to camera today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis. I've played tennis since I was 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nothing says summer like grilling. And when I fire up the grill, you know I'm bringing the flavor. Hatfield's savory brown sugar marinated pork tenderloin is on my grilling go-to list. It's juicy, packed with the sweet smoky goodness, and so easy to make. Just pop on the grill and dinner's done right. This summer, put some pork on your fork with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipe tips and where to buy. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Hey, it's the summer, so you probably have to spend thousands of dollars just to get a place for a week down the shore. Instead, how about owning a Delaware beach house and turn life into a vacation while the rental income covers the cost and you spend more time down the shore with your friends and your family? I know just the guy, Adam Kasabi with Long & Foster, been the official realtor of our podcast for years. Kasabi, K-S-E-B-E. Call or text Adam at 302-864-8643 or go to processrealtor.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer? It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. There probably shouldn't have been any doubt that the Steelers were going to re-sign T.J. Watt. They just made their star pass rusher the highest paid non-QB in the league, just in time for camp. Pittsburgh is 1-10 in games where Watt has been injured. There's no way they were going to head into the season with Aaron Rodgers at QB and not have their best defensive player. Now it's time to get to work and hope that Watt helps the Steelers not only get to the playoffs, but make some noise in the postseason for the first time in a while. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second 3-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah, moving day.
Dorm rooms or whatever. But Yeah, now, no, we don't even go on the day they report. So it'll be the next day for the first practice.
All right, so let's, before we go back to the phones and get everyone's phone calls here, what are you watching for? It's a different kind of camp because obviously they're the champions, right? Last year there was a lot of drama heading in and questions about Sirianni and Hurts. There's none of that. Like,
remember Jalen's first press conference was a huge deal.
It was monumental. There's none of that this year, right? They're coming off a championship, but they did lose a lot of players on defense, and there's a lot of youth that's going to play a lot this year. What's top of mind when you're out there coming up, starting on Wednesday, that you're looking at?
So I think the number one thing for me is maybe going to surprise people, but I'm very interested to see what Jihad Campbell does day one. So it's not a positional battle. It's not who's going to be out there with this unit. I think we're maybe underestimating a little bit the impact Jihad Campbell can have. I don't know if he'll be a full-time starter week one. I don't even know if, frankly, he'll be a full-time starter at all this year. I could picture a world where he plays a lot of snaps, but is not technically the starting edge or the starting linebacker. But because of the injury and because how good the team is, I think we've just completely written him off as, well, whatever he does is icing on the cake. They did lose a lot of guys on defense, and he can be an impact guy against the quarterback. So, he's putting out videos of him working out, and trust me, I'm not doing the whole Ben Simmons offseason. Like, I get it, right? But he did a little more in the offseason program than I thought he would. He had a helmet on the final day doing individual drills. Fangio says mid-August. I think he's going to play week one, so I'm excited to see Jihad Campbell.
Play inside or outside? Like inside linebacker?
You said in week one?
Yeah.
I think he will be a dressed, active player that is maybe not like on the field and to blitz the quarterback or to do some type of simple task in a sub package. I don't think he'll be a full-time starter week one.
Okay. All right, let me ask you a question about something that I've been monitoring. Now, it might change soon here because it seems like the domino is starting to fall. Am I correct in that their second-round pick, Makuba, has not signed yet?
Yeah, so Makuba is the only rookie they have not signed yet. If you've been following what's happening in the second round of the draft, essentially, I forget who the first player to sign was, but somebody very early on, I think it was the 34th overall pick, got a fully guaranteed deal. Every single penny of it fully guaranteed.
And that doesn't happen with second round
picks.
And
that doesn't happen with most NFL players, let alone second round picks. And so because of that, I think like 80% of the second round picks are unsigned, and that number is shrinking quickly because now they're starting to sign. But yeah, Makuba is not signed yet. I would be shocked if he's not out there at practice next Wednesday. I think they'll get the deal done. A few players around his draft slot have now signed, so he might even sign today. But yeah, as of now, he is not signed.
So I have a question, but I'm curious because you're at all the training camp practices. You've seen all these for a lot of years. One of the biggest questions I feel like we've kind of pushed on the back burner is that they have a new coordinator. It's Petulo.
Yeah.
Like we're doing this again. Can you tell in training camp about a coordinator in the offense, or do you have to wait till the season?
I don't think you can tell.
Okay.
In training camp.
Yeah, because it's a huge deal. Like again, and think about the track record. Like when they've gone from outside the organization, whether it be Kellen Moore or Steichen, it's worked. And then the one time they promoted directly from within on the staff was Brian Johnson. That didn't work. So I hope that breaks the trend. But I have no idea what to expect from Petulo.
So my number one concern with the team this year is the offensive coordinator spot. And it's not even really about Petulo. Like, if another team hired Petulo to be their head coach, I would think it is a good hire. I think personality-wise, he has head coach traits. I think being around Nick as long as he has is a positive, and clearly him and Nick are successful together. But in my experience covering the Eagles, the years after championship runs, whether that's winning the Super Bowl or going, are really, really hard. And for the most part, they've coincided with a change at coordinator. In fact, if you look over the past, I did this recently, I think it was the past 25 years, there's not many examples of a team losing their primary offensive play caller for the following year. The Eagles lost Frank Reich, but Doug was the primary play caller. The Eagles then again in 2023 lost Steichen in 23 off 2022. But outside of that, we have this perception that great coaching staffs, when you're good, you lose the guys. Maybe I missed a team, but I couldn't come up with more than 2 or 3 teams in the last 25 years that have lost their primary play caller the year after they go to the Super Bowl.
Well, part of it, and it's like
because Belichick's a lot of them,
right? And Andy is,
right? So and McVay,
Shanahan. Shanahan hasn't won, but we've accepted that we don't have a play calling head coach. But this is part of the challenge with that.
Correct. So my concern with the team next year is, are they going to have a counterpunch when every team has spent all offseason figuring out how to stop them? to me, the offensive coordinator role is not so much about the scheme itself. It's about coming up with solutions to problems.
And that's what Brian Johnson
And that's
do.
they weren't good at that. The blitz, right?
Yeah.
They could not adjust to the blitz. Now, I think part of that was Jalen, but regardless. So my biggest concern with this team is the offensive coordinator spot.
What's interesting is the two favorites in the NFC are the Eagles and Lions. They both lost their play
Now,
caller.
the Lions, I think, are in a way worse situation. They've lost both coordinators and their head coach. I'm assuming his specialty is offense because didn't he play tight end? But
and he
I don't
called
think
plays
he's viewed
early
as
in his tenure there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're right. But the two favorites in the conference both lost their play caller.
Yeah, now at least the Eagles kept their defensive guy.
Yes, well, and he's probably the most important guy they have. All right, so Wednesday it all starts, training camp with the Eagles. This segment sponsored by McGurk's Pub and Grill. McGurk's summer menu is back featuring a mouth-watering smash burger, lobster roll, and fresh seafood items. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's this weekend. The ring ceremony's tonight, right? They're getting the rings
tonight, finally.
It's so weird that it's so late. I know it got canceled, right?
So it's not their decision.
They were supposed to do it in
rings
June.
the rings were not ready by their original date. But so I was asking you this in the pre-show meeting. Now that they have two Super Bowls now, and we see that, right? When they bring the Lombardi places, they bring the other one.
Yep.
If you look at the side of the link, they have. Would you put both trophies on the ring?
No,
I wouldn't either. But I think there's a shot they do it. Because if you look at the Patriots, they started to do it. When they had 2, 3, there's a bunch on the side of that ring.
I just feel for the guys on last year's team. I mean, how many were also on the first team that won it in 17?
It'd be like Lane, Jake Elliott, Lovato, Brandon.
It's few, right? It's 5 or 6, maybe.
Is that all of them?
That might be it.
Yeah.
So, like for everybody else, why do they want the other ring? They've only earned one.
I agree with you. I think that they need to separate the two rings a little bit. The two trophies, I mean.
Yeah, I if I'm a guy that was just on this team and not the first one, I don't want the other one.
It was funny. I was at an event this offseason. It was actually for the FIFA Club World Cup, and AJ was there, and the boat trophies were there, and he was going to take a picture, at the event, and he noticed he was standing next to the 17 one, and he was like, let me stand next to mine. Yeah, so I do think there's a little bit of that with the rings.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. 215-592-9490 for OG Wade is up on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What up, OG? What's going on?
Who do you got, Utley or Hurts?
Listen, man, I love the conversation. And I want to say this to you, Joe, and I really want you to consider my point on Jalen Hurts here.
Okay.
And I think what the problem that we have with Jalen Hurts is that, and this is abroad, everybody has never seen a player like Jalen Hurts. You see what I'm saying? He's revolutionizing the position quarterback. Just like when Peyton Manning came in, he revolutionized the position because no one never seen the quarterback take command of the line of scrimmage like he did and da-da-da-da. So that whole phenom was like there. Now Jalen Hurts has come and won a Super Bowl when Spike Eskins, as well as a lot of the media pundits, said you can't win a Super Bowl throwing the ball 21 times a game. Well, he threw the ball 22 times in the Super Bowl and won. Then they said, run first quarterback. You can't win a Super Bowl with a run first quarterback. Bang. He kicked that wall down. This is one of the things that people aren't realizing. When you're talking about the attempts that Jalen Hurts had, while the attempts was low, when you look at the other quarterbacks that threw the ball 30 times or more, a lot of their passes was behind the line of scrimmage, which tells you that's an extension of the run. And then for our extension of the run, we actually just hand the ball off to Saquon and ran the ball. People ain't counting that because Jalen Hurts had 49 passes behind the line of scrimmage towards Josh Allen's 139 passes behind the line of scrimmage, Patrick Mahomes 145 passes behind the line of scrimmage, and so on. You have to consider these things. So when all that being considered, Jalen Hurts is the one that's ultimately making the call. So when someone says that the Eagles took the ball out of it, no, the Eagles said that, hey, as a group, here's the best way that we can win. Not throwing the ball. Look, there's no one out here winning the Super Bowl throwing the ball 30 times a game. And
good point, OG.
You know what? That's a good point. I think I'm listening to the guy OG Wade said, the OG Wade 4-point system. That's the key to winning.
So, all right. So, hold on. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I think what you're probably looking for, and I'm looking at it right now, like his yards per attempt are high.
I think it was top of the league.
It was
to it.
fourth. He's fourth. He's 8.0 yards an attempt. So when he throws it, they throw the ball down the field, right? He makes big plays instead of short passes, right? And so they don't have to throw it 30 times. They do their damage in 20. I'm with you on that. But like none of this to me makes him better than the top guys. Like he's right behind them, but.
Okay,
so I don't think it's. Well, I agree with your point that the way they play shouldn't be held fully against him, right? Because they're playing a winning brand of football, but it also doesn't make him the best.
Right, but let me ask you this question because this is what's going to make him the best.
Okay.
Can you tell me, and I'm not being funny, can you tell me one thing that all of these so-called elite quarterbacks does that Jalen Hurts cannot do?
So I don't ever think it's about something he can't do. They are, to me, OG. They are more consistently excellent than he is.
I also don't think he has as good of an arm as like Allen, Lamar.
But I do think he can make the throws.
He can't. I just say his arm is not as strong.
I just think week to week, the top four, the top four that everyone brings up, right? They're just more consistently good week in, week out. Or Jalen will have, to me, some blah games mixed in to the really good ones.
Now let me ask you this question. Now I'm glad you said that, Elliot. When people say arm talent, right? If Jalen Hurts is the best thrower of the football outside the numbers, then all of these ones, except for Joe Burrow to me, at throwing the football, if Jalen Hurts is top 5 or top 3 at deep ball throws, then all of those other guys, then what are we talking about?
And look, OG, I'll take it a step further. Jalen's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I just think the difference is that Lamar and Josh Allen have an arm that can make up for mistakes. I think Jalen Hurts, and he has to make the right read, and like he can get it there for sure. But the difference is Lamar and Josh Allen, I just think their arm it can make up for mistakes that Jalen's arm can't.
So let me ask you this question. Why aren't they successful as Jalen Hurts?
Well, they are successful.
They are. I mean,
they're just not as successful as Jalen. Yeah.
That's my point.
Right. Well, the team is part of that.
Could you get it through your thick skull that winning is a team stat?
It's not, though.
We appreciate
it's not. It is a quarter. It is a. Do you want to call Pro Football Reference? They have it as a quarterback stat.
That's wonderful for Pro Football Reference.
Well, they're the authority on stats.
No, I don't care.
They absolutely are.
Hold on. We all have brains, do we not?
I have my own stats. I'm the authority right
and
now.
I also have something about what you said about jail, but I'll save it.
So, all right. I've been holding these for a while because I keep saying this, and now I want to give you like the numbers behind it. My issue with why I don't put him with Allen or Mahomes or Lamar or whoever I didn't mention, Burrow, is I just think they're more consistently excellent. Every time this comes up, Elliot, people feel like I'm saying he doesn't have the ability. I think Jalen has a lot of ability. I think sometimes we actually underrate his ability. He throws it well outside. He runs. I agree with you. He's accurate. It's not an ability thing. It's consistency.
I'm so happy you're bringing this up because I have some stats for you too.
All right, well,
so
here we go.
We'll see whose stats are more convincing.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 numbers to measure quarterbacks last year. And I'm going to actually throw you all a bone. I'm not going to use like raw passing yards because I understand they ran the ball more because they were up in games. I don't want to hold that against them. So I'm going to use games with a passer rating of 100 or higher.
Wow, maybe we're doing the same stats.
Which has nothing to do with attempts, right? You could have, I'm going to use games with 2 or fewer sacks taken.
Okay.
So, and really that should help him because he has less attempts. He should have less sacks, okay? And then games with 250 total yards. So his 45-yard runs, that gets baked in.
Okay. Rushing and passing.
Right, and I went to 250, not 300.
Yeah,
because,
that's fair.
all right.
I think that's a fair number.
Okay. So here are the games last year, the number of games each guy had. And I left Mahomes out of this because I just...
Yeah, he's clearly number 1.
Okay. Passer rating of at least 100. Here are the amount of games last year. Jalen Hurts had 8 games with a passer rating of 100 or higher. Burrow had 11, Lamar 13, Allen 10. Games with 2 or fewer sacks taken. Hurts had 7. Burrow had only 6. Burrow takes a lot of sacks. That's a knock on him.
His offensive line's bad, though.
Lamar had 15 games where he took 2 or fewer sacks, and Josh Allen had 16. So, like, way better at not taking sacks.
For sure.
250 plus total yards, which includes rushing, so it helps Jalen and Lamar. Hurts had 9, Burrow 12, Lamar 13, Allen 8. Like, he's clearly behind those guys.
So
in terms of consistently excellence.
All right, so I disagree. He's clearly behind. I would say the sack thing. Hold on. The
numbers
sack,
are there.
Yeah, well, no, we can talk about the numbers. The sack thing for sure. Jalen has got to be better at not taking sacks. I 100% agree with you on that. But the other ones you're pointing to, he's basically right there with Josh Allen in the first two, if I'm remembering, or the first and the third one.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very close to Josh Allen, right?
But he had less than half the games have taken 2 or fewer
the
sacks
sacks
than
is a
Allen.
problem. I agree with you. All right, now let me give you some stats. All right. So I did Jalen and Josh Allen for this.
Okay.
Over the past 3 years, so 3 full seasons, they both played, coincidentally enough, 56 games. Jalen, games with a passer rating over 100, 28. Josh Allen, games with passer rating over 100, 28. Jalen, games with a passer rating 79 and below. You can debate what number you want to pick. I picked 79. He has 10. Josh Allen, 79 and below, 15.
Those are bad games, basically.
Correct.
Right.
Right. Now, this doesn't even include rushing yards, but I think with both of them, they rushed a lot. The point I'm making is, I think this idea that Josh Allen and Lamar and them have like all these special games that Jalen doesn't have, I don't think are true. I think Jalen's actually very consistent compared to them. Now, you could say his job is different than theirs and it makes it easier to be consistent. I wouldn't completely push back on you. But week over week, I think you know more what you're getting from Jalen than you do these other quarterbacks.
That might be a fair way to put it, but I think he's more like consistently the 10th best guy in the league or the 8th. Well, they are more.
But the stats here show you Josh Allen and him have had the same number of games over the past 3 years with passer rating over 100.
It's a good statistic. I do
Thank
think.
you. Kyle, whose stats did you think were better?
I do think we should factor in last year. The reason Allen won the MVP is all his offensive weapons were either rookies or second-year players, right? Like Jalen Hurts had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Saquon. What did the Bills have last year? Was Khalil Shakir their number one receiver?
Yeah, they had Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook.
James Cook.
Yeah.
Who's actually probably their best guy.
Yeah.
Whose numbers are like
Kyle,
better?
whose stats were
clearly the ones that fit my agenda.
Yeah, I was going to say. I don't even know why I asked.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like the numbers aren't the end all be all. Like we all have eyes. We all watch football. We understand that circumstances are different for other players. That's why I know everyone hates when you do the if this and if that. But like when you're comparing one player to another, that's all you have because you can't take them and put them on the same. You can't give them the same exact like situations, right? Like you just can't. So you have to sort of put your head in that space.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. But Jalen's resume is better than those guys.
I guess for me with the today,
maybe not Lamar's. Maybe not Lamar's. Yeah.
In general, today and all the Jalen Utley for our last spot, it feels like we're talking about Hurts as if he played the way he did in 22 when they won the Super Bowl.
He played different.
But he
played
didn't play as well last year.
He did.
But I get it.
We all watched it.
It was the story. Do you remember what A.J. Brown said? Didn't you ask him the question?
Yes, I agree. He did not pass the ball as well last year as he did in 22. That is not the end-all, be-all of playing quarterback. He took care of the ball at an elite level last year. And again, you guys always laugh and roll your eyes with this, but it does matter. And you have to take into account that the Saquon thing is part of it. When you talk about how they played a completely different style of football.
But that wasn't what they started doing.
Don't you think they came into the season wanting to be a passing team?
Of course they did.
I think they came into the season wanting to throw it more than
right.
But to be fair, it's also the only offseason they've given a running back a ton of money. So you could certainly say they wanted to run the ball as well.
But that's where I won't accept the whole then they discovered that they had Saquon Barkley. They knew what they were getting in Saquon. They still went into the season wanting to be a throwing team. And then what happened? Hurts turned the ball over 7 times in the first 4 games. They went 2-2.
But let's get some context with that, too. So let's say they wanted to come out throwing the ball. AJ gets hurt in week 1. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't play 2, 3, and 4, right? Or maybe he get hurt against Atlanta. But he didn't.
No, I think he missed all 3.
He missed Atlanta.
Yeah, he missed.
Yep.
But then he also missed the next
Saints
2.
and then Bucks.
Yeah,
Devontae didn't play against Tampa.
It was that late hit. Yeah.
Lane didn't play against Tampa.
The Tampa one is one where
So I think
it's all
right. I think his stats are now again. I don't think he played well those first 4 weeks, so I'm not excusing it. But I do think if we want to go back and say they completely abandoned everything, like the first 4 games had some extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But he also turned the ball over.
He did
100%.
times. But why is him turning it over in the first 4 weeks a huge deal, and then him not turning it over the rest of the way just like a footnote in how you play the position?
Because I think the volume tells a story.
He averaged like 6 fewer passes a game or something like that.
But I mean that. Kind of is like if you look at his numbers,
it's not a small amount, but it's not.
It was like 30 plus attempts to about they whittled it down to 20, 25, right?
Yeah, but they were also winning more. I mean, against the Saints and the Bucks, they were behind.
To me, it's just a weird time to say now he's the best. Right. Like, he's not even off his best year.
Why is, after he wins Super Bowl MVP, a weird time to say that?
Because we all remember the season.
We would do it for everything. When Jokic won the title, it was, well, he's definitely the best now. But Mahomes wins title. Well, he's the best now.
But Jokic had won league MVPs before that.
Yeah, the difference is those guys have production to go with.
Jalen also has production. You just don't count the running
production.
You don't count he's been arguably the best running quarterback in the NFL besides Lamar the last 3 years. You just don't count
him
that
and Allen. Yeah, the three of them.
Correct. Yeah. But you just don't.
I do count it. I counted 250 total yards.
No, you did in that one stat. But when we talk about Jalen, it's almost always just about the passing game.
Well, the passing is more important. It is.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true anymore.
Dude.
Honestly, if I was drafting a quarterback today, I would rather take one that's an elite runner that I can develop as a passer than an elite passer that I know won't be able to run the ball.
I think you're insane because quarterbacks average about 8 yards per attempt on average throwing, and running backs like 4. Yeah. Like that's twice as many yards on average that you're getting by throwing the football.
I don't think
throwing the football is just a better way to win in the NFL.
Obviously, I agree with that, but the point I'm making is being able to move as a quarterback is essential in today's NFL. You want to talk about Joe Burrow and why he hasn't had success? He's not a great mover in the pocket.
No, being able to move, right, but like the most important trait is being able to throw the football at a high level.
So
you have to be able to run it as well.
I understand.
Not as important, though.
I understand the argument. Part of the issue is, and it's why Russell Wilson didn't age well. When he lost his legs, he became pretty mediocre.
Yeah.
Like, so Jalen, if Jalen's going to be as great as we hope for the next 10 years, he has to get better as a thrower. Or they have to have a better passing game. Because eventually, he's not going to run as well. That's just, look what happened to Donovan. Donovan's legs went. And
Donovan, I don't think was actually, him or Jalen as a passer, I think is interesting. I think Donovan had a better arm.
But I think Jalen has better touch and accuracy.
I agree. Yeah.
I'd rather have Jalen as a thrower. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll finish with your phone calls, check in with you people, and big NFL news yesterday, what it means for an NFC East rival. That's coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As we approach baseball's trade deadline, will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. After a long 5 days, baseball is back, and we're celebrating by hammering the Tigers' first 5 money line against the Rangers. Reese Olson is on the mound for Detroit, 4-3 at 2.95 ERA. Patrick Corbin goes for Texas. He's 6-7 with a 4.15 ERA, and we're fading him. We think the Tigers get after Corbin. Take Detroit on the first 5 money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Mondays just got a major upgrade. Get ready for Cornhole After Dark at Cheerleaders, New Jersey. Monday nights from 7 p.m. to midnight, grab your crew and come play with us. It's the perfect mix of nightlife and game night. Win those bag and rates. Cold drinks, hot vibes, and sizzling entertainers. Toss those bags, enjoy the show, and join us for Cornhole After Dark. Grab your crew, hit the boards, and let's light up the night with South Jersey's finest entertainers. Every Monday, 7 p.m. to midnight, only at Cheerleaders, New Jersey.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. All right, coming up, we'll get to you people here, and we have to give away the Phillies tickets to the game on Tuesday, Y2K night, which is one of my favorite Phillies Nights of the Year. Y2K night with, who is it? Sean LeClaire, Mark Jackson, and Ike Reese changing bases.
And Nelly.
What's your most exciting part of that?
I never guessed your first concert, by the way. Never even tried. You might just have to tell me at this point.
So I'm going to give you a hint.
Okay.
It was a two-person concert, like two acts in the concert. And they were two of, I believe, the first 10 members of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I'm not going to get this one.
The first concert I ever saw was Chuck Berry and Little Richard.
Wait, wow. How old were you?
I was...
What, in 1950?
I was gonna say, did you get
no.
brought to this concert, or did you request to go?
I got brought.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts.
So do you have any
brought
recollection
with
of it?
brought with like a friend. It wasn't like
I'm
my
saying,
parents.
but did you ask your parents to go? Were you like, I want to go see whoever those two people you just said were?
I wasn't that young. I was in high school. I went with friends. Like
okay, so that's what I mean.
But it was someone else's idea, and I was like, I'll go.
All right.
Yeah.
I think that counts then.
They were awesome in concert. A little older. Yeah, I'm not sure how much energy they had left, but
not gonna lie, I can't name any of their songs.
Oh, come on. You know some of their songs.
You know, like Johnny Be Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You have to know Johnny
I'm sure
Be Good.
if I heard it, I would.
Okay.
I'm not really a fan of like the old rock and roll. Like I just don't ever listen to it.
But you probably have heard it.
I agree. Maybe in a commercial or something.
I forget. Wasn't it recently you were on the morning show and there was a song like you thought
Stairway to Heaven.
Which
well, we did that, remember then?
Yeah, that's right. But you guys played it on the morning show, I thought.
Maybe.
I think it was like the same week you were on the morning show and it
Seems
came
like
up
their
there.
type of music.
Yeah,
wouldn't shock me.
Of course it does. All right. Before we go any further, we had some news yesterday in the NFL, but it obviously pertains particularly to the NFC East. TJ Watt, LA got paid yesterday. What was it, like 4 more years, $120-something million?
Yeah,
or
the
3 years.
The Eagles were never going to give him that amount of money.
So
but we did the whole TJ Watt, could they?
Yeah.
I just don't think you'll ever see the Eagles pay an edge that type of money.
What if they have one that's worth it? They'll just move on?
And then maybe. Howie's never done it. For as much as they value the position, they've never paid top of market money for an edge rusher.
You're right, but they also have never had, in Howie's time here, they've never drafted and developed that kind of player.
Yeah. I mean Nolan Smith is who we're
and
talking about.
BG was very good, but he obviously wasn't paid like that in his time. Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Well, Trent Cole, maybe. Oh, that wouldn't have been Howie.
Right. It's kind of interesting that they haven't drafted and developed that kind of player. They do well at all.
Yeah.
And they get good ones, but they don't get
they believe in rotating them.
Yeah, and they also spent their higher draft capital on tackles, right? Jalen Carter
defensive tackles, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis.
Yeah. They don't spend it on the edges there.
No.
But it does do one thing. It keeps him in Pittsburgh. Because the team I kept looking at to say maybe they would trade for him would be Washington.
Yeah.
But and Kyle brought this up yesterday, maybe that they settled on Von Miller when they realized they weren't going to be able to trade for TJ Watt.
Agreed.
Yeah. The next domino to fall in the NFL is going to be the Micah Parsons contract. He's going to be the next edge rusher to get paid here. Let's listen to, and I'm not making this up, this is Micah Parsons on The Undertaker's podcast talking about his future contract with the Cowboys.
How are we coming along with the contract, man? We gotta... Can you talk about it? Because look, I
listen.
You got to get a drink of water.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
We obviously want to get done early. We want that relief off our backs, but obviously ownership is always going to make it drag out, make it more complicated than it has to be. Lack of communication in that standpoint. But I just always say, God has me this far. He ain't done with me yet. So I just keep working, keep going, and then when it come, I'm gonna be ready. But it ain't gonna be no drop off.
It seems like to me like they would want to get it done because there's a few other contracts out there that are going to probably say what you're going to end up getting paid.
I would never understand it. We wanted to do the contract last year. It was just kind of like we want to do Dak and CD, and then you go out there, perform again, and then, you would think like, all right, we'll get it done early. We know there's some guys that's about to get ready to get repaid, like Miles, Max is going. So you would think like, hey, let's get ahead of that. You know what I mean? I just never understand, when guys come into the league and they're consistent and they, they perform well, why they got such an urge. But then there's guys that just have one good year or maybe 2 good years, and it's just like they get it right away. And even now, you got TJ and Max and all these other guys that's getting paid, and you can't want us to take less because you just decided to wait, You
know what? I don't have any doubt. You're going to get what you deserve to get, and I can't wait for you to do that, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Undertaker clearly knows ball, by
locked
the way.
in.
He
yeah.
is like talking about contract comparisons, who's getting paid, who's not. He's not just doing this for fun.
Undertaker more of a pro than I thought. He even brought the audience into that. Micah took a sip of his water before answering.
Exactly.
I mean, he really painted the whole picture.
He's talking while the guy's drinking. It's
Yeah, I just, if you had told me there'd be a day where Micah Parsons was on The Undertaker's podcast, I wouldn't have bought it.
Although it seems Micah's pretty open to doing podcasts.
Anyone
the bar doesn't seem super high for Micah to go on.
Let me ask this. So we know Crosby got a lot of money, Garrett, and now Watt, and soon it'll be Micah Parsons. Do you think, how much do you think this affects how much Jalen Carter gets? Different position, but both,
a
pass
lot,
rushers.
because I think Jalen's going to want to be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL when he signs. If he has the
So
year,
this all impacts it.
yeah. So if he has the same year in 2025 that he did in 2024, he will be able to demand being the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. So what Micah gets, absolutely, I think impacts Jalen Carter. But the other thing is, and I don't think Nolan Smith will be at this level yet, but let's say Nolan Smith has 15 sacks this year. Now, you'd say that's crazy, but I think he had 10 in his final 11 or 12 games or something like that. If he has a ton of sacks, a former first-round pick, body type you look for in an edge, young, you wonder what he can demand.
Well, and I think sometimes we forget because he was the second first-round pick. He's also
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just the same as Jalen Carter. They both can get extensions.
Yeah, so there is that. But the other thing, too, is just you listen to Micah, and you wonder if the Eagles are just might never have interest in having him on the team.
Well, he's a goof.
The public talking about contracts, and also just like the public analysis of how the front office is handling it, I just can't imagine the Eagles ever being a fan of that.
All right, so he's not crossed the line yet because he's still a great player, but he will eventually cross the line to more of a podcaster than a football player.
Yeah. And it does really make you wonder. I know we all like to clown the Cowboys, and they're not that well run. Why they're not paying him? Because it seems like...
Well, they did this with Dak. I mean,
it just seems like a no-brainer. And they paid Dak too late.
Well,
and I think they've honestly reached a point where I don't know if it's smart for them to pay Micah.
Well, maybe if they have another bad year, they just decide to fully rebuild and they use Micah to
trade him for the assets. Yeah.
Well, that's certain. Maybe it is. Maybe that's where they're going.
So he's going to do the Travis transition, the Travis Kelce transition
because
from
Travis
player to podcaster.
Has transitioned. He's a podcaster now.
Yeah, but Travis State's the biggest star in the world.
No, right. And he's older and he had his full career.
Separate issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying if Micah, to take off that way, I think you...
Yeah.
Well,
that's
I mean,
fair.
what's Paul George now? More of a podcaster or a baster player?
Well, he's definitely more of a podcaster.
Yeah, he's totally a podcaster. Yeah. This happens to players.
Joel's a storyteller.
Sometimes your career goes in a different direction, and that's what happened to those guys. Joe and Mayfair's up. Hey, Joe.
Hey, always a pleasure. Good afternoon, everybody.
What's up, Joe?
Everything always comes back to Jalen Hurts, and I don't know why. It's like we can't get rid of the conversation. So
it's kind of like how we talked about McNabb for 20 years until we had Carson, and then we had Jalen.
I had probably the greatest comparison here in Philly, and back in the '80s, you had Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, John Stockton, and then you had Maurice Cheeks. Mo wasn't top 3 point guard of his entire time, but he was absolutely crucial in leading the 80 to 83 Sixers to 2 championship rounds, one finals win, and playing with a ton of talent around him to where Moses had to come in to put us over the top, just like Saquon Barkley. But we never talked about Maurice Cheeks, or never even think about Maurice Cheeks as not being other than the great player, right fit, floor general, leader, knew how to get the ball in the right hands to everybody that was needed. But in the fourth quarter, when you needed a key steal or a key basket, he didn't fail. Sound a little familiar with our quarterback here?
So, Joe, I think it's interesting comparison. And I wasn't old enough then to be part of the discourse then, about him, but I understand your point. Now, I think part of it is the way the sports news cycle has changed. I don't think then that there was an ESPN list ranking the top point guards, and people were annoyed that Maurice Cheeks was so low, buried behind all the names you mentioned. He was appreciated here. Now there's all this discourse, which comes back to the way he's discussed, and people get upset.
But that's like, this is Philadelphia. This is a national. Philadelphia loves people that put the work in. Check mark. People to hold themselves accountable. Check mark.
Sure.
People like a leader in this town that can lift people up. Check mark. People love players in this city that when the spotlight's on them in big moments come through and not crawl into a rock.
Check mark. Check.
So
mate.
I don't understand when it comes to what you want the face of your franchise to be, not like Joel Embiid, not like it was Eric Lindros or McNabb, name me the face of the franchise other than Jalen that has stepped up to the plate or on the field in every way, shape, or form and has not crumbled when you needed him the most.
Joe.
Please name me one.
Joe, you're a smart guy.
Yes.
You're killing me here. Nobody's
I think
saying
what
they
he's
don't
saying
want
is
Jalen
correct.
as the quarterback, though.
It's not,
Nobody's saying that.
I'm talking in Philadelphia legends. He has done things in 4 seasons that we wished other top athletes in this town did for 15
No
years.
crap, Joe. Nobody's saying he didn't. We're just saying he's not one of the 2 best quarterbacks in the league.
No, we're talking the top 5 list, Kyle, in
Well,
this town.
yeah. Okay, yeah. All right.
In this town for the last 25 years, he's accomplished more in 4 seasons than anybody has in their whole career.
So you'd have him in the top 5 overall.
No question.
Yep, agreed.
How can you not?
Facts.
It's not. But also, hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe.
You told me Utley on the phone.
Hold on. But there's. We also have to realize every list,
bait and switch.
every list or every 25-year span or whatever has a lot of context to it. Like this last 25 years includes Brian Dawkins. It includes Allen Iverson. It includes Jason Kelsey. It includes Lane Johnson. Like it's not like there's like nobody here that was any good. So yes, all you said is true. But like in hold on. In the 80s, you mentioned what we had with Maurice Cheeks, but there also was Mike Schmidt. Like you have to. The context of every conversation includes who's part of the discussion. So like it's not just an automatic spot for Jalen Hurts. There's been a lot of great players here, Hall of Fame players.
Joe, what is the number 1 sport in this city?
The Eagles, Philadelphia. This is the NFL.
What is the number 1 most vilified position in all of sports?
Quarterback.
There you go.
Who is the number 1 quarterback vilified the most in the last 25 years in this town when
McNabb.
they first got the job? No, when they first got the job.
McNabb got booed at the draft.
No, I'm talking when he first got the job.
So
People
I'll
that say that
add
McNabb couldn't
context.
do it.
I don't think
he's talking about Jalen taking over for Carson.
Let me add the context.
Jalen couldn't do the job.
I think by the time they literally put Jalen on the field in Green Bay, people were done with Carson. But the day they drafted Hurts, that I understand your point. That week, people lost their minds.
People believed McNabb could do the job. People never believed Hurts could do it,
including his own team, by the way.
In 4 seasons, he's been there twice in a winning percentage about 80%, and has done nothing in this city except love it when they hate him. That is
who's hating Jalen anymore.
Oh my God! People still don't give Jalen the respect that he deserves.
Yeah, that's true. You guys can say you don't do it as much, but I'm saying Joe is correct about this.
He's the leader of the best franchise in Philly sports over the last 25 years, and he runs the show. He sets up the pass protection. He audibles to get Barkley those 80-yard runs. He wasn't Lane Johnson at the tush push in the Rams game that cost them a touchdown to seal the win. Instead, they had to kick a field goal. But people don't break up that false start on the tush push that almost cost the Eagles that game. It's Jalen's passing ability in that game almost cost them. We don't bring up the other players who dropped the ball against the Washington or Barkley's drop against Atlanta when they should have been 3-1.
AJ's drop against the Rams.
Hold on, he threw they got the ball again in the Atlanta game. He threw a pick.
We're also
they had the ball last.
Yeah, but the game would have been over if Saquon
We're
won.
talking out of both sides of our mouth, though, because we're going to say Jalen should get credit for when they win. But then if somebody else makes a mistake, why aren't we talking about the mistake that somebody else made? Jalen either gets it all or he gets none of it.
Well, he should get all of it, but they just almost always win.
Okay.
They do. They do.
No, I know they do. But by the way, a lot of those things where Joe went on that little rant about checkbox this, checkbox that, a lot of those are Chase Utley too, except he was a better player for a longer period of time.
Yes, he was. Joe, good phone call.
I don't know if he was definitely a better player.
He was a better player.
He was.
The resume speaks differently.
No, the resume is the same, except Utley's is arguably better.
I have a thought before we get to you people. And this is about Jalen, but it could be about Jason Kelsey, who left, and then they won without him. At some point, do we start thinking differently about these players because the Eagles are a machine?
That's a good question.
Like Alabama and Georgia in college football. They have all these great players. And guess what happens when the great players leave? They just keep winning.
But the difference is the Eagles have not really been a machine. I mean,
they're kind of in it now.
No, yes, now I agree. 22, I think, is when they started becoming a machine. Prior to that, while they were one of the better franchises still, they were not making deep playoff runs every year. They were making the playoffs every year, but they were not winning games every year. They weren't winning the division every year. They have become a machine in 22.
I'm just like, it hit me when...
But that's when Jalen became the quarterback.
Yeah, that's part of it. I'm just saying it hit me when Kelsey left, and I was concerned, and I was like, They're
no,
fine.
you're right. They're operating at a high level right now. No question about it.
I'm not saying they're the 80s Niners, but at some point, if Jalen's not here and they win a Super Bowl, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, they had Joe Montana, and then Joe Montana left, and then they won another Super Bowl.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the franchise they've become. All right, let's check in with you people here.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Is it a shock to anybody that you people has devolved into crying, arguing, name-calling, personal attacks?
Sounds like another day on there.
Over the
About
quarterback.
Jalen?
Yeah,
or
well,
just
you know, that's the start
Or just
of it.
me and Joe.
Well, those were coming anyway, but
Yeah.
whenever it's a lot of Jalen Hurts stuff, people get very, very upset.
Yeah.
Very, very upset.
Sensitive. Too sensitive.
Yes. I would like to... I want to give out a warning to you people here. Because we get a lot of this on like Twitter, just social media in general, like, I'm not listening to this, or like, I stopped listening to that. You know what they just added in the You People chat?
Oh, no.
Your stats as to how often you listen.
Oh, really?
And contribute and like join in the thing. So like,
so you know
you'll
the
get
facts.
a guy with
So
like
you can look at a user and see how long.
Yeah, you'll get a symbol next to their name, like number 1 listener, number 2 listener. And they're like, I can't stand this show.
Right, yeah.
So you're all being exposed for the frauds that you are.
We have the facts.
Yep,
Some
that's right.
stats here.
My shirt getting a lot of heat today.
I actually think in person, I can't say how it looks on air, but it looks nice.
Thank
It's
you.
a nice shirt.
It's a little wrinkled.
Yeah, it is a little
I can't
wrinkled.
tell from what my angle. Is it a polo or more like a collared
Well,
shirt?
it's a $3 thrift store shirt.
But like, would you say it's more?
I think it's a regular button-up shirt.
Yeah.
button down, short sleeve.
Wait, button down. Button up.
What's the
Button down.
difference?
It's called a button up. It's not called a button down.
Is there really a difference?
Yeah, I think there is.
I guess so.
It's 2 different names.
I like button down better.
I never hear people say that.
Well, hold on. How do you do your buttons? From the bottom up or the top down?
I think that's irrelevant.
Oh, I do
It's
the bottom
called a
up,
button up.
When you button your shirt, do you do the button top or the bottom first?
I do the top first.
Then you're buttoning down.
I agree, but that's not what it's called. It's just not what it's called. I don't know what to tell you. We can do a Twitter poll. Everyone calls it a button up.
I think I've heard both.
I think it matters the direction you go with your buttons. Otherwise, you're just a fraud.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
If you go to a store and say button down, I think they'd be a little
I
confused.
think they know exactly what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Kyle.
Disappointed in Kyle today. Don't care.
Nice.
Disappointed in all of you every day. The feeling is mutual. I don't know if this has been going on the entire show, but at the beginning of the program, the stream kept cutting back to an empty table at the Borgata.
nice.
Which must have been pretty creepy.
Well, this morning, I think if I'm
Yeah,
correct,
you're right, yeah.
I'm correct. Richie was in here.
Correct, Richie
But
was
the
in here.
the rest of the morning show was there, so they had like split screens. So maybe they didn't know where we were. They thought we were at the Borgata.
Is there audio? Is it like us talking? While
I don't, I'm sure I could probably find it in the stream, but like it's all talking.
Well,
We put up a
all
clip
the
of-
stuff's probably gone too. Like all the WIP
Oh,
stuff
everything's
is.
out, yeah.
We put up
just
a
an
clip
empty
of us
table.
arguing the first segment. It's just an empty chair at the
Yeah,
Borgata.
exactly.
We're all screaming. Never forget, Joe put Dan Campbell ahead of Nick Sirianni.
I did. I think he's better coverage.
Yeah, it's how it works.
Still?
Well, yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, you did this recently. That's crazy.
They went 15-2.
Let Dan Campbell do it one time without coordinators that carry it.
So here's my perspective on things. I believe what you are until you do it different. And if he sucks this year, I'll just drop him down my list.
That's fair, but Nick has a better resume as well.
That's fine. He has an easier job.
I don't think he does.
He coaches the Eagles.
Dan Campbell coaches the Lions. The Lions have a ton of talent.
Could you imagine 5 years ago saying someone won 15 games in a season with the Lions?
Yeah, I agree.
It's
Now,
it's like walking on football water.
I agree with
They're
that.
the Lions.
You could have said
agree.
that
I
over
agree with
25 years ago about the Eagles, though.
But
Franchises change.
Right, but
You could have said that in 2020 about the Eagles.
The Eagles had won a Super
No,
Bowl
I
3 years before he
your,
got
your
here.
point is fair. He has helped turn Detroit around.
Now,
Yeah.
Elliot, is it fair for me to have revoked Joe's Sirianni guy card?
Well, definitely.
that? 'Cause
Joe
that's
was
a
never
joke.
really a serious.
I'm
It was
starting to-
always very,
Yeah, I don't think if it were up to
Very
Elliot, I
on
don't think
the
you ever
edge.
would have gotten
What
the
gets
card.
lost in this is Sirianni was my guy to hire during the cycle. I said that he's the guy. Second, I had Sirianni 17 on my list last year, moved him up to 8. That's a big jump.
Well, there's just 2 not Sirianni guy lists.
Well, I wasn't a Sirianni guy 1 year ago. I'm a born
Putting him behind Dan Campbell, I think revokes your Sirianni guy card.
born again Sirianni guy.
Yeah.
I moved him up from never mind, 17 to 8. That's a big jump.
Whatever the opposite of born again is now what we're doing with the Sirianni guy thing. Kyle's trash. This was before I said a single word today, mind you. I didn't do anything. And it only probably got worse
Yep,
for them. From
okay.
there. So, yep. Do you remember the Phillies got no hit in the World Series?
Yeah.
Care to comment?
What was that? What is that?
I don't know.
Dude, I don't know. These people are insane.
Well, we talk about clutch.
Yeah.
With the 2022 team? Is that what he's talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, I guess. But
That actually gets underrated as an all-time choke job.
Disagree.
Well, they shouldn't have beat the Astros, but to get no hit in the World Series when you were
It was
up
bad.
is pretty bad.
It was tough.
Yeah,
Would you say the 0-1
if they would
Sixers
have gotten
choked
2
against
hits,
the Lakers?
No.
It's pretty similar.
Yeah, losing
No, I
3
think
straight
the
after
Astros were way better.
Yeah, but getting no hit is a
No,
different
I know.
level.
I was there standing behind the Astros family section.
I was in Houston when it
was
happened because
awful.
the Eagles were
Yep.
playing the Texans.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The next night.
Kyle has to do something about this. I don't know what.
The shirt.
Yeah. No, well, I think it might have been trying to rein you guys in, but then they heard me
Oh.
speak, and then I think I was a lost cause.
Gotcha.
See, I would think it'd be somewhat of a positive day for me since I'm defending Jalen.
You are. Oh, you're
yeah,
you're held in very high regard in the chat today.
Love to see it.
Yep.
It's a,
Elliot's
you know.
cooking, all of this. Whenever you agree with whatever's
Yeah.
being said, cook, dude.
I will say,
cook.
and Joe, you can relate to this. As two people that have certainly been in the minority of opinions over the past years, it does feel kind of nice to be in the majority for once. Like, I firmly believe what I'm saying about Jalen. It's just not often a spot
You're
I
riding
find
the wave.
myself
It's
in.
a good way
no,
to
but
be
I
on.
believe it.
No,
and what's
no.
crazy is you were a pro Jalen guy before, too. Me and you were on the
None
same
of us
page.
are anti-Jalen.
Nah,
we just
you can
don't,
say what you want.
We
It's all
just don't
shades of
go
gray.
We can all
too
hear
far
it.
with
We
it.
can all hear it.
No, there are just lunatics out there who can never get enough.
Yes,
What
saying
I
the
am-
Super Bowl MVP is a top quarterback in the NFL is a lunatic.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just
it's-
trying to defend
it's
the
when
rest of the
you push it
roster
to
who's
he's
been,
better than
who's
Burrow
been
and all
lost to
that.
this was
Yeah.
Jalen's season. Best roster anyone's ever seen here. Actually, Jalen Hurts carried.
I would love to watch McNabb listen to the radio now. When all we talk about is the roster around him. With McNabb, it's all he never won the game.
right.
We've lost our minds.
One more quick thing, and this is a twofer.
Okay.
I just found this hilarious. This is rage bait from Joe Giglio.
Nice.
And then another comment.
Putting Chase Utley on the top 5 for the last.
Well, hold on. Obvious rage bait from ESP.
Yes, naturally.
Okay, so
it's a rage bait battle.
That's got to be
between
the
you two.
Joel, I would think.
choose your rage bait. Yes.
No,
All
this was within like 2 minutes of each
Oh,
other.
okay.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
So yeah, it was the classic like stupid, like dumb question. Obviously, it's this, and then dumb question. Obviously, it's the other thing.
Yeah, those are my favorite in the Twitter responses.
This is
yeah.
obvious, yet it's 50-50 on the results.
Exactly,
All right.
yeah.
This was a fun show today. All right, we got to give our giveaway the Phillies tickets for Tuesday night. I think we should go with Rich. He had the Dave Matthews Band. Where was it in Colorado?
Red Rock.
Red
Rock. I have not been, but my wife's been. It is crazy. You have
Okay.
to look up pictures of
All
it.
right, Rich, you're the winner of the prize. So you're going to the Phillies game on Tuesday night. Elliot, thank you for
Fun
filling in
times.
for Hugh. You're on tomorrow for Go Birds?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So next week.
Next week.
Yeah,
No.
Nope.
Flat out no.
yeah.
No way.
No.
Elliot, we'll talk to you next week. So will we. Afternoon show next. I believe it is Broads and Al
Morgani
from Chickies. They're
I'll be
up
on
next.
at 3 with them.
There could be
so.
some fireworks.
Oh, you're on a 3 with them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when you're on next. All right,
Yeah.
Elliot's back in an hour. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Nice work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music, sip refreshing Bud Light and Michelob Ultra drinks at our tiki bar, or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week and enjoy Bud Light and Michelob Ultra specials all summer long. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Try it out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
The summer of performance is in full swing at Elite Acura. Turn up the volume on value in the 2025 Acura MDX, ADX, and more. In person or at EliteAcura.com through July 31st.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. In an era where NBA stars openly chase rings at the end of their career, some people were surprised that Damian Lillard is choosing to return to the Portland Trailblazers. He's coming off an Achilles injury, so we might not see him for a while, but there's something really cool about Lillard going home. He'll be a mentor to the talented young Blazers guards, and he'll be a huge fan favorite. Will he finally win a ring? Probably not, but that's okay, because he's ending his career in a place he loves, and they love him. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome on into the WIP afternoon show. No Ike, Spike, and Fritz today. It is Broads with the one and only Al Morgani. What's happening, Al?
It's great to be here. I know it's a disappointment for you after Devin Caney. You have to deal with me for an afternoon here.
That's very
it's
true.
A bit of a letdown. And anybody on with you is basically on the sidecar of the motorcycle. So you just go forward.
We got 5 seconds into the program, and this is already off the rails. It's unbelievable. Well, we are live from Chickies in South Philadelphia. It's tremendous. Look at all these TVs. And when we walked in, Al, the one and only Flyers-Bruins Game 7 on NHL Network from 2010 was popping. It's almost like they knew it was our day together, although I'm sure it was an emotional ride for you that year.
Yeah, well, actually, I had a blast that year because my relatives up there were dying. It was great. It was just great to see what happened. But what's amazing to me is how long ago that was.
15 years now. 15? And we got to hold our hat on it.
So fast.
Well,
it just happened so fast.
Well, they got a cup the year after.
They got a cup the year after, and we're still like, what happened?
Al, where are we? 215-592-9494 if you do want to hop on board. It is an on-the-record Friday, and I'm sure there's going to be some Flyers fans that want to talk puck with us, so we'll allow that. Yeah. We'll puck it up with the people. But it's a big day for the Fightin' Phils as they are going to be back and getting into action later on tonight, and you can hear that right here with Scott Fransky on the call on WIP. Here's the question for you, Al. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? I'll let you answer, and then I'll give you my sort of thoughts on it all.
I believe they have a chance, but I believe they need to have a better chance. I would be surprised if they won with the roster that they have. If Dombrowski doesn't rediscover his identity and do what he used to do and go out and get something. But I do believe because of that starting pitching, they do have, no matter what, because of that pitching, they have a chance, but it's not as good a chance as they should.
Okay, yeah, listen, I co-sign that. I feel very similar to it. Sure, I guess there is a possibility that they can do something because their starting pitching is so rare and elite. But at the end of the day, I look at the bullpen woes. They don't have anyone except for Kerkering. And even Kerkering's not the most reliable arm, so you almost have to reshape an entire pen. Now, maybe you can do that internally with some starters.
Yeah, they're going to get some starters.
Of course, right. Getting kicked to the pen, and then what Dave does at the deadline, and the right-handed bat situation is still a little wonky. So I need more, and I guess they can win me over after the deadline if Dave Dombrowski takes a big swing. But if it's just the standard status quo, Estevez, Austin Hayes, those style of guys, then I'm going to be so disappointed and even more out than I probably already am.
Yeah, I'm going to be really disappointed if they don't get a bat, more than a bullpen for me. Because as you said, one of the starters, at least one of the starters, is going to the bullpen. So I think you could actually get by, but you got to have a bat. You can't have a bottom of the lineup in the playoffs. I mean, just think in your head, go back to playoffs baseball and think how many times the bottom of the lineup set up to turnover to come in and let those big bats come back up. You can't have that. You cannot have a cell phone dead spot in your lineup like they do with the way things are going with their outfield. It just doesn't work. I understand pitching is truly important, but my God, more and more hitting in the playoffs, clutch hits, big 3-run home runs. That's what you need, and I don't think this team has enough.
No, I don't think they do either. And even when we talk about their top guns, you're so right to talk about the bottom of the order because we're going to see Marsh or Rojas or Kepler or Kemp or any of these guys.
Well, think about those names. How do you feel when them? How would you feel? There was a game 2 weeks ago where they basically were set up for failure, and you knew a grand slam was coming on the other side of it. But you can't have that where it's like there's no hope. There's no hope.
No hope. I know. And I'm saying you're so right to point that out. I also don't have a lot of hope in Bryce right now because I don't know where his wrist is. So we're also dealing with that. We're dealing with Nick, who's probably going to fall into the I'm swinging at pitches 50 feet off the plate outside off speed, and he's going to look like a fool, and we're going to get that whole thing again. So I'm very worried about them moving forward. If I had to answer the question, do I believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? Unfortunately, and it makes me sick to my stomach to say this, I'm going to have to say no. And I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to flip me off and say, I told you I could do it. But, it sucks that I feel this way, but I can't buy into this mess because I know what a championship caliber team looks like, Al. I've seen it with the Birds. I know what the mental makeup's like. I know how they handle adversity and pressure. And I don't know if this group can do it the way championship caliber teams do it.
They're missing a magic that, and it sounds dumb, but they don't do the Gatorade thing anymore. And I know that whole kiddie school, whatever they called that thing, was getting a little
daycare.
Daycare,
but they're 30 years old.
Yeah, I know it got a little, but it did bring an energy. When you cover teams, you start to realize that it sounds dumb. The corny stuff actually works. It actually works. If you cover a team day to day and you get that stupid thing, whether it's putting your hat on backwards, whatever it is, whether it's some stupid saying, there's an energy that it brings. For whatever reason, this team has hit a flat spot with that energy, and I can understand some of it. Some of it is your best player is hurt, and it may be chronic. Your catcher's older and doesn't give you the pop that you had. The second baseman isn't coming around like you thought that he would. Yeah, the pitching's been terrific, but there's an element missing. The Eagles seemed to rediscover that element early last year, remember, I just said corny things. The coach shaves his head or whatever, Not my point. That's what I'm thinking. Now it's easy to get it out of his rear end the way things are going. But it turned into something positive, and some of the stupid sayings that he had. But that kind of thing, it's easy to make fun of when you're on this side, looking at it and being critical and everything. But if you're really close to what's actually happening in a locker room, whatever, man, they could use some of that right now.
I believe their clubhouse is definitely a little blah. It's dead. There's no pulse. It needs some more juice. It needs energy. And I think they were hoping that, and I know this is very sad and it's desperate, but when you bring up an Otto Kemp and here's a kid in a story, can that create it and all? But if you're relying on Otto Kemp's story to provide a spark, then you're not good enough, And I think they do try and look at that and see if there's anything with it, and that's going to fizzle out. He is what he is. He's doing everything in his power, and I respect it, but that you're right, though. You do need to form some life, some attitude, some flair, some fire, and they are so desperate that the only thing I could possibly come up with is Otto Kemp. Otto Kemp! I mean, it's unbelievable.
You thought you might have had it when Harper had the big hit. Like, he's still at that point. He can do that. He can be the fireworks if he comes back and has the monster game followed up by another monster game, a winning home run in the ninth inning. That's the thing that can really get things going again. And he's still at that stage of his career. I'm worried about it because I'd rather have surgery situations than certain injuries than chronic.
Sure.
That's like, oh my, what are you going to deal with? It's like the soft tissue injury thing, like, take a day off here. That's really difficult. And this team needs him so much because when you look at the playoffs in baseball, you like Castellanos, he can get hot. But right now, these are long playoffs if you go the whole way. So when you say they can get hot, there's a little more than that in baseball anymore, especially if you go through that first round. You got to stay hot for a long time, which is why you got to have some more consistent bat, another consistent bat in that lineup.
Bryce is why you had Bedlam at the bank, and when you had these clutch moments in San Diego and getting to the World Series. So if you don't have that element, and even if you clean up and shore up some of the other spots that we desperately need to do, then yeah, it's a huge question mark as we roll into October. 215-592-9494. That is the phone number to hop on board. We would love to hear from you on this On the Record Friday. Do you believe in the Phillies as they are 55-41, leading the National League East? So they are in first place in their division. Their starting pitching is best that we've seen, and Dave does have an opportunity to clean up some of these issues with the deadline on the horizon. So do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? Al, we have a Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Early responses on the Twitter poll is, do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? 66% of the voters say yes. 34% say no. I think you left the door open enough where you would vote yes on the poll.
I would vote yes, just because of the pitching. I mean, I wish I believed more. You have a chance. I mean, it's not like you're going to go in as the favorites, and you're going to go in with like great expectations at all.
Think about this staff, though, that you keep pointing out, and some of the big guys, Kyle and Bryce and all that. The fact that we have this on our paper, right, on roster paper, and we see it, and we're not feeling better about the group is just unfathomable. It's crazy to me that I'm this down and justifiably a little down on this group considering everything surrounding them. Isn't it nuts that we're here?
Oh, it is.
It's unbelievable. Come on, Dave.
First play, and Dombrowski's at that point now where, you know how players at the end of their career, they say, don't ruin your legacy or whatever, like, but hanging out. But he's almost at that point with me, and mind you, I loved him, what he did with the Red Sox.
Of course.
But I think his marching orders here were, please don't destroy build up our farm system. Well, they've built it up. And now you may have to do something with it. At some point, if you're in his position, there's a cover your own behind type of thing going on here, where he has to be who we thought he was, because he's going to become almost a joke by people saying, when they come to the trade deadline, the national writers always still look at him for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're right here in Philadelphia, it's like, what are you looking at? We have a track record here. He ain't that guy. There's been an identity theft. Somebody go find that man to go in, and whether to go to the owner and say, we have to do this. If you're the Phillies, now the Phillies, you look at the number of eyeballs on the Phillies. This market's tremendous. Their ratings are unbelievable right now just to watch, and it's huge numbers watching in. You can afford, with the minor leagues that you have now, you can afford a mistake. I'm not saying you can afford 3 mistakes, but because of the situation where it's not a hard cap, you can buy your way out of a mistake.
Agree.
You can literally buy your way out of a mistake. So if it's Crawford, and I wish he'd come up, or whomever, you got to do it, because you have to take this shot this year.
Yes, I know, because you are stuck with the Kyle Schwarber contract being up in the air, and JT's probably going to be out of here afterwards, and Ranger Suarez's contract is iffy, and you don't know where that's going to lead you. So it does seem like one of those situations where it's all go mode currently, and you got to maximize this group. And then you got to put your head down at night and say, hey, I gave it my best shot. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, again, I can close my eyes and rest my head on my pillow knowing that I went out there and gave it the biggest hack in the world that I possibly could. There is a part of that I do buy into.
You're not going to wreck your organization. Look, all you can really ask for is, I want to, when the season starts, I want to be a fan base that thinks I have a chance to go to the playoffs and maybe go the whole way. no matter what they do, if they move a prospect, they should still be in position that where they're going to be that team. It's not like one team makes it anymore. Just get in the playoffs.
Oh, I hope they can do something to win me over here. All right, let's get to some audio, and then we're going to rock your calls at 215-592-9494 on this On the Record Friday. Let's take a listen first to Ken Rosenthal on the Foul Territory pod, where he discussed the upcoming approach by Dave Dombrowski at the deadline.
I expect they're going to be active for multiple relievers, and they need a big one. There's no question about that. Alvarado's coming back in August, but he's not going to be eligible for the postseason after getting a PED suspension. They are a team that would be in the mix for all of those controllable relievers in the AL Central we were talking about. Clase and Jax and Duran. David Bednar would be another possibility for them. Any reliever out there is someone that they're going to look at. There's also been talk with them of an outfielder, and it could be someone from their own system. Justin Crawford is someone getting a lot of mention, Carl Crawford's son. But ideally, it would be someone a little bit more proven, maybe a center fielder that would enable them to move Marsh to left at certain times. I see them being quite active. Dave Dombrowski knows that this team's window does not go on forever. Schwarber and Realmuto, free agents after this year. They probably will try to re-sign both. Then they've got a lot of money coming off the books after 26. So they are an interesting team in an interesting place, and I do expect them to be aggressive and active.
All right, so Al, you heard him. He pretty much laid out almost something very similar to what you mentioned, which is, you got to go out there now and take a look at some of these options in the bullpen and take a look at Justin Crawford and start selling off pieces to be aggressive, because looking at the current mold after this season, there's a lot of question marks. So go now and live with the results.
Yeah, and be aggressive, and that's what that's what we were sold.
I know
that we got a guy that was going to be like, and they put some guardrails on him. Like, we have to fatten up our prospects,
which was probably fair in the beginning, no doubt about it.
No doubt, but they have, and now you kind of owe it to this pitching staff too. To provide something here.
What do you think Zach Wheeler's thinking about?
Well, yeah, really. It's like, okay, you got to provide something here, and you have to. You're not going to ruin your. You're not necessarily going. I'm not going to say necessarily. You're not going to ruin your future. There's too much here. I know you're going to say, well, the catcher, this, that, the other thing. You got some pretty solid citizens that you can kind of count on, and let's say you hit on two of your prospects, two of them anyway. I think you should be in good shape. And frankly,
they don't hit anyway because Bryson Stott and Bohm are supposed to be that.
But frankly, you're the Phillies. There's a free agent market every year, and you can go. You can go get people. And as long as it's an attractive place to come. You should be able to attract people to come. And the more success you have, the more attractive it is to come here. So I'm all for rolling the dice with. I mean, people say Painter. I'm like, hey, if it's going to get me absolutely what I need, I can live with that.
Me too. I can totally be in on Andrew Painter at this point. And yes, I'm getting swayed by the not so great starts in AAA, even though he's young. I would absolutely do. Listen, Bryson Stott and Alec Bohm were supposed to be these can't move prospects, and we don't like Stott offensively. And Alec Bohm we wanted moved last year.
I would not move him.
Bohm?
To me,
please.
To me, well, I disagree with you on this.
Oh,
when you have a lineup like this,
okay,
and you have a guy, and I know that the story on him, it says he's kind of a whiner or whatever. I find him pretty mentally sturdy.
Oh,
because what he's been through in Philadelphia, a lot of guys wouldn't have been able to bounce. I think he's, I don't want to use the word deaf enough to it, that it's a plus for him.
Huh.
Like, you look at the stuff, the trade rumors, this and that. You know what baseball players are like. Basically, you got 9 independent contractors out there, okay? This is baseball. So he goes in. He's got criticized for one thing, criticized for another thing, swinging at first pitches, this, that, and the other thing. And he trots out there like he's on a skateboard, goes in, plays his game. Not over swinging again. And they need a guy that isn't the home run hitter. And just make sure that you have some steadiness in your lineup. I know I'm in a real small minority on the Bohm thing, but I find his aloofness a real plus staying in Philadelphia, because he really has had a lot of criticism, a lot, and it's like,
It's an interesting take. If he was to perform like he did last year before the wrist injury, and he was just chugging along and performing at that clip, which was a lot of doubles and not a lot of home runs, but just being such a productive bat, cleaning up and protecting Bryce in his own way, I would co-sign that. I think now I'm just in a weird spot. I'm probably just broken in general, where all these decisions are just making me skewed a little bit. But all right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. We'll kick things off with Jim in Belmar. Jim, you're on WIP.
Hey, good afternoon. First time with you there, Broads. Happy afternoon. Happy Friday.
Yes, same to you, Jim. Appreciate you checking in.
Yeah, and Al, I haven't heard your voice in decades. Nice to hear you, too.
Oh, yeah, I come on Sundays. I'm with the legendary Cap Gun Kelly. So
Yes,
tune in
yes.
on Sunday mornings. It's fun.
Not a problem. Okay, so first point of information, in case your listeners have never seen it, about the Mike Shielski retort to how Jalen Hurts is the ninth best quarterback in the league, and what do you call it? He is the absolute worst. You owe it to yourself to check out the Philadelphia Inquirer for why Jalen Hurts is the worst quarterback. You will spill your guts in laughter. It's so good. That's the
I'll
first
check
thing.
it out. I mean, I'm a Jalen Hurts man. I love Sealski, by the way, so I love Sealski, but I'm a Hurts man.
God. He should be a professional comedian after you read this article.
Okay,
Swear to
I'll check
God.
it out. I'll check it out, Jim.
Oh, my God. Secondly, here's where I am with the Phillies. The Phillies can't win as they are right now. There's no way. There's too many holes in the lineup. I hate it because the pitching is so good. So, and I hope that somebody from the Phillies organization is listening to this.
Oh, they're listening.
I'm not expecting them to, because the idea I'm about to share with you is really backwards. It's really outside the box, but it might work. So here's the thinking. Pardon me. The thinking is that all of our starting pitchers can go at least 6 innings and then only getting like 2 or 3 runs scored against them. Okay?
Okay.
What you do is you put your bullpen in the first 3 innings.
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay. Now
but think about how crazy of a. Now I get it. We're so desperate that you're throwing things at the wall here. But if we have to do this, then Dave Dombrowski needs to be fired.
But it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're supposed to be polite to the callers, but this is nuts.
I know that it's nuts. I do know that it's nuts. I understand that.
Al,
but
this is the first call.
Here's the logic. If you get, say, Matt Strahm in there for 3 innings, all right,
gosh.
you don't have to worry about him in the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Well, what if Ranger can't go 6 though? What if he can only go 4 2/3?
Why don't we get divorced before we get married?
Here's the point. No, I feel you, Al. I feel you. I get that. But here's my point. You don't want to let any lead that we get away. And that's the way that
Jim,
the
I
storyline
love
has
you.
been.
I'm so glad that this is the first time we get to communicate. Appreciate the call. Al, it's 2:30 on a Friday.
Wow.
On the record Friday. The first on the record was we need to start pitching our bullpens in inning 1, 2, 3 so our starters can go 6 and close it down.
Yeah.
Holy hell. Where do
But
we
he
go
sounds
from here?
like a nice guy.
He did. Jim sounds like a great guy.
Great guy. I
Wow.
think thinking outside the box.
Well, again, if you have to do this, Dave Dombrowski needs to be fired.
The fact of the matter is you're dealing with the end of a game, different pressures. That's why even when you say go out and get a reliever, how do you know? I mean, anybody that watched playoff baseball knows it is crazy pressure in the 9th and 8th inning. If you go get a pitcher that's got good numbers that hasn't built up some kind of scar tissue, I don't know that I want to risk it. I don't know.
It's a fair point. All right, 215-592-9494. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. It is Broads. It is Al Morgani in for the afternoon show. Coming up next, I will tell you something about Rob Thompson and a decision I'm fascinated with seeing in this second half. That's coming up next on top of your phone calls. It's the WIP Afternoon Show.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring tonight.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the Hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first.
Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Sports Radio 94 WIP. It's the afternoon show. Broads and Al Morgani in for the crew. We're live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Fantasy football draft time is almost here. Book your party at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, Al, do you like Coldplay? Just asking.
I like them better than Creed.
Should we do a 5:30 Coldplay? Wow.
That is the best. That's one of the
greatest stories of all time.
I can't get enough of it. To get caught on camera with your, I don't know,
your side piece, your sidekick,
and then to blame Coldplay.
I keep watching it in slow motion to watch the reactions of everybody surrounding.
There's a woman behind, and like to the left to the right of the guy, and it's like she knows that this is not going to end well. You can tell right away. That this is going to get ugly.
What do you think that conversation was like when he went home? You think it was fun?
How do you even? Well, we were just it was a company outing. It was a company outing. We had a few beers, but he basically reacted the worst way you possibly
but I think
could.
Al, I don't think you're thinking in that moment. The instincts kick in, and you just react. He probably should have said, "Listen, honey, we're working on a new belt, and I just wanted to see if the belt was perfectly aligned on her waist."
I can't even.
I'm just saying. Wow, it's just unreal. It's everywhere. The worst scenario in the history of the world. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
It is the biggest story. It's like everybody's got their own take on what do you do. It's like you can't even, no matter how ingenious, there's no excuse. Well, we're working on AI, auto-generated stuff, and what you saw really wasn't there, but it's a big success for the company. What are you going to do?
Now, listen, if he ends up, unfortunately, having to
it's over.
No, I know. I'm just listening.
Talk about
I'm
a
not talking
Coldplay.
about somebody else. Yeah. Listen, here's the thing. If you're now a woman who meets this guy, I mean, you going to trust this guy unless he's got a fat wallet with a lot of dough, and he clearly is the CEO of something.
No, his wife just made millions.
Well, good for her.
Yeah,
but
really.
I'm saying if you're another woman, do you think this woman,
that's
the
it.
blonde, do you think they're together now? They can just go, hey,
the best
we're
part
together
is
now.
she's the head of HR.
Yeah, I guess they're all right. I guess you're right. Because I'm thinking this guy now needs to find someone else, but he already has her. He already has her. You're right. He already has her. I'm an idiot.
It's so good.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I wonder if anybody's been caught. I'm not talking about a shot like that, but when you go to watch a Phillies game, you see people in the background all the time.
Yeah.
If you were you're not supposed to be at work, and you will come in the next day, and they're playing a video of you at a Phillies game, something like that.
Got to imagine.
Playoff game, something like that.
You know how sometimes they catch like the principal of a school at an Eagles game? It's one of those where you called out at work, and here you are with your face painted and shoulder pads 15 beers deep.
You're that kind of guy, that kind of lucky. You walk into a place and something bizarre happens, and there you are, with someplace you're completely not supposed to be. But the fact that this guy then blames, I guess it's Chris Martin. Was he on the mic at that point? Was saying like, why did he have to point it out? Why did they have to do that? He tried to play the victim.
Yeah, but you're on your lifeline there. At that point, you got to swing and just hope and pray you can get a victory, right? Some victory. Maybe you can do something where you can sue Coldplay. I mean, you're already down in the dumps.
That's what he's doing.
Well, the wife's going to take half his money so he can get some Coldplay dough to help him with his next date with the blonde.
I'm not a Coldplay guy anyway.
Me neither.
Like it's yellow.
Anyway, on top of Coldplay,
put you to sleep.
On the record Friday, do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? They're first place in their division, yet it feels as if they are one of the worst teams ever because they're annoying to watch.
No, well, if you're visiting Philadelphia like this past week and you're listening, it's like, wait a minute, these people aren't thrilled with their quarterback and the baseball team's in first place and they're all bonkers over this
quarterback
thing.
I have to have a talk with some of these people around here.
Like,
Chilio and Kyle Quinn. And
I had to deal with that one day.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Telling me that Jalen Hurts stinks.
Well, they're trying to say they're not saying that.
I know.
But they are.
But that's how I interpret it.
That's how everybody is. If you were driving through town, that's how you interpret it.
I know. They're nuts. 215-592-9494. Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Ellsworth in Allentown. What's up, Ellsworth?
I just want to talk a little Phillies and a couple things. I've always been a big Rob Thompson guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he platoons way too much. And, Stott was a runner-up at Gold Glove second baseman last year, and he's in contention this year. He's being platooned. And when he bats against left-handers, he hits them. And
Stott's been struggling at the dish.
Yeah, but that's because he's being platooned.
I don't think it is. I think it's just because they're platooning because he's struggling at the plate more than he's struggling at the plate because he's platooning.
He's platooning everywhere. I mean, Otto Kemp, everybody's crazy about Otto Kemp. He's down to, 250, 260?
So I think you should be mad at Dombrowski because I feel like Rob's only managing the best way he can based off of his personnel.
Yeah, but even the Phillies organization, you bring up Painter. Strider had his UCL surgery, the same injury that Painter had after Painter. He's pitching complete games. They got Painter on a 75-pitch limit.
Yeah, they've been babying him.
How's he ever going to develop if they baby him continually? He has one bad inning, and then he starts pressing because he knows he's going to be out of the game.
Well, I think it's just because, and thank you, Ellsworth, I appreciate the call. I don't think he's pressing because they know he's going to get out of the game. I just think he's not performing well. You know what I mean? I think that's what it comes down to. But the Stott thing, platooning in general, I've heard this criticism of Rob Thompson for a while now, and again, I think it's more of he's just playing the hand that he was dealt, and the reason why you have to sit Kepler and Otto Kemp's playing, and you got to sit Mars and Rojas and this and that is this was the roster that we were handed. To best maximize this roster, unfortunately, you have to plug and play a billion different pieces based off of the pitcher, I think at least, but maybe I'm misguided.
That's the argument I've had with people that are not that thrilled with the manager, who can come across as maple syrup at times.
I like Rob,
I
but
like
he's
him,
got
you
can criticize him.
But I actually think he's done a remarkable job, not just this year, but in past, because this is a very flawed lineup. Mm-hmm. Even when healthy, they have a bunch of DHs that he has to play here and there all the time. And you also have what was supposed to be a defensive specialist, Rojas, who, can make a highlight catch, but then sometimes afterwards, I don't know what the hell is going through his mind. It's like he has so many moving parts for a good team, and not the good moving parts that some teams use. This is like out of necessity, as you said. He has to do a lot of juggling for a, quote, good baseball team. A lot of times people say baseball managers don't have to do that much because just write in the regular line. But he can't do that. And you don't think he wants to do it? If Stott would just force his hand, he doesn't have anybody that's forced his hand to say, here, that's yours. There's nobody that's done it.
Correct. You're right. He wants it to be someone taking it over and saying, this is my job and I will not lose it. But no one's really been able to do that in any of these respected positions. The only time I have a knock and criticism on Topper for the most part is when Bryce Harper goes down 0-2 on 2 clear balls and then Kerkering strikes somebody out 6 times in one at-bat and the umpire behind the plate's falling asleep. Like, yo, Rob, I need you to give me a little bit of juice. I don't need you to kick dirt and spit in someone's face, but I would like for you to give me a little bit of an adrenaline rush. But other than that, I think Rob Thompson's a good manager. It's just here and there throughout the long season. I'm looking for that jolt. And to your point, he's maple syrup?
Yeah, he's he's Canadian. He bumps into the tree, he apologizes.
Yeah, I don't know that about it. I know that part at times bothers me, but my other side of me goes, at 162, when you're playing this long journey, does that benefit you to play that hand of calmness and
but he's had
his
moments with the Castellanos, and
he did. I thought he handled that well in the moment too. I did. I thought he did.
He can do that. But I mean, I think for the most part, he's a pretty good manager for this team. I think he's done a really, really good job with this team.
Agreed. In his tenure, I say 2 thumbs up to Topper, more so than anything else. Now, I can point out a couple of things. That's why whenever someone gets mad at Topper and they say, well, what about when he went to this guy? And it's like, okay, there's 8 to 9 decisions every night over 4 to 5 months. You're going to find 4 or 5 that backfire, but just because it, quote, backfires, does that mean it was flawed logic?
Yeah, but he's had moment when he let the bottom of the lineup, Rojas and whoever.
Yeah, you can't go down swinging with Rojas.
There were 3 of them in a row
that
you just said, what are you doing?
But what's the alternative?
There's got to be
anybody.
Anybody? No, really, because it was a white flag.
Yeah.
I hated that.
Yeah, I agree with you. There are some times where it pisses me off. Let's go to Michael in New Jersey. Yo, Michael.
Hey, how you all doing?
Good.
You guys, you've been saying great points so far. I just want to put in 2 things. First of all, I really agree. You guys were talking earlier. This team is missing some sort of magic. They need a piece. They need a spark. Some sort of bat has to happen within the next 2 weeks or so. They got to get somebody. I agree with you on that one. My second point is, 2 callers ago, that guy made a crazy remark about starting the bullpen at the beginning of the game.
Yes.
Right? Which is it was kind of what I called for. I wasn't going to say that they should do that. That was a little past me. But I was very curious. I keep listening to the radio. People are talking about the playoffs and how there's going to be 3 starters, 3 aces we can count on, which they mean is Wheeler, Suarez, and Sanchez. My question I keep having is, where is Nola? I don't know where he's holding with the injury, but is he supposed to be back sometime soon?
Yeah, I would say in this second half he's going to get ramped up. And they said basically, and I'm
was he down in Florida?
Yeah, he was starting to gear up a little bit, and he's going to be back for this second half.
It's like we're not thinking about him. What's the plan with him?
Well, that's what they just want to see how he's coming along, see where he is, how healthy, what he looks like. I mean, I'm hoping
he's in the rotation.
Yeah, hoping he comes back and he's in the rotation.
Yeah, everyone keeps counting in and out on the playoffs. I mean,
no, I'm an Aaron Nola guy, Michael. I'm a Nola guy. I would think it's Wheeler, some variation of Wheeler, Nola, Ranger, Sanchez, and then you got to figure out Luzardo going to the bullpen. It's some variation of that ish.
Right. So that's what I wanted to say. So that guy had a pretty crazy idea of putting the bullpen in the beginning of the game. Everyone keeps talking about, can Luzardo and somebody go to the bullpen? How about that? Is it possible that you can have do like a dual starter game?
A backpack, kind of what they've done in the past with a 5th starter of Taijuan Walker and Bailey Falter, but use better people?
A bullpen plus game.
Yeah, something like that. Like, can Luzardo start a game for 3-4 innings and have Sanchez come close it down or something?
Well, here's why it would hurt you, Michael, and thank you for the call. If you were to do that, then you can't have Luzardo pitch back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Where if you have Luzardo in the bullpen and you need him for game 1 and game 2 and he only pitches 1 inning in the 8th or the 7th, 8th is, if we're going Luzardo in the 8th, then holy hell, we have problems. But I'm just saying, it's that you need to use him multiple times, and you would only be able to use him once if that's the case where he's pitching 4 innings. Man, we are down bad if this is the type of stuff that we're throwing at the wall. And I'm not blaming anybody for thinking very unorthodox things here, but I think it really does describe how flawed the squad is overall, that we are now driving ourselves insane.
Yeah, and that's where the managers has to deal with this. And then you throw into it the wild card of Alvarado. I mean, me? That crazy idea to start the first 3 innings, I'm like, the guy's not going to – I don't even understand the rule, but not going to be available for the postseason. Mm-hmm. You can use him to save, like, Ranger's arm. Like, you can do that. And without any – I guess you're going to hear from his agent on how I'm going to use him, whatever. But I think he kind of owes it to you. He's put you in a horrible spot.
So burn him out. Burn him out.
Yeah.
Listen, they're probably going to have to do some variation of that in August and all that. Of course, they're going to have to see what they can squeeze out of Alvarado, because why waste your ammo in August? This is where it gets tricky. I'd imagine he's performed well, but could it backfire? And he goes, "You think I'm going to put my?"
Well, he can't.
What do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to actually try out here? Screw you. Go scratch.
No, a guy that's put his team in that spot, whatever you ask.
I would agree, but if you're putting yourself in that position to begin with, then he's probably not thinking straight from the rip.
Yeah.
But you're right. In theory, it's I'll do anything for my teammates since I screwed him over.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it from I'm Jose Alvarado and you think you're just going to use me as a guy who's going to eat up innings and you can abuse me.
Well, what options do you have?
I agree. But these people are wild. They're crazy. All right, let's listen to some audio here. And 215-592-9494. Jim Bowden, and some people say Bowden.
Mm-hmm.
I've done this a billion different times. I'm a Bowdensman. All right, Jim Bowden spoke on the potential bullpen help with Dave Dombrowski. This is what he had to say.
I keep hearing Emmanuel Clase's name, and I think Cleveland's at the point now where they're looking at their lineup. They're 26 in runs scored, 20th in home runs, and they're feeling like, look, we can put Cade Smith closing. Let's move on from Clase. He's got an affordable contract. He's signed. We can do well prospect-wise. So, I think they can move him. And teams like the Phillies and the Mets and the Tigers, they have enough in their farm system to make a deal. I think he more likely goes to Philly or the Mets than the Tigers. I'm not sure they're going to trade him in their own division unless they get overwhelmed.
I'm curious. If they were to get a name in the bullpen, a strong name, and it was one arm, but it was a real good arm,
mm-hmm.
would that make people feel better?
Oh, yeah.
Just if it was one, though, knowing how many problems there is in that pen?
It would make him feel immensely better if it's an arm, a big one. I still would want the bat, but for most people, I think that would push their feelings for the team way positive, to get that one big name arm to come in. Like you thought the Red Sox might have him, but then they turned their season around.
Yeah, I thought
maybe the Orioles, maybe somebody there. But that big name coming in, I think that would change a lot of feelings. And then you just have to see what it plays out like. I mean, it can turn ugly really quickly with relief pitchers. But I think that's what it would. But the real victory there for Dombrowski, when you have a guy of that stature, I mean, he's been around baseball for a while, Bowden, to say, now, can roll back a year even, and to say, somebody say the Phillies have enough in their system to get that. That's where you are. But that's why you did it.
Exactly.
So you have won something there. You have done something positive. Now you're in a position to go and get somebody.
Right. Prospects aren't just about the prospects coming to town and becoming something special. There are times where prospects, it's ammo. It's what you do when you put your team in position. The reason why you spend money on Trey Turner, the reason why you pay Nick Castellanos, the reason why you got Bryce Harper in here is to turn the whole franchise around, to put yourself in positions to win the NL East constantly. And then when you're at the deadline, the things that align is you push forward with your ammo of prospects to get you over the edge. That's the blueprint. That's the plan. It's baseball 101. So what you can't do is sit on your hands all of a sudden when you do a lot of the things to put yourself in this great position. So you got to imagine that. I know it's been a little blah over the last few years, but it seems so inevitably obvious that they got to make some splash and more of an impact than they ever have at the deadline, right? You got to imagine it has to happen.
And look at how the stars align just in terms of the Mets and the Braves. You really do. There is an opportunity here that you can really take advantage of. And especially if it turns into a disaster for the Mets, all the better.
The Braves are nowhere close to the Braves of old. The Mets, I don't even know what the Mets are, but the problem is I don't think it has anything to do with the Mets. I think it's strictly about the Phillies handling their business because they should have enough to beat that lousy team in Queens, especially with the starting pitching. You know what I mean? This starting pitching that we have, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The stupid Mets. I hate the Mets. They're,
Yeah, Mr. Met had a worse day at the concert than the guy from
the Coldplay? I don't think so. I think Coldplay by far. I don't think Mr. Met's going home to Mrs. Met and getting smacked in the face. Not that I condone that. All right, 215-592-9494. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. Coming up next, Elliott Shore Parks is going to join us for a little bit. I won't keep him too long. I know he just did 4 hours with the midday show. I wouldn't want to ask him to do too much. You know what I mean? That would just not be right.
No, he's just home changing his outfit, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we don't want to ask him to sweat on a Friday in July. That would be.
Isn't he on his way to the Hamptons?
Yeah, who knows?
Got the helicopter waiting for him.
Was he at the Coldplay concert? This guy's everywhere. I don't even know. All right, 215-592-9494. That's coming up next. It's Broads and Al Morgani in for the WIP Afternoon Show.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Win a BMW at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $500,000 La Vida in Motion drawing. Play and earn entries now through July for your chance at over $500,000 in prizes, including one of 4 BMWs. Grand prize drawings every Saturday in July. The $500,000 La Vida in Motion drawing. Only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Eagles fans. Merrill Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th. Sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL Films Live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
Get ready, South Jersey. Forest River by Camping World is celebrating their grand opening. All weekend, find incredible deals on a huge selection of products. Plus, meet WIP's Devin Caney Saturday from 11 to 1. That's Forest River by Camping World's grand opening, Route 73 in Berlin.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli
Canacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Canacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Canacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Canacelli is a nice place to do business.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold.
Cheap, cheap. Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. The Pittsburgh Steelers have tried to empower themselves to make a deep run this upcoming NFL season. They've given TJ Watt the money and the contract that he craved. Here's the thing. It's just more desperation. Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, it's not going to add up to the championship that they seek because the AFC is too tough and Rodgers isn't good enough. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey. Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh.
Welcome back. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Broads and Al Morgani in for the afternoon show. We are live at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Whew, the fries just came on the table.
There you go.
Oh,
that's good for you.
Yeah, damn right. I can't wait to devour these. They're the best. The best.
Makes Philly Philly.
That's right. 215-592-9494. It's an on-the-record Friday.
On the record.
On the record. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? So far, we've gotten a lot of, do you want to call it nonsense? Do you want to call it, I don't know the right word or if I can use it on the air, but, I mean, we got people saying we should be putting our bullpen pieces in innings 1 and 2, and then ask Zach Wheeler to go the rest of the way.
You'd think they're in last place.
You would think that. We got Elliott Shore Parks on hold, though, so again, we can't keep him too long. The Elliott Shore Parks call is brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap. All right. Elliott, what's up, dude? What's going on?
Man, if there's any show I'll wait on hold for, it's you and Al. So I'm just happy to listen to you too. But thank you for having me on.
Well, listen, you did 4 hours and decided I'm still going to hang out with the fellas for an extra 10. If that doesn't deserve a raise, I don't know what does.
Yeah, let Rod know.
Yeah, hey, I'll talk to the boss. All right, Elliott, let's start here. It's an on-the-record Friday. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? It's a very simple question, but it's a very, I guess there's a lot of layers to this team, unfortunately. Yeah. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way?
No, I don't. And I think there's plenty of reason not to believe in them. To start, their last few playoff performances. This is not the team that used to be the clutch team that we could trust. We saw them have one of the worst playoff losses of my lifetime when they lost 6 and 7 at home to the Diamondbacks. We saw how the bats came up small against the Mets last year. So the overarching reason would be I don't trust them come playoff time. But outside of that, I think that when you watch this team night in and night out, and I know people say, well, other teams make mistakes too. That's true. But I watch a Phillies team that consistently makes silly mistakes, whether that's outfield mistakes, whether that's base running mistakes, swinging at bad pitches. They do too many things poorly for me to believe that they're going to put together, 6 weeks of baseball that can win the World Series. So, yeah, 2022 was fun, but that's clearly the outlier with this team. And no, I don't believe in them the rest of the way.
So would you have the nerve to move 2 prospects? Do you think it's fixable? Because you seem pretty negative on them. Do you think there is a fix that they can make for this season with what you have in the minors?
So I wouldn't trade any of the top 3 prospects. I think this era of Phillies baseball is coming to an end. And could they make a surprise run? Sure, anything's possible. But when you're making decisions about long-term pieces with the franchise, I think you have to play the odds. And the odds are this team is not going to win the World Series. So for me to trade a piece, I don't think Painter realistically is getting traded. But let's say Aiden Miller or Justin Crawford. Maybe if I get somebody that gives me 1 huge inning or, 2 or 3 huge innings in the postseason, maybe that makes a difference. But with Schwarber a free agent, with Harper on the decline, with Turner on a bad contract, with Realmuto likely gone, I can't give away pieces for the future. So, no, I would not trade any of the prospects because I don't want to go through another 10 years or whatever it was between making the playoffs. And I think those players are the next era of Phillies baseball.
How do you feel about Bryce? You worried about the risk? Do you think it's fixable? Can they be good enough if Bryce Harper is solid, if he is strong, but not the Bryce Harper that we know?
I'm concerned about Bryce. He's definitely suffered a ton of injuries over the past few years. It just seems like it takes him a while to get going when he comes back. And when you're constantly coming back from injuries, you're going to spend a lot of the season not playing your best baseball. So the contract to me is a concern. And yeah, I'm not optimistic about Bryce's future. Joe Giglio said a stat yesterday that blew my mind when you consider how he's viewed. He's going to probably end up, assuming he doesn't get red hot the rest of the year, having 2 of his first 7 seasons with 30-plus home runs, and I think he'll only have played in 1 All-Star game, if I'm not mistaken. So without question, Bedlam at the Bank, one of the best moments of, the past 20 years or whatever in Philly sports. But, man, overall, Bryce has been pretty inconsistent over the past few years. And as he gets older, I don't really anticipate that changing.
So, Elliot, you covered a team that we literally saw the light turn on early in the season with the Eagles. It was like, it looked dim. Do you not think that, let's just use Harper. He has a big game, a big series. Do you not think there is something there that the electricity can be turned on with this team?
Maybe, but I just don't think they're as talented as the Eagles team. Like the 2024 Eagles team I covered, definitely, I mean, you guys all know it, like had their low moments, right? I mean, people wanted Sirianni fired. They played poorly against the Browns. They didn't come out great against the Giants the next week. So and they started 2-2. There were definitely moments where the team wasn't playing well, but I think the difference is we all looked at that team and said they could play better. There is more talent there. With this Phillies team, I'm not really sure that's the case. The starting rotation obviously is elite, and maybe if you put some of those pieces in the bullpen come playoff time, that changes things. But they don't really have any bullpen arms that I really trust. And you can talk yourself into certain guys on certain nights, but for the most part, they don't really have a bullpen piece that you can look at and go, I know that they can get it done come playoff time. And then in the lineup, it's the same thing. There's nights where they put lineups out there, and after the fourth hitter, it just is, nothingness the rest of the way. So I just think that's the main difference. I mean, baseball is unique in the way that you can get hot and it changes things, and this group, to a certain extent, has done that. But the difference with this group, in my opinion, from last year's Eagles is the Eagles were so supremely talented, and I just don't think this team has that level of talent.
This is why I like talking to Elliot instead of Jack Fritz when it comes to baseball, because you just get it. You just understand the game, and you're so knowledgeable. I don't know I don't know the answer that you're going to give me here, but are you a Topper guy? Do you like Topper? Do you think Topper's the right fit for this group? And I'm not calling for his job. I'm just curious. He's a very interesting manager. I like Topper. I think there's flaws, but I like Topper. How do you feel about the manager?
I actually think he's somewhat insignificant. Like, he does have moments where I do think his personality can help with this team because they are a group of guys that, is certainly not calm, right? And Topper is very calm. But I do think he's also made some critical mistakes in the postseason that has hurt them. So the record speaks for itself, and he's been pretty good. I don't think he swings the pendulum one way or the other, which is maybe not the take you were looking for. But I think it mostly comes down to the hitters are who they are. I don't expect him to be able to get a bunch of guys in their 30s to change how their approach at the plate. And I don't think Dombrowski has really given him a lot to work with in the bullpen. So he's done a decent enough job, but I also don't think he's a special manager that has made them way better than they would be otherwise.
Well, I think he's done a pretty good job, but he is limited in what he has to deal with. But they need, when you look at any team, football, baseball, whatever, there is leadership in a dugout in a clubhouse that comes through, and frankly, I think that's the strength with the Eagles. Their quarterback is their core. But with the Phillies, there are guys there. Like I think you're minimizing. I think you're minimizing the effect that some of those guys can have to turn things around with this team. I'm telling you, if Harper has a big weekend, it changes the entire dynamic of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you could be correct. Now, I don't view Harper as a big leader. I think you're right that he can lead from the plate, and he can be someone that if he has, I think maybe more than one game, but if he has a hot week, right, it really gets things going. But I think, to your point, the difference between these two teams might be the leadership. Like Jalen, I think you can point to a few guys on that Eagles team. Lane Johnson, Jason Kelsey in past years. I know he wasn't there last year. But Jalen, these guys, I think they're leaders. I think when I look at the Phillies, I only really see one leader, and that's Kyle Schwarber. I don't know if guys like Trey Turner and Nick Castellanos, are they really true positives in the locker room? They can be when things are going well. Like we've all seen the celebrations after they win playoff series. But it doesn't feel like when things are going poorly, this team is great at pulling themselves out of it. And I think that could be, because of the lack of leadership, but also to bring it back to Topper, he is not somebody that looks like a rally the troops kind of guy with his emotion. It seems like he mostly lets guys work through it, which there's a positive part to that, but I think there can be a negative as well. So I just see better leadership on the Eagles than I do the Phillies.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you on the Bryce thing. He's one of the guys where he just does it by his play, but I don't know if
he's had
the
bad
locker
body language. He's had bad body language all year. Like he has seemed pretty miserable all year to me.
I think he's defeated, Elliot, because he knows that he's hurting. Like, I think he's trying to battle through this and look like, the hero and play through it and be this awesome player. But I think he's realizing real quick that it's not going to work the way that he wants to push through this pain.
And it's not, I know comparing him to Joel is not something that people will like. And I think Joel is further down the road of his career coming to an end. But I think there are similarities where when you see a great player who can't be himself because of his injuries, that is a very hard thing to deal with. And Bryce has now been dealing with injuries for a while. So with Joel, you see that bad body language, and I think you're starting to see it with Bryce.
I can't use those two names together.
Al.
I just can't.
Elliot, I just gave you praise about being a baseballsman, and this one hurts.
What's the difference? Like, Bryce does have Bedlam at the bank. Obviously, that's a big part of it. But outside of that, Joel has an MVP. I mean, Joel makes the playoffs, and they're both guys that ultimately now are dealing with injuries all the time and are probably not the player they used to be.
Well, a big difference is when you have a huge building filled with people rooting for him to get through it. I think people are dismissing how energetic this Phillies, this whole building can be, this whole franchise can be. I mean, this place is packed still every night, and I know there's a lot of criticism from people like us that look deeper into the team, but I think when you look at the Sixers, people expect failure. I don't think that's the situation with the Phillies or with Harper. I think that place is, every time he comes to the plate, thinks he's going to hit a home run still.
So
that's a big difference.
I would agree to an extent, but I think that's changing. Like when the Sixers first started making the playoffs, now I know it was coming off the process. There's always that group of people. But for the most part, people were encouraged by the Sixers on the way up. But we're comparing two teams at kind of different phases. But also, this idea that Citizens Bank Park is some fortress isn't really true. I mean, haven't they lost, is it four of the last 5 there in the playoffs or something like that? And I think the flip side of it is, while you're right, when that place is going well and people are hitting home runs, it can completely swallow up the other team. But we also saw when this lineup does what it does, which is go cold, go 4 innings without a hit, whatever, it gets extremely, extremely tense there. So I think that in 2022, that's what the ballpark was. But after 2 years of failure, I think the ballpark they're going to walk into in the postseason is going to be much more tense than it has been in past years.
He's probably right with that, unfortunately. I guess we'll end on that note because, God forbid, we'd say something else and it turns into Bobby Clark is
Man, I had a bone
Tobias
to pick
Harris.
with you, Brody, too.
What'd I
had
do?
a bone to pick. Yeah, so
What'd I do?
So, look, me and you, I would say, are on similar pages with the Sixers. We're both still somewhat defending Joel.
Yes.
But yesterday, when you compared the Sixers losing to the Celtics, when they absolutely quit in Game 7, to the Sixers losing to the Lakers in 0-1, I just think those are completely different things. I do agree with you to an extent that sometimes if a team loses, we're just like, oh, they didn't try or whatever. Like, you can't always say that. But that team against the Celtics absolutely quit in Boston on that day. And
I brought up Game 6. I brought up Game 6.
Well, I think down the stretch, Joel didn't go get the ball.
We didn't go get the ball. We had wide open looks, Elliot. You create plays for wide open looks for DeAnthony Melton, who's going 0 for 6 from the field on open looks. You got to be able to make your shots.
Yeah, Melton shouldn't be shooting the ball.
Well, that's a Doc Rivers problem.
No, that's not a Doc Rivers problem. That's a Joel problem. They're not running the Doc Rivers offense. Joel's supposed to go get the ball. He's the most
You're getting wide open looks in the NBA playoffs. Wide open looks. That's the job.
But it's Melton. You want
he's one of the guys that's playing almost 30 minutes a night in the playoffs because that's your roster.
Right, but Joel's the one that should go get the ball. So I think the difference is Joel goes through stretches where it looks like he checks out. I don't think the 0-1 Sixers ever checked out. They didn't win, but I don't think they checked out.
No, I've never been wrong about basketball in my life, Elliot.
Well, it sounds like you're not now either, so I guess
that's right.
Yeah.
Elliot, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Sounds good. Talk to you
guys. So my point was, Al, with that whole thing is people were saying that the Joel Embiid is a quitter and he quits. And I say, does losing basketball games automatically equal to you quit, or can you lose a game and not quit? And then we kind of got into,
you can lose a game and not quit,
I think people
but you
always
can't
assume that you losing equals you quits
No.
every time.
But
it's unfair.
The problem, you get that reputation because it looks like you quit walking in. That's why people will feel that way.
And here's my stance on Embiid, too. And we can open that up. We'll continue getting to the calls. 215-592.
I'm reading a big story about him. I started yesterday. and
2 days ago.
I'm almost halfway through yet.
My thing is, I just feel that people got so personal with Embiid, and it got so extreme to, like, the dehumanizing him. I think that it's gotten so crazy with him, the person, and it's not even basketball anymore, that it makes me sound like I'm the biggest lover in the world, even though I criticize a lot of his game now. Do you know what I mean? Is that fair, though? Like, I do think that it's
think
gotten so extreme that he's a bad person.
I was on with Joe Giglio, and I said that he's one of the rare. He's an odd athlete because if you hired two directors to do a Netflix documentary on him, one positive, one negative, you could do each one and convince people each way. What I find really curious is the difference between the fan base and people that cover the teams or whatever. I don't know how people will defend Embiid to the nth and then criticize Hurts. I don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around that. Like, there will be people that are going to argue he's had much bigger impact than I'm like, they're not even on the same planet on what Hurts has done to come in. And then they'll say, well, Embiid's have been injured and this and that. And I'm like, no, the one guy's, to use a basic term, one guy's a winner and the other isn't.
The one guy struggled to win on the floor. There's no doubt about it. I am willing to part ways as an Embiid fan. I'd say I'm an Embiid fan, but I think it ran its course. It's unfortunate. It didn't work. He's a very skilled player. He can't stay healthy. There's some other things with leadership, and it's just not going to work out. So I would be willing, if you can somehow, and I get it, it's almost impossible with the money, go in a new direction. I'm totally open to it. I just think I end up standing up for the guy because I do feel that some of the criticism is
personal.
Yes, I do.
It
reaches a level of like, dude, that's like, you're disrespectful now. We can break down his not getting on the low block, operating from the free throw line, all the basketball stuff for sure. But I think people like abuse the Embiid thing to a weird level.
Well, because so much is expected, and it's some of the other stuff. It's when you have stories about Maxey telling him he's got to be there.
I mean,
that's
it's
pretty
bad.
basic.
It's
I mean,
bad.
you just can't defend that.
Agree.
Going to the Olympics, insane.
Based off of the injury stuff and where he was with his meniscus, the timeline's weird. I heard Jay Wright, I forget whose show it was on. It was on these airwaves, though, and he talked about the grind of Team USA basketball and how much goes into it, and it just put it in perspective of what he was going through physically after that Knicks series, and then to go after the Olympics. I don't know how he did it, unless it's this simple of an answer. There is no fixing the knee. And this is what the knee is.
Yeah.
And if it can't get any worse, then I don't blame him for playing if it can't get any worse. It's just hard to imagine it can't get worse considering how bad it is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, let's check in on our Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selections of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? That's the question for the On the Record Friday. Yes is sitting at 59%, no at 41%. So it's starting to come down a little bit, and now we're starting to get into the potentially getting closer to 50-50. I'm saying no. Al Morgani is saying yes. Still believing in the Phillies the rest of the way. I want to. Full disclosure, I want to. I just can't hide the fact that they make me so angry. Elliot brought it up. They're not a smart baseball team.
Well, that's good.
So
at least you're angry. The Sixers, are you angry or are you checked out?
Well, that was a show that I did 2 days ago. Is I've been stuck in apathy for so
there
long
you go.
that I need to. But I can't let that happen because I need to force Joshua Harris and Maury to do something.
Well, that tells you that the Phillies are in a pretty good spot. That you're angry.
I am angry. I'm angry. All right, to the phones. Let's go to Bill in Glassboro. What's happening, Bill?
Hey, Broads and Al, two of my favorite people.
Wow, thank you.
heck of a combination today. You got 1,000-watt hair standing on his head Bros, and you got 10-watt mellow as maple syrup Al there.
That's true. Yep.
It's a good combo.
You balance each other, that's for sure. Hey,
I agree.
That first caller you had this afternoon, he was only halfway there. In addition to starting the relievers for the first 3 innings, I think we should be batting Rojas, Kepler, and Stott 1, 2, 3 just to get them the heck out of the way in the lineup.
Oh, my gosh. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, there's some crazy ideas with baseball.
Ain't that the truth? I'll tell you, I know that CFO today, or the CEO today at that company, he went home last night and he said, "Hun, we just got done a corporate bonding exercise. I had to catch my fellow employees. She had to trust me, and they caught me on camera right when I dropped my cell phone. I had to pick it up."
Oh, I don't even know. I mean, I would hope that he just unplugged the house.
What else do you say? I mean,
I would pay to see the first time him and his wife saw each other. I would pay. I would pay to sit in that room. Thousands of dollars.
I'll tell you, to be a fly on the wall, right?
Well, unfortunately, it's probably, she'll probably video it and send it out. I mean,
TMZ?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
TMZ will be there.
Hey, Bill, do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? Where do you stand with the current squad on the on-the-record Friday?
I want to believe, but I'm having a real tough time. They're just so up and down. I watch every game as much as I can, unless I've got a family event or something. But, man, you get excited when they'll reel off, 8 of 10 or 9 of 10. But just as soon as they catch that lightning in a bottle, here you go. We're losing 5 or 6 in a row, and we're scoring, 2 runs in 5 games. It's how do you keep consistently up for a team like that? It's tough.
Well,
it's the inconsistent offense. And, Bill, thank you. The inconsistent offense is just draining me. Some days they look fantastic, and there's power, and Schwarber hits a bomb, and Bryce gets 4 hits in a game.
Well, that's what you need.
Way. But then 3 days straight, they're getting shut out, and they got 1 hit through 7. What are we doing?
You can't have that. It's you can do the opposite. Some very good teams, some very powerful offensive teams can lose like the Yankees when they're good. They will lose games 17-1, but then they'll win the next 3. You can get hammered, but the Phillies do it the other way. They win the one game 13-0 and then lose the 3-1. And that's the problem. That's why when people say get a pitcher, get an arm, I'm like, get a bat. Get a bat to get out of this thing.
Here's the truth, though, Al. They need both.
Oh, they do need both.
They do. Because of Dave Dombrowski's poor winter, he set himself up where there's just so many holes to fill at the deadline, and it's nearly impossible to do everything that's really needed because he didn't do enough in the winter.
And it's driving me crazy that, get Crawford. I cannot understand the so-called risk with him.
Here's my thought, Al.
He hits from the wrong side of the plate? Is that it?
I guess my thinking is, and it may not be fair because he is having success, but they may look at the way he's hitting, and he's not someone who has any sort of lift with the ball, and a lot of the ball is a ground ball rate and all this. They may just think he's not even close to being ready enough. Because if he was, to your point, isn't it a no-brainer that he's here playing because Rojas and Marsh weren't living up to that? So then there's got to be, unless they're that wrong miscalculating his ability to jump from AAA to the majors.
Yeah, they're afraid they're going to have Scotty Jetpack.
Scotty Jetpack was Scotty Jetpack because that's who he was, and he wasn't that good more than anything else, probably.
Unless maybe they rushed him. Maybe they're thinking that way. But I don't see the risk if he does. He's set back. How is it hurting him? I don't understand. Is he going to get that much more out of the AAA? I suppose if he's going to learn to hit better.
But that hasn't changed. The way he's been hitting has been exactly. It's been the same. So it's not as if he's improving in those areas. From my knowledge, I'm not going to act like I watch Iron Pigs games on a day-to-day basis. But yeah, I can only assume that they just don't think it's going to translate. But if that's the case, then trade his ass.
Yeah,
trade him, because if he's not worthy enough here, then go get someone who can be and use him as trade bait. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we will continue rocking your calls. And Jason Stark just had a nice little tidbit on what Dave Dombrowski may do. It was published about an hour ago. Wait till you hear this. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Fantasy football draft time is almost here. Book your parties at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion, Philadelphia Eagles. It's Broads, it's Al Morgani, in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The NTSB has released a report on the New Jersey skydiving plane crash that injured 15. Former Philadelphia police officer Mark Dial is granted immediate parole in the 2023 shooting death of Eddie Irizarry. New Jersey police are reminding drivers not to engage in aggressive driving and instead call pound 77.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Now save up to 60% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out the Mattress Warehouse floor model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery, 0% interest financing, and their signature 1-year lowest price guarantee. Don't wait. These Black Friday deals in July end real soon. Do what I did. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. If
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall. Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Broads and Al Morgani kicking it.
Yep, old school, new school.
That's right. Fly guys, puck it up, baby. How do you feel about the whole puck it up wave we got going on the airwaves?
Anything's good. Bring energy, bring eyeballs to the team.
That's right.
Their schedule came out, and people are complaining. They had to play Florida twice. I'm like, how great is this? October, 9 home games. Last year, they were invisible. They just got Michkov, and they went out west.
I hate
it was
that.
awful.
Oh, I like 10 o'clock starts because I'm a sicko, but not to start the year off in Edmonton.
It's horrible.
What are we
Go
doing?
Way out west.
Back-to-back against Calgary. It's like I'm trying to watch some puck.
This is great. You're at home. The Penguins going to be here in October. I think it's great to start the season. A lot of home games come in, and hey, go right. Sometimes those Stanley Cup teams, they don't start the season out that great.
So what are you saying? We have a chance?
You got a chance to have a fun team, especially with Zegras.
Oh, I thought you meant Stanley Cup.
No,
come on, Al. I think I heard you say. Did Al Morgani just say they're winning the Cup?
You got a young family, brand new daughter.
Yep.
I wouldn't be gambling the mortgage money.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll tell my wife you said that. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. 215-592-9494. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? It's been all over the place. A little bit, some yeses, some nos. I guess that's the point of this. And we'll figure it out from you. 215-592-9494. Before we get back to the phones, Jason Stark, Foul Territory, just spoke a little bit ago and gave some insight on Dave Dombrowski. This is what he had to say about the deadline.
I do have to ask you about the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski is like, he is waiting with his hand on the button to trade for somebody. How big of a move or moves is Dave Dombrowski looking to make right now, all the way up until a trade deadline?
Yeah, Eric, I think
he has this sense about his team that with the right move or moves, they can win the World Series, that everybody else is beatable, their team too, but they have that team that nobody wants to play because of their pitching, right? And I ran into a guy in Atlanta who has talked to Dave, and he said he thinks Dave is geared up to do something huge. He's got his prospect chips ready to go. And look, his ideal trade is not going to happen. His ideal trade is the Twins for Byron Buxton and Johan Duran. That's not going to happen. The Twins aren't going to do that. But that's what I think Dave would do in an ideal world. Give up a ton of prospects for a big bat, a huge arm, and two guys he can control beyond this year.
Can't lie to you, Al. I hear that, and I understand that maybe they want to go the Minnesota route, but he implied that even if they can't do the Minnesota thing, there is still something that might go down that is huge. That gets me a little excited that maybe something's going to happen now.
But that's where we started the show.
Yeah, that's right.
I said Dombrowski, his reputation with National, because of what he's done previously, is like, but haven't I heard the last few summers, oh, yeah, he does something big all the time. I hope this is the year he reverts to it, but if you're in Philly, those are hollow words, because we've been here. I remember last year. Do it then. It's like he's at a prove-it-to-me space right now.
I understand.
Like, prove it to me. You've got the chips, as Jason said. You've got those pieces there. You know you've got a chance here. You've got a pitching staff that keeps you in. It's like you now have an educated fan base that complained about the nothing in the minors, nothing in the system. Now there's people in the system, one of the top-rated systems comparatively to what they had.
Sure.
Put all the chips in. We are willing. And, you're going to say, oh, you're going to complain afterwards. No. Let's get this thing done now. You're sitting there, and the national media in Philly, in Philadelphia, we have a really intelligent base in every sport. Whenever somebody hires somebody, say they're going to pay the price in Philly, we know beforehand, like, this is not going to work, this is not going to work, this is not going to work. They want this front office to make that bold move. I'm waiting for it too. I just think that we've become. I think that most fans think that they're going to, I'll use the term, wimp out on this coming into the trade deadline.
The track record of Dave Dombrowski here does scream exactly what you just laid out. It's a wimp out. But something that we've been discussing, not just today, but for weeks here on this station, isn't it so obvious this time around?
Yes.
Like, in previous years, you could make the argument last year with the way the bullpen was pitching. You had multiple all-stars in Strahm and Hoffman. So you can add in Estevez. That was okay. You could sell me certain moves that they made.
I'm
not
going to
all
take
of
him
them.
again.
I know. But I'm saying this year, it's so blah and bleak in so many areas that you have to make the big spot. You have to. There's just no other option. I think they are finally there where there really is no other way they can go except for that one, right? And now if they miss that, then I'm like, I'm out on Dave. I'm out on Dave. They missed this opportunity. They're out. I'm done.
This is it for him, for the fans anyway here. It's a prove-it moment for him to get something done here, unless they do minimal and go out and have great success, which most people don't expect, I guess. But I want fireworks at that trade deadline. I just think that they're set up for it. That they've done this. They have a wallet that can buy their way out if they have a mess. If it doesn't work out, they're going to be okay, no matter what happens here with this pitching staff. I'm assuming Nola comes back relatively healthy, and he can also go into this trade deadline. Even if it say, well, you're giving up too much. Well, I was put in that position by a guy that used an illegal substance.
Sure.
So
yeah, I have to. You're right. We had
to
zig a little bit because of things that went down. Yeah, absolutely. I had to do an overpay. I had to put a prospect on the table that didn't necessarily want to, because this is the price you pay when someone takes substances.
Right. I lost a starting pitcher to an injury, and I lost the guy out of the bullpen due to an illegal substance, yeah, we had to pay the price.
It's remarkable that we talk about the starting rotation the way that we do without even Aaron Nola. Now, some are thinking Aaron Nola is a bum, but he's not. To have this overpowering starting rotation without Nola even being a part of it is crazy.
Yeah.
So when he returns, it makes it even more interesting for moving around some pieces. The one issue, and we're going to get to the phones in a sec here, is I thought I could pencil in Andrew Painter to come out of the pen and be a piece for you in the playoffs. I don't know if I feel good about the way he's been pitching.
Well, that's my worry with these, quote, prospects, including Crawford, who I see no – you mentioned why maybe he's not here, so it's not a good sign. And Painter's taking a little more time than we anticipated coming back. So I'm like, okay, let's move on.
He's getting beat up. He's getting beat up at times. 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 6 innings, 4 earned runs, home runs. You think Aaron Nola's given up some bombs. Painter's been getting shelled a bit out there. I needed dominance. I was told this guy's a can't-miss guy. Anyway, Joe in the Northeast, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Hunter, Al, how you doing?
Great, Joe.
Okay, Al, you were saying about, I guess you were referring to relief pitchers, about, gotta have been in that moment before. And you used to have Mitch Williams on your show, Al, and he always said that to be a closer, you have to have the mentality to get that 27th out. And when you have this manager, and he should have been replaced, this guy, when he has the arms, he doesn't know how to use the bullpen. He still keeps talking about pitching the pockets, so that when their 1, 2, and 3 hitter comes in 8th inning, he's going to bring his closer in to face him there. What's that telling your 7th inning guy and your 8th inning guy? Oh, you guys can't get out the 1, 2, and 3. You can't get out the 4, 5, and 6. You got teams that win. When we got beaten by the Astros and we got beaten by the Diamondbacks, they had a set 7, 8, and 9 guy. Right now we don't have that this year. And Hunter, you said about we bring in Luzardo to the bullpen. Yeah, but you can't do that in October. You have to start using him that way in September. So whether they have enough lead that they can do that, and then I seen Painter's start every start except the last one. Okay, and he's not throwing 100 miles an hour. He's throwing 95, 97, and he's leaving his fastball up. And I missed his last game. It was a rain-shortened game. And apparently the Mets catcher, they were playing the Mets farm team, Alvarez. He hit a home run and a double off him in that game. And Alvarez, he's down there in the minor leagues because he's a wild swinger and he has to work on his catching. So, he's given up. Nick Abel is way far developed in him, and they rushed Abel up the second time. He had only pitched 1 game of 7 innings in his whole minor league career. 1 game, and they brought him back up. He needed more work down in the minor leagues. Or if you're not going to use him as a starter in September, Abel, then get him adjusted to the bullpen. Put him down in the AAA. Let him work out of the pen. You just can't change a starter to a bullpen guy. It's a different way of getting ready. You have plenty of time before the game starts if you're a starter. Much different if you're a reliever, and that's what they have to do. If they don't get a bat, and if they don't get the bullpen, the Mets are going to take.
Well, Joe, they're going to get. And so, thank you for the call. They're going to get.
You would hope so.
They have. They have to.
Yeah.
There's. I can't even speak. It's so outrageous to think that they're not. They have to.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt about it. It's a must.
Yeah, and they must overpay.
Well, if they want to get the best guys, then probably.
Because they're in a spot now where if you're a team that's buying or selling and getting prospects, you have the Phillies in a spot where I'm going to get more than I normally would because because of what you just said. They have to. So he has to go into this trade deadline realizing not fleeced, but we have to overpay. because that's what it's going to take.
If it results in a championship, no one's going to care that you gave up somebody at the deadline if it resulted in winning
even
the
if
trophy.
it doesn't end up in the championship, you're going to have to overpay just to go into the playoffs thinking you have that chance. You're in that spot. It happens to a lot of teams when they get prospects that are regarded. Sometimes it roadblocks a deal because I want Crawford. It's simple as that.
I fight Joe a lot, though, on some of his philosophies with the Phillies. I don't think it's wrong to ask Mick Abel to do what he did when he got called up and all. He's 23 years old.
Yeah.
I think Mick Abel showed a lot of good signs prior to him having to go down. And listen, you can either do it or you can't. You can either pitch or you can't. And there are plenty of examples of teams that ask a starter to go into the bullpen and we need you here, go do it. There's guys like Wheeler who once would, now it's late in the postseason. It could be Game 6, Game 7, close out. But here's Wheeler coming out to help close out a game. Like, you either got it or you don't. And there's only one way to figure out if you do or not.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck. You know it. You're coming in. This is. At some point, your contract, your salary, it doesn't matter. That's when the calendar turns, and it's just about winning. That's it.
Do they have enough to do it? That is the great question. Let's go to Keith in Indianapolis. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Keith?
Oh, good. Well, since Al and Broads are on the air, I got to talk some hockey.
We're pucking it up.
Might as well puck it up.
Puck it up.
Puck it up. Hey, obviously goaltending is going to be the talk going into the season, but I'm watching the games and I do try to watch most of the games like the Phillies and everybody else here in the Midwest. But goal scoring, the guys that can finish, I'm really focusing on that. Do you need, in order to have a chance to get in the playoffs, what do you need from Forrester and Tippett?
Well,
Because
I was just going to bring up Tippett. This Forster thing, though, scares me.
Forster, I think, is going to be. You're going to be pleasantly. I don't.
I'm a big fan of his game. I'm worried about the injury.
I think he's. I don't. That injury. I think if it was going to be the worst end of it, you'd start to hear already about stuff.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, there's the. Everybody looks at the worst case scenario. I'm hoping for the best, obviously, but that's not a hole they can fill. When people say, well, you can. No. You bring in a rookie. No, Forster, by the end of last season, I think was their smartest forward, just in terms of where to go, how to play. I think he did all that stuff the best. That is not something that's, can say, okay, we'll bring in a kid and give him a shot. Yeah, you give him a shot, but no, you're not going to make it. That's a huge
loss.
That's a huge issue, which is why I'm hoping that injury is on the lesser end.
He played so good for Team Canada, too. He played really well with Team Canada.
He's a very, very smart player.
Keith, to answer your question, I don't know how we're going to figure out a way to do it because it might be impossible. But I don't know about Tippett. When he gets going with that size, it's pretty remarkable because he is fast, but he's just so inconsistent.
Well, Tippett's, I guess in the NBA, would be called a guy that creates his own shot, which is good and bad. Because you have to learn to, and when you get in tighter situations, you're not going to get that chance all the time. He scores electric goals. He's got great speed. He comes in with, just pushes, just bulls his way through people with his speed, uses his speed to back people off. But he has to be more consistent. He's been a frustrating player to me because I still don't know that he realizes how good he can be with the skill set that he has and the boots that he has to go in and be able to make plays like that. But he has to be able to do it, get in position to make that play, receiving a pass, and not just everything coming off that rush that side.
Right. Keith, what else you got on the fly, guys?
Well, no, just let's go in with the Forster because he's been progressing up, like 20 goals to 25. You want to see 30 plus out of him, hopefully, health wise. But with Tippett, it's been going the other way. He went from 28, 27, and 20. And it looks like Tippett, for me, watching the game, he was snake bit almost all year, hitting the post, hitting the crossbar, goalie making a save, shooting the puck wide, just going point-blank opportunity.
Yeah, well, shooting the puck wide is not snake bit.
No, that's part of his problem. But you're right. He does he is one of those guys where there's a 4 or 5 game window and he hits 6 crossbars and he puts his head up to the ceiling wondering what he's doing wrong, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But I'm excited for it. And then, going to the Phillies, I'm all in. I mean, it's the starting pitching. And if you have to give up, out of the 3 top prospects, give up 1 of the 3 or 2 of the 3, hey, let's go do it. If you can get it back, and then get a reliable another arm in there. That's how I'm with it. So,
all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate the call. 215-592-9494 if you do want to get in. All right, so it took about 2 hours to get our first Puck It Up call, though they've been lining up. Al, here's where I stand with the Fly guys. I think, and this is big picture, I think Briere and Jones here are very competent hockey minds, and we are coming from, in my personal opinion, not competent hockey mind in Chuck Fletcher. So
Yeah.
I'm very thrilled that we are moving in the right place. I like Porter Martone. I'm very intrigued. I probably would have went Higgins there just because he's a center, and I value that more than wing. But I think Porter Martone is the blue-chip prospect to be super pumped about, and I think he's like as close as ready to go as it can be as a prospect getting drafted 6th, body-wise at least. I mean, he's a hell of a power forward wing here that I'm pumped for. I don't like the Nesbitt thing. So, my point is I like a lot of what Briere has done. The Zegras trade was awesome. And then, I don't like – here's how I don't like it. You had so much ammo, right? It was all about how much compensation you had with these picks and what you can do. And I was really hoping to walk away with a potential 1C or 1D, and I don't think I got that in any of the assets that they acquired in Nesbitt or Martone, and that was such a hole to fill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the center dropped further than people would think.
With Higgins, you're saying?
But the worst-case scenario is he could be a franchise player.
I know.
You might have been in a spot where you could have said, we're going to risk this, despite the downsides with his size that he could have.
He's 5'11". He's not 5'8".
Yeah, but
what, you think he's 5'10", 5'9"?
Yeah,
One of those?
One
of those?
But the way the league is going, he could be. You could look back at this. Your nightmare is we could have had McCarr, we could have had this kid. There's your nightmare. But I think that they said, we'll plug this kid in here. We bring in Zegras, who's got some skill. We'll go that way. And I do think if you just wind ahead a little bit with the money coming off the books after next year, you may be able to go out and get what you're looking for there. And then you'll have these kids that big wing, the size coming up. I don't like following the leader in terms of what you need. Like everybody said, Florida, look at Florida. Things change in the NHL. Who knows what will happen afterwards?
Yes.
But you got to address your defense and your goaltending situation. It got, quote, better. I agree. It got better. It wasn't, they're better off because last year it was unacceptable. But you couldn't go get that. If you're not going to have Hart come back, you didn't go get that.
You can't
veteran.
have Urson be your 1A again. You just can't.
That's what you're probably looking at.
I know.
And that's we'll see what happens with him. But I think a lot of people, I thought maybe they're going to go out and get a veteran goaltender to be a bridge kind of a guy, whatever. But you look at the money that those guys got, and they're not that good.
Allen stayed in New Jersey for 5 years.
It's crazy.
Long contract.
Yeah, it's like
so the way I guess to summarize a little bit is, if I had to give a number 1 to 10, with the Zegras thing and Porter Martone excitement and things of that nature, and Mitchkov coming into year 2, I'd say my excitement level is like 8 out of 10. And I thought if they drafted Higgins or did something a little bit different, I could be at a 9 or a 10. I'm being greedy, essentially. I'm thrilled that I'm an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
But I thought I could have walked away from this offseason being 9 or 9.5 out of 10 if there was just a little meat left on the bones. Is that a fair assessment, maybe? But it's all trending. It's trending way better than anything that we've had.
The fact that you probably have a team not going to the playoffs and you're 8 out of 10 is a pretty good,
I know.
a pretty good sign.
Well, it's Mitchkov year 2 coming in with that checklist of things I got to do, Danny.
Well, the thing with Mitchkov, on a Monday, he's saying, I'm not going to be his show off anymore with them. Try the Michigans. The next night, he scores a Michigan.
Yeah, what's he playing in right now? Some
Something
league in
over
Russia.
The K,
yeah. He's playing in a league in Russia, doing Michigan goals behind the net. Well, we'll save all those those bingos for when we're here, please. 215-592-9494. We roll into the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we will continue taking your calls. And the All-Star Game in Philadelphia next year, there are some details that were announced over the last few hours. We will give that to you. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Fantasy football draft time is almost here. Book your party at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. It's Broads, it's Al Morgani in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
as we approach baseball's trade deadline. Will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on BetMGM. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speeding isn't just dangerous, it's deadly. The faster you drive, the less time you have to react, and the greater the impact of a crash. Slow down, stay alert, and protect lives. Drive safely, New Jersey.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Today, we celebrate a true legend. All of us at Odyssey Philadelphia want to wish a very happy birthday to our friend and partner from AVC Media Group, Dave Travato. Happy birthday, Dave.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So Damian Lillard, after forcing his way out of Portland several years ago, is back. He's not the player that he was. He's injured, and the Trailblazers, young, exciting, maybe dangerous, have moved on. It's still a beautiful reunion. A reminder the place that you love is a place you can go back to. A reminder that some athletes put home, eventually, above everything else. Way to go, Dame. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hop off a 16 passenger. This is G5. No, this not a challenger.
4 o'clock. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Broads and Al Morgani kicking it with you. At Chickies and Pete's in for the afternoon show. What's up, Al? What are you thinking over there?
I'm thinking that this has been a good week of afternoon radio.
I would agree with you. Some would say the best ever, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
I mean, I'm picturing Spike at home with the dog.
Yup.
Just going crazy that he couldn't be on during the whole Embiid thing.
Yeah, I'm
he's
sure.
home reading it again right now.
Well, he's not finished yet. He's still reading. He started on Monday.
It's
going to take 6 days.
It's a hell of a week. I mean, I like that show, but there's the quirkiness. I mean, they could probably use a fix or two, you know?
Broads and Al. Al and Broads. We got to come up with a creative name. Puck it up. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Well, we'll do some deep basketball talk.
We can do deep basketball talk. I'm a basketballist, man. Everyone doubts me. You want to talk about half-court sets? I'm here all day.
I can't. Well, you're not me.
All right. Well, let's check in on our Twitter poll, shall we? We can talk some Phils. I know we can do that. It's brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Mm-hmm. It's an on-the-record Friday. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? We stay at 59% of the voters saying yes, 41% saying no. And I guess that's kind of the vibe I've been getting throughout the show, right? So we got a text, by the way. We're going to get back to the phones here in a moment. 215-592-9494. Our very own Joe Giglio, about 40 minutes ago. I wasn't paying attention to my phone.
I worked with Joe Tuesday, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you made a claim, I believe, if I remember correctly, that the Flyers are going to win the Cup. And Joe Giglio took a screenshot of his bet slip where he put $20 down to win $1,600 on the Fly Guys being the 2025-26 Stanley Cup winner. Your thoughts?
He's got to get the wax out of his ears.
I'm pretty sure you said something very similar to that.
You asked me, and I said, no, I think you get a little. I told you, don't bet the. You just had a kid. I told you, please don't bet your mortgage money.
saying you might want to go back to the tape. Go back to the tape.
Yeah, go back to the tape. Oh, Joe. It would be a shock. We'll see what happens.
I've seen crazier things.
I am curious next week. This story is so scary.
Which one?
The whole Carter Hart story.
Uh-huh.
On next, I think a week
It's
from
the
today,
21st or 24th.
I think.
Okay, well, in the 20s.
The judge is going to rule on this, and those players might be eligible. The NHL still has to rule on it afterwards. I'm really curious where that goes after that, not just Carter Hart, but all of those players, where it goes. That's an ugly story.
Do you think that, and we don't know, we can't get into the mind of Carter Hart, but if things become available where he can play in the NHL again, do you think he'd look at the Flyers as sort of a screw you kind of thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would too. I'd imagine so.
I think all of those guys, whatever happens, it's an ugly case, and we'll see what happens. I mean, the judge has heard everything, plus all the stuff that we haven't heard. It's that case is made for a documentary series. 2 juries were thrown out.
I know.
2 juries were thrown out.
But it seemed like that was methodical by one of the lawyers to do that on purpose.
Well, one of the jurors said that they were upset that one of the lawyers was looking at him and made him scared or something. What the hell? It's a wild thing. But
Carter Hart screams Edmonton to me if he could play again.
I will say that if having been up in Canada while some of this has been going on, it's covered like the OJ trial up there. I think given their druthers, any of those players that would be allowed to play would prefer to play in the States.
Oh, okay.
Where there hasn't really been even in a market like this, not much coverage of it.
Sure. I mean, Hockey Canada itself is always under fire in general over there. So
some of the testimony stuff was really disgusting.
It was.
On what happened.
It was.
So we'll see what happens.
All right, let's go to Mark in Mount Laurel. What's happening, Mark?
Let's go Flyers.
Let's go Flyers, baby.
How you doing, Al? Haven't spoke to you since the Angelo days.
No, it's been a while. Yeah, but I like not getting up in the morning, so it's pretty cool. I can walk out to a hockey game and relax.
Glad to see you're still on board. Hey, staying with hockey, and believe me, you're talking to a diehard here, guys. But it's very important for this Flyers team to get better, only because of the fact that you're losing a fan base. I mean, guys like my son who are in their 20s, his friends who are in their 20s, they've never even seen a winning hockey team.
You want to see playoff hockey. That's a big difference. Even you look at the Phillies. Do you know what it meant just to get to when you get to the playoffs? It just generates so much.
The
with
Barnes
the fan
rocking, it's overtime, a game winner by Mitch Koff. The place goes nuts. You kidding me?
And you look at the Phils, the whole revival of everything. Get to the playoffs.
And you know what? People are calling up WIP and they're talking about hockey. I miss that.
I mean, that's what the new regime of Briere and Jonesy and Mitch Koff coming here and Rick Tocchet now here and just getting away from the Chuck Fletcher nonsense and all that. There is a fresh conversation having. Now, it's not perfect by any means, but Zegras coming in, and it's trending in the right direction to your point, Mark, of there's people who don't even know what winning culture of hockey is in town, and we are progressing back towards it. There may be bumps along the way, and we'll debate that and talk about it, but I do think it's closer than we've ever been, and we do need to at least understand that.
And Broads, like I said, for people like myself at 71 years old, it's been 50 years.
It's crazy.
We've won a cup, and it's just crazy. And I know Briere and I know Jonesy, they're just coming on board. You got to give them time. I think this draft, I love the second round from what I read and what I saw on the podcast. You can't argue about Porter Martone. He could have been a number 2 pick. I mean, he could have been the second pick in the draft.
Yeah.
If I did that right.
Yeah, well, it's been 50 years since you won a cup. I don't even know that you have to, quote, win a cup, win a World Series.
Thanks, Mark.
You look at the Sixers, and I know it's been bad the last couple of years. But, I'm down there for a lot of games because I'm doing Flyers and the Sixers are home. You can't argue against the fact that franchise, it's been electric. I mean, the place has been packed, and it's been a great atmosphere for the majority of the time Embiid has been here, even though it's been a disappointment. You didn't maybe you're not going to win it, but I do think there's been something to the revival that they went through on getting eyes there and like Christmas Day games. And I mean, that worked. I mean, that's what you need. That's what you want to be. Even if you don't win it, like the Phillies, you just be there.
That's the start of it, for sure.
Yeah.
And then eventually it could be very similar to Toronto, for example, right? You get Matthews and Marner, and this whole thing has been building up. And then eventually, after a few years, same with the Sixers, it applies. Okay, if you keep hitting a wall, how do we get over this hump?
Yeah.
And then we'll debate how you do that once you get there. But we need to get to a place where you're constantly hitting that wall
Yeah,
first.
you want to at least get there.
Exactly.
And then you're in the postseason. More and more sports has become about the postseason. I mean, that's what it is. It's like there are guys my age that still remember, like, one team got in from the American League, the National League, how many teams in basketball. It's not like football. It's not like that anymore. Almost every organization is set up, how do we get to the postseason? I'm buying my season tickets so that I can get a playoff game. I can get that. It's why I had this argument with I always have this argument with people like, I don't even believe in MVPs for regular seasons anymore. I mean, there are a lot of organizations that get somebody specifically so that they gets them over the hump. What the hell good did it do me if the guy that I brought in to bring me over the hump had a great regular season and then went 0 in the playoffs? It's an MVP. It's an embarrassment at that point.
Well, I do hate when some of these leagues give out those awards after the playoffs are over. Because then you're watching all these guys succeed at the biggest stage. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, in November you dropped 55.
Really?
I know. It is a little strange in that remark. But, yeah, so anyway, we got some news here, though, Al.
What do we got?
We got the news of Aaron Nola.
Oh, yes.
So Aaron Nola is back at Citizens Bank Park after his trip to Clearwater and will throw a live bullpen tomorrow, according to Rob Thompson. About 2 innings, 35 pitches, and could throw a bullpen on Tuesday if all goes, quote, really well.
There you go.
So there's the update that we got when it comes to the Nola experience. Everyone's down on Nola because they think that Aaron Nola is just going to pitch the way that he did in the beginning of the year, but he was hurt, and that's why he pitched so poorly.
Can you imagine if your two of your trade deadline acquisitions are Aaron Nola and Bryce Harper?
On top of some real additions? Yeah. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now
I mean,
you're
positive. I'm talking Bryce Harper in terms of he gets healthy
again. He becomes a superstar.
He becomes what he was. Can you imagine those two added to whatever Dombrowski goes out and gets for real on the trade deadline?
You could win a World Series.
Yeah.
You could win a World Series if that's the case. I just hope we can get that. I'm worried about Bryce. And I love Bryce. We all love Bryce. But this Bryce thing, I think it's serious. I don't think it's going away. It's almost equivalent to Embiid's knee, where I don't think Embiid can do anything to fix the knee. I think the knee is the knee. I'm worried that the wrist is the wrist. Now, he still may be able to have flashes. What was it in San Francisco? He had the 4-hit day. I think my wife was having a baby that day, so I was kind of watching. I kept my eye on it. Kind of watching. I am very, in the job. But it was on that small TV. I got to sleep on that stupid bed thing.
I wouldn't be
sucks.
complaining about that after what she went through.
I know. I could barely watch the game, Al. I could barely watch the game. I couldn't hear it either. It was on mute. It was just unbelievable. But anyway, you might get flashes.
It was a real hell for you, wasn't it?
Hell. It was torture. You know what I mean? It was just it was a terrible experience. I'm kidding. I lost my train of thought, though, so whatever.
You're talking about
I was making a joke about my wife going through labor. Can't be worse than the Coldplay guy. 215-592-9494. We're in public. Let's go to Andrew in Cherry Hill. What's up, Andrew?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Andrew, what's up?
Calling in.
Thank you.
Listen to you guys like every morning, but I wanted to talk about Embiid because I was having a debate with my friend about Embiid, and he told me straight up, without injuries, he would be a top 5 player of all time. And I thought it was total nonsense, so I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on it.
So if Embiid stayed healthy, you're saying your buddy said top 5 ever?
Yeah, top 5 potential ever.
I think that's a stretch when you go through the Michael Jordans, what Steph Curry has done, LeBron and all. But I think if his point is, and he's just exaggerating it, if he's able to stay healthy, he is, he can be an all-timer. I think you could make an argument healthy-wise, he may be able to be an all-timer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't know if
that skill set, that size.
Jordan, LeBron level, maybe not, but still
but
very,
when you
very,
look
very
at
good.
the uniqueness of that size to be able to play the way he did, You saw it with the flashes that he had. But, I mean, it's been since day one. It's not like it happened. I mean, it's been since the draft.
Yeah, it was in Kansas when he was playing college.
I mean, you're talking about, Yao Ming might have been, you could argue the same thing with the injuries that he had at that size to be able to play like that. So, yeah, I don't think he's that far. Top 5 might be a bit of a stretch.
Sure.
But a truly unique player.
Because, Andrew, he's doing this. Even when he drops, for example, against the Knicks, the last time we saw them in the postseason, he gave us 50 in Game 3. In Game 6, he gave us 40. That's with a meniscus that needed surgery. So in this hypothetical where he's healthy, those 50 points, 40 points can – I don't know how much more you can go, but I'm saying it could be a 60-point effort in the postseason. And it could be even more.
And part of it is – if he's healthy, the success of the team, not just Embiid. Then you're talking about maybe a guy like that with 2 rings to say, where's your stature in all time? I mean, you're not going to match up.
He gets double-teamed differently, kicks it out to open players. So it's an interesting debate and hypothetical. But top 5, if we want to get technical about it, Andrew, I think top 5, and thank you for the call, is a little extreme by your buddy.
You got
just exaggerating a little bit. That's all. We do that sometimes.
Wilt,
of
Russell.
Course. There's a lot of examples, though, unfortunately, of just the big man. Bill Walton never got to fully maybe be able to do it the way you wanted to. There's been plenty of examples of the big man just not. Because you're 7'2". Your job as a human being isn't to do what they do.
Yeah.
And then you're hearing parts of this story on ESPN that some teammates were looking at him and they're going, "How do you walk?" He goes, "I don't even know how I walk." No question if the guy can walk. Yeah. And then we're getting mad at him, calling him a bum every day. That's why I just think it gets a little. I wish he was better, but it is what it is. Let's go to Vince in Roxborough. Hey, Vince.
Vince, Roach, what's happening? It's Vince from Roxborough.
Hey, Vince.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me on. First time, long time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So I got one hot take I want to get off my chest. I think we should trade Bryce Harper. I think that egregious beard and haircut's slowing him down. I trade him to the Yankees or something.
Trade him to the Yankees. Now, if he had, Vince, not that I want to indulge in this, but if he had beautiful hair again and a strong beard, would you feel differently about the performance?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's physical traits that need to change for you to hop on board.
Grooming is everything in this
Grooming
sport.
is everything. Okay. So what else do you got outside of your Harper
You
hopping?
handle this very well. I got to say,
listen,
I'm
experienced. I'm experienced. I'm very experienced.
I would say I think the Phillies look good, and I think that's all I got. I think
hold on. So, Vince, you got to be trolling me here, dude. You call in and say Harper doesn't look good because his hair's cut, but you think the Phillies are great.
I think the Phillies are all right.
All right, Vince, that's enough. What did he have to drink? What did he have to do?
You handled this very well. You let him leave with his kind of his status to himself.
It's been
self-respect.
Unbelievable today. It's just been unbelievable.
It's the middle of the summer. It's hot. It's Friday. It's the All-Star break. By the way, the Phillies had a lot of stuff for that All-Star break today, celebrating next year's game here.
Yes, I teased it. Speaking about being professional, I teased it and completely forgot. So the All-Star game in Philly next year, some dates were announced, and the logo. Everyone's freaking out online. Yeah. They really like the logo. The Liberty Bell is in play here. July 13th will be the Home Run Derby in Philadelphia next July, with the July 14th being the All-Star game here in Philly. It's going to be a lot of fun. I do like those. Now, when it's somewhere else, you don't really understand because, whatever, it's happening in Atlanta, for example. We're not paying any attention. But when it's in your backyard, it does bring a lot of fun, life, and juice to the party.
Well, no, it's the 250th anniversary. This city's going to have so many things next. This is going to be
the
wild
World
next
Cup
year.
Stuff.
It's going to be crazy here. This is the center of it all. And to have the All-Star game here, and to have last year's hero of the All-Star game, presumably still here.
He might not be here, Al. He might not be here.
And have everything set up. That's great. That's just great. And it's you mentioned it. Sometimes you make fun of All-Star games, even in hockey. But when it's there, that city is on fire for it. Fans love it. There's all kinds of events for the kids to come and go to. I can't wait for next summer. And they're going to do it so well. They're just going to do it so well. This is going to be a great big party in Philadelphia.
Did you enjoy the swing off?
Yes. I enjoyed the fact that I didn't know it was coming. Like, I think most people had no idea.
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
And the first 6 innings or so of the game.
Like, what are they going to do? Okay.
And then he wins MVP.
And he wins MVP. And the Met guy gets no opportunity. It was so good, and the Met guy blew the game.
Oh, Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso wasn't in there.
It was so good.
It was fun from that aspect, no doubt about it. Bam in Upper Darby wants to puck it up. What's up, Bam?
Yo, bro.
How we doing? You all right? Are you in the car? What's going on?
No, I'm chilling. Hello?
Uh-oh. We got you? Yeah, we got you now. What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Frozen 50 and Morgani in a minute. How y'all doing?
How are you doing? We're doing great.
We're doing fantastic. What are you thinking about the Fly Guys, man?
All right. I like the schedule, man. I like the schedule.
Oh, did you go through your W's and L's of the Flyers release yesterday?
I believe so. All
right.
And quick question for both of you guys.
Okay.
My question is, I think last time, Al, I heard you were talking about it, following the heart-to-heart trial. How's that going?
It's not. We will know on the 27th, I believe, of July on what they're going to do. But then you still don't know what the NHL is going to do, and what NHL teams possibly would have any interest.
As a Flyers fan, Bam, I'd say get ready for Urson and Vladar as your 1-2 punch, which unfortunately it's not going to be good enough, and it'll be a struggle probably in between the pipes this year, which has been the statement of my life for 30 years.
Okay. All right. Quick question for you too. So, is Urson? I'm not sure. Can you put me in on this? I'm not sure. The Urson, is that the guy from Russia, or is that the goalie from Russia?
No. The guy from Russia is Fedotov, and he's probably being the minor.
Fedotov, Kolosov.
Kolosov's Belarusian, I think.
There's the one, and thank you, Bam. I appreciate it. There's the one kid who's Zavargin.
They
like this Zavargin kid.
Yeah.
He's 19, playing in the same league that Michkov played in Russia in the KHL.
He's their future.
You think he's the guy?
Yeah.
What about the kid in the Phantoms? Some of these names.
Bjarnson?
Yes. How do you feel about him?
They
do you
like
think
him
he's
too,
the move?
but goalies.
I know, dude. I've been talking about it my whole life.
I can't even.
Michael Leighton. We watched here at Chickies. They had 2010 Game 7 on NHL Network, and we both looked at each other watching Michael Leighton in between the pipes.
Even asked NHL coaches. I said, "What about the goalie?" They just shrugged their shoulders. Ask the goalie.
That's what Torch's MO was. Ask Schalze or whoever. I'm just making up the name, but go ask the goalie coach. I don't know a damn thing.
Dillenbaugh,
Dilly. Yeah. Go ask Dilly.
Yeah.
I'm like, Torch, you're the head coach.
Hey, this is a goalie. I don't know.
Go ask Dilly. I'm like, you're the head coach, Torch.
It's the goalie. I don't know about it.
Get your head out of your rear end so we can win some hockey games. 215-592-9494. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. We are just flying by, man. Having a blast as always. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we will take your calls. And I want to take a look at where the Mets open up after the break. They're a half game back of the Phillies. We know the Phillies have the Angels and the Red Sox and some of these AL teams. What does the schedule look like for the squad that's chasing you? We'll do that coming up next. It's Broads and Al Morgani in for the WIP Afternoon Show.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe to camera today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis. I've played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Baseball's officially back. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Cleveland Guardians are looking to stay hot after racking up a pair of wins over the White Sox ahead of the All-Star break. They can do just that by securing a victory against the Athletics on Friday. Cleveland's minus 130 on the money line and have a good chance to take down an A's team that's already lost 2 games against them in 3 matchups this season. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com and their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Summer's wildest night is coming on Wednesday, July 23rd. Don't miss the Diamond G-String Award at Delilah's. Visit Delilahs.com for details.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine, its impressive fuel economy. Still going. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
For well-qualified buyers, excludes S-Trim. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Corporation credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Broads and Al Morgani kicking it with you in for the crew, who will be back next week. I think.
Oh, yes.
No,
I
they will.
can't wait.
I'm
Get
sure
that
they're
on
all
them.
thrilled.
All the stuff they couldn't talk about this week. It was a great week.
I promise you, Spike wants to get as far away as possible from Sixers Joel Embiid conversation.
Oh.
I'd imagine.
No.
I'd imagine.
He's got...
After some of the takes we heard. You think some of these baseball takes today were crazy. Holy hell. You should have been on the last 2 days. Although you were on. Were you on the day the story broke or no?
I was...
Well, you had top five. You haven't read it yet because you can't read that on the air. It'll take you 6 years.
Yeah.
You were doing your top five list with Joe Giglio, your top five flyers that you went very into detail about.
Yeah, right.
You did a lot of homework for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Fantasy football draft is almost here. Book your party at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. 215-592-9494. It's on the record Friday.
On the record.
Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? They're 55-41. Their starting pitching is tremendous. Dave has a chance here to clean up some holes. Are you willing to buy in the rest of the way and say, hey, my heart's on the table? I can't do it, Al. Can you?
I have to do it.
You have to.
I have to do it. I have to believe that somehow they're going to get what they need. And the starting here's my worry, that the great starting pitching wobbles. If that happens, that's
You're
why,
screwed.
That's why I want some. I need some offense. People, you wind back to the great Phillies teams. Utley, Howard, those teams, right? Mm-hmm. And you had Lidge, right? Which you can't be better than perfect. However, how many times was the closer Ryan Howard?
In spots that didn't even necessarily need to be late in the game.
Yes.
It could be the third inning.
It could be the seventh inning.
Yeah.
It was like that threat. That threat was it's an enormous kind of pressure on the other side. Looking about, you kind of look ahead in baseball. What if I get through this inning? What's coming up? This is my fear with the Phillies. If I get through this, I'm clear. I don't want the opposition to be able to look at this lineup and say, just get me through this spot, 6, 5, whatever, and I'm golden until maybe the end of the game, depending on what inning it is.
That's a great point.
That's a horrible position to be in.
That's a great point. Yeah, the way you just laid that out. The other team says once we get through Sanchez, and I know it's difficult to do that if he's throwing as efficiently as he does and the ground ball rate and all that, but if we can get through Sanchez, then we're golden. And they just grind out at-bats until the 6th inning, and then boom.
Yeah. And then you look at it in the reverse, the Phillies are up. Once I get through the number 5 in the order.
Oh, you're cruising.
You can't have that either.
Huh.
It's like, okay, if I just get through it's wherever it lines up with the order, maybe it's the 7th inning. Like, we're in.
Dave's got to do it where it's a package thing where you go to Oakland or whatever they're at now,
Baltimore.
Sacramento. I don't even know where the hell they're at. But you get Brent Rooker, you get Mason Miller, and it's a 2-tandem move, and you get the bullpen and the big right-handed stick that can smack 30-something bombs, and you can look at their control for the certain amount of years that would make it worth it. That's the route you got to go if you're Dave and pushing your chips in. For a while, I didn't know if I thought the team was even worth doing it, but at the end of the day, Al,
it's worth it.
You kind of have to.
Yes.
You just have to. I hate that we're here, but you kind of just, you have to. You gotta try and see what you can do with
Look at this place
group.
here. All these people here this early to go to a Phillies game. That place has been banged out basically all year, right? I mean, really, it's because people believe. Although you may have your poll and might say, well, a little bit iffy. You're coming to the games because you think something really good is going to happen. And people really still don't. I don't know that you come to see because, the pitchers are going to be great. It's home runs bring a lot of people out. You got to there's got to be more pop here.
How do we get that? It's not Max Kepler.
He's got to go get it.
All
He
right.
absolutely has to go get it. Do you think it's here? The other option is it's here and it's hidden.
No, that is not. No.
That's where your left fielder has been a disappointment. That it's not hidden anymore to me. I mean, he thinks it's hidden out there. I don't think so.
When you say he, you mean Max Kepler himself?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you meant Topper
Yeah.
thinks maybe it's still in Kepler.
No,
I think he knows. That's why the other day when they played Nick Pivetta in the right-handed, you don't even put Kepler in the game.
Yes.
That's I'd say smack in the face, but it's not. It's probably the right move, but I'm sure Kepler didn't love it. All right, let's go to Alan in Connecticut. You're on WIP. Hey, Alan.
Hey, Broads and Al. How you guys doing today?
Great.
So on the Phillies, I guess my question was, I think between the starting pitcher we have and if Nola gets healthy and then you think of what we've got in the minors, there's an opportunity to potentially uplift the bullpen a little bit with the amount of talent we've got there and the number of pitchers you'll use in the postseason. The offense, though, is the most significant problem, I think, most challenging to address. Depending upon who's out there, would it make more sense to put more resources into getting that offensive production in a big trade and use kind of some of the things we have to kind of uplift that bullpen? I just wanted to hear your thought on that. And after, real quick, I wanted to share with you, if there's a moment, I think I have the most novel piece of Flyers memorabilia you've ever heard of.
Oh, wow. All right, well, let's start with the Phillies thing. I will say, personally, I acknowledge your thinking with the starting rotation and being creative, and I think you have to do that. But I believe they're so thin in the bullpen that they got to use their assets to do both. They got to use Luzardo or Sanchez or whoever. I'm just spitballing names here, but they got to get creative with Painter and whatever you got to do to make internal moves to the pen. But you are so bleak in that area that you also need to use some chips to go get pen help and get that bat you're talking about. That's why I've always been concerned about this group heading into the deadlines. I think they need all of it. We debated, do they need this? Can they do that? Can they salvage it? The truth is, if we're just being honest and open and honest with everyone, they really do need both. They do need both badly.
Yeah, which is amazing for a first-place team.
That is surprising. And with how bad the bullpen is, there's one guy, Ryan Kerkering. Strom's, Romano's, There's one guy, and we can legitimately make the argument that you need a bat more. I don't know how that's possible. You got one guy in the bullpen that you can argue we need a bat more, which you're right to argue that. But that's how crazy this is.
Yeah.
The team's heavily predictable.
So what do you got on the Flyers memorabilia?
All right, so I was born and raised in Wilmington, Delaware, and in 1975, I was 5 years old. My father played on these really high-end softball teams. One of them was called Rizzo and Sons, and they used to win a bunch of big tournaments, and they played the king in their court and the court and exhibition games. And in 1975, they won a tri-state championship. And at Del Castle Rec in Wilmington, Delaware, they got to play the Stanley Cup Flyers in an exhibition game of softball. And I was the bat boy for their softball team. And after all the Flyers had warmed up out in the field, I got to go in the dugout with softballs, and I got the entire team's signatures on softballs. And when I was talking to Bobby Clark, he actually popped his teeth out to kind of make me laugh. But I just thought, I don't think there's probably anybody who's got Stanley Cup Flyers team signatures on something like softball. Because it's that happens.
Yeah, that's really cool. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
They used to tour all the
One
time.
day, I would like to have the 2028 Philadelphia Flyers sign my softball.
That'd be cool. Those teams were. I like when those, like a lot of teams still, they have softball teams or whatever. That's cool. I mean, just go out and play. I just saw this past week a couple of Oilers were out playing beer league.
Isn't that ridiculous to think about?
Can you imagine playing beer league or playing in a sandlot softball? This would be like Draisaitl and McDavid went out and played beer league hockey. Can you imagine being in a softball league and
Barry Bonds showed up?
But no, we're talking about like right now. Like
you walk
Mike Trout comes up, or
that's nuts.
Harper comes up. And Wheeler. I mean, that's basically what it was.
To be fair, Al, the other day I signed up for men's league. Do you think they're like, holy, that's Broads? Broads is out here. Can you believe it? Broads is playing men's league.
I got to tell you, you're at that age now. You got to be careful with men's league.
Well, I started to stretch because I didn't the first time, and I think I pulled the hamstring off the bone.
I played till I was, 58, 59.
Oh, that's a good run.
60, yeah.
That's a good run.
Tore a quad, and that hurt.
I'm sure it did.
What happens is you got to come to work. It'll say no contact. Now,
we're rubbing guys off in the corner.
You're lucky if you play with some real players who play. That's a different league. I'm talking about just the beer league that you probably signed up for where there aren't college players. That's dangerous because they come flying at you, and it's like, oh, my God. I remember when I first moved here, and I was coming in, and I was used to playing with kids, better than me that had played in college or whatever, and it was a kind of a gentlemanly game, just skills. Well, I came here after the Flyers were the Broad Street Bullies. These guys might as well have lit their sticks on fire and come and beat you over the head.
Like Scott Stevens, open ice hits with their head down?
Like, what is this? We're all going to die.
You're like Paul Correa? You don't remember the rest of the game?
Oh, my God. It was like, what is this? But it's fun. It is so much fun. It was. It's a great. And guys, this is the difference. Like, I know women's sports now. I know my daughter played Division I and all. It's great for women to play sports. But I will say, when women are done, they're done.
They don't.
They're mature enough to say, okay, I played field hockey to this point, or I played softball. Men will not stop. Okay.
I stopped for 4 years.
When they're done, they're done. I mean, until their daughters are, and then they coach them, right? Guys will play, like me, will go out and play that beer league hockey till midnight and get up at 3 a.m. to go to work until you're 60 years old.
It's amazing. I want that, though, Al. I just started. I played 2 games so far.
It's
but
great.
You're right. I'm not beer league yet. This is former guys.
Well, that's a good
college.
league. Yeah.
It's nice fast. Bass still got a good stick, Al.
Yeah.
Good stick on puck. I'll tell you what stinks, though. I got to tell you this. The gap control is awful. Because I'm backing up. I'm at the red line. They're not even out of the zone yet. I got to get the feet work.
You don't even know how old you are yet. You don't back up on defense anymore. You surf toward.
No, I can't do that. Are you kidding me?
You're done.
I'm still working on the C cuts. I'm still working on my C cuts. Hey, Danny Briere might be watching. Danny might be watching. All right, let's go to Aaron in PA. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, guys.
Hey, just a quick thing on the Phillies, if that's okay. Yep. I think the team obviously has a chance. They still have a chance, but I think it's a slim chance because I think this team, these set of hitters and stuff, they're just not consistent enough. And it's like, Alex, like you said earlier, you need to get a bat or two that's going to be consistent, because I think the excuse that we're hearing among fans and people in the media and stuff is this team needs to get hot at the right time. That, to me, is just an excuse for a bunch of guys that can't hit consistently. And if you can't hit consistently, you're letting this pitching staff down, and I just don't know if they have what it takes to win this year.
Yeah, well, getting hot at the right time is a dangerous game to play with the playoffs so long. You can get hot for a series. It's hard to. That's a long time if you're that kind of a team that goes hot cold. You're right. They need that consistency somehow. They thought they had it with what they brought in the outfield, and it's not working. And God knows, I was a Rojas supporter for a long time, but I'm like, you know what?
He's a stiff. He's a stiff.
I can't. I mean, I thought they had enough that they could carry that.
Sure.
But they don't. And it just turns into like a black hole out there in the outfield.
Right, and it just feels like, too, this team is 1 year too late. The window is closing, but I feel like Dombrowski should have done something this offseason to change up this lineup. Because
1,000%. He tried, Aaron. He did try with Bohm, but you got to execute. That's the thing is, we knew they needed some sort of change, but you got to execute. And they tried to dangle Bohm out there, and I guess no one bit the way he wanted to. But you're right. That was the time to shake it up big time, and he missed the mark.
Well, right, and they were showing, from reports, I don't know how true this is, but they were saying they were asking for a lot for Bohm. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's Dave just playing it publicly to make it seem like the reason why he didn't do it. My guess is they valued Bohm at a ridiculous level, and the other teams probably were giving an offer that might have been on the lower side, waiting for Dave to counter or whatever, but they never met in the normal rate. My point is, I think Dave would have got a reasonable offer that he would have deemed unacceptable, even though it was reasonable, because Bohm is being traded for a reason. You're not trading a piece that is insanely sensational, or else you wouldn't be trading him. So he was probably just out of whack with the real market value. That's all.
Exactly, and I think, too, if I had one last shot at this year, if you felt like you were right there close enough, I don't think any one of these guys in the minors are off limits. Even an Andrew Painter, as good as he is, we don't really know what he's going to be, if he's going to stay healthy. And even an Aiden Miller. I watched Aiden Miller in Reading. I went to see him play at the Reading Phillies. Seems like a good player, but he seems years away. So if I want to win now, none of these guys are off limits.
If Aiden Miller, and Aaron, thank you for the call. If Aiden Miller is untouchable, then we got problems. Aiden Miller? Come on, man. Aiden Miller? The one that you can swing me on, and I don't even care anymore, I'd be willing to trade him, is Andrew Painter.
Yeah.
If you told me you didn't want to trade Painter, I could get it. Now, some may feel that way about Crawford. You can totally move Crawford in my eyes. But, I mean, if we're sitting here going, if Dave Dombrowski's picking up the phone and someone says Aiden Miller and he hangs up, again, Dave Dombrowski needs to go. Aiden Miller?
No.
What are we doing?
They've got enough chips. They've got enough pieces that people are interested. And they have enough pieces that have been pumped up nationally and just through baseball people with the ears and eyes that listen and say, well, the Phillies farm system, you may want to look there. They've got enough. I don't know what the other teams look like in that area, but that's what you're up against. You want the guy that they want. And you're going to, I mentioned it before, you're going to overpay. You're just going to.
You got to be okay with that.
You have
but
to be.
some GMs, Daryl Morey, for example, would never sell pennies on the dollar. And at times, I think he's right to hold out with Harden and do that whole thing to try and maximize a return. The NBA is different, but I do think there's times when you do that. But some of these presidents and GMs, they don't play that card that you just mentioned because it would ruin their reputation. I'm not overpaying for this, and then you end up getting screwed because of it.
Yeah, you have to. You have to know where you are in terms of a so-called window. I don't find that the Phillies is going to close on them. I just, with this pitching, as long as that's not chronic, like that's a huge piece. If he's only 80% of what he was, that the whole calculus changes on this team.
Well, I'm worried. I'm worried. I am worried about it. I think he could still be productive But there's a big difference between being productive, being efficient, and then being Bedlam at the bank.
No. He's got to be the guy that you get up out of your seat when he's up at the plate, where you come back into the room when he's up at bat.
Right.
That's what he's got to be.
Well, I hope he can get there again. 215-592-9494. Some open lines if you do want to climb in and get your thoughts on the Phillies, as it's an on-the-record Friday. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? That's what we've been asking the people. I told you that we would take a real quick glance at where the Mets are to come out of the break. So they have a home series against Cincinnati. They play the Angels at home as well. But then they go play that West Coast swing that we just finished up. You're seeing San Francisco. You're seeing San Diego. Then San Francisco goes to Queens. So I'm not going to, break down their full schedule in depth here, but I'm just fascinated to see maybe what type of talent they have to see across the diamond when they get out of break here. And those NL West squads are no joke. So they got some tests, I guess, to pass as they roll into this second. Are you afraid of the Mets at all? Are you more afraid of the Phillies than you are the Mets, if that makes sense?
I'm afraid of the Mets. When you say a team get hot, I look at more at them as a team that when we saw it, what can happen with them. That's what worries me about them. But I can't really worry about them. I just have to say, well, this team, I can make my team that much better. But I mean, you have to look and say, what's it going to take to get through these playoffs? It's like, starting pitching, but with that Mets team, you're going to have a bullpen. It's simple.
They don't have anybody, Al. I hate to say that, but they really don't. I think Kerkering, I've been saying this for a while now on the air, I think he's half a guy. I believe in him. I do. I think he's definitely better than I would have even anticipated to this point. But I can't go in saying fully that every time he's on the mound I feel insanely comfortable. I feel better than anybody else on the team, but that's really more of a product of everybody else on the team. So in my eyes, you best case scenario, Kerkering's coming in the 7th. He's coming in the 9th, and you might need to ask him to get 5 outs.
Yeah.
That's how extreme this really is out of this pen. So I think they have half a guy. And then everything we've been talking about getting a bat, it even puts it in perspective on the fact that we can debate needing a bat more than a half a guy bullpen is insanity to me.
Because you'd feel better with a 4-run lead. That's basically where your bat is.
Yeah.
You want the 4-run lead.
Now, are you headed to the ballpark when the Red Sox come to town?
I'll be there for at least Monday.
Okay.
With them coming. It's
nice.
Still, grew up with them. So.
Sure, of course. I'm sure they're hit some heartstrings a little bit.
No, with them getting rid of people, it's just, that's why the
Rafael Devers.
Everything that's gone on with them. One guy doesn't want to play. I mean, baseball's a strange sport. It's, as much as football is, they're all team sports or whatever. But baseball's the least of all, it seems like to me.
You know what I always think is strange? Obviously, we come from the hockey background, so the locker room, there's nothing like it. You bring up the beer league. I'm not even going to sugarcoat this. The other day, you had a couple pops after the game, and you're with the boys, a shower after, you're shooting the breeze, you're making jokes. I miss that. There is just something about that, the boys in the locker room.
Yeah.
But when you're playing baseball, one thing, and I played baseball when I was little, but not to the extent of college and things of that nature. Like having a teammate that's a pitcher that only plays one time out of you're an everyday player. You're taking the bat to go hit 5 times in a row. He's only playing one of those games, yet he's still your teammate, but he's the ace, the 5th starter. How do you feel about him compared to the bullpen guy that stinks, and he's the mop-up, cleanup guy that plays only the 4th inning? It's got to be a strange dynamic.
It is a strange dynamic. That's why I gave Topper so much credit, because to me he handled this very much like a hockey team with the elements that he had to get into a game. Like, you got to play this, at least some innings here.
I guess it's like a healthy scratch. Like, for example, when I was playing college at the back end of my career, I was an in and out of the lineup guy. So there's roles within the hockey locker room where you're in and out of the lineup, or you're a first power play guy.
Yeah.
I guess there is an
But I don't know
extent
the
of it.
whole practice schedule with baseball, but I know in the other, like if you were a bad player like me, the best part of the week was practice. Because you got to actually.
I had to do everything, Al, to make the lineup. I had surgery on my thumb because I'm blocking shots on the penalty kill in practice with my hand.
Yeah,
that's what I had to do to get in the lineup, though. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, so it's different. But guys keep playing like golf, everything. Guys you just go hard until you can't play anymore. That's what I always tell people. Like, I'd play tennis until I couldn't. Just forget what people say. Oh, you'll feel that when you're 60, whatever. So what? Go out and play as hard as you can for as long as you can, whatever it is.
Can you beat Joe DeCamera in tennis?
I don't want.
Okay, no comment. No comment. What about Jack Fritz?
To me, I understand this is a great promotion.
I'm asking questions.
But
that's all.
you would probably win the damn thing. To me, it's a glorified pillow fight going on here.
Did you see Jack, though, pitching on the bump? That video
he
of the crowd?
He can throw. No, he can throw.
The video of the crowd. I couldn't sleep at night. I watched it on replay for 30 hours.
That's your problem.
Well, are you kidding me? Jack Fritz with a big K on Joe DeCamera batting lefty and 50,000 people cheering in the back?
If that's your blue chew, good for you.
That's right, baby. That's the blue chew. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. Coming up next, your favorite segment. Luke Nichols is behind the glass back in the studio. He will give us the voice of God in radio form, and he'll give us the top 5 at 5. That's coming up next. It is Broads. It is Al Morgani in for the afternoon show on 94 WIP.
The Phillies return from the All-Star break to host the Angels. Tonight, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Nick Castellanos starts the scoring tonight.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation. And save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics. Root score report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, Eagles fans. Merrill Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th. Sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL Films Live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Sorry, WNBA. I know the WNBA had hopes that their three-point contest and the All-Star game would do some big numbers. But Caitlin Clark re-pulled her groin in Boston in a game earlier this week, and now she is out for WNBA All-Star weekend. Maybe there'll be a little bit of reality to the ladies of the WNBA, what the league looks like without Caitlin Clark. I'm Gresh, and that's your Odyssey Sports Minute.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Five o'clock, WIP afternoon show. Rhodes, Al Morgani, you at 215-592-9494. Herb's in the house. Herb from the Northeast, checking in. I heard people calling his name as he walked in the door. They're like, Herb, Herb, Herb. Getting pictures. There he is, Herb, Herb. See, I wasn't making it up. People are really saying that. Let's take a look here at our Twitter poll, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. So it seems we are stuck here on the percentages. It's an on-the-record Friday. Do you believe in the Phillies the rest of the way? 59% say yes, 41% say no. Al,
that's pretty good.
I was going to ask you, how do you feel about these results? Are you shocked, or is this what you?
No, I'm kind of impressed at the optimism.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, that's pretty good when you look at it. The way they played with I think people assume they're going to do something.
Sure.
I mean, if you had a poll, if the Phillies stood pat, do you feel confident it'd be like 2?
If that.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah.
I think maybe 0. It might be 0. We
yeah.
might get our first 100 to 0 Twitter poll.
I think that they also get swayed by all the reports nationally that continue to come out and say that they have an aggressive front office.
It's everyone.
It's still there. I don't know. It better happen this year because the fraud police are going to be out otherwise.
I gotta think Dave is leaking info to these guys. Dave's gotta
well,
be.
He's been around for so long. I mean, he knows the media so well. Wasn't his wife an ex-media person? Or
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, he knows how to. He handles the media so well. It's he knows exactly who to go to, so to speak.
So if this is happening, then I got to think that there's smoke where there's fire, right?
Yeah.
Or fire where there's smoke.
Well, but we've heard it the
whatever.
last couple. What happened the last couple? We heard the same things, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's like,
was it always this, though? I feel like it's definitely intensified a little bit lately, but I could just be in the moment.
Oh, I think he's going to, simply because there's stuff there now. I think he's accomplished what he had. A lot of what he had to accomplish here is beyond the wins and losses.
Structure.
Yes,
Structure.
it's there. It's there in place. And he's not going to use the excuse of the Alvarado thing or whatever. Just go out. You've got cards to deal them.
We'll see what he does. With that, it is now time for everybody's favorite segment.
Each the five. Number 5 at 5. With
the deep-throated Mr. Nichols.
Oh, 5! Beautiful 5!
As always, I need to thank Jody McDonald for that intro. It gets me every single time. So,
hold on. As I spit out a French fry in the microphone. What in the world was he thinking?
What was that?
What was he thinking? How do you get... Does he understand
No.
what he said?
No.
To this day, does he understand? Why would you use that word ever?
So
Unless for one context and one context only.
So he didn't use it only once. He also used it here.
Luke can give him the deep throat.
Jody has been around way too long to just be casually thrown around that word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
the-
I have too much respect for Jody Mack to think that he can just accidentally use that word. So this
was-
all had to be on purpose.
It was 100% on purpose. It was shocking. I was sitting here. John Johnson was right across from me.
Oh,
he
no.
starts belly laughing. I got my head in my hand. I could not believe it. But
Luke, how
it's
many
hilarious.
weeks in was this where it was maybe your second week and you walk in, you're producing Jody Mack and he hits you with that?
This is probably the first 2 months of me being at WIP.
Wow.
Still
That's
relatively new and hits me with that. But with that, my top 5 today that I have for you is the top 5 things that the afternoon show guys, Ike, Spike, and Fritz, will be mad that they missed and annoyed with from this past week.
That's
so
a
we
good
had a
one.
whole week of a whole lot of going on that I'm sure they'd want to talk about and probably will somewhat talk about next week, but it may be too late with the Eagles starting training camp and whatnot. So number 5 is these guys missed a full week of lists. There was lists every single day. The quarterback list with Jalen being 9th, other guys' personal lists, the top 5 athletes of the quarter century. There was ESPN put out a list of the top 25 teams since 2000, top receivers. If there's one thing that the afternoon show guys love, it's making lists and talking about lists. So they missed an entire week of debating where Jalen should be on a list, debating Phillies on lists, Joel Embiid, just a whole week of lists that I'm sure they are heartbroken that they missed on their vacation.
I'm sure I could see Spike walking into a meeting before a Tuesday show, right? They're at the studio, and he knows that Jalen was 9th on the list, smiling.
Yeah.
He's thinking, oh, this is perfect for my agenda. And then Mike's banging his head against the wall going, oh, I got to do this for 4 hours. And Jack's watching Mick Abel highlights off to the side. Yeah. No, you're right, though. They do love themselves some lists. They missed out. You know, Luke, I wouldn't be surprised if next week they say, I'm sorry, the Eagles are – no. I have a list to talk about. I missed last week. So don't put it past them that they skip out on anything Eagles training camp related to dive back deep into one of these lists they missed.
God forbid their wives give them a list of things to do, ends up on the air.
That could happen as well.
It would not surprise me at all, especially with the Jalen being 9th on the ESPN quarterback thing.
No, come on. That's an easy. I know exactly how they open that show. See, I'm not the only one. That's what or Spike's thinking.
Yeah, well, speaking of Ike, number 4 is Ike being annoyed with TK discrediting Jalen Hurts on his personal top quarterbacks list because he had Jalen Hurts 6th behind Jaden Daniels. And this may not be a big thing, TK with Jalen there, but I think the fact that he did it during their time slot, and Ike wasn't here to defend Jalen and say why he's better than Jaden Daniels, I think that would annoy him. Let's say he turns it on just to see, let's see what TK's talking about when I'm not there. And he hears him discrediting Jalen Hurts and getting in arguments with guys on the air about Jalen Hurts. Now, I'm sure Ike and Jack were thrilled to hear this, but I can just picture Ike wanting to fire right back at TK for putting him 6th.
As he should. Al, I don't understand the Jalen Hurts discourse as if we just got to knock him down every single time the guy just wins and wins and wins.
I went at Cap Gun on that and Giglio. I said, this is
Giglio too.
It's just stupid.
It's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
So all they would do, and I love them, obviously. It's just all fun, but it's serious. It's my life, but it's fun, but it's serious. Is you're telling me you ripped Donovan McNabb for years because all he did was perform to a point, but then when the biggest stage happened, maybe he didn't play his best. Now we have a kid who all he does is play elite every time he's on the biggest stage. Yet what? You don't like the way it looks? You don't like the way it looks? I had to listen today. I was going nuts. They're talking about how the offense, it was Elliott, and he was right. Elliott was right. I can't believe I'm saying this. You got Giglio and Kyle saying the defense is why they won the Super Bowl, as if the offense didn't do anything?
Yeah.
As if we're diminishing what the offense did in the Super Bowl? What are you doing? It makes me lose my mind.
Of course it does, because they won, and they were. I was with Joe, and I said, this is the problem. When you're looking at it from the outside, you have to look at this quarterback in terms of a locker room, not in a vacuum. He wins. He gets the respect of people. You judge NFL quarterbacks very simply anymore. 3rd down and 4th down. 3rd and must or 4th and must. That's where you judge NFL quarterbacks, in the crunch, when those situations. And he's the best. It's pretty simple.
I got the goosebumps thinking about Hurts in shotgun at the lake against the Cowboys on Thursday, baby.
Can't wait. Just a reminder, there is a preseason game this month. Football is basically back for all I'm concerned. Anyway.
I've heard you say that 3 times now, and I'm very disappointed because it's fake.
Excited.
It's fake. No, it's fake excitement. It's fake. And you're going to hate it 6 seconds in.
It's going to be awful by the second quarter, but I'm going to love every second of it. It's going to be fantastic. Number 3 on my top 5 things that the afternoon show guys will be annoyed about. This one's a specific annoyance with Jack Fritz. I think Jack is going to be annoyed that the collective group of producers for the afternoon show this week did not utilize the drop board as much as he does. I know he takes great pride in his drops and the timing of it all and how it sounds and which one to use and all. I barely use drops. I'm not that big of a drops guy. I do every now and then, like...
What?
And then also maybe...
Get out of my face!
And even...
Disgusting!
So just a few examples right there. Sometimes I use them, not too much, but I didn't utilize the afternoon show specific drop board really at all this week. Alex, I'm not entirely sure. I think he's somewhat of a drops guy. I know Durazio.
He's a huge drops
He's a huge
guy.
dropsman. Okay,
Huge
maybe
dropsman.
He used it a little bit. I know Durazio's got his jolly specific cuts, which are fantastic. But I think he will have a problem with not using the drops as much because
Let me ask you this, Luke.
Great pride in it. Yes.
He does have a lot of pride in that. Now, I don't know the answer to this question. I'm just asking.
Right.
Do you think Jack will be happy that nobody pushed the buttons? Because if someone pushed the buttons better than him, then there may be some controversy on who deserves to push the buttons moving forward.
That could be it, but here's the thing. Would he ever admit that anybody was pushing the buttons better than him?
No.
There we see that.
Absolutely not.
So that's the problem there.
Okay.
Number 2 of things the afternoon show guys will be annoyed about. I believe that Spike is going to be annoyed and upset that the Sixers news that happened this week did not happen next week or the week before, the prior week. That the Paul George injury happened on Monday, the Embiid story comes out on Wednesday, and he couldn't talk about it this week. He's got to talk about it next week, and by then, again, it's going to be Eagles. You're going to be moving on to different things. The Phillies are going to be back in action. I think Spike is sitting there seeing the Paul George news and seeing the Embiid news, probably thinking, great, here we go again. And also, of course, this happens the 1 week that I'm not there. Really no Sixers news outside of the draft and free agency, even barely anything in free agency. And then you get 2 big pieces of news in the same week when he's not here.
They are big pieces of news, without a doubt. I'm just wondering, and I guess I became Mr. Devil's Advocate on this segment, so I apologize. But is there so much Sixers fatigue in everything that he does that he's almost like, I am so glad I don't got to deal with morons for 4 hours.
Oh, no, he enjoys the morons.
I know he does. I know he does. No offense to the morons out there that, but I'm just saying, he may be thinking, I got to, I'm done. I'm just overtired with this stuff. Because it's
right, but he would have
fatigue.
to defend Joel like you were yesterday and the day before.
I had to put my big boy pants on. I did have to do that.
So he's probably sitting there looking at you, and I hope he gives you credit for defending Embiid, but
That's
I'm sure he would want to do that as well. Because if you read the full article, which is a long article, my biggest takeaway was that the organization is more to blame than Embiid, but whatever. There's too much in there. Number one, I believe that the entire show, Ike, Spike, and Fritz, is going to be annoyed that the Flyers talk today, although a bit contained, but it was way longer than 50 seconds. And I know for a fact, when they saw on the schedule that it was going to be Hunter Brody and Al Morganti today, their first thought was, oh, great, here comes 4 hours of Flyers talk. So even the littlest bit of Flyers talk today, they're going to have some kind of comment about, oh, you had your Flyers-centric show last Friday, so we're good on Flyers talk for the next year. I know they're going to mention something about all the Flyers talk that happened today. I mean, we're bringing up Carter Hart. We're bringing up Joel Farabee and Tyson Forrester. Like, there's no way Joel Farabee has come up on the afternoon show unless it's from one of you. And I know they're thinking, like, you just got to be kidding me. We're doing Flyers talk? So I
agree with that one. I think they're going to definitely make a comment. But I'll say this, Al, not to toot our own horns here.
Right.
I think as hockeymen, we understand the perfect lane to take this.
Yes.
We are on the air for 4 hours. I think we've talked hockey for maybe 25 minutes. Is that fair?
Yeah,
20
fair.
minutes? I think we did the perfect amount of adding a little cherry on top.
Well, it's not like we're filling in for talented people either.
Well, hey, I'll let someone else speak next. Luke, what do you got on that comment? What do you think?
Phillies are coming up in about hour and a half.
I think Ike is very talented.
I think
Ike is very talented. What was a great
I think they're going to. That is a good. I think they are going to miss though. I think they would have done something on the golf club, the golf fight, the fight on the golf course.
Well, and not
and
Creed,
Coldplay.
Coldplay.
Honorable mention was Coldplay.
Luke, oh my gosh, Coldplay. This is insane. I can't stop watching replays in slow motion and the dissection of it. I'm seeing people like literally take it down to the slowest motion you can to talk about the eyes blinking and the movement down to the ground. And I
the movement to the ground
the
is so awkward. My favorite is whoever their friend or probably another employee next to them. The look on her face of just pure.
She knew.
Oh yeah,
she knew.
Oh, she knew instantly.
She looked like she might have set it up.
Yeah, she might have because she just got hired a week ago and got a promotion.
You just hear that smirk on her face, like I'm going to run the company next week.
Everybody's digging into the LinkedIn profile of her, and apparently she just got promoted a week ago, so she's involved in it. She's involved in it.
That was a great list.
Yeah, it was a great list.
Thank you.
Jack, I don't know what I did over here, but I totally don't have our screen board anymore. I don't know. I didn't hit a button. 215-592-9494. That's the phone number. We have a little happy hour Friday going on, of course, and that's sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. I got to say, Al, I'm pretty excited for the Phillies to be back. As much as I'm a little blah on the fact that I don't know if I trust them, it's been a long grind of a week, and the fact that tonight I get to go home and sit down with the pups and, just relax on a Friday night, get ready to come back tomorrow. I got a show tomorrow night, but just relax and throw on a little baseball in the late July. It's nice to have the boys back hitting the ballpark.
Oh, it's great. It's a great. It just feels comfortable having baseball. Even when you miss it for just a night, you can complain about your team, even when they're bad. It's like, okay, that's what I love baseball because there's always something to talk about. Football, you go, one game a week and you go crazy that week, but things change in baseball so rapidly from game to game, managerial decisions, this and that. So it's great to have the Phillies back, and hopefully it starts something big here. I can't wait for the reception for Schwarber, who's becoming he's rising in everybody's estimation just in terms of his career here. It hasn't been long, but his impact is getting greater and greater. And now that doesn't really impact the Phillies in terms of standings or whatever, but it's a big moment. In baseball, it's a big moment. I mean, the bat goes to the Hall of Fame, obviously, but it's like it came out of nowhere.
I know.
I mean, that moment came out of nowhere. Who thought that the next morning there would be the ode to Schwarber where everything going on? It's like, how did this happen? And it added to legend's a big word, but man, when you hit home runs for the distance that he does, have big moments that he does, and then have this moment in something that literally had never been done because it never had been a chance to do it. It had never been done, and he rose to that moment. That was a huge thing for his status in Philadelphia sports.
Do you think he's back next year? Do you think Dave Dombrowski pays him the big bucks, or do you think he tests the market and goes elsewhere?
That's a tough one.
I know. I really don't know.
If he has a big postseason, there's no way he goes anywhere.
What if he has one of those postseasons where there's a couple of homers in there,
Yeah.
but it's also filtered in with some of the strikeouts and things of that nature? It's good, but not great.
I can't say that if I'm them, much as I love him, that I'd be in love with a long-term thing. Older players now with steroids prohibited in terms of rehab and stuff, it changes the dynamic and older players on what you're going to do. But I think that moment and whatever, if he has a big postseason, this fan base will be crazy if he's not back.
Sure, especially if Ranger leaves. See, my stance on the Ranger thing has been he's just too much of an asset to let walk. So it's either you trade him, which I'm not advocating for that at all, or you sign him. But what you can't do is allow someone with that much appeal to either leave and you don't get any. You just can't let that happen. It's too valuable of an asset. So you got to pick a lane here. So if I'm saying hypothetically Schwarber does go and Ranger ends up walking too, and then you sign the old JT Realmuto back for a cheap deal just to play catcher and not worry about his offense. Think about what the fan base is going to act like, especially if they lose in, I don't know, the NLDS again or something. It'd be nuts. And I could see them letting Ranger walk. I could see them letting Kyle walk. And if that's the case, then holy wow, what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm torn on Ranger. I mean, it's they got to limit the work, I guess.
That's already started too, and that
that's where Alvarado comes in. I mean, that's a tough decision for you to come back into. That's got to be an odd position to put yourself in.
Here's a crazy stance with that. I don't even know if I want to do it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if I look at it emotionally, I can agree with you. And you're an emotional guy. I can see where you're going. What are you doing? You come in here, yeah.
Some would say.
But I also can see and say, you know what? He can really save my couple of arms. If there's mop-up time, he has no standing to say, this isn't my role. His role is whatever we need because this is what you left.
So you're not using Alvarado to close out games?
I'm using him to... I guess if I had to, but if I have a spot where I can save an arm, that's what he's going to do.
I don't know how I feel yet. Maybe it's more in the moment when I actually see it. It depends on the race. Like if you're going up and battling with the New York Mets.
Imagine a world where that didn't happen. How the total difference you have going into this, what you can go get at the trade, it's unbelievable.
Changes the whole thing.
I don't even know if I like the rule to be able to come back and not play in the postseason.
Couldn't agree more. What's the point? At that point, he should just be suspended.
Well, really? Yeah.
I never even... honestly, I've been so all out of whack, I didn't even think about how stupid it was. You're right. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some dumb stuff. Let's go to Ben on WIP. What's up, Ben?
What's up, bros? How we doing, Al?
Hey, how are you?
Good. I actually just randomly had an afternoon free, and I was able to see the Phillies parade around the new All-Star logo around Old City and Independence Mall and all that kind of fun stuff. So it was a great day. But since you guys brought it up, Schwarber has to come back next year just to participate in the home run derby here in Philadelphia.
Oh, could you imagine if he's wearing a different uniform and comes back to town here to play in the All-Star game?
I don't want to imagine that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said it like that. I was way too happy and excited in my tone.
Exactly. He has to be here, and he has to be wearing a Philadelphia Phillies uniform. And if Dombrowski, he probably added $5 million per year to his next contract just from going 3 for 3.
I truly think Schwarber is a 50-50 coin flip right now. I'm just engaging it on my feel of it, though. But I really do think there's a good chance he can leave. But I think it's a coin flip on if he returns, which is a huge personality change of a clubhouse and as a lineup. But I'm very torn because I think this team, not that Kyle is the biggest part of this at all, but, the team does have a very inconsistent offense. And I do wonder if he plays any role in that to some level.
Well,
to some level.
A lot will depend on how it plays out for the season, how you're feeling, of whether, when you win, it's hard to break anything.
Sure.
That's the big difference on what's going to happen here. I have no idea what, his number's going to be.
He's just going to DH, so it's going to be $25 million a year to DH.
Wow.
I don't know. Even higher, you think?
I think his brand, and just the personality he does bring, and the fit with the city, and seriously, obviously, he's got to be one of the highest selling jerseys that we have here, and especially because of the fact that we're going to be hosting the All-Star game, I just see that we really need to step up and solidify that. I get he probably wants to test the market and see what he could get, but I think we just really let him know that we value him so much as city, and Dombrowski, hopefully you're listening now, just like you were listening for the rest of the show.
That's right.
And you trade and make a good deal, but you also, not only that, but you keep Schwarber here, and we keep this window open for a little bit longer. So
I do
appreciate
also
you guys being
feel.
on today.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I do feel Schwarber does understand the love that he gets here. And I think he would like to stay here if all things work out. And I typed this in on Twitter, and it gives you the AI overview, and sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. But it says Kyle Schwarber's projected contract is to be around 4 years, $100 million, so around 25 AAV as a DH. It's a lot of money for someone just batting. But he's one of the most productive bats. And I do think that his makeup as a DH, I think he's going to be a pure hitter at age 30 whatever. I don't think he's going to diminish the way I'm worried about Bryce Harper's wrist, for example. Yeah. I think he can last longer, if that makes you feel any better about this, Al.
Well, that would make me feel a whole lot better, because that's one of my biggest worries when you get of older players on what they're going to do, and then you're handcuffed with these contracts. And you have to look at the rest of the team too. You mentioned the catcher, Harper there. How long can you depend on those characters?
It's a great question. We are live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Fantasy football draft time is almost here. Book your party at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. 215-592-9494 if you do want to get in. We're going to do a weird leading off mix combo coming up next. How about that? Yeah, we'll bleed into some leading off as we get ready for the Phillies to return from the All-Star break, leading the National League East by half a game. Crazy. Although the way we talk about them, you never know. 215-592-9494. That's coming up next. It's Broads. It's Al Morgani in for the WIP Afternoon Show on 94 WIP.
As we approach baseball's trade deadline, will Dave Dombrowski go all in and trade tomorrow for October glory? It's Sports Radio 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Live coverage of the minute-by-minute moves that could shape the outcome of the 2025 season. All in for a ring?
The window is still open now?
Or all out of time?
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Deadline Day, live from McGurk's in Horsham, July 31st. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Is your home keeping up with the summer weather? Summer storms and heat waves can lead to increased energy demand in your home. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, and if it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, take up to $1,500 off installation plus 0% financing. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so book today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Breaking news coming in from Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Phillies announced next year's All-Star Game will come to South Philly next July 14th. A bipartisan bill to legalize marijuana has been introduced in the Pennsylvania Senate, and a mosquito pool in Northeast Philly is the first this year to test positive for West Nile virus.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
Summer's wildest night is coming, and
and it's one that only Delilah's The Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse can deliver. Be here on Wednesday, July 23rd, when the world's most amazing dance teams battle it out for Delilah's Diamond G-String Award. Arrive early for select open bar and gourmet hors d'oeuvres beginning at 7 p.m. Delilah's is located at 100 Spring Garden Street and has ample free parking. Reserve your table for bottle service by calling 215-625-2800 or visit delilahs.com.
This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
Going into his truck and putting it on the speakers today as he's going to work with his HR lady?
One mistake.
One mistake? That's a
well, he
big,
probably made some
mistake.
big mistakes going in, but
clearly.
Nobody. You know what gets lost in it?
What's that?
Her side. Is she married?
I think so.
Oh,
I think so. I think it was a double marriage situation. But now they can be happy together forever. I don't know. There's a blessing in this.
Oh,
True
man.
love. 215-592-9494. Now, there's no text line, but if there was,
If there was.
it would be brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com. Big Phillies game tonight. I can't believe it. I've been waiting forever for a baseball game. You're right. And one day off normally throughout a season on a Thursday's weird.
Yeah.
You give me 4 days of nothing except for an Embiid story that's 65,000 pages long. I'm losing my mind, Al.
Yeah, you
I
come
lose
in-
my mind normally.
You come in, everybody come in all jacked up for this and just get off on the right foot because usually if they win the first game, they're pretty good in the series. So this is a good opportunity to come in. Then Monday, they got a couple of good. Then the Red Sox come in. That's always places jacked up for that. So it's I don't know that it can make any difference in. I guess you could make an argument that if they stumble, it would even make it more likely that the front office would do something.
Well, I was going to ask you this. All right, hypothetically, and I hate to paint this picture.
Yeah.
It's inning 1. All right, Phillies are up to bat. First 2 guys get on. Wild pitch, second and third, no outs. No one scores. And then you start to hear the ooh, right? Second inning, leadoff double. Stays at second. Inning's over.
No, it's a good
Third inning comes around.
Yeah.
Bases loaded. 2 outs. Ground ball to shortstop.
Oh,
Flip
no.
it to second
Place
base.
is wild.
Place is just losing its. And that goes and continues throughout the game. They drop game 1 4-0 after all those squandered opportunities and then lose 2 out of 3 to start the little second half spurt. What do you think that does for Mr. David Dombrowski?
The hot seat is now red hot. No, it's white hot at that point. And even with the Eagles kind of getting into their training camp and all, it's funny how bad news goes. The cream rises, but bad news rises too. That's the story. Like if they falter in these next 2 series going into the trade deadline, whenever they are the top story. Like, do something. This is like it's the trial of Dombrowski at that point.
So you think if they win and look great, there's less pressure?
I think they'll still do something, but there won't be the there won't be like the suicide watch by fans on what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like if they lose, it's like you got to. It's like it has to do something.
I agree.
Or
agree.
Or it's a white flag.
Right. But I'm thinking the alternative is if they show that they're great, right, and they win 5 in a row out of the break, then the pressure is how do you not make a big swing because we got to make this count.
No, whatever
so
it is.
It's a lose-lose, Dave. Or just get it done.
He has to get it done. His local reputation is on the line. No matter what you hear from the national media on his, his status as a swinger, taking the big swing.
Excuse me.
It's
cold play.
It's not going to wash here. It's not going to wash here.
Do you think Dave Dombrowski cares about his Philadelphia image when he's got a couple of trophies and rings from Miami and Boston?
No, I do.
Okay.
I think he cares about it. I think he does. I don't think he likes being looked upon as somebody that's not doing anything. He's always done stuff. I don't think anybody likes it when what you were known for. It's like, well, when's your last hit? When you're going to be one of those bands. When's your last hit, man? I've been listening to this. I've been hearing about what you did in the past forever. Give me a hit.
It's a good point. I always wonder Dave Dombrowski's mentality just because he kind of already has, and we talked about this with the national media. I mean, everybody looks at Dave Dombrowski. Oh, this is Dave Dombrowski. So if that's how people view him in Major League Baseball, does he give a flip about what's going on here in Philadelphia?
Yeah. I think, plus he's done enough here that I think he wants to. He wants it to happen, to come to come to fruition, if you will, to all the stuff that's been done here. You look at the guys signed here. You look at the money spent here. You look at the pitching staff put together here. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame guy, but I mean, this really, if he manages to pull this off here with a trade, especially, man, that's rarefied stuff right there.
And he brought in, remind me if I'm wrong here, or correct me, did he bring in Pierce to the Red Sox that helped push them over the edge that year? I could be messing up years.
He's done so much there, I don't know.
I could be messing up years.
But he's done stuff. I mean,
what if he brings in someone who does something equivalent to what Pierce did for the Red Sox?
Anything, just to get it done. To have that resume, if that happens, is remarkable.
Yeah, it changes it.
It changes everything.
It changes it. No, that's a good point. That's the flip side of it. Let's go to Keith in Bucks County. What's happening, Keith?
Hey, guys. Listen, this has been a fantasy of mine for years. Would they part with a good prospect over the weekend and trade for Mike Trout? He's certainly going to solidify center field because he plays it. He's got a great arm. He certainly is going to give you a right-handed bat, which they're looking for. Whether he's having a great year or not, he's not. And he's certainly not the Mike Trout of 10 years ago. But looking at what's available, I mean...
But what's his contract?
He's only got 3 years left on it.
How much?
3 years.
No.
I just don't trust this help. My worry would be, Keith, and this would be the same with Buxton, it's nothing, and I don't know if Mike Trout is I do know he's nowhere even close to what he once was, but my point is, you trade for these guys that have such a long list of injuries behind them. What if you make a move for a big guy and then 3 games in, it's just he's just not available? There's just so much history with injuries. It scares the living crap out of me.
I get all that, but I guess that's what you call swinging big and gambling. And he certainly, and I think that the trade would do 2 things. Number one, I think it's good for baseball. I think baseball finally wants to see one of their marquee guys in the postseason. And I think it would be great for him because he's always wanted, and he's made it known, he would love to be able to play for his own team.
I don't know. I can't take the contract.
I think it's more wishful thinking. Thanks, Keith. I appreciate your phone call. I really do. So Mike Trout has 5 years left. He's signed until 2030. And I don't even know what he's hitting this year, to be honest with you. I don't really watch Los Angeles Angels baseball too much. He's hitting 238. Woof.
I think he's played a little better just recently.
Yeah.
But
he's got 17 homers.
And they opened his golf course almost done. Is it done?
That's a good point.
Right here, was it Millville?
Millville.
Down there.
I think Tiger's a part of that too.
Yeah,
no?
Tiger, yeah.
That's a big one. Maybe we can get on Coates's golf cart, me and you, and we can take it out and play 18. I don't know, I'm spitballing. We're live from Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and events are always better at Chickies and Pete's. Book your next event or party online at chickiesandpete's.com. Okay, we are going to make an outstanding, beautiful, insane transition to leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
All right, it's Leading Off. It's Broads, it's Al Morgani in for the afternoon crew. Presented by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Big one tonight, Al. I'm seriously, I know the last maybe 45 minutes I've been saying it, but I'm watching everybody here, and they're getting their cold ones. They're having their fries. They're eating their food. I'm seeing some baseball on the TVs. I'm seeing the jerseys.
A lot of jerseys.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. Second half push. Second half push.
Got the Philly jerseys coming in. Got all kinds of stuff happening here. You got a lot of stuff going on at home. Is your daughter's not home yet?
No, my one daughter is not home. She's in the NICU. She's doing great. She's doing phenomenal. And then we have the 19-month-old that's running around like crazy, and she is nuts. And we love her. We love her, but she's nuts. We love her though. But yeah, it's been crazy. We have 2 dogs. as well. One was rescued, and she's crazy. Lots of anxiety. She shakes 24/7. It's actually concerning. And that's my household. Any other questions?
No, it sounds like fun.
It is.
Yeah,
215.
I've had that fun.
592-9494.
Girl dad?
Yeah, girl
That's
dad
cool.
times 2. It's awesome. It's
Yeah.
the best feeling in the world. Really, they hold your finger. You know, the little finger hold in the beginning? It's like, you're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're going to get everything you want. I'm good cop. I'm good cop. There's no doubt about it. My wife's great.
You gotta know. Here's the thing.
Hit me.
If you want to raise kids, it's simple. You played hockey. You raise kids like a hockey referee.
I hate that.
You call everything early and then let it go.
Let it go in the playoffs?
That's it. Call it all early so you get control of the game.
Interesting.
And then let it go.
Al, I'm not going to lie to you. This may have changed my whole life with parenting. Because it sits perfectly in my mind.
Yes.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
That's a great way
exactly.
to describe
Yeah.
it. But at the same point, they give you that look, and they're so cute, and they're just, here's my credit card. You know what I mean? Here's my credit card.
You're talking about your wife?
No, my daughters. My wife. Well, that's a different story. Anyway, this is leading off, Al. This is leading off.
Oh, okay, yeah.
215-592-9494. There's a big game coming up, all right?
All right.
Unbelievable. There's a player to count on, which is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Here's my player to count on. It's Bryce Harper, Al.
Mhm.
I got to see Bryce Harper look like the wrist isn't bothering him. I need to see him shine and look like the superstar Bryce. And I'm a little worried even if he does show it in game one, just because I go, well, is that just because of the break?
Yeah.
Or is it because the wrist is actually in a good spot?
Well, no, you're already setting yourself
I
up.
know.
You can't feel good.
I'm a failure of a person. I am a failure, okay? It's just what it is.
You can't win.
I can't win. That's the problem here. But I just talk through my emotions with the people. Anyway, I got Bryce
Perfect
Harper.
Philadelphia.
I know. Anyway, you got a player to count on now?
I go the third baseman.
With the Bowminator?
Yes.
You're such a Bohm guy.
I'm a Bohm guy.
You're a Bohmer.
I think I'm on board with his career and the way he handles everything. I think he's a very underrated player here in Philadelphia.
That is an interesting take.
I'm the only one that feels that way, and I watch and I go, how many guys would have melted down in Philadelphia for what he's been through? And he just goes through like la-di-da. Let him talk.
What if he has... Here you go with these scenarios again.
Yeah.
Bases loaded, 1 out in the 8th. He grounds out into a double play. He throws his helmet. He throws his batting gloves. He kicks his dirt. Looks like he's crying like he's Nick Pivetta. And what do you say when you watch the TV? I like that guy. Give me more of that guy.
I wish he would. Was it the first pitch?
First pitch swinging, too. Yup, first pitch swinging. Let's make it the worst.
I got an issue with that.
After the guy walked the bases loaded. And you're going to go, you know what, he's a mentally tough kid.
You are just made for Philadelphia. You conjured that up like it was...
I just paint pictures. But you're acting like this is a crazy hypothetical. I wouldn't be shocked if I see this in the first inning, Al.
There you go.
Unbelievable. All right, anyway, this is leading off. It's presented by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. What an opening segment, let me tell you. Coming up next, we got what to watch for, the injury report, the weather, so much more. It's Broads, it's Al Morgani. It's leading off on 94 WIP.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster deals all month long at Dell Toyota. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell continues its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 Toyota dealer with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Toyota. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. Low APR % financing offer on approved credit. Includes all 2025 Corolla, Prius, and RAV4s. Dealer .4 $494 not included.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to Leading Off with Rhodes and Al Morgani, the smartest baseball minds on the station. Leading Off is presented by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Now, unfortunately for Bryson Stott, as his music, Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper. Sorry, had a little brain fart. It's been a long day. I was going to make a joke that Stott's batting last, but my joke now sucks. Your starting lineups brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. Here is your starting lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. Leading off, playing short, Trey Turner. DH, Kyle Schwarber is batting second.
Oh, they didn't move him back to first. Okay.
Did not move him back to
All
first.
right.
Bryce Harper, whose walk-up song that was,
Yeah.
not Bryson Stott, is in the 3 hole. Your boy, Alec Bohm.